Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 2082 to Chapter 2165. What is done cannot be undone, what is done cannot be undone. The more Li Hui thought about it, the more excited he was. As for the fact that the girl knew some martial arts, he threw it to the back of his mind. Now his blood was boiling. He felt that even if the girl knew some martial arts, the physical strength gap between a man and a woman was still very big. If a woman lost her virginity, she would always have a different kind of feelings for a man who had a physical contact with her. Even if her attitude was tough, she would eventually soften. Li Hui made up his mind. He looked at Xianxia, who was drying the herbs, with burning eyes. Xianxia turned her head back. Li Hui didn't avoid her gaze. He looked at Xianxia with deep affection. There was a smile on his face and a doting look. Xianxia ignored Li Hui. As for what bad things Li Hui wanted to do, he had to make sure that he could do it. In the middle of the night, he heard the sound of the door creaking. Xianxia, who was sitting on the bed, opened his eyes and released his spiritual force. He saw Li Hui rubbing his hands and coming out of the woodshed towards the main room. Xianxia grinned and simply fell on the bed and pulled the quilt over his body to sleep. Li Hui arrived at the door of the main room and hesitated. After all, there were two consequences for doing such a thing. It could be that the chicken flew away and the eggs were broken. If the girl was strong, it could be that both jade and common stone would be destroyed. Li Hui let out a long breath, then pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Immediately after, he heard a slight sound, and then he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Li Hui let out a roar. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded beside Xiao's ears, bringing with it boundless heavenly might. Xiao lifted the quilt, jumped out of bed, lit the lamp and carefully asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Li Hui's voice was filled with endless pain. He felt that his leg was going to break. Boom! Another thunder exploded in Xiao's ear. Xiao's heart was about to explode. "Your mother, obviously someone wanted to do bad things. Now you want to punish her." Xiao put the lamp close to Li Hui, and suddenly cried out, "I put this trap in the house. Recently, the wild beasts in the mountains have started to move, and I was afraid that they would suddenly rush in. Also, I put one next to your door, so it won't be so easy to step on it. It's not like this one in the middle." Xiao had to find an excuse for her behavior. Otherwise, the thunder and lightning brewing in the dark clouds would strike her head. Xiao cursed in his heart. He put the lamp on the ground and said to Li Hui, "I will open the trap. You bear with it." Li Hui was already on the verge of fainting from the pain. His entire body was sweating profusely and his body was twitching. Xiao pulled the trap open, causing Li Hui to roll his eyes in pain. He could feel the sharp teeth of the trap cutting into his bones. It was extremely painful. By the time Xiao removed the trap from Li Hui's leg, Li Hui had already fainted from the pain. Xiao dragged Li Hui to the bed and applied some herbs. Xiao looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and rolled his eyes. Then, he lay on the table and waited for Li Hui to wake up. Li Hui's leg was injured by the trap, and the teeth of the trap left bloody holes. It seemed that Li Hui would need to recuperate for a while. That night, Li Hui had a fever. Xiao fed him medicine and injected some spiritual energy into him. He muttered, "I gave you all the essence of the sun and moon that I absorbed. You must get better. If you don't get better, what should I do?" Anyway, these words were not for Li Hui to hear. They both did bad things, so why didn't Li Hui get struck? However, because Li Hui's injury had something to do with her, he wanted to strike her. How biased. Even the heavens were biased. Some people were favored by the heavens. When Li Hui woke up the next day, his lips were pale and his breathing was weak. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you feeling better? Did you know that it was very dangerous for you to suddenly jump over last night? I prepared that trap to hunt. My house has been ransacked by wild beasts more than once." Li Hui moved his body and felt that his wound was torn. The pain was excruciating. Half of his body was numb from the pain. Li Hui felt that he was very unlucky. Everything he did was not going well. He suspected that this trap was deliberately placed there by someone waiting for him. Li Hui looked at the woman who was feeding him water. Was it intentional or a coincidence? Wasn't this woman not very understanding? What made Li Hui even more anxious was that he had to go to the capital for the exam. He had not gotten the money yet and his leg was injured. It would take 100 days for his meridians and bones to recover. He definitely would not be able to go to the capital for the exam in a short period of time. The journey was so long and he would have to travel for a long time. Would his legs be able to take it if he rushed? If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for 3 years. He did not want to wait for 3 days. If he had to eat at home for 3 years, his sister-in-law might chase him out. How could you put such a dangerous thing in your house? Li Hui's voice was filled with strong questioning and hatred. How could he go to the capital for the exam like this? What was more frightening was that his leg would not be crippled. If he was crippled, he would definitely not be able to be an official. Li Hui felt that his heart was being repeatedly tortured in a pot of oil. He was especially angry at Ning Shu, the initiator of all this. Ning Shu explained, "I'm the daughter of a hunter, so it's normal for me to have hunting tools at home. Also, as I said, there are a lot of beasts recently. Putting a trap at the door can also serve as a warning. Why did you come to my door in the middle of the night? I will put away these traps in the morning. Why did you come here in the middle of the night? Do you have any bad intentions?" Ning Shu questioned Li Hui. Li Hui suddenly choked. He could not say that he had any bad intentions. However, he had suffered such a serious injury. Li Hui felt that he had to get something back. "I'm thirsty because I slept too much. I got up to ask if there's any water to drink and if my leg is broken. If my leg is broken, what will happen to my dream?" Li Hui's face was full of despair. There was no need for him to pretend. He was sincere. Ning Shu said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. My father will make a lot of medicine. It will be very effective. You will be fine soon. Don't worry." Li Hui did not speak. He blamed Ning Shu for having a heart of stone. If Ning Shu had agreed early, such a thing would not have happened. He also blamed himself for being born in a family at the bottom of society. For a little money, he abandoned his dignity and personality. He did not get anything. He could not get what he wanted. God was too cruel to him. He did not eat meat. Instead, he was injured. God, who was being blamed by Li Hui, was brewing thunder and lightning. At any time it would strike down on Ning Shu's head. It probably felt that Ning Shu did not take the initiative to harm others. Although he was injured, it was a little related. Otherwise, the thunder would directly strike Ning Shu's head. It was ambiguous. At most, it would strike down 2 thunder as a warning. Li Hui profited from his misfortune. He was not finally able to sleep on a soft pillow. Ning Shu stayed by Li Hui's side every day to take care of him. Only then did Li Hui feel that the days of his injury were not so unbearable. However, the several bloody holes in the bear trap still made Li Hui's mood extremely depressed. Even with Ning Shu's meticulous care, Li Hui was still unable to calm down. He felt that Ning Shu's care was reasonable. Who asked Ning Shu to put a bear trap at home? However, although he thought this in his heart, he could not say it out loud. He looked at Ning Shu affectionately and thanked Ning Shu for his hard work. Ning Shu's heart was in turmoil. He really wanted to laugh. His heart was filled with resentment. Enduring the pain, he still had to say words of love. Ning Shu felt tired for Li Hui. Was it comfortable to use love to control people? Ning Shu had always been thinking, was it so difficult to borrow money? Why did he have to use this method to get money? Someone wanted to help him, but he was unwilling. It was as if he was being insulted. Acting like a noble person, he wanted people to take the initiative to give him money. He did not know what was going on with this awkward temperament. When Li Hui fell asleep, Ning Shu channeled spiritual energy into him to speed up the healing of his wounds. His mouth muttered that he was unwilling. Of course, this was all for some other thing to see. When he channeled spiritual energy into Li Hui, Ning Shu thought of Mo Ming in the previous world. At that time, it was very difficult to save up spiritual energy for Mo Ming. However, in this world, he could channel spiritual energy into Li Hui as much as he wanted. Ning Shu felt like he was being cursed in his heart. It really felt like a good person did not live long, but a scourge lived for 1,000 years. Li Hui's daily needs were taken care of by Ningxu. It made Li Hui feel like a landlord. It was very comfortable. Ningxu just silently took care of Li Hui. The wounds that would have taken a long time to heal were healed in a few months. Ningxu proudly said, "My father's medicine is good." Li Hui looked at his scabbed wound and got off the bed. He felt fine and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't crippled. Li Hui Ningxu cupped his hands and said, "I've been away from home for a while. I need to go home. Do you want to come with me?" Ningxu shook his head. "My father said that I can't leave this place." "Didn't you leave last time too?" Li Hui said with an ugly expression. He still wanted to bring Ningxu back and let the neighbors see that he has a wife. Then, their relationship would be confirmed. However, the other party actually refused to leave. This made Li Hui very unhappy. Ningxu said, "It was because I went out once that I knew that my father was right. I got lost as soon as I went out. I guess I have a bad sense of direction." Li Hui, seeing that you didn't get lost in the deep mountains and forests, Li Hui complained silently in his heart. He said directly, "You won't get lost. I will never leave you behind." Ningxu tilted his head and looked at the purple chi on Li Hui's head. He chuckled. "I like it when you swear at the slightest disagreement." Li Hui saw that Ningxu's expression was a little strange, as if he didn't believe his words. He immediately said, "Believe me. Come with me to the capital to take the exam." Ningxu blinked. "Why do you want me to go to the capital with you? You think I will have other women? Follow me. I am willing to accept your surveillance. I will definitely let you see my heart for you," Li Hui said. Ningxu clicked his tongue. "But if I leave here, what will happen to the family?" "Sell everything at home. Then we will settle down in the capital. I will definitely go back to high school and let you become the wife of the top scholar," Li Hui said firmly. "I, Li Hui, will only take one ladle of water in this life. You are my ladle." Ningxu watched as the purple chi on Li Hui's head was sucked away. Li Hui's brain worked quickly. Seeing that he couldn't take out money from Ningxu's pocket, he let Ningxu go with him to take the exam. If there was anything he needed on the way, Ningxu would pay. Ningxu knew from the beginning that Li Hui came for her money and people. Moreover, it wasn't just because he liked her. Ningxu shook his head. "My father said to find an ordinary person in this life. I can't be involved in the matters of the court. So, I won't go to the capital with you for the exam." Li Hui's expression was ferocious for a moment, but then it was replaced by an extremely sad expression. "Wenhua, don't you have any feelings for me at all? What can I do to let you know my heart? You said you want to find an ordinary person, but your appearance means that your husband is not an ordinary person. If an ordinary person married a beautiful wife, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring?" Ningxu smiled like a flower and said, "Then I won't marry for the rest of my life. My father said that nothing is happier than being on your own. If it's not the right person, why should I compromise? I can live a good life on my own." "What kind of rebellious thought was this?" Li Hui directly said, "How can you have such a dangerous thought? What can a woman do if she doesn't marry? If a woman doesn't marry, is she still a complete woman? If she doesn't have children, she is not a complete woman." Li Hui was almost immune to the hunter's father's words. Anyway, it was so rebellious. If this woman grew up in an ordinary family and had such thoughts, her parents would beat her to death. Li Hui was a little impatient. What did she want? It was really annoying. Li Hui felt that it was because he was too good to this woman that she took advantage of him. Li Hui snorted and directly expressed his displeasure. "Wenhua, since it's like this, let's all calm down. I'm going home." Ningxu nodded. "Young master, take care." Li Hui pursed his lips. Seeing that Ningxu was indifferent, he felt even more frustrated. Then he would use the method of playing hard to get and give her the cold shoulder first. Li Hui left. Ningxu raised his head and looked at the dark clouds. He laughed and then hummed a little tune as he entered the house. When Li Hui returned home, his brother and sister-in-law had been looking for him like crazy. A person had disappeared for a month. His brother and sister-in-law had gone to the town to report. The constables had been looking for him for a few days and were too lazy to look. He was just an ordinary person. His brother still had some brotherly feelings for this younger brother. After being missing for so long, even his bones could not be found. How could he explain this to his deceased parents? Sister-in-law did not have any feelings for this younger brother-in-law. At most, she felt that he was a freeloader who was incomparably arrogant. It was as if he would jump out of this nest at any time. This place was just a stepping stone for him. He did not have any feelings for his family. It was because of this attitude that made sister-in-law very unhappy. He worked hard without complaint and did not have the slightest bit of gratitude. He even despised people. It's not like they are your parents. They have to tolerate you. Everyone in the family thought that Li Hui was dead, but Li Hui suddenly came back in good condition, wearing brocade clothes. They were all shocked. Li Hui only said a few words to his brother and went into the house. His attitude made his sister-in-law want to scold him again. Li Hui had something on his mind, so he hid in his house every day. When he ate and saw the food at home, he suddenly felt that he was eating pig food. The big bowl was filled with boiled vegetables without oil. Seeing such dishes, Li Hui suddenly lost his appetite, and his chopsticks felt dirty. In the mountains, he ate delicious food. When placed on an exquisite plate, it was almost like a scene from a painting. Even if there was smoke and fire, it was like a poem. Li Hui was hungry, but he did not want to eat at all. He ate a little, and the taste was indescribable. He felt that the pot was not cleaned. Thinking that these dishes were made by his sister-in-law, who could cook anything, Li Hui could not eat any more. Seeing his sister-in-law eating, he thought of the beautiful Wenhua. How could a woman eat like a hungry ghost, stuffing food into her mouth? It was so ugly. How could such a woman be called a woman? His brother asked. Why aren't you eating? Eat some. Where have you been all this time? I went to the neighboring town. I was thinking of ways to raise money to go to the capital to take the exam. Li Hui did not want to look at the food on the table, so he looked away. His sister-in-law muttered that he only knew how to daydream every day, and still wanted to go to high school. He did not even tell anyone where he was going, and did not even do any farm work at home, and went to find someone. Li Hui's sister-in-law was a chatterbox, and her husband could not help but scold her twice before finally stopping. Li Hui really could not eat these things, but he did not want to listen to his sister-in-law's sarcastic words. Compared to his sister-in-law's words, Li Hui would rather listen to the beauty talk about his father. At least her voice was pleasant, and she was beautiful. Li Hui endured his hunger, and the next day, he took the jade hairpin and pawned it on the streets. Then he went to the restaurant to eat some delicious food, and finally he was not hungry anymore. Ningxu continued to cultivate every day, plucking herbs from the mountains. It was good to have some herbs in hand. If she needed help, she would save them. After all, she was a disciple of the living Buddha. Ningxu counted with his fingers. It seemed that Li Hui had not appeared for a while. Could it be that Li Hui had given up? He could give up on a beauty, but he couldn't give up on his own future. Counting the days, Ningxu felt a little strange. Could it be that something had happened to Li Hui, or did something happen that she didn't know? Ningxu transformed into a monk and went down the mountain to beg for alms. When he arrived at Li Hui's house, he scanned Li Hui's house and realized that Li Hui was not home. If he wasn't at home, it meant that he had gone to town. Sometimes, Li Hui would go to town to attend some banquets. However, the weather was gradually getting hotter. Li Hui was more anxious than anyone else, but it was not normal for him to not look for her for such a long time. Ningxu went to town and took some herbs to the medicine hall to sell. With some money, he bought vegetarian buns to eat. Otherwise, he would go around begging for alms. After staying in town for a few days, Ningxu saw Li Hui walking with a girl on the night of the river lanterns. Their behavior was somewhat ambiguous. What surprised Ningxu even more was that this girl had a servant girl by her side. Ningxu had seen this servant girl before. She was the one who gave Ningxu a copper coin and some snacks. Of course, it was because of her young miss's orders. Ningxu sized up this young miss. She seemed to be a gentle girl. Her appearance and behavior were good. At a glance, he could tell that she was a young miss from a rich family. Li Hui looked at this young miss with deep affection. It was similar to when he looked at Ning Shu. Was he looking for Yun Bei Tai? If he couldn't get money from one girl, he would get money from another girl. It was the same trick. However, the young miss in the boudoir clearly had not experienced such things. Being looked at by Li Hui with a burning gaze, 2 red clouds floated on her face. She looked very shy. Most importantly, when she lowered her head, there was a touch of shyness and gentleness. Young Miss Wang's actions made Li Hui regain some of his self-confidence. This was a normal girl. As for the one on the mountain, she was otherworldly. She had not been taught by her family. Naturally, she did not know the virtues of a woman. She did not know the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. She did not know how to be gentle and virtuous. The servant girl looked at the young miss and the talented young masterly walking in front. She sighed in her heart. The young miss and young masterly met at a poetry competition. The young miss said that young masterly was overflowing with talent. This time, it was not easy to come out to admire the lanterns. She had to follow behind the young miss and young masterly. She could not admire the lanterns properly. The servant girl pursed her lips. Li Hui won a beautiful lantern for young Miss Wang by guessing the riddles. This made young Miss Wang, who was holding the lantern, smile like a flower. She was even more beautiful and gentle. Ning Shu smiled faintly. Li Hui's method of deceiving young girls in their boudoirs was more or less successful. This kind of story between a poor scholar and a young miss was like the story of a scholar and a seductress. It was very common. A talented scholar and a beautiful woman were a match made in heaven. Ning Shu suddenly thought that if he suddenly appeared in front of Li Hui's expression would be like he had seen a ghost. Ning Shu thought about it and directly changed into Wen Hua's appearance. He walked to Li Hui's side and saw that Li Hui was holding something. He took the initiative to snatch the thing in Li Hui's hand. After being snatched, Li Hui's heart sank. His expression was not good. He turned his head to look at the person who snatched his thing. Li Hui's expression immediately froze. That expression was similar to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. His face twitched and he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Ning Shu wore the bracelet on his wrist and asked Li Hui, "Does it look good?" Miss Wang, who was beside Li Hui, frowned. What was wrong with this girl? Why did she ask Li Hui if it looked good? Li Hui was no longer a high-ranking official who would reach the top in the future. The current Li Hui was not so thick-skinned. Facing the sudden appearance of Ning Shu, Li Hui gulped and said, "She's quite pretty." Ning Shu put down his swinging hand and said with a smile, "I think so too." Miss Wang's frown deepened. The servant girl immediately asked, "Who are you? Why did you snatch young Master Li's thing?" It seemed that young Master Li wanted to buy something for Miss Wang. Although the servant girl felt that any of Miss Wang's things were better than the things on the stall. Ning Shu tilted his head and said, "Because I like it. This young master did not pay for it. Why can't I take it?" Li Hui saw that Ning Shu did not expose him, did not say that she knew him, and did not make a scene on the streets. Li Hui felt that she was quite sensible. "Young master, don't you think so?" Ning Shu asked Li Hui. Ning Shu looked at Li Hui with a smile. Li Hui was scared out of his wits by the sudden appearance of Ning Shu. His heart was pounding non-stop. He felt as though he had been caught in the act. He was also afraid that both parties would lose everything. "Young master, you haven't answered my question. Have you paid for this?" Ning Shu asked casually. Li Hui said bitterly, "That's true. But miss, I'm buying this as a gift. I hope you can give it to me." Li Hui's back was facing Miss Wang. He looked at Ning Shu with a burning gaze. It was as though he was buying this for Ning Shu, but he was also hinting at Miss Wang. Miss Wang's face flashed with a hint of shyness. Ning Shu took off the bracelet and gave the boss money. Finally, he said, "What should I do? I like it too much." "I'm sorry." Ning Shu sized up Li Hui. Then, he picked up a jade pendant and said, "Young master, you are dressed in fine clothes, but you don't have a jade pendant on your waist. It doesn't match." Li Hui's face flashed with embarrassment. The jade pendant and jade hairpin that matched his clothes had been pawned. "Thank you for the reminder. I left this jade pendant at home. As long as the other party didn't expose him, he was happy to act in front of Ningxiu. Ningxiu chuckled. Then, he said to Miss Wang, I'm sorry for snatching what he wanted to give you. But there are many things here. Miss will definitely like them. Miss Wang, how do I respond to this? She just felt that Li Hui was overflowing with talent. His poems were better than others. They were more exquisite than others. But there was no relationship. The relationship was hazy. Li Hui, didn't she not want to go down the mountain? Why did she go down the mountain now? She refused to go down the mountain when he invited her. Now, she suddenly appeared. And it was so late. Li Hui felt that he had been fooled. He had invited her time and time again and was rejected. But now, she came down the mountain again. Why didn't she get lost this time? Li Hui had to face one thing in his heart. This girl didn't love him that much. If she really loved him, she would have given her all. She didn't want to make things difficult for her lover. But this girl had already made things difficult for him countless times. Seeing him with another woman, how could she still be so calm? Shouldn't she feel sad? Or should she make a fuss? Even if she did, it would prove his charm. Ningxiu disappeared into the crowd like a wisp of smoke. Since it was already late, he disappeared in a flash. Miss Wang asked Chao Li Hui, young master knows that woman. Li Hui quickly denied, I don't know her. However, when he was admiring the lanterns with Miss Wang, Li Hui was a little absent-minded. He would look around as if he was looking for something, afraid that Ningxiu would come out of nowhere. Li Hui felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. Miss Wang was meticulous and could naturally feel Li Hui's abnormality. Her heart felt a little sour. Could it be that young Master Li had taken a fancy to that young lady? He didn't know which family she was from, but it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary person. Li Hui had something on his mind, and Miss Wang also had something on her mind. The young maidservant followed behind them, somewhat confused. Neither of them admired the lanterns. In the end, they placed the lanterns on the riverside bridge, and then parted ways. Miss Wang said to Li Hui, with young master's talent, he will definitely be able to pass the high school in the future. Li Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He cupped his hands and said, it's late. Miss, you should go back quickly. It's not safe. Miss Wang immediately asked, young master, do you have any difficulties? Li Hui immediately shook his head and said, it's nothing. Miss, you should go back quickly. It's late. The more Li Hui didn't say, the more Miss Wang wanted to know. She directly said, young master, if you have something to say, just say it. See if I can help you with anything. Li Hui wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed and said, Miss, you should go back in. It's not safe for a woman to be outside. Miss Wang frowned and said, young master, what do you mean? Is it something that I can't know? If that's the case, then I won't ask. Li Hui sighed and cupped his hands, Miss Wang, I'll take my leave first. Li Hui turned and was about to leave, but he didn't say anything. Miss Wang twisted her handkerchief into a fried dough twist and gathered her courage to stop Li Hui. In the end, she realized that her actions were inappropriate. She retracted her arms and said softly, young master, is there something you're worried about? Li Hui's appearance was not bad. His frown made people want to raise their hands and smooth it out. Ningxiu looked at Li Hui with his arms crossed. She was invisible and had been following between the two. Looking at the pure and innocent miss, Ningxiu just wanted to facepalm. Why did men keep women at home? It was because they were easy to fool. They had not seen the world, so they were easy to fool. Moreover, it was easy to control them at home. It was to prevent the woman from going out and finding out that there was a better man than him. Ningxiu looked at Li Hui playfully. Li Hui was playing hard to get. You want to know? I won't tell you. I'll let you beg me to tell you. Who would take the other seriously when it comes to playing games? Li Hui sighed. It seemed that there was some indescribable melancholy. That moment of weakness was enough to arouse any woman's maternal instincts. Some people had strong maternal instincts, such as Miss Wang. Seeing Li Hui like this, her expression became much gentler. Some people did not have strong maternal instincts, such as Ningxiu. He crossed his arms and chuckled. He even wanted to kick Li Hui's penis. Then, Li Hui's face was bitter. He talked about his family. His parents died early, his eldest sister-in-law despised him, and he didn't even have the travel expenses to go to the capital for the exam. He had to muddle through the rest of his life. Then, with an apologetic face, he said that he shouldn't have said this to Miss Wang. He didn't want to gain her sympathy. After hearing this, Miss Wang saw that Li Hui was a dragon among men. More importantly, even in such a difficult situation, he didn't forget to work hard. Furthermore, Miss Wang felt that Li Hui was a talented person. I'm really sorry for saying so much to Miss Wang today. I'll take my leave first. Li Hui didn't mention the matter of borrowing money to Miss Wang. He didn't want to take advantage of her. Miss Wang watched Li Hui's back disappear into the crowd. In the dark, she couldn't see who was who. Mississippi, the servant girl, saw that her miss was in a daze. She couldn't help but shout, "Miss, it's time to go back. Otherwise, Madam will be worried." Okay. Miss Wang turned and left. She even turned back to look in the direction Li Hui left. Xianxia watched from the side as Li Hui tricked a girl. Xianxia used the aura examination technique to see Miss Wang's luck. Originally, Miss Wang's luck was red. But now, the red was slowly fading. The women Li Hui met not only had strong luck but also had a noble status. Otherwise, they would only end up in a miserable state. In simple words, Li Hui was the wildest horse. Ordinary women couldn't tame him. Xianxia felt that it was because he did not agree that Li Hui was so anxious to find Yunbei Tai. If he could not get money from one woman, then he would get money from a second woman. Therefore, in the plot, Tao Yao was devoted to Li Hui. Li Hui had Tao Yao in his hands, and Tao Yao's money was borrowed from the old monk Huiji. As for why Tao Yao was unwilling to use his ability, it was because cultivation was not easy. It was not easy to conjure things, and cultivation was not good. Secondly, Tao Yao was very afraid that Li Hui would know his true identity, so he was unwilling to show any difference. However, Li Hui still found out. Li Hui did not say anything and did not expose Tao Yao. They slept together and did whatever they wanted. There was nothing unusual about it. Xianxia looked at Miss Wang's back. In that case, Miss Wang was entangled with Li Hui because of her. After all, such a lady did not appear in the plot. Li Hui, oh Li Hui. Xianxia raised her head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Lightning was brewing in the clouds. Speaking of which, it was strange. It seemed that only she could see these dark clouds. The heavenly might was always following her like a shadow. This feeling was really strange. The invisible Xianxia followed Li Hui all the way. Li Hui did not return to the village. Instead, he found an inn in the town to stay. Seeing Li Hui take out the silver pieces very generously, Xianxia curled his lips. His brother and sister-in-law's family took out so much silver, and they did not have the money to stay in an inn. The jade hairpin on Li Hui's head and the jade pendant on his waist were gone. They must have been pawned at a pawnshop. Li Hui went to his room and closed the door. Then, he took out an ingot of silver from his bag. 1 ingot of silver was 50 taels. Then, the pawnshop would only give 60 taels for a high-quality jade pendant and a jade hairpin. 60 taels was a huge sum of money for an ordinary family, but for someone like him who wanted to go to the capital, this amount of money was far from enough. According to the scholar who was going to take the exam, the prices in the capital were very expensive. Moreover, the inns to stay in were very expensive. Even the woodshed was charged with silver and not copper coins. Food was even more expensive, not to mention treating others to a meal. There was also the money needed to take care of interpersonal relationships. With money, one could move the gods, and with money, one could make the ghosts turn millstones. His little bit of money was far from enough. Li Hui put away the silver. He regretted not taking more things from Wenhua's house. He immediately realized that this kind of behavior was against the rules. Moreover, with such a stain, how could he be an official? Moreover, Li Hui was subconsciously afraid of Xianxia. He couldn't control Xianxia. What if Xianxia reported the matter to the authorities? After all, his father was a hunter. Every day, he would talk about sinking treasure chests in anger. Li Hui was a little afraid that Ning Shu would destroy them both. Li Hui had already given up on getting money from Ning Shu. Otherwise, he would have gone for wool and come home shorn. He would wait until he was in high school. When he was in high school, he would make that girl regret it. Regret it so much that she would shed tears of blood. However, would she get into a fight with the young miss of the Wang family? If she did, both sides would fail. Li Hui also knew that stepping on two boats could easily lead to failure. However, he had no choice now. The imperial examinations were getting closer and closer. If he missed it, it would be another 3 years. Li Hui couldn't afford to wait. The invisible Ning Shu sat across from Li Hui. He propped up his chin and looked at Li Hui's actions. After that, Li Hui and Miss Wang frequently came into contact. As a young Miss Wang didn't have much time to go out. She pretended to be a servant and followed her personal servant. She said that she was going out to buy things. Then, she went to the inn where Li Hui was staying to look for him. Although the servant gave the two a chance to be alone, she still guarded the door. If something really happened, the servant would rush in. If something happened to the young miss, the madam would beat her to death. She would beat her half to death and then sell her. For her own life, the servant didn't dare to let anything happen between the young miss and young Master Li. Especially after Li Hui confessed his situation, the servant felt that the young miss had no future with this young Master Li. She called him young master because he was a human. The servant perked up her ears and listened to the movements in the room, especially when there was a man and a woman alone inside. Ning Shu put his hand on the table and propped up his chin to look at the pair of lovebirds. Li Hui seemed to be impatient with Miss Wang's arrival. He said directly, "Miss Wang, don't come looking for me in the future. If we continue like this, there won't be any results. Besides, I'm going to the capital." Miss Wang didn't take Li Hui's impatience to heart. She asked directly, "Are you going to take the imperial exam? When are you leaving?" "I'm leaving in a few days. If I pass the high school." Li Hui didn't say anything, but looked at Miss Wang with a gaze full of ambiguity and passion. "If I don't pass the high school, Miss Wang can pretend that you don't know me. I believe that young master can pass the high school." Miss Wang seemed to be excited. "Gulan is willing to wait for you." Li Hui's eyes exploded with a light that made people's hearts tremble. No one dared to look at him directly. Miss Wang's eyes were like. They were scalded. She immediately lowered her head. "Thank you, Gulan." Li Hui directly called Miss Wang by her maiden name. He was no longer the unfamiliar Miss Wang. This made Miss Wang's face turn red. Li Hui was intoxicated looking at her. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Li Hui reached out and held Miss Wang's hand. He said firmly, "Meeting you in this life is my greatest honor. Meeting you, I have no regrets." Ning Shu, sometimes you can't help but accept that when a man deliberately wants to be good to a woman and has a purpose to please her, the woman can't resist and falls into the trap of sweetness. She was soft-hearted and emotional. She longed for a man to protect her, love her, and shelter her from the wind and rain. It was very easy to be confused by a man's appearance. She used her bright colors to hunt. Ning Shu looked at the two people who were intimate with each other. Looking at the shy Miss Wang, Ning Shu sighed. In reality, Li Hui didn't make any promises. He just said some specious words to give people hints. When he was with Ning Shu, he was very straightforward. He said that he liked her and wanted to marry her. But when he was with Miss Wang, he said it vaguely. After being intimate for a while, they almost went to bed. At least Miss Wang knew that she couldn't be intimate. If Li Hui really passed the high school, it would be best for him to marry her. The servant girl waited at the door. She was afraid that the two would really be intimate, so she knocked on the door and asked Miss Wang to come out. Li Hui grabbed Miss Wang's hand and didn't want to let go. Miss Wang shyly waved Li Hui's hand away and left with the servant girl. After Miss Wang left, Li Hui's face sank. He actually didn't mention the travel expenses. Li Hui couldn't directly talk about the travel expenses. Otherwise, Miss Wang would think that he came for the money. If he aroused Miss Wang's vigilance, he wouldn't be able to borrow money at all. Moreover, he had to quickly get the travel expenses to the capital. Wenhua appeared on the night of the lantern viewing. If Wenhua made a scene, both of his sides would be ruined. If he got the travel expenses and went to the capital, it had nothing to do with him even if there was a huge commotion here. The premise was that they didn't make a scene before he left. Li Hui was a little angry. Why didn't he meet the easygoing Miss Wang first, but the troublesome Wenhua first? Now he was worried that the two of them would implicate him. He was thinking about everything now. He just wanted to quickly get the travel expenses and go to the capital to take the exam. Li Hui realized that in the end, only by becoming an official could he become a person and have a meteoric rise. He didn't have to beg his grandparents for a bit of money now. Ningxu supported her chin with both hands and looked at Li Hui's gloomy face. She couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that you're not doing well, I feel much better. Due to the dark clouds above her head, Ningxu could deal with Li Hui at any time. But she couldn't. Moreover, Ningxu couldn't have any evil thoughts towards Li Hui. Otherwise, the thunder would explode in her ears. She reckoned that if she warned him too many times, the thunder would directly strike her body. Ningxu felt that the mountain spirits should be raised by her stepmother. Otherwise, why would she not treat them well? She was probably afraid that some mountain spirits would break the law. Ningxu felt that since Li Hui was afraid of something, she should fulfill Li Hui's wish. Ningxu went out of Li Hui's room and turned into an old monk. He knocked on the door of the Wang family's courtyard. The servant opened the door and saw a monk. His attitude was very kind. "Master, who are you looking for?" The reason why monks were so popular was because of Huiji, who had lived for more than 150 years. He was the long-lived living Buddha and was very famous. Ningxu bowed and said Ba. He said that he was looking for his master. The servant went in to report. After a while, a middle-aged man with a beard came out. When he saw Ningxu, he asked, "Master, what's the matter?" In the end, he invited Ningxu into the room and served him tea. Ningxu said, "The young lady of your mansion has reached the age of marriage. Recently, the red Luan star has been moving." Old Master Wang's expression immediately turned ugly. He said directly, "My daughter has been staying at home and has not seen any strange men." "Master, you are a monk. How can you slander a girl's innocence?" Ningxu said, "It's my fault. When I passed by, I saw a faint black fog above Benefactor's mansion. It's a bad omen that will harm the whole family. If I'm wrong, Benefactor can ask someone else to check it out." The Wang family's residence was originally blessed with good fortune, but now, there were indeed dark clouds. Since ancient times, the feng shui of a house was the most important. Just like in the capital, the closer the residence was to the imperial palace, the more likely it was to be tainted by the purple qi. It was also very beneficial to the people living in the house. It was said that Li Hui was not easy to deal with. If one did not have enough luck and fate, they would not be able to suppress Li Hui. Instead, they would be devoured. Old Master Wang was skeptical, but he still gave Ningxu some alms. Ningxu thanked him and left. Ningxu stood at the door and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. "Can you blame me? I'm also saving people. Moreover, the Wang family is really suffering from an unexpected disaster." Ningxu rolled his eyes and left. If Li Hui promised Miss Wang that he would marry her, when the time came for Li Hui to turn into a dragon, he might not be so ruthless. If not, the family would definitely be ruined. After Ningxu left, there was a shadow in old Master Wang's heart. He called his wife over to ask what his daughter had been doing recently. He heard from the master that the red Luan star had moved. Could it be that she really had an affair with that young man? Don't do anything shameful. The Wang family couldn't afford to lose face. Old Master Wang treated his daughter well and gave her whatever she wanted. If she really did something, the Wang family couldn't afford to lose face. Madame Wang was shocked. She said that Gu Lan stayed at home every day, either embroidering or reading. When old Master Wang heard that his daughter was reading a book, he asked what book she was reading. He hoped that it wouldn't be a book about a scholar or a beauty. This kind of book was written by some people, and women in the boudoir liked to read such books. They would cry and laugh, hoping for a touching love. Who knew what the person who wrote such a book was thinking? Girls were already at the age of love, but when they saw such a book, they would fall head over heels for it. Who knew what an impulsive girl would do? Reputation was very important to a girl's family. When old Master Wang thought about this, his face turned dark. The old monk's words had been lingering in his heart, making him very unhappy. Madame Wang saw that her husband was angry and called her daughter's maid over. When the maid saw how serious old Master and Madame Wang were, she had a bad feeling. Old Master Wang asked with a cold face who the young miss had been meeting recently. She had to tell the truth or she would be sold. The young maidservant was so frightened that she spilled the beans and told her everything that had happened. Old Master Wang was speechless. Now he felt even more disgusted. Unfortunately, the old monk had been sent away by him. When the old man found out about this matter, he did not call his daughter in front of him to scold her. Just look at how many women, for the sake of a poor and pedantic scholar, would sever ties with their families and run away with their men. They would eat rice bran and pickled vegetables, live in a cold house, and then wait bitterly like a bitch. Only a fool would be able to humiliate himself like this. His daughter, who had been raised well, ran away with someone else just like that. His family's reputation would be ruined. Old Master Wang would never do such a self-harming thing. Old Master Wang told Madame Wang to keep an eye on the young miss and stop persuading her. Some people were determined to make a choice and even 10 cows couldn't pull them back. The more she said, the more rebellious she became. In the end, she wanted to glorify the person in her heart as a god. Old Master Wang found a famous Taoist to take a look at the feng shui of the house. The old Taoist took a look and said that the house wasn't peaceful and they had provoked something powerful. The powerful thing was just a poor scholar. Wang Gulin was kept at home by her mother. If she wasn't asked to embroider, she would be asked to embroider. Moreover, her mother kept telling her to read less as it was bad for her eyes, so she took away some books. Miss Wang was a little puzzled. Moreover, she hadn't been able to go out for a few days, making her anxious. Miss Wang was anxious, but Li Hui was even more anxious. He cursed in his heart. Why didn't she appear? Was she playing with him? Did she hear that he was short of money and ran away? Could it be that the Wang family couldn't even take out such a small amount of money? Ning Shu was still holding his chin with both hands as he watched Li Hui walk around in circles like a dog stepping on its own tail. Li Hui had no choice but to wander around the Wang family. In the end, he couldn't even see the servant girl who was usually allowed out. Li Hui gave the gatekeeper some money and told him to find the servant girl, saying that her brother had come to see him. Speaking of which, Li Hui was still a coward. He didn't dare to directly ask to see Miss Wang. He also knew the situation at home. It was very likely that he would be beaten out of the house with a broom. Therefore, he could only take an unconventional approach. Ning Shu stood beside Li Hui and watched as sweat seeped out of his forehead. The weather was getting hotter. Li Hui was like an ant on a hot pan. The imperial examinations were getting closer and closer. However, Li Hui still didn't get any money. According to Ning Shu, Li Hui only had 50 taels of silver. If he lived frugally, he could do some temporary work in the capital and survive. In any case, Ning Shu didn't know how much money Li Hui wanted. It seemed that Li Hui's ambition was quite big. Interpersonal relationships were very expensive. There was nothing that one meal couldn't do. If it wasn't enough, 2 meals would be enough. When inviting someone to a meal, one couldn't just order ordinary food. Delicious food would definitely be expensive, especially with the capital's frightening prices. Therefore, 50 taels of silver was a huge sum for an ordinary family. Even if they didn't earn that much in a year, it was still not enough for Li Hui, who wanted to go to the capital to take the imperial examinations. The servant girl came and saw that Li Hui's expression wasn't good. She directly said that Miss Wang was a little busy recently and might not be able to leave the residence. After saying that, she directly left. Li Hui's face darkened. What exactly happened? Li Hui returned to the inn with a dark face. Ning Shu didn't go back. He removed his invisibility and told the gatekeeper that he wanted to visit Miss Wang. The gatekeeper looked at Ning Shu's eyes and hurriedly went to ask Miss Wang. When he returned, he even politely led the way for Ning Shu. Ning Shu arrived in front of Miss Wang's embroidery building. The environment was quiet and secluded. He could tell that Miss Wang was a woman with style. Even now, she was a little artistic. Miss Wang was stunned when she saw Ning Shu. She asked suspiciously, "You're the lady from the Lantern Festival?" Ning Shu nodded. "It's me." Miss Wang asked the maid to prepare some pastries and tea. Then she asked, "Miss, is there anything you need from me?" Ning Shu said directly, "I met Li Hui first. Li Hui swore that he would marry me. In this life, he would only marry one out of 3,000. Wang Gulan's face paled, and she said reluctantly, "Young Master Li didn't mention you to me." In other words, she didn't know of his existence. Ning Shu took a sip of the tea brought by the young maidservant and said, "You should know about Li Hui's family background. The clothes he is wearing are also given by me. As for the hairpin and jade pendant, he pawned them all." Sigh. Miss Wang's hands clenched into fists under the table. Her nails dug into her palms, stinging. Ning Shu continued, "Li Hui asked me to accompany him to the capital for the exam. He said he was willing to accept my supervision." Miss Wang's heart was sour. Then she said, "Since you know about his family's situation, why didn't you give him the money to go to the capital for the exam?" Hearing that Li Hui had pawned something given to him by someone else, Miss Wang felt as if something in her heart had collapsed. Ning Shu tilted his head and smiled faintly. "My father said that men in this world are fickle. I was just testing Li Hui. I was the only one left in my family. I had to make plans for myself. But I didn't expect that he would." Miss Wang's face became even paler. Ning Shu's face was also a little pale because of the rumbling of thunder. Ning Shu's heart was filled with sarcasm. Sometimes he felt that it was fine if this muddle-headed world was destroyed. But it was a pity that such an innocent person had been harmed by evil people. Now, they had to pay the price for the evil people's actions. Honest people were really eating your family's rice. Dad didn't love you and Mom didn't love you. Perhaps Ning Shu's words were a little out of line, so the warning rumbled. But Ning Shu's actions were to save an innocent person who had been implicated. Miss Wang and Ning Shu looked at each other speechlessly. Miss Wang bit her lip and asked, "Is the matter between you and young Master Li true?" Ning Shu nodded. "It's true. He once swore in front of my father's grave that he would love me and make me the wife of the top scholar." Miss Wang almost couldn't sit still. She also felt a secret sense of shame. She felt as if she had stolen something from someone else. But she really didn't know that such a woman existed. Miss Wang was a little speechless. Ning Shu smiled and said, "I don't have any ill intentions towards Miss Wang. Miss Wang is really a lady of the boudoir. My father passed away early, but he taught me a lot when he was alive. I still have to listen to the words of the elders in the family." Li Hui, Ning Shu did not finish his sentence. It was up to her to explain. Miss Wang felt as if her soul had floated out of her body. She was in an indescribable trance. It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed her head. It was so uncomfortable. In a trance, until Ning Shu bade farewell, Miss Wang was still in a trance. Mississippi, the servant girl, was shocked to see her miss in this state. Miss Wang regained her senses. "Do you think young Master Li is such a person?" I don't know." The servant girl almost cried. Her miss had feelings for a scholar. She didn't expect this scholar to be a swindler. Ning Shu walked out of the Wang family's gate and stood at a corner. He opened his mouth and chanted the clear heart incantation. The clear heart incantation could calm one's heart and clear one's mind. Sometimes, when one was angry, sad, or in extreme emotions, the decision one made was almost 100% wrong. Miss Wang, who was in the house, heard a sound that cleared her agitated and pained heart. She sighed and said, "When should I go see young Master Li again?" The servant girl's hand trembled. Master and Madam knew about her miss. If Madam knew that her miss was going out again, she would definitely be punished. But her miss's decision wasn't something a servant like her could decide. She was afraid that young Master Li would get angry and attack her miss, sullying her innocence. The servant girl's heart beat faster the more she thought about it. She felt that something was going to happen. She quickly ran to tell Madam about what happened today. When Madam Wang heard this, she was furious. But she quickly calmed down. She told her husband to let her daughter go see that scholar. There would be some servants following behind to protect her daughter. It was impossible not to let her daughter give up. What was this? He wanted to take all of them. The Wang family pretended not to know that their daughter was going out to look for a poor scholar. They watched as their daughter sneaked out. Old Master Wang's expression was not good. This kind of meeting was not polite. If the man wanted to do something, what would his daughter do? Moreover, it seemed like she was going to lay her cards on the table. What if the other party got angry? Insulting a girl's innocence was something that could be done in one fell swoop. Li Hui was thinking of a way to meet Miss Wang. When he saw Miss Wang, he was very happy. However, when he saw Miss Wang's serious face, there was no smile at all. Miss Wang was a very kind person. She always smiled when she met people. She looked very gentle and virtuous. Li Hui had never seen such a cold face before. Suddenly, Li Hui had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that she knew about Wenhua? During this period of time, Wenhua hadn't appeared. What happened on the night of the Lantern Festival was like an illusion. Wenhua had been in the mountains all this time. But when he saw Miss Wang like this, Li Hui instantly thought that Wenhua must have told Miss Wang. That woman was very scheming. She didn't say anything but secretly did bad things behind his back. Miss Wang asked directly, "Are you married?" Li Hui was stunned. "When did I have a marriage partner?" "You can ask my elder brother if I have a marriage partner. You can also ask the village where I live." "I don't have a marriage partner." Miss Wang was suspicious. "But someone said that you were already married." Ningxu propped her face up with both hands and grinned silently. She liked the way Li Hui lied, especially when he swore. He liked to see the purple energy on Li Hui's head peel away bit by bit. Miss Wang asked again, "Then what about Miss Wenhua?" "She said that you were already married. Also, you said that she would accompany you to the capital to take the exam. You even promised that she would be your only wife." It was indeed this woman. Li Hui cursed in his heart. However, he still had some doubts on his face. "Who is Wenhua?" Ningxu smiled even more happily. "You really don't know. Also, she said that everything was a test for you." Miss Wang frowned and looked at Li Hui seriously. Li Hui's expression turned sinister. "Test? Since it was a test, why didn't she say it? Wenhua was a bad woman." However, Li Hui also knew that he might not pass the test at all, so he still had to catch the woman in front of him. Li Hui shook his head and said, "If you're talking about the hunter's daughter, I know her. She went out and got lost, so I brought her back. I think she's a little crazy. Some things are just her imagination." "Crazy?" Miss Wang's brows furrowed even tighter. That young lady didn't look like she was going crazy. Furthermore, if she really treated Li Hui as her husband, she should have gone crazy when she saw her. Why was she so calm? A lunatic could not be provoked. She was not a lunatic. Ningxu looked at Li Hui with a look of disdain. If she had really lost her mind, she would have directly killed Li Hui, and not be unable to do anything even if she wanted to. "I've never thought of marrying anyone else. The only person I want to marry is you," Li Hui said. Ningxu smiled. Seeing that 3 strands of purple hair had been removed from Li Hui's head, she felt great. She calmly looked at the person who had once sworn to her, and now, he was swearing to someone else. When Miss Wang heard this, she felt a little embarrassed and a little puzzled. There were many things that could not be explained. Miss Wang looked at Li Hui's waist. There was a jade pendant there. She heard that it was given to him by that woman, and now it had been pawned. Miss Wang asked, "Did that woman give you the clothes you're wearing?" Li Hui, F***K, that's too embarrassing. Li Hui's face turned green and white. He hurriedly denied it. "No, this is the money that the organizer would give me when I participate in poetry recitals. I saved it up and bought this." As for something like the jade pendant, Li Hui laughed bitterly. "Do you think that with my situation, I can have something like a jade pendant? Back then, I sent a lost hunter's daughter home, but for some reason, she decided on me." In other words, that woman had lied. Miss Wang did not know if she could believe Li Hui. Furthermore, that woman did not look like a hunter's daughter. She was wearing brocade clothes, and her temperament did not seem like that of an ordinary family. How could she be a hunter's daughter? Li Hui had lied. Miss Wang's expression did not change at all. This made Li Hui feel hatred in his heart. He reached out and grabbed Miss Wang's hand. You have to believe me. I have nothing to do with that hunter's daughter. At most, I was just sending her home. Don't be fooled by how normal she usually looks. You don't know when she will go crazy. Furthermore, her parents are no longer around. She doesn't have any siblings. With such a fate of being a jinx, I can't marry her, right? The only person I want to marry in this life is you. Only you in this life. Miss Wang's expression softened a little. She said, but she keeps pestering you. It's also a troublesome matter. That's why I have to go to the capital as soon as possible for the exam. Otherwise, if this woman goes crazy, who knows what will happen? Li Hui said worriedly, it's really hard to be a good person. I just saved someone in passing, but that person stuck to me. Sigh, Ningxu was not angry at all. He looked at Li Hui and sighed. Li Hui was probably the most shameless person he had ever seen. Ningxu felt that he was not as thick-skinned as him. He was so good at lying. No wonder he was able to become an official. The most untrustworthy words in the world were the words of politicians. Li Hui cursed and swore to Miss Wang. He barely managed to coax her. After all, people still revered God. No one would curse themselves so viciously. Miss Wang suppressed the doubts in her heart and left. Ningxu watched as the purple aura above Li Hui's head was drawn away bit by bit. The purple aura on Li Hui's body was very faint. Li Hui's luck was almost finished. He did not know how many times he had swore to Ningxu. Now that Miss Wang suspected him, he swore to Miss Wang again. Every time he swore, a trace of his luck would be taken away. Miss Wang probably did not expect Li Hui to swear as if he was eating a meal. He had a purely indifferent attitude. After all, there was no retribution for swearing. Li Hui also let go of the apprehension in his heart. Miss Wang returned home. In the end, she met Ningxu outside her backyard. When she saw Ningxu, Miss Wang was a little uncomfortable. However, she still greeted Ningxu. Miss Hua. Ningxu returned the greeting. You went to see Li Hui. Li Hui will definitely say that I'm lying. When Miss Wang faced Ningxu, she felt a little guilty. Ningxu ignored Miss Wang's strange gaze. Did he say that I'm a liar and a lunatic? When Miss Wang heard this, she was dazed for a moment. Her eyes were filled with surprise. How did this woman know? Ningxu stared into Miss Wang's eyes and said with a bewitching voice, then do you think Li Hui's words are correct? Miss Wang felt that the other party's eyes were like a bottomless abyss. It was extremely dark, as though her entire person had sunk into the abyss. Miss Wang muttered, I don't know. There were some things that she chose to ignore, but that didn't mean that she didn't have any doubts. Ningxu's gaze deepened. I was the one who got to know Li Hui first. I spent many days in the mountains. Miss Wang bit her lips. She didn't know what to feel. When she came back to her senses, the other party had already disappeared. She stood alone at the back door. Miss Wang hurried in. However, when she slept that night, she had one dream after another. In the dream, she was in a thatched hut in the mountains. It was Li Hui and that young lady. Listening to Li Hui swear to that young lady, every scene was incomparably clear. It was as if she was standing by the side and watching the two of them. Furthermore, every word that Li Hui said seemed to be smashing into her heart. When Miss Wang woke up, she gasped for air. She looked dispirited and listless. In the end, she let out a bitter laugh. The maid who was on night watch heard the commotion. When she saw the young lady get up, she quickly poured water for Miss Wang. Miss Wang drank some water and asked the maid, how much money do I have now? The maid thought for a moment and said, about 30 taels. Miss, why are you asking this? Miss Wang thought for a moment and said, tomorrow, send 10 taels of silver to young Master Li. Tell him that this is to help him. I hope that he can enter high school and find a wife that he likes. 10 taels of silver was more or less used to send Li Hui away. Now, Miss Wang didn't want to have anything to do with Li Hui. She gave him 10 taels of silver because she admired his talent and felt that he could enter high school. Then, she gave him 10 taels of silver. In the end, she had nothing to do with him. The young maidservant hurriedly asked, Miss, is this considered a private affair? If Master and Madam were to find out, how would this servant explain it to Master and Madam? After all, this was an era where women's chastity was highly valued. There were even women who chose to chop off their hands because they were touched by men, and society was still singing praises of them. Miss Wang, his head hurt. The servant girl looked at Miss Wang as if she wanted to say something. Miss Wang knew her servant girl well and asked, "If you have something to say, just say it." "That's right, Master and Madam already know that young Miss is in contact with young Master Li, but Master said to let young Miss make the decision yourself. When you went to see young Master Li, Master and Madam even let the servants follow you," the little maid said. Miss Wang was stunned for a moment. She felt that she had been hiding and sneaking around, but in the end, she was under the noses of her parents. This feeling was shameful and ashamed. "I was too reckless." Miss Wang felt that she should discuss this matter with her parents. The other party must have come for the money, but when Master Wang saw that his daughter was enlightened, he was delighted. This was right. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words had always been like this since ancient times. Without parents' orders, no one would have a good ending. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Master Wang was also afraid that this person would come back to take revenge, so he directly gave him 10 taels of silver as a way to avoid trouble. When the servant sent the 10 taels of silver to the inn, Li Hui's expression was like he was struck by lightning. What was going on? Weren't they talking nicely before? Why did they become so heartless after one night? Li Hui, who felt that he was betrayed, ran to the Wang family to make a fuss, but he was directly thrown out. Miss Wang said that she only felt that Li Hui's poem was not bad. Feeling the mocking gazes around him, Li Hui was furious, but he silently swallowed his anger. Li Hui's appearance made Master Wang frown. "It's fine if this brat doesn't rise to fame, but if he does, then those who have a grudge with him will suffer. Let's see if he can fly to the sky. If he really flies to the sky, then we should move. Master, it can't be that bad. This brat cheated our Gulan. Not only did we not settle the score with him, we even helped him. Does he have to be so vengeful?" Madame Wang couldn't help but be puzzled. Some people only remember what others did to them, but not what they did to others. Master Wang sighed, looking at Li Hui's back. Li Hui was simply about to explode in anger. There was clearly nothing strange before, but after one night, he changed his mind. The thing that Li Hui had been worried about had happened. He really capsized. Li Hui looked at the ingot of silver on the table. 10 taels of silver, it was no different from sending a beggar away. He didn't even have time to read and just dealt with Miss Wang. In the end, he received 10 taels of silver. The invisible Ningshu looked at Li Hui's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. 10 taels of silver was too little. Generally speaking, an ordinary farmer's crop, after deducting the exorbitant taxes, would not have 10 taels of silver. Ningshu seriously suspected that Li Hui wanted to bring a few hundred taels of silver to the capital to take the imperial exam. Li Hui's heart was unsatisfied. He cursed Miss Wang, and also cursed Ningshu. Moreover, Ningshu did not appear and directly caused trouble behind his back, making Li Hui gnash his teeth in anger. It was just that she appeared that night, and that woman didn't appear again. This made the hair on Li Hui's back stand up. That woman couldn't be holding back some big move and waiting for him, right? She really was a jealous woman who did not have a mother to teach her. How did he provoke such a woman? If he had met the gentle and knowledgeable Miss Wang first, then this kind of thing would not have happened. For a moment, Li Hui hated Ningshu and was angry that he did not control himself and made a promise to Ningshu first. Li Hui packed up his things and prepared to go home. As soon as he got home, he ignored his sister-in-law's ugly expression and went into the mountains to find Ningshu. Seeing Ningshu drying the herbs, Li Hui angrily walked over and asked, "What do you want?" Ningshu said with his hands behind his back, "My father was right. Men are fickle. You just made a promise to me, and now you make another promise to another woman. You have already made an oath. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning and receiving retribution?" Ningshu clearly heard a boom in his ear, but he did not know if this sound was directed at Ningshu or Li Hui. But Li Hui did not hear the thunder at all. With a cold face he said, "I need money to take the imperial exam. If you need money, why don't you just tell me?" Li Hui did not mention anything about money in front of Ningxu. Even if he did, it was to make use of feelings. If you don't tell me, how would I know what you want? Do you really think that I can read your mind? You want both face and money. He was hoping that the other party would take the initiative to mention it. It would be best if the family's things were all his. So for money, you lied to other girls? Ningxu asked in surprise. I didn't lie to anyone. Miss Wang and I are just acquaintances. She just admired my poem and the Wang family even sponsored me with 10 taels of silver. Li Hui said as he took out an ingot of silver. Sometimes, Ningxu really admired Li Hui's ability to lie without batting an eyelid. This wasn't just being shameless, it was being shameless. In front of Miss Wang, he said that he had nothing to do with the girl from the Hunter family. In front of Ningxu, he said that he and Miss Wang were just acquaintances. On the night of the Lantern Festival, he invited her to compose a poem together. Ningxu, Li Hui had no bottom line at all. The people who were targeted by Li Hui were really pitiful. It wasn't wrong for them to end up like that. This was Li Hui's way of doing things. Ningxu felt that his bottom line was being refreshed by Li Hui again and again. Ningxu felt that Li Hui met all kinds of scumbags. There were affectionate scumbags who, other than the person they loved, would casually trample on others. They were either mommy's babies who didn't have any sense of responsibility, or they were stallions who didn't reject anyone, or they were psychopaths, or they were soft rice men who righteously ate and drank from others. Li Hui should be the enhanced version of the soft rice man 20. Being able to righteously make others feel wronged was also a skill. Li Hui glanced at Ningxu. Tell me, how can I ask you for money? If I open my mouth, you will think that I'm here for your money. If you listen to your father, what can I do? I'm also in despair. So you're saying that it's my fault? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. It's not your fault, it's my fault. I want to give you the best, I want you to become the wife of the top scholar. But a penny can't stump a hero. I can't increase the burden of the family anymore. Li Hui said with a clear conscience. If Ningxu hadn't seen with his own eyes how Li Hui held Miss Wang's hand and swore to the heavens, he wouldn't have believed it. Why didn't you look for me when you came to town? Li Hui asked. That night, she had only appeared for a brief moment, and then disappeared. Why didn't she get lost? Ningxu chuckled and continued to dry the herbs, completely ignoring Li Hui. Ningxu directly said, I won't tolerate a person who deceives me. I don't look like a fool. I'm moving, don't come looking for me in the future. Li Hui's face suddenly became ugly. He wanted to grab Ningxu's hand, but Ningxu dodged, causing Li Hui to miss. Li Hui's expression was very ugly. Miss Wang had bragged and then gave some money to the beggar. If he bragged again, he wouldn't have enough money to go to the capital to take the exam. Li Hui hurriedly apologized. I know that I'm a little close to Miss Wang, but I'm innocent with her. I can swear to the heavens that Miss Wang and I are innocent. I don't have any improper thoughts about her. If I have any thoughts about you, may I be struck by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Several continuous sounds of thunder exploded in Ningxu's ears like bombs. It was quite frightening. Ningxu felt as if his soul was about to be shattered. A cloud of purple energy above Li Hui's head was sucked away. What was left was so purple that Ningxu couldn't see it anymore. Almost all of Li Hui's purple luck had been sucked away. Li Hui didn't seem to hear the thunder. His expression was still normal. Ningxu's heart was really F***ked. Why did he let Li Hui hear his warning? Ningxu smiled and said, I don't believe you. You made so many vows, but you didn't do any of them. Don't you feel guilty? I'm sincere. Why would I feel guilty? Wenhua, I don't know what hurt you to make you avoid men like this, but I really like you. I want to marry you, have children, and grow old together. Li Hui didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He just felt that Ningxu was like this under his father's guidance. It was really annoying. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be able to marry such a woman. Ningxu chuckled. My father said that a man's heart can't help but be tested. It's true. You should leave. Li Hui, he must be crazy, he had never seen such a woman. Could she be as educated and reasonable as the young miss of the Wang family? And it was all because of this woman that the young miss of the Wang family stayed away from him. Li Hui felt that as a man, he couldn't stand being teased by such a woman. It was almost the same as coaxing an ancestor. She was still so dissatisfied. Go to heaven. There's no place for you in this world. Li Hui left directly because he wanted to give Ningxu the cold shoulder. In the end, not long after he reached the mountain, he saw that the thatched hut was already abandoned. There was nothing left. There were spiders inside. The expensive furniture was gone. Li Hui was stunned. He thought that she was just joking. After all, no matter how angry a woman was, she still made a fuss in the end to test her position in a man's heart. In the end, she still compromised. Therefore, facing the empty house, Li Hui stood there in a daze for a long time. He couldn't believe it. In other words, the gold ingot that she had thought had flown away and disappeared. Li Hui's heart was filled with all kinds of complicated feelings. It was impossible. How could that woman be so heartless and leave? She was playing with me. Angry and frightened, Li Hui thought that he didn't have enough money to go to the capital for the exam. In the end, Li Hui stumbled back home. Before he reached the door, he saw so many people in front of his house. Li Hui walked in and heard that it was a pot-bellied landlord who came to his house. He said that he was willing to marry his daughter to him. When Li Hui heard this, he was so angry that he took a broom and chased him away. Marrying such a stupid woman was simply a disgrace. Was she as beautiful as Wenhua? Was he as educated and reasonable as the young miss of the Wang family? He didn't have any. She was like a reincarnated pig. All she knew was to eat and do nothing. What was the point of marrying such a wife? Li Hui directly took the broom and chased him out. He said fiercely that even if he was a bachelor, he wouldn't marry such a woman as his wife. Li Hui's attitude angered the fat landlord to death. However, he didn't dare to be rash. After all, Li Hui was still a scholar and wanted to marry his daughter to such a person. Li Hui thought that even if it was only 60 taels, he would still go to the capital for the exam. With his ability, even if he didn't have money, he would still be able to pass the exam. He wanted to show these people who looked down on him. Li Hui felt that if he continued to stay here, all sorts of people would appear. Today, it could be landlord Li or some merchant who was eyeing him and trying to make him their son-in-law. Li Hui wanted his wife to receive a good education. She would be able to work in the hall and cook in the kitchen. She would also be good at chess and calligraphy. She was tactful and polite, and could help him to a certain extent. She was not as stupid as a pig, or she was the daughter of a merchant from a small family. If he married a merchant's daughter and became an official, he would be laughed at by his colleagues. In short, Li Hui thought a lot and had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted. Li Hui decided to bring 60 taels of silver to the capital. This time, he wanted to become a high scholar. If he could become the top scholar, that would be the best. Li Hui ignored the villagers who were watching the commotion. He also ignored the ugly expression on his wife's face. He immediately went into the house and started to pack his things. In the end, he found out that his money was missing. Li Hui was so angry that his heart was about to explode. Without a doubt, his wife must have stolen the money when he was not around. Take the things out. Li Hui roared at his sister-in-law. What kind of people were these? He had achieved scholarly honors and brought so much glory to this family. Who in the village did not respect him? Even if he wanted to take the exam, it was not impossible for his family to sell the land. However, he did not say it out loud. Of course, selling the land would not make a lot of money, so he did not mention it. These lands were very important to his brother. He tried his best not to burden his family. However, this wife of his did not understand. There was something wrong with her brain. If you don't take it out, I will report it to the officials. His wife's face changed unpredictably. In the end, she took out the things under her husband's scolding. Her face was as painful as if her flesh was being cut. Ningxu was watching from the side. When he saw that Li Hui was going to take the exam, he looked up at the dark clouds. Yes, I will accompany Li Hui to take the exam. Yes, it is to protect Li Hui. Of course, it is to protect Li Hui. Li Hui took the money and stared at his wife. He then took the bag and left. In the end, his eldest brother gave Li Hui 5 taels of silver, saying that it was the money that he had saved up over the years. Li Hui accepted it without hesitation. He swore in his heart that if he really became a high school student, he would definitely find a good wife for his elder brother in the future, and not such a shallow woman. After Li Hui left, Ningxu followed Li Hui to town. Li Hui was planning to hire a carriage. When he asked about the price, including the coachman and carriage, it would cost 30 taels of silver. Li Hui decisively gave up. He only had a few dozen taels of silver on him. When he reached the capital, he still needed to eat, drink, and defecate. All of these required money. Li Hui decided to walk to the capital on foot. Li Hui could still bear it for the first 1 or 2 days, but in the end, he really couldn't go on. He had to climb over mountains alone, and it was easy for him to get lost. The bitterness of traveling in ancient times was vividly displayed. If he hadn't reached the town, Li Hui would have had no place to stay. He would have had to live in a dilapidated temple. Temples like the city god temple and the earth god temple had been exposed to wind, rain, and sun, causing Li Hui to almost collapse. He even suspected that he wouldn't be able to reach the capital. Ningxu followed behind Li Hui and transformed into a monk. Begging for alms also helped to cure illnesses and save people. He had herbs in his hands. If the family was really poor, Ningxu would give them herbs. Sometimes, he would also perform rituals to ward off disasters. Even if there were ghosts causing trouble, Ningxu would be able to purify them. His business was quite complicated, and in the end, he even earned money. Ningxu basically didn't have to worry about food and clothing along the way. Looking at the miserable Li Hui in front of him, Ningxu only laughed and remained indifferent. She was only here to protect Li Hui. The purple color on Li Hui's head was gone. As for things like talent, ordinary people didn't have any talent at all. Ningxu felt that if Li Hui went to take the exam this time, he wouldn't be able to pass. Don't underestimate the imperial examination. There were many tests: poetry, calligraphy, rites of the Zhou dynasty, rites of the Book of Rites, Spring and Autumn, Mencius, the Analects of Confucius, De Shui, and the Doctrine of the Mean. Sutras and policy questions, poems and essays, scriptures, ink, and poems. The examiners also did their best to come up with some novel questions. They even cut off the beginning and end of a complete sentence, or put together a few sentences that weren't related to each other. They connected the parts that weren't supposed to be connected, just like the moonlight in front of the bed. These kinds of questions were called cut and match questions. They were divided into long matches, short matches, emotional matches, heartless matches, and alternate chapters matches. It was very normal to not be able to pass even if one's hair was white. After eating and drinking for the day, the rest of the time would be spent on memorizing the 4 books and 5 sutras. If one didn't have a photographic memory, it would be too difficult to remember these things. Look at what Li Hui was doing all day. Moreover, he didn't have any luck or talent. How could he pass? Especially when all the talents of the dynasty were gathered together. Along the way, Li Hui suffered a lot. He even met people who wanted to rob him. Li Hui was so scared that his legs went soft. In the end, Ningxu used the actions of a monk to persuade the robbers to leave. He just kept chanting sutras, asking them to put down their knives and become Buddhas. Of course, he also took action. After that, Li Hui thanked Ningxu again and again. Ningxu said that he was going to the capital and he could go with him. Of course, Li Hui couldn't ask for more. With such a monk by his side, he wasn't afraid of gods or ghosts. He could even fight. On the way, Li Hui saw this monk begging for alms and even helping to save people. Some rich people would even give him some incense money. This monk only needed to chant sutras. This money was too easy to earn. Seeing that the monk had a lot of money, Li Hui's eyes flashed and asked, "Master, do you know Master Huiji?" Ningxu bowed and said respectfully, "Of course I know Master Huiji. He is the most profound monk of us monks." Who doesn't know him? Ningxu didn't know why Li Hui suddenly mentioned Huiji. Li Hui said with a smile, "I was lucky enough to go to Wuyou Temple. Master gave me a fortune." Ningxu's face revealed a look of suspicion. Li Hui looked at Ningxu's face and suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. He said, "The master gave me a fortune and said that I have a life of great wealth." So, Ningxu rolled her eyes. Could it be that Li Hui had taken a fancy to the money in her hands? Sometimes, the money given by rich merchants could be as much as 5 to 20 taels. Many little drops make an ocean. It was also a considerable income. Li Hui was envious. He was lucky that he couldn't get money. But this monk just chanted sutras and then he had money. When he mentioned Huiji, the old monk meant that he wanted this monk to help him. Ningxu couldn't help but curl his lips. Li Hui was subconsciously scheming against everyone. He wanted face and wanted others to take the initiative. The old monk Huiji said that this person had a rich life, but a person's life was not unchanging. The times create heroes, but the current Li Hui did not have the fate of being rich. Even if he wanted incense money, he could openly borrow money and say that he would build a golden body for Bodhisattva or donate more incense money. As a benevolent monk, he would definitely give it to him. Ningxu looked at Li Hui calmly and said, "Forgive this poor monk for being blind. Perhaps in the past the benefactor had the fate of being rich, but now the benefactor is not." Li Hui's tired face turned even uglier. He did not speak to Ningxu anymore. That was a life given to him by the living Buddha. What would an unknown old monk know? Along the way, Li Hui saw the monk treating patients and applying medicine. There were also some Buddhists who gave him incense money. Li Hui could not imagine how much money this monk had. After walking for about 2 months, they finally reached the capital. Li Hui was both mentally and physically exhausted. He stayed in the cheapest room, but it was still so expensive that it made his heart ache. The capital was very prosperous. Ningxu came here to beg for alms and gave even more things. However, the poor were poor, while the rich had groups of servants. Ningxu still had to treat patients and apply medicine while paying attention to the imperial examinations. Many capable scholars gathered together to discuss various matters. In the end, Li Hui could not even get a word in. These people had their own circles. With Li Hui's situation, it was not easy for him to integrate into these people. Furthermore, Li Hui realized that his mind was a little chaotic. There were many things that he could not remember. This made Li Hui very alarmed. There was less than a month to the imperial examinations. In the end, his mind was completely blank. It was too terrifying. Hence, Li Hui began to read during the day and stay up late at night. He hoped that he could revise these things before the examinations. If not, he would feel uneasy. The others invited their friends to wander around. Li Hui was extremely hardworking. Anyone who saw him could not help but say that he was hardworking. However, some people snorted at him. After studying hard for 10 years, this was not a big deal. The most important thing now was to adjust his state of mind and recuperate. After all, he would be in the examination hall for a few days. Ningxu occasionally came to visit Li Hui, but Li Hui didn't have a good attitude towards Ningxu. After all, people would feel unhappy if they were rejected. He was clearly destined to be rich and powerful, but this old monk said that he was ordinary. Who would be happy? Especially at a time like this old monk was too damn annoying. He didn't know if it was because of the old monk's influence, but Li Hui felt that his mind was in a mess. He didn't feel good at all. How could he go to the examination hall in this state? It wasn't until Li Hui entered the narrow room that he realized he was sitting in the examination hall. However, when Li Hui looked at these test papers, his mind went blank. It was really blank. During this period of time, he had been revising, but there was no specific content in his mind. He knew all the words, but he didn't understand what was going on when they were connected. He was clearly the best at this, but why was his mind blank now? Why? Why? Li Hui was impatient. He grabbed his hair and his eyes were red. He almost tore the things in front of him apart. Li Hui forced himself to calm down. He ground the ink and began to answer the questions. However, it was useless because his brain was extremely slow. What was going on? Ningxu waited outside. When he saw Li Hui come out, his hair was messy and his body stank. This would continue for a few days. Li Hui returned to the inn in a daze. He lay on the bed and banged his head against the wall. The next few days were like this. It made Li Hui nearly go crazy. Being locked in a small space, Li Hui nearly went crazy. He didn't do many of the questions. He was in a daze when it came to policy, poetry, and so on. Ning Shu knew that Li Hui wouldn't make it this time. After a few days of exams, Li Hui had lost a lot of weight. Li Hui slept for a day and then waited with difficulty for the results to be released. Even though Li Hui knew that he might not make it, he still had a tiny bit of hope in his heart. What if he made it? What if he made it? A few days later, it was time for the results to be released. The front of the list was crowded with people. Li Hui squeezed his way through and saw that his name wasn't on the list. He felt that it was normal, but at the same time, he felt pain. The tiny bit of hope in his heart was gone. He had spent the money and gained nothing. He wanted to return home in glory, but in the end, he didn't even make it to the bottom. Li Hui was in a daze. It was as if he had lost his soul. Looking at the top 3 scholars parading through the streets, Li Hui felt that the one riding at the front should be him. He wore the scholar's robe and wore a red flower on his head. He received the reverent gazes of the people. One by one, sachets and flowers were thrown at him. The eyes of the women looking at him were shy and timid. There was love and longing. This was supposed to be his glory. This feeling made him crazy. He directly rushed towards the scholar, but he was stopped by the guards who were maintaining order. Li Hui lost control and shouted, "This should be mine. The scholar is mine. It's mine." Li Hui's actions caused a commotion. This scene was similar to Fan Jin's craziness when he became a scholar. Li Hui didn't go crazy because he became a scholar, but because he failed. However, Li Hui's actions didn't cause any waves. He was just a scholar who lost his mind. He was even treated as a joke for a while. After all, he cried and said that he was the scholar. It was really a joke. Many people looked at Li Hui with a playful gaze. Their eyes were filled with mockery and laughter. When Li Hui woke up and saw the way people looked at him, he immediately packed his things and went home. When he returned home, he didn't feel like he was returning home in glory. However, everyone advised Li Hui that he was still young. The village chief said that he wanted to set up a school and let Li Hui teach. Every month, the students would have to pay their tuition. As the village's scholar, Li Hui had a high social status. Li Hui was very unhappy. What did they mean by letting him teach students? Did they think that he wouldn't be able to pass the examinations? Only those who didn't want to continue taking the imperial examinations would open private schools to teach and enlighten their children. Those enlightening books which said that a person's nature was good at birth wouldn't have the effect of revisiting the old and learning the new. Thus, they wouldn't have the time to read books. Li Hui directly rejected the village chief's suggestion. When he returned home, he ignored his brother's worried expression and went to sleep. The next day, he went to the mountains. He thought that he would see Wenhua reappear here. However, the house had already collapsed. Did that woman really leave just like that? Li Hui had never seen such a heartless woman. She didn't have any reluctance and left just like that. It was infuriating. Li Hui came out of the mountains and went to the town to inquire about the Wang family. In the end, he was told that the Wang family's young miss had already been betrothed to someone and was already married. In just 3 or 4 months, she was already married. This was too rushed. Could it be that she was in such a hurry to get married because she wanted to avoid him? Li Hui felt dizzy. He felt that his whole body was not good. These 2 women did not have noble status. In the past, he did not even care about them and felt that he deserved better. But this time, after going to the capital for the imperial examinations, Li Hui felt that his mind had become even more muddled. The things that were engraved in his mind in the past were now blurred. Furthermore, his thinking ability was not as good as before. His brain was not as fast as it used to be. From a top student to a bottom student, his comprehension ability had decreased by a lot. Li Hui felt that he had reached the end of his road as an elementary scholar. He had lost his ability. Li Hui felt that these 2 women were not bad. But one of them actually ran away and got married. Were they really so afraid of being associated with him? Li Hui's heart was filled with hatred. These women were really evil. They were all teasing him. Otherwise, why would such a situation occur? One said that she wanted to test him. The other was indifferent to his promise. She said that she would get married. Furthermore, it was during his imperial examinations. Because of this, Li Hui was depressed for a period of time. The invisible Ning Shu had always been by Li Hui's side. Seeing Li Hui's situation, Ning Shu was very happy. This was because Li Hui could no longer make a comeback. It was impossible for him to become a high official. Even if he had the title of an elementary scholar, to the proud and arrogant Li Hui, if he did not become the top scholar and did not marry the daughter of an aristocratic family, his life would not be perfect. Li Hui felt that he was different from the rest. In the future, he would definitely achieve great things. He would be rich and have a beautiful wife. He would be respected by everyone. Li Hui could not bear to live such a miserable life. Li Hui did not know how to copy books to earn money or write letters to his family. After all, doing such things did not suit his status at all. He had already spent all of Li Hui's money on this trip to the capital. Now, he was really poor. He had no choice but to agree to teach the children in the village. The problem was that the oldest children in the village were 10 years old and the youngest were 5 or 6 years old. They were all like mud monkeys, climbing trees and going into the river. In any case, they couldn't sit still. Li Hui was about to die from anger. Moreover, Li Hui discovered that his brain was becoming more and more sluggish. In the past, he could understand scriptures and policy theories, but now there were many things he didn't understand. Sometimes, he would be stumped by the devilish brat's questions and have no way of answering them. Damn it. Sometimes, when Li Hui was angry, he would hit a student. In the end, the child's family would come looking for him and say that if he hit the child too hard, who would be responsible if the child was crippled? Li Hui, as an elementary scholar, it was a waste of talent for him to teach these people, yet he still dared to look down on them. In a fit of anger, Li Hui stopped teaching. When he had nothing to do, he would stroll around the town. Occasionally, he would compose some poems to attract some people. Li Hui wanted to attract people like Miss Wang who appreciated his talent and could support him in taking the imperial examinations. It wasn't easy for a poor family to produce a noble son. However, Li Hui no longer had the talent to compose poems. His purple aura and talent had been sucked away. Being an official was his only chance to turn things around, but it was clear that Li Hui no longer had the talent. Li Hui felt bitter in his heart. What was this? Could this be his punishment? Li Hui sighed in despair. Every day, he would eat pickled vegetables and coarse noodles. It really made Li Hui break down and break down. He was an elementary scholar, yet he didn't have the money to support himself. Li Hui often went deep into the mountains just to see if the girl who was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as a mountain spirit was still around. In the end, all the thatched huts collapsed and that girl disappeared. She tortured him until he didn't want to and then disappeared. Couldn't she be more shameless? Li Hui felt that his life was too bitter. His sister-in-law was becoming more and more stingy. She didn't put any meat or oil in the dishes at home, and they didn't even have any noodles to eat. Flour was an expensive thing. No matter how bitter it was in the capital, he still had noodles to eat for every meal. Furthermore, he ate all sorts of delicacies in the mountains. How could he eat all these now? He really wanted to eat pork trotters, roast duck, red dates, and bird's nest soup. Were these things really meant for humans to eat? Li Hui tried to persuade his brother to prepare some good food. His brother's face was bitter. He said that all the money saved at home had been given to Li Hui to take the imperial examinations. Li Hui, Ning Shu, who was watching from the side, was about to die of laughter. Li Hui was picky with his food and couldn't eat the food at home. In the future, Li Hui would have to suffer. Li Hui was someone who wasn't used to living a bitter life. What surprised Ning Shu the most was that Li Hui would often go to the landlord's house. Sometimes, he would even meet the landlord's chubby daughter. She was always holding food in her hands. When she saw Li Hui, she would stuff her food to him. Li Hui frowned and didn't want it. He couldn't bear to look at the chubby girl. However, he still accepted the food from the landlord's daughter. Ning Shu looked at Li Hui's sullen expression with his hands behind his back. He probably wanted to flirt with the landlord's daughter, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He really felt wronged. Previously, it wasn't that he didn't like her. Now that there was no one else, he wanted the landlord's daughter just to have a mouthful of good food. Ningshu just wanted to laugh. So, Li Hui wasn't someone who would rather break than bend. He was used to looking for backup plans. If he had a foot in several boats, he had to be prepared to capsize. Under Ningshu's attention, Li Hui and the landlord's daughter's relationship was like a rocket. Li Hui endured the sullenness and flirted with the landlord's daughter. Sometimes, when she was shy, the landlord's daughter would pinch Li Hui's waist. It was so painful that Li Hui's face turned pale. The other party was fat and didn't know how to control her strength. This made Li Hui feel very sullen. He didn't want to have any contact with the landlord's daughter. No matter how poor he was at least a scholar. His family could be exempted from taxes. Although he couldn't get subsidies from the imperial court, he could still be exempted from taxes. Don't think that he didn't know what the landlord was thinking. He wanted to marry his daughter to him. He wanted to let his family's land be exempted from taxes. The chubby girl probably knew that she had angered her scholar brother. Every day, she would give Li Hui delicious food from home. Today, it would be crystal pork knuckle. Tomorrow, it would be braised pork. All kinds of delicious pastries. Li Hui ate and drank, but he still ignored her. In the end, the landlord came and said that she wanted Li Hui to marry into her family. Li Hui, get lost, get lost, get lost. Marry into her family. Li Hui's brother also didn't agree to his brother marrying into her family. It wasn't easy for the family to have someone who was an official, but now she wanted to marry into someone else's family. What's more, if Li Hui really married into the Li family, he would no longer be part of the Li family and would have to pay taxes for his family's land. Li Hui felt that marrying an illiterate woman who looked like a pig was already an insult. Now she wanted him to marry into the Li family? Did she think that he was easy to bully? Li Hui was adamant about not marrying into the Li family. In the end, the landlord gave in and allowed his daughter to marry into the Li family with a large dowry. Li Hui reluctantly agreed. Thinking about how the fat woman was so subservient to him, he felt that even after they got married, he could still hold his daughter in the palm of his hand. The news that Li Xianxia was going to marry the landlord's daughter spread like a gust of wind through the village. Ningshu sat by the door with his chin in his hands, watching the lively wedding. The bride was about 2.5 times Li Hui's size. Ningshu watched the two of them get married because the landlord's daughter looked like she was big-hearted and chubby. However, she was an unruly girl who loved to eat and was very protective of her food. Li Hui wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. Furthermore, the landlord's daughter knew that she wouldn't be able to marry into a good family. Now that there was a scholar who wanted to marry her, of course she had to grab hold of him. Furthermore, her parents had said that she had to have the financial power in her hands. Otherwise, the man would have to go out and spend his time with beautiful women. During the wedding night, Ningshu couldn't bear to look at it. Li Hui was probably going to suffocate when he thought of a fat woman lying on top of him. Ningshu chuckled. Everything had its vanquisher. The landlord's daughter didn't hide her character and always considered herself to be his wife. She was his wife and it was only right and proper. Even though Li Hui told the landlord's daughter that women should be virtuous and virtuous, he was still a scholar who couldn't reason with a soldier. She didn't even care about him and wouldn't give him anything to eat. Everyone in the village knew that Li Xianxia was henpecked and would sometimes get beaten by his wife. This made Li Hui want to divorce her more than once. In the end, the two of them got into a fight. Furthermore, she was the landlord's daughter. How could he divorce her so easily? Li Hui thumped his chest and stamped his feet in regret. Why did he have to marry such a shrew? Li Hui did not have the physique of a landlord's daughter. The difference in physical strength between men and women did not exist at all between the two of them. They were evenly matched. Li Hui was often beaten until he covered his head and fled like a rat. Since he couldn't afford to offend or hide, Li Hui wanted to get some money from his wife, saying that he wanted to go to the capital to take the exam. However, the landowner's daughter widened her eyes and was extremely vigilant. She thought that Li Hui wanted money and went to find a vixen. She held the money tightly. She also knew that she wasn't beautiful enough. All men liked beautiful women, so she had to listen to her mother and control him. Li Hui was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was related to his future and he actually didn't want to pay. Li Hui could only use the title of the top scholar's wife to tempt his wife. The landlord's daughter was pleasantly surprised at first. It would be even better if she could become the top scholar's wife. However, she had to follow along, otherwise, her man would be taken away by some vixen. When Li Hui heard that his wife wanted to go with him, if people knew that she was his wife, he would be laughed to death. He was already the joke of the village and did not want to lose face so far away. Li Hui knew that he didn't pass the exam and only wanted to deduct some money from her. For example, he wanted to buy ink, paper, inkstone, books, and so on. He wanted to borrow some money to go out and have fun. In the end, she still wanted to buy it with him. What made Li Hui feel even more humiliated was that every time they had sex, it was half forced. A huge lump was pressing on his body and the bed was about to fall apart. As for the landlord's daughter, she seemed to have discovered a kind of pleasure. Other than eating, she had another hobby. However, it made Li Hui's face turn green. It was extremely uncomfortable. Although there was delicious food, although there were crystal pork trotters, red braised pork and pastries, the mental torture was very painful. Ningxu saw that there was no longer a bit of purple luck on Li Hui's head. He was restrained by his wife. Moreover, because Li Hui's wife was too fat, she had fertility problems. If Li Hui did not take in concubines, he might not have any descendants. Ningxu smiled slightly. Li Hui no longer had purple luck. Not only did he not have purple luck, there was also a trace of black energy. From now on, dark clouds covered his head. How bad. He once pointed to the sky and swore to these two women that he would only marry one in his life. In the end, he did not marry either of them. He married another woman. Li Hui was more unlucky. Wherever he went, he would be unlucky. If he did not break his leg, he would be bitten by dogs. For some reason, these dogs chased after Li Hui and bit him. Anyway, he had no chance to rise up again. Now that he had a wife who was so protective of him, Li Hui's future days would be difficult. After transforming into a monk, Ningxu returned to the Wuyu temple. When he met someone who needed treatment, he would help. He walked to the entrance of the Wuyu temple and transformed into Taoyao. Ningxu went straight to the door of Huiji's meditation room and said, "Master, I am back." Then, Ningxu heard some rustling sounds. "Why did you bring back such a vicious aura?" The old monk Huiji opened the door of the meditation room and saw Ningxu. His long eyebrows twitched. Ningxu spun around. "What evil energy?" "I went down the mountain to do a good deed." "Kiki." Huiji started to chant. Ningxu felt a Buddhist aura merge into his body and it felt really warm. "What did you do?" Huiji asked calmly. Ningxu said, "I went to solve some things. In the future, I will follow you to study Buddhism." Huiji looked at Ningxu and didn't say anything. Ningxu opened his bag and there were some silver and silver ingots. "Master, look." "You stole it?" Huiji asked. Ningxu said right away, "Do I look like that kind of person? I begged for donations and they gave me money. Even if you don't believe in my character, you have to believe in Buddhism. I didn't break the precepts." Ningxu said. Huiji nodded, "Not bad. It's good that you didn't steal it." Ningxu was speechless. His expectations for her were really low. "Did you harm anyone?" Huiji looked at Ningxu and asked. Ningxu shrugged and said, "I didn't harm anyone. It's just that some bad people have their retribution. I am a Buddhist disciple and I didn't kill anyone." "No wonder you have evil energy. Cultivate in the temple and don't go outside," Huiji said. Ningxu nodded right away, "I will listen to you. I bought some meat buns for you." Ningxu took out the meat buns. "Huiji, if you like it, you can keep it for yourself," Huiji said calmly. Ningxu took a bite of the meat bun and said, "I am just coaxing you. This is a vegetable bun, not meat. One more. You can keep it for yourself." Huiji touched the prayer beads and looked at the steamed bun helplessly. "Don't go out during this period of time. Study Buddhism and get rid of the hostility in your personality." Ningxu shrugged. Getting rid of the hostility? Was he going to turn her into a little white rabbit? How was she going to complete the mission if she became a silly sweet girl? Perhaps some aspects of her were hostile to the old monk, but this was a characteristic that she could protect herself. No matter how the old monk Huiji tried, he could not convert him. If this method could be used to convert people, then there would not be so many people who would want to counterattack. This kind of simple chanting could not solve the problem. There was no such thing as repaying evil with good. Without experiencing it personally, one would not understand the pain. Ningxu chewed on the steamed bun and said with a smile, "Okay, disciple will follow master and study Buddhism and become a master." Perhaps it was better to let Tao Yao, who was naturally bathed in Buddhism, study Buddhism. As for her, it was a little difficult, but she respected faith. "You've eaten the steamed bun. Let's go out." Eating steamed buns in his meditation room was really. Ningxu nodded and prepared to take the money. Ningxu was not sure if she would stay in Wuyo Temple forever. After all, she still had to go out to find the world's source. Ningxu really did not want to beg for alms with such a bowl. She also wanted to go on a trip. Huiji said, "You want to take the incense money that the pilgrims gave to the temple?" Ningxu said, "I'm begging for alms." The disciples of the temple went out to beg for alms. Other than food, everything else was brought back to the temple, Huiji said. Ningxu was speechless. This was going to be confiscated. Ningxu felt anxious without money in her hands. She struggled desperately. "Do I have to hand it all over?" Huiji nodded. Ningxu angrily took away all the steamed buns, not leaving a single one for the old monk Huiji. She begged for alms, but he didn't leave her a single copper coin. Huiji chanted Ba. "Don't be so obsessed with money that you can't extricate yourself from it. These things can't be brought with you when you're born, and you can't take them with you when you die." Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. "Then why does the temple collect money for incense?" Huiji said, "That's to let those who are lost have a sense of belonging." So many people needed to eat. Ningxu was really caught off guard and was fed chicken soup. He turned around and left. In the following days, Ningxu was no different from a monk in a monastery. Every day, he would wake up early in the morning to do morning prayers. After 3 meals a day, Huiji called Ningxu over to talk about Buddhist scriptures. It was as if he wanted to pour all the Buddhist scriptures into her mind. When there was nothing to do, Ningxu would run to the back of the mountain, pick the big peaches on his body, and sit on a tree branch to eat. Wuyu Temple was surrounded by mountains and forests. Wuyu Temple was lucky that it wasn't attacked by wild beasts. Even if there were any wild beasts, they wouldn't dare to barge into the peaceful land of Buddhism. Ningxu walked further and further. He wanted to see if there was any world's origin. So irritating. He still hadn't found the world's origin. He didn't know if it was Ningxu's misperception, but Ningxu felt that the last world's origin was really damn hard to find. However, when he was still a beginner and advanced mission enforcer, he didn't find the world's origin when he was doing missions. He also didn't subconsciously want to find the world's origin. Ningxu chewed on the peaches and walked in the mountain forest. He saw a carrot that was white and tender. It had 2 leaves on its head and a red string tied around its body. Carrot, this little carrot had quite a number of roots. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Could it be a human ginseng that had turned into a spirit? When the little carrot saw Ningxu, it immediately stopped and ran in another direction. Not long later, a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe appeared. When he saw Ningxu and a beautiful woman in the deep mountain forest, he immediately glared at him. "You demon, hurry up and reveal your true form." The corner of Ningxu's mouth twitched. "Reveal your sister," Ningxu chuckled. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Ningxu had already dealt with Li Hui, but now she had met the one who had sent her. She had to destroy the cultivation base of the person who had sent her and extract his soul to make an artifact. This Taoist looked rather sage-like. However, Ningxu noticed that there was a black aura on his body. This aura should be entangled with karma or slaughter. Which meant that there were definitely quite a number of wild beasts that had died in the hands of this Taoist. After all, demons weren't like immortals. They were born in the orthodox ways. Once a demon appeared, they had to be subdued. The Taoist ignored Ningxu. Even if he was a demon, he still had to wait for him to collect the ginseng. Thus, the Taoist chased in the direction where the ginseng escaped. There was a red string in his hand, guiding the Taoist towards the direction where the ginseng escaped to. Ningxu also followed the Taoist. When he saw the Taoist tighten his grip on the red string in his hand, the parkour carrot who was running in front stopped in its tracks and tried to escape with all its might. However, it was tied up by the red string. The little carrot was so anxious that it was about to cry. In the end, it was still caught by the Taoist. Ningxu immediately stood in front of the Taoist and said, "Everyone who saw it has a share. This ginseng will be split in half." Ningxu's words scared the crying carrot to the point that it choked and kept burping. The Taoist coldly looked at Ningxu. "I originally didn't want to bicker with you, but you actually want to snatch something from me. Evil creature, surrender yourself." Ningxu flicked his finger and countless peach blossom petals flew towards the Taoist like sharp weapons. The Taoist coldly snorted and dodged the petals that filled the sky. However, the Taoist's robe was cut by the petals. The Taoist looked at his own robe with a serious expression. What kind of demon was this, peach blossom demon? Ningxu raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. She did not warn the Taoist when she attacked, which meant that the Taoist's level was the same as hers. This Taoist had been killing monsters in the mountains all year round. Even if he was killed by a demon, it would be normal. Those who kill will be killed by others. Ningxu knew that if he killed people, there might be a day where he would die in the hands of others. If he did not want to die, he could only work hard to increase his own strength. Sensing this, Ningxu was completely at ease. Perhaps, he would be able to settle this grudge. Ningxu cracked open his mouth and laughed. Ningxu directly said, "Hand the ginseng over to me." The Taoist coldly laughed, and directly placed the little carrot into his bag. Ningxu flicked his finger, and the densely packed petals that filled the sky flew towards the Taoist. The fluttering petals looked extremely romantic and beautiful, but every single petal was filled with killing intent. The Taoist held on to his horsetail whisk and waved away the petals. Ningxu walked over, and directly snatched the Taoist's bag. When he opened it, the little carrot jumped out, and ran away without a trace. Furthermore, there were quite a few things in the bag, for example, snake gallbladder, bear gallbladder, and even glossy fur. He reckoned that the Taoist had killed quite a number of old monsters in the mountains. On the other hand, when he saw the ginseng that he had been chasing for a long time running away, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He immediately chanted the Taoist's exorcism talisman, and took out the talisman and sent it towards Ningxu. These talismans were really simple for Ningxu. But as a monster, he was afraid of these Taoist and Buddhist things. Ningxu reached out with vines. The talismans hit the vines, causing them to give off smoke. Ningxu extended even more vines and wrapped the Taoist priest, tying him up like a dumpling. The Taoist priest struggled with all his might but was unable to break free from the vines. His face flushed red as he shouted sternly, "Demon, let go of me." Ningxu chuckled and tightened her grip around the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest felt like he was about to suffocate. Ba. Huiji appeared out of nowhere. Ningxu couldn't help but roll his eyes. When the priest saw Huiji, his eyes lit up. If it was a normal monster, he would definitely be able to deal with it. But this monster was a little strong. The vines were too tough to deal with and he had no way to fight back at all. "Master Huiji, please help me. This monster is really arrogant." The priest shouted right away. Ningxu said straightforwardly, "Old man, go away. Don't forget that Huiji was injured by this priest and passed away." Now, this priest was actually asking Huiji for help. Huiji said ba and said to Ningxu, "Why do you want to kill him?" Ningxu smiled and said, "Why not? This person is a priest, you can't turn him into a monk." "Don't kill." Huiji said. Ningxu said, "I have a reason for killing him. This priest killed many monsters in the mountains. If they were monsters that did evil, then so be it. But the monsters in the forests didn't go out to do evil, so he came to kill them too." Ningxu couldn't say that he killed the two of them, so he found an excuse. When the priest heard the conversation between Ningxu and Huiji, he nearly couldn't breathe. The two of them knew each other. Ningxu was curious about where Huiji came from. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, have you been following me?" Huiji said, "I was looking for you but you weren't in the temple." He knew that he was out. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. "Huiji, to think that you are an enlightened monk. You actually colluded with a monster. If news of this spreads out, how can you be called a living Buddha?" The priest struggled but he couldn't break free from the vines. The problem was that the monk and the monster were on the same side. He might be killed. "Bodhi, let him go," Huiji said. Ningxu shook his head. "Master, you said that you have compassion for the world. Even if there are monsters in the mountains, there are innocent people. Even Buddhas have angry eyes. The Vajra warriors have angry eyes to subdue evil people while the Bodhisattva has kind eyes to attract good people. Both of them are for the convenience of saving people. Why can't I kill evil people?" Huiji smiled. His long snow-white eyebrows and beard made him look kind. He said to the priest who was tied up like a dumpling, "Benefactor, don't worry. I will definitely send the benefactor off." The priest was speechless. Ningxu was speechless. Not only did he kill you, he even promised to send you off. He really had the characteristics of Buddhism. The Taoist priest's expression was ferocious as he directly took out his magic weapon and attacked Huiji. This person was simply too hateful. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Scum who colludes with demons." Monsters were low-level creatures. This old monk was crazy and wanted to kill him with a monster. Didn't he know that humans were afraid of monsters and the power of monsters? If people knew that the living Buddha of the Wuyu temple took in a monster as a disciple, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The Wuyu temple might even cease to exist. The horsetail whisk attacked Huiji. Huiji removed the prayer beads on his wrist and threw them at the horsetail whisk to block it. Huiji chanted scriptures. Ningxu used the sharp vines to pierce the priest's heart and body. The priest's shrill voice suddenly stopped and the horsetail whisk fell to the ground. Huiji stared at Ningxu. Clearly, he didn't expect Ningxu to really kill him. In the end, he chanted Ba and sat down cross-legged. He really started to send the priest off. Ningxu made sure that the priest was dead and his heart had turned into minced meat. He took back the vines and washed the bloodstains on them with water. Then he took back the vines. The mountain forest was filled with the sound of Sanskrit, which calmed people's hearts. Ningxu saw the priest's soul enter a black hole. He didn't expect that Huiji could really send people off. However, he shouldn't be able to see the black hole that led to the world of samsara. Not long after, Huiji stopped chanting. When he stood up, he swayed. Perhaps, his legs were numb. He was old after all. Huiji looked at Ningxu sternly. "Don't kill people like this in the future." "Master, I met him on a narrow path. If I resisted, I would definitely be killed. Although I don't have snake gall or bear gall, I have peach blossom tears," Ningxu said. Peach blossom tears were known as peach gum. It was naturally secreted by peach trees, or caused by external forces to cause wounds. Secreting peach gum was beneficial for wounds to heal. Peach gum could reduce wrinkles, rejuvenate the skin, treat acne, and dark pits. It had the effect of nourishing one's complexion and skin care. It could stimulate saliva and quench thirst. It could also relieve the pain caused by postpartum dysentery. Especially a peach blossom demon that had turned into a spirit. This kind of thing was the dream of those nobles. Furthermore, peachwood itself was an item that could ward off evil spirits. Peachwood swords and the like had a certain damage value to demons and ghosts. She would be chopped into a sword. I'm not saying that you should kill people. It's just that you should have some reverence for life, Huiji the old monk said. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a sneaky radish. The radish that ran away now ran back. Ningxu hooked his finger at the little radish that was running cool. The little radish bashfully walked in front of Ningxu and thanked Ningxu. Then, it endured the pain and pulled out a root from its body as a thank you gift. Ningxu said indifferently, "Your life is only worth a root." Instead, it was the little radish that still chose the smallest root to pull out. The little radish's body stiffened. Then, it slowly found a large root and prepared to pull it out. Its eyes were brimming with tears, and it looked extremely pitiful. Ningshu the old monk Huiji asked, Master, do you want one to replenish your vitality? Huiji's face congealed, no need. Life and death are predestined. Don't be like this. Everyone had their own consciousness and thoughts. That was life. Even if it was a root, that was a body. It was a body of flesh and blood. Ningshu gave a thumbs up, Master's awareness is indeed high. Then, he said to the little radish, all right, stop pulling. It hasn't been pulled out even after a long time. The little radish immediately stopped pulling. Ningshu said with a smile, thank you for saving me. It's all right, it's just on the way. Ningshu wanted to dig a hole to bury the Taoist priest's corpse. Furthermore, he wanted to bury it a little further away. If it was too close to the Wuyu temple, it might be related to the Wuyu temple. Maybe the old monk could handle it, but it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ningshu said to Huiji, Master, I'll find a place to bury him. Huiji said indifferently, since he was killed by a mountain spirit, why would he know how to bury him? Drag him to a place where there are many wild beasts. Ningshu looked at Huiji in surprise. Huiji said, the body is just a stinky skin, it's just a look. Ningshu did not refute. He asked the little radish where there were many wild wolves, then he dragged the Taoist priest's corpse to the place where the wild wolves gathered. The Taoist priest's corpse would definitely be torn apart by the wild beasts. When he returned to his original spot, Huiji was chanting scriptures with his prayer beads. Ningshu walked over. Huiji looked at Ningshu with a sharp gaze. Ningshu said, Master, you pity all living beings. Those spirits living in the deep mountains and forests are also living beings. Do you think that I'm wrong? The most important thing for her was the mission. If she did not get rid of the Taoist priest, she would definitely be unlucky if she met another Taoist priest in the future. At that time, the old monk would also be implicated. The Taoist priest would kill any demon he met. If he met Tao Yao, he would not be kind enough to let Tao Yao go. Therefore, killing him was the best choice. You're not wrong, it's just that your temper is too sharp. Huiji said. Ningshu said, I'm going to kill him anyway. Do I have to be forced to do so? If you have the ability, why don't you do it? For example, when dealing with Li Hui, Ningshu could not do it directly. What could he do? He could only take a roundabout way. But when dealing with the Taoist priest, there were no restrictions at all. Whatever method was useful, he would use it. Huiji said, go back and copy the scriptures. Ningshu nodded and did not refute. The little radish followed beside Ningshu, the two leaves on its head swaying. Ningshu said directly, why are you following me? Do you believe that I won't eat you in one bite? You're very nutritious, eating you will prolong my life. The little radish immediately burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Ningshu followed Huiji back to Wuyo Temple. Huiji gave Ningshu a bundle of scriptures and said, copy these scriptures. Ningshu said directly, I can't read. Just copy what's written on it. There's no need to recognize it. Huiji said, you shouldn't kill unless it's the right time. You shouldn't take someone's life unless you have no other choice. Ningshu replied with an O and said, disciple understands. Then he carried the stacks of scriptures and went to copy them. Back in his own meditation room, Ningshu began to grind the ink stick. He took a piece of white paper and started to copy the book. Now, not only did Ningshu have to copy the book, he also had to do homework like the other monks. After that, he also had to listen to Huiji's teachings. Huiji did not say that Ningshu could not kill, but he said that he should respect life before killing. He should not harm life until the very last moment. Although Ningshu felt that Huiji was right, but sometimes, if he did not eliminate the source of trouble, there would be no end of trouble. If Tao Yao met that Taoist after she left, would Tao Yao be able to kill that Taoist? After all, Tao Yao grew up under the Buddha's light. He would not kill easily. He would be compassionate and would be killed by that Taoist. That Taoist's life was a life, but were other people's lives not a life? Ningshu seemed to be listening to Huiji's teachings on the surface, but his way of doing things might not be able to change. When Huiji encountered something, his reaction would be, sigh, he can still be saved. When Ningshu encountered something, his reaction would be if he should save someone, he should save someone. If he should cremate someone, he should cremate someone. There was a time limit for her mission. The longer she dragged it out, the later the person who entrusted her would return. Where would he have so much time to blabber on and on? Let the real Tao Yao come back and play with you. Perhaps Tao Yao was Huiji's qualified Buddhist disciple. He was compassionate, had a kind heart, and was also very perceptive. After experiencing the tribulation of love, he might reach a new height. But Ningxu might not be. Even if Ningxu became a Buddhist disciple, he should be an angry Vajra, and do the work of killing. After Ningxu left the meditation room, Huiji let out a sigh. Huiji, sigh. When Ningxu returned to her meditation room, she saw that little Radish was in her room, and was thanking Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Since you want to thank me, then help me copy the scriptures." Little Radish looked at the scriptures on the table, and immediately shook his head. He didn't know how to do it. Don't appear here, there are a lot of pilgrims in the temple. If someone sees you, you will be in trouble. The greed of humans was endless. If they saw the legendary ginseng spirit, they would go crazy. There was also a legend that if one ate a mouthful of the ginseng spirit, they would be able to ascend to immortality and live forever. Ningxu had never thought of using the ginseng to repay her. She had a grudge with the Taoist in the first place. If people knew that there was a ginseng in the Wuyu temple, and it was a ginseng that could run, there would probably be people who would flip the entire Wuyu temple over. At this time, even if the temple worshipped the gods, it would be useless. No one had seen the Buddha or Bodhisattva before, but the ginseng was real. When little Radish heard that, he was instantly frightened, and hurriedly burrowed into the ground and ran away. Ningxu finished copying the scriptures with difficulty, and placed it in front of old monk Huiji, and said, "Master, I have finished copying the scriptures, I want to go out." Old monk Huiji checked the contents that Ningxu had copied, and asked without even raising his eyes, "Where are you going?" "Of course I am going out to see the ways of the world. I am going out to walk around, comprehend the Dharma, and purify evil people," Ningxu said. He just wanted to go out and see if there was any world source. Furthermore, he could also do some good things when he went out. She was not a murderous maniac. Why did she have to kill those people who were not related to her? Why did she have to get involved with those people who were not related to the mission at all? Looking at old monk Huiji's melancholy face, Ningxu felt that he might not be able to go out for the time being. He kept feeling that old monk Huiji was looking at him as if he was looking at a dangerous person, as if he was looking at a bomb. Was he really that unreliable? You still need to study the Buddhist Dharma for a period of time. Don't go out so often, you are tainted with evil energy and the mortal world. Huiji said, "You run outside every day, your heart is wild." Ningxu was speechless. "Master, is your body okay? If you can't, I will carry you out to climb mountains, cross oceans, and eat delicacies." "How far have you walked in this life?" Ningxu said. "I have been to many places. I have climbed mountains, crossed oceans, walked through deserts, and eaten delicacies. As a monk, I don't have a strong appetite," Huiji said calmly. Ningxu gave a thumbs up. "Look, Master has been to so many places, but I haven't been to any of them. I can't die in peace. What you need to do now is to cultivate your mind and calm your heart. Don't you feel anything after killing someone?" Huiji asked Ningxu. Ningxu took a deep breath and said, "I killed him, so no other mountain spirits will die in his hands. Let's not talk about others first. Let's not talk about the mountain spirits dying in his hands. Let's talk about how you took a life with a clear conscience. Don't you have any feelings in your heart?" Huiji asked. Ningxu pursed her lips tightly and didn't say anything. "You really treat life as child's play. You don't feel anything after killing a person. You don't have any fear or guilt. You do what you have to do. What are you thinking?" Huiji was a little puzzled. How could the peach blossom demon, who had been in the Wuyo temple, have such a personality? Ningxu asked in return, "If someone were to kill you, what would you do? Could it be that other people's lives are precious, but my life isn't?" Ningxu didn't expect Huiji to interrogate her soul. What she did was for herself and for the person who entrusted her. "Master, this is a false proposition. You told me that all lives are precious, but what about mine?" Ningxu asked in return. Master, if I tell you that I'm very sad, very afraid, very vexed, and very guilty, will you not ask me these questions? The main reason was that she was too calm after killing someone, so it made Huiji's master unhappy. We should be in awe of the passing of a life, but Ningxu knew that everyone had a chance to start over. Only she and the thousands of mission takers did not. They repaired the holes in the plane, calmed the corrosion and damage caused by resentment to the heavenly Tao, and even the damage caused by people with too much providence to the plane. They didn't have a chance to start over. They could only charge forward with all their might. Yes, you are too indifferent to life, Huiji said. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, Master, what do you think I should do? Recite the Rebirth Sutra to the deceased? Huiji was speechless. Don't hurt others easily, and don't let others hurt you easily. Huiji said helplessly, don't go out for the time being. Cultivate your mind and get rid of the evil aura in your body. It will devour you sooner or later. Seeing Huiji's serious expression, Ningxu quieted down and quietly struck the bell like a monk. He didn't know when he would be able to leave and find the source of the world. All he lacked was a water element source. He reckoned that there really was a ruthless aura in his body. It was better to get rid of it. Who knew when he would go berserk? When the old monk Huiji was preaching, Ningxu was also listening attentively. After a while, Ningxu's heart really calmed down. His heart had no desires and was very calm. Ningxu still said to Huiji, Master, do you think I can go out now? Huiji was speechless. Why do you want to run outside every day? It was worrying. Go. Huiji waved his hand. Ningxu stretched out his fair and tender hand. Huiji didn't say anything. Ningxu said, Master, give me an alms bowl. If he didn't give it to him, how was he going to beg for food? No, beg for alms. Huiji took out an alms bowl and gave it to Ningxu. Ningxu turned the alms bowl over and over. Is it new or the one from last time? The one from last time, Huiji said. Ningxu was surprised. Master, you're actually keeping my alms bowl? What kind of fetish was this? Huiji opened the cabinet. There were many alms bowls inside. They were all from the temple and there were words engraved at the bottom of the bowls. Ningxu was speechless. It was probably because when a monk from the temple went down the mountain, he would report to Huiji and then be given an alms bowl. This alms bowl recorded the entire journey of a monk when he went down the mountain, Huiji said. So awesome. Video camera? Ningxu looked at his alms bowl over and over again. Was there something special on it? Ningxu couldn't be bothered to think about it. He said goodbye to Huiji and went down the mountain. When he went down the mountain, he turned into an old monk and passed by Li Hui's house. Li Hui's situation was worse than he had imagined. He was controlled by his wife. Even if he wanted to eat, he had to get the landlord's daughter's permission. If not, there wouldn't be anything good to eat. Li Hui had wanted to show his authority, but under the landlord's daughter's control, Li Hui couldn't resist at all. He lived like a dog. If he wanted to eat something good, he had to ask for it from the landlord's daughter. At night, he even had to suffer the landlord's daughter's asterisk. Ningxu saw that the landlord's daughter was even fatter than before. Her face was rosy. It seemed like she was living a very comfortable life. In this era, it was impossible for a woman not to get married. The landlord's daughter chose Li Hui and controlled him. Which woman was so comfortable? She didn't have to do anything. Who asked her to have so much dowry? This made Li Hui helpless. Who asked her to have so much dowry? It wasn't that the landlord's daughter didn't let Li Hui continue to take the exam. The premise was that she had to follow him. Otherwise, if Li Hui went out, he would be seduced by some vixen. There were many stories in which scholars who crossed mountains and valleys met beautiful women or demons in rundown temples and inns. The landlord's daughter clearly knew where her disadvantage was, so she could only tightly control Li Hui in her hands. When Li Hui heard that this fat woman wanted to go to the capital with him for the exam, his face turned green. He never talked about going to the capital for the exam again. Moreover, the exam was a very difficult thing. Li Hui's mind was already very vague about the knowledge. He couldn't pass the exam at all. Anyway, life was like this. Moreover, the landlord's daughter was a little disdainful that Li Hui didn't know how to do anything. Of course, she also didn't know how to do anything. But who asked her to have so much dowry? Li Hui could only rely on the landlord's daughter now because his brother and sister-in-law had already separated. It was Li Hui's sister-in-law who cried and made a fuss about separating. Anyway, Li Hui was already married and could separate. In addition, his sister-in-law was pregnant and used this as a threat. In the end, they had no choice but to separate. His sister-in-law really didn't like Li Hui, especially now that the landlord's daughter didn't do anything. She had to serve another person. Moreover, she was pregnant. After so many years, she finally got pregnant and still had to serve another person. It was simply killing her and she couldn't live anymore. When they separated, Li Hui was only given one house, which made the landlord's daughter feel very uncomfortable. Then, she moved back to her mother's house and even dragged her husband back to her mother's house. So in a sense, Li Hui married into her family. Ningxu just smiled and then went around begging for alms. He walked around and searched for the source of the world. He went to many places and he even went to places with ghosts or strange scenes. Since there was the source of the world, then there was definitely something strange. Ningxu went to many places but he didn't find the source of the world. Instead, he carried some silver back to the Wuyu temple. Huiji looked at the silver and was a little speechless. How did you do it? Based on what Master said, to purify the world. Sometimes, when I see ghosts with heavy grievances, I will purify them. But people forced me to give money. I said that it was the blessing of Buddha but they forced it on me. They said that it was money for incense. Huiji felt that his disciple was really lucky with money. If one day the temple was really full, he would let this disciple go out and beg for alms. After a trip, he would have money. Ningxu didn't care about money. What he wanted was the source of the world. A world origin was a plane's evolution process. In addition to the world origin it needed, it would also evolve an additional world origin. It could only be said that the worlds that Ningxu came from did not evolve an additional world origin. Even if he really found the source of the world, it might not be the water element source that he needed. Huiji saw Ningxu's sad face and asked, "What did you meet outside?" "Don't worry about me. Let me cry for a month and I will be fine," Ningxu said casually. This was the side effect of not finding the source of the world. He would be fine after a while. Huiji was speechless. "Then go back to your room and cry. Leave some silver with you." Huiji kept some silver. He probably saw that Ningxu was too disappointed and gave Ningxu some silver. Ningxu looked at the fingernail-sized silver and was speechless. It couldn't comfort her at all. She brought back so much silver and he gave her the smallest one. Why was Huiji so greedy? Monks couldn't be greedy. Ningxu said, "Master, you have broken the precepts. You are greedy." "What?" Huiji asked. Monks should treat money like dirt. Even their bodies are stinky, so why would they care about gold and silver? Ningxu said. "You are narrow-minded. Money has its uses, so why do you treat it like dirt?" The old monk said, "Every month, Wuyo Temple gives out porridge 3 times. This money is enough to buy some food." So that was the case. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Even if they didn't give out the porridge frequently, some lazy people would still mix in. Wuyu Temple only gives out porridge to orphans or refugees. Did the food from Wuyu Temple fall from the sky? Of course, it was for those who truly needed it. So there are rules in the temple. Ningxu sighed. He didn't take the money Huiji gave him and said, "Use this to buy 2 more caddies of food." She didn't need money at all. Ningxu felt that he had transcended to another realm. He didn't care much about money. Huiji didn't stand on ceremony. He directly took Ningxu's silver and placed it in the cabinet. Ningxu said, "Master, with your fame, if you go out to catch ghosts, chant scriptures, and do religious ceremonies, you will definitely make a lot of money. Sometimes things aren't that simple. The royal family often comes here," Huiji said. With his status, he couldn't casually go out to catch ghosts, chant scriptures, or perform religious ceremonies. If it was when he was young, it would be fine. But now, Huiji felt that his body wasn't very good. He might pass away at any time. Ningxu nodded. Huiji walked the high-end route and served the royal family. If he went out to do religious ceremonies and chant scriptures every day, wouldn't that be lowering his status? What would the emperor think? What would the royal family think? What would the nobles think? In the mortal world, there were things that had to be done. They had to abide by the rules and live better under the rules. They could better seek benefits for themselves and the world. Ningxu gave a thumbs up and said to Huiji, "Master is really a Buddha." Huiji played with the Buddha beads. He didn't have any expression at Ningxu's praise. He said, "Go back and wash up well to get rid of the aura of the mortal world. Also, the world likes beautiful skin. Your appearance is beautiful. There will be nobles from the royal family here. Your appearance will attract some people's attention. Turn into a monk," Huiji said. Ningxu, turn into a monk? I don't, I just like this beautiful skin. I'm a vulgar person. I like beautiful skin. This skin will attract bees and butterflies, Huiji said. Ningxu rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Hey, master, from what you said, I feel that you seem to be very experienced." Ningxu had seen Huiji when he was young. He had a round head because of his delicate appearance. Wasn't Huiji once held hostage by a man who liked young children? She was the one who saved him. After growing up, Huiji should also be a peerless monk. Wasn't there a love story between a princess and a monk? Could it be that Huiji had been through the blue sea and couldn't be water? When Huiji saw Ningxu's imaginative expression, his eyebrows immediately twitched. He said calmly, "When I was young, there were some young ladies and madams who liked to talk to me about scriptures." Ningxu exclaimed and said, "Not only young ladies and madams, but also men, right?" In ancient times, being a homosexual was a trend. It was normal for nobles and scholars to have male companions. Even though monk Huiji was old, he was still very handsome and had a special temperament. When he was young, he must have been an ascetic, religious, and peerless monk. It must have made those men who pursued fashion drool. She didn't know if Huiji had suffered before. Huiji was speechless. This child was so worrisome. She wasn't even as interested as listening to these things when learning Buddhist scriptures. Especially when she was sizing him up, her eyes were green and he didn't know what she was thinking. "Transform into a monk," Huiji said. "After a period of time, there will be nobles coming from the palace. If you don't want to go to the palace, then obediently transform into a monk." Alright, this was something that couldn't be helped. The feudal emperor was the boss. He couldn't possibly leave the tiger's den and enter the wolf's mouth. Ningxu transformed into an old monk. He bowed towards Huiji and said, "Master, what do you think of my current appearance?" Huiji nodded and then said, "From now on, you will be a monk in Wuyo Temple." Ningxu returned to his meditation room and saw a little radish sleeping on his bed. Ningxu walked over and pulled its roots. The little radish instantly woke up from the pain. Seeing an old monk and not a beautiful woman, it instantly jumped to the foot of the bed. "Who are you? Why did you enter my wife's room?" Ningxu was speechless. What the hell, it was still wearing a doo-doo and it wanted to find a woman. Was it trying to repay the debt of saving its life with its body? "I am going to stew you," Ningxu said expressionlessly. The little radish went in front of Ningxu and sniffed. "There is a peach blossom fragrance on your body. How did you become like this? Old and ugly." Ningxu carried it to the side, then sat on the bed and rubbed his thighs. He had walked quite a bit in this period of time, his thighs had turned into radish legs. The little radish sat beside Ningxu, using its hand to support its chin. It looked at Ningxu and said, "You better turn back, you are really too ugly like this." See, even a little monster knows how to be beautiful and ugly, even monsters like beautiful ones. Ningxu said indifferently. "Didn't I tell you not to come here?" After a period of time, people from the palace will come. If they see a ginseng that has turned into a spirit like you, they will definitely tear you apart. The little radish said with a frightened face. "Why do you keep grabbing onto me and not letting me go? Then why do you want to become a ginseng, and a ginseng that has turned into a spirit at that? If you eat it, you will become immortal." The little radish curled its lips and said, "There's no such thing, it's just that ginseng replenishes energy, if you eat it recklessly, you will lose your life. Who cares, as long as it's something good, it's fine. Who doesn't know that ginseng is a good thing? It can be used to make soup to nourish. Ningxu casually said. The roots on the little radish's body began to tremble, and said to Ningxu, "What are you doing here? You are not a human, don't tell me you want to become a monk. Follow me to the mountains are very comfortable. My Buddha nature is good, I was born for Buddha, if I don't become a monk, who will?" The little radish curled its lips. If people know that you are a monster, no one will come to this temple to worship you. Humans and monsters are different, my mother said, there is a boundary between monsters and humans, I have never dared to enter the territory of humans. If you go out like this, you will definitely be turned into soup. Ningxu said. Even if you are in the mountains, aren't there Taoist priests chasing after you? Why don't you become my wife, and follow me to the mountains? There is a bit of spiritual energy in the mountains, it is good for your cultivation as well. You are a peach blossom, I am a ginseng, we are a match made in heaven. The little radish said. Ningxu. Radish and ginseng, what will be born? There will be reproductive isolation, child. What's wrong with that? Wait until I transform, our child will definitely be of the plant type. The little radish said. Ningxu, alright, hurry up and leave. Don't appear in front of others, Ningxu said directly. He lay down on the bed and prepared to rest for a while. After going to so many places, even if she was a monster, she would still feel very tired. The little radish glanced at the sleeping Ningxu, and asked, "Do you want me to pluck one for you to nourish your body?" With his back facing the little radish, Ningxu waved his hand. No need. I like how you're not greedy like this. Little radish said happily. Ningxu. Try putting a world's origin in front of me. The little radish said that it would come to find him at night, and then left. Ningxu slept until it was time for dinner. The old monk, Huiji, came to knock on the door. Worrisome, so mischievous, learning Buddhism was not like slacking off for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. After eating dinner, Ningxu expressed that he wanted to return to the meditation room to study Buddhism. The moment he returned to the room, as expected, he saw little radish rolling around on his bed. Why are you here again? Ningxu frowned. Don't think that this little radish was small, it had already become a spirit. Although the ginseng looked like a little radish, it had already existed for God knows how many years. After all, it already had its own thoughts and the ability to speak. Are you really not going to return to the mountain with me? I'll bring you to see my mother. The little radish said. You saved me, my mother will definitely be very, very grateful to you. Ningxu rolled his eyes, grabbed the little ginseng, and ran to the old monk, Huiji's meditation room. He said, Master, how much can this ginseng be sold for? Seeing the little radish struggling in Ningxu's hands, Huiji chanted Ba and said, It's a priceless treasure in the first place, it's not easy for it to form its own consciousness. Let it go back to the mountain. Master, you're really a good person. The little radish said with tears in his eyes. Wuyu Temple isn't so poor that we have to sell ginseng. Let it go, it will bring trouble to Wuyu Temple if it stays here. Old monk Huiji was worried that Ningxu would think that the temple was short of money, and was prepared to sell this ginseng. They weren't so poor that they had to sell people. The little radish was frightened. Originally, he wanted to bring his wife back to the mountain, but in the end, his wife wanted to sell him. So scary, she ran away immediately. With such thick skin and guts, he still wants a wife. Ning. Shu rolled his eyes. Do you plan to stay in Wuyu Temple, or go back to the mountain? I've thought about it, it's indeed not very convenient for you to stay in the temple. Why don't you stay in the peach garden, transform into your original form, and cultivate every day? Old monk Huiji felt that he was really worried sick. I'll think about it again. Her mission was completed, she was going to leave this world. As for what kind of life the person who entrusted her with the mission wanted, she had no right to interfere, nor did she want to interfere. Looking at the old monk whose beard and eyebrows were all white, she sat down and said, Master, please take care of your body, and strive to live another 150 years. I won't be able to live that long. Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Let's just follow the will of the heavens. The old monk said calmly. Ningxu made an "oh" sound, and the atmosphere became quiet. To be able to meet the little monk twice was not often. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Master, were you handsome when you were young? Ningxu originally wanted to ask his master directly, when you were young, have you ever been pounced on by wild bees and butterflies? Barely. Old monk Huiji's eyebrows twitched as he said. Then master, I'll be leaving. Take care to rest, staying up late will cause sudden death. Don't stay up late. Ningxu said. Huiji, go, and rest. Huiji said. After thinking for a while, he took the Buddha beads in his hand and gave them to Ningxu. Keep this with you. Ningxu looked at the Buddha. Back then, Huiji had already given him a string of Buddha beads. There was a faint sound of Sanskrit on the Buddha beads that could not be invaded by gods and ghosts. Now, he gave him a string of Buddha beads. These things were all worn by Huiji, so they must have a great effect. The greatest effect was that they could calm one's heart and could ward off evil. Ningxu refused and said, You don't have to give them to me. Master's things are all good. Leave them for the temple in the future. Then forget it. Huiji put the Buddha beads back on his wrist and said, Go and rest. Ningxu nodded and walked to the door. He looked back at the old monk. He probably wouldn't see the old monk again in the future. Ningxu smiled and said to the old monk, Master might have become a Buddha. They wouldn't have a chance to meet again. Huiji smiled and looked really kind. Ningxu waved his hand, Go and rest. When Ningxu left, he closed the door for the old monk. He returned to his room and laid on the bed. 2333's voice rang out in his mind, Quest completed, do you want to leave the quest world? Ningxu thought about it and felt like he should leave. Unfortunately, he didn't find the source of the world. He nodded and said, Let's leave. Ningxu's mind went dizzy and he appeared in the system space. When he returned to the system space, Ningxu felt that his system space was really full. There was no place for him to stand. There was a coffee table, a bookshelf, a sofa, a fish tank, and a spirit spring pool. The space was small. It used to be empty, but now it felt very crowded. Seeing that, he felt uncomfortable and said to 2333, Can you expand the system space a little? I don't feel comfortable looking at it. It was too crowded. Ningxu lay on the sofa and sighed comfortably. He took out a black flower and sniffed it. There was a warm feeling in his heart. There was a feeling of happiness. This bouquet of black flowers was given by His Excellency. He didn't know where these flowers grew. When would he grow some of these flowers to cultivate his mind and make himself happy? Can it be expanded? Ningxu asked 2333. He felt that there were too many things in the system space, and it was too cramped. It can be expanded, but it needs energy. 2333 said. It needs your energy. Ningxu saw 2333's hesitation and understood. That's right. 2333 said, My energy is enough to maintain the entire system space, but if you expand the system space, it might not be enough. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu expressed his doubts about the lack of energy in the system space, but it didn't matter if he didn't expand it. He said directly, Then there's no need to expand it. There were some things that Ningxu didn't want to be too clear about. It was quite warm to look cramped like this. Ningxu lay on the sofa and began to absorb the soul power this time. Although Taoyao gave up all her soul power, her soul had been used up a lot. There shouldn't be much soul power left. Ningxu absorbed for a while and then there was nothing left. There really wasn't much soul power left. Ningxu raised his hand and stretched. He opened his attribute panel to see what he had gained this time. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points card, 199, 10 million points for 1 point card, Soul Value, 13 Health Value, 12 Wisdom, 14 Luck, 15 Charm, 9 Spirit, 12 Force, 14 Aptitude, 14 Faith, 2695980 Merit, 1345161 Soul Strength, 71 Authorization Ticket, None Pure Heart, None Law Comprehended, Water Elemental Law Incarnation, Construct a World, I suspect it is the world of samsara. Items: Calming Halo, Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet +2. Honorary titles: Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty in Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Communication Between Races, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Heart of the Brave, Wang Ying's Blessing, Complete Tao Yao's Wish, Escape Fate. Mission Completion Rate, 100%. Mission Reward, 12 Merit Cards, 10 Attribute Points, 80% Soul Power, 5,000 Faith Power, including previous world's accumulation, 150 Merit Points, and an additional 500,000 Merit Points. Although there was 80% Soul Power, Tao Ya did not contribute much Soul Power, so this 80% Soul Power was not much. 150 Merit Points, Ningxu felt that it was only enough for him to eat a snack. He had done a lot of good things, but he only had this little amount of merit points. If she did not have taxes, she would probably cry from accumulating merit points and faith power. Ningxu added the attribute points. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Merit Cards, 199 plus 12, 10 million for 1 merit card. Soul Power, 13 plus 1 health points, 12 plus 1 wisdom, 14 plus 1 luck, 15 plus 1 charm, 9 plus 1 spiritual power, 12 plus 1 martial power, 14 plus 2 aptitude, 14 plus 2 faith power, 269, 5980 plus 5,000 merit points, 845,161 plus 150 soul power, 71 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none law comprehended, water law, incarnation of water law. Constructed world, suspected to be the world of reincarnation. Items: Calm Halo, Tranquil Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet +2. Honorary titles: Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass's Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Su's Blessing. Founding Lady, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Lady, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Brave Heart, Wang Ying's Blessing. After adding the attribute points, Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing's system about the incubation of the light and darkness attributes as usual. Mei Ziqing's system told Ningxu that there were no changes. Ningxu was speechless. He didn't know when they would be able to hatch. He hoped that when he found the world source of the water attribute, the light and darkness attributes would be able to hatch. Ningxu wanted to throw the light and darkness attributes directly into the world source of martial arts, but they didn't hatch successfully. Ningxu was afraid that if he threw them in, something abnormal would happen in his world. What if it turned out to be a deformed world? Haste makes waste. Let's wait slowly. There's plenty of time anyway. Ningxu decided to patrol the City of Water and strengthen the enchantment at the same time. Then, he would go to the auction house to see if there was any world source. When he thought of the auction house, he thought of Citian. When he thought of Citian, he thought of how Citian had cheated him of 500,000 merit points. When he thought of the 500,000 merit points, he thought of the fish tank of the law of nothingness in the corner. Ningxu walked over and flicked the fish tank with his finger. In the end, he sighed. He didn't have the courage to jump in. If he did, he would most likely die. Irritating. Ningxu was too lazy to think about it. He might as well not know about it. If he knew, he wouldn't be so conflicted about jumping in to commit suicide. When Ningxu arrived at the City of Water, he first strengthened the enchantment. Then, he went to Shu Bai's restaurant and ordered some food. After eating slowly, he headed to the auction house. Tian's auction house was doing well. Those who could do business had connections and connections. Shu felt that even if he started a business in the City of Water, he might not be able to do it. Tian managed the auction house well, and Shu felt that the tax revenue she would receive next time would be even higher. Shu paid the entrance fee and wandered around the auction house. Shu asked the auction house's staff, "Where's the imperial advisor? I have something to talk to him about." The staff went to look for Tian. Shu stood still and waited for Tian. Not long after, Tian came over and walked to Shu. Shu cupped his hands and said, "Tian greets the city lord." Shu went straight to the point and asked, "Do you have the world's origin now?" Tian thought for a moment and said, "There seems to be a world's origin in the warehouse." The city lord wants the water attribute, right? That happens to be the water attribute. The water attribute world's origin. Shu was very excited. After looking for the water attribute for so long, he finally found the world's origin. However, in the hands of Tian, Shu felt that he might have to spend a lot of money this time. But now, he finally found it. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems. Shu's heart was in turmoil. However, he looked calm on the surface. "I just happen to need a water attribute world's origin. Sell it to me." Shu was still curious about what kind of form the water attribute existed in. Tian asked someone to go to the warehouse to get the world's origin. Then, he said to Shu, "The city lord wants to look at other things? If you like them, Tian will give you a discount." Shu only had the water attribute world's origin in his heart. How could he think about other things? Even if he wanted to, he would wait until he got the water attribute world's origin. Soon, the staff came over with a box. Tian took the box and said to Shu, "City lord, this is the water attribute world's origin." Tian opened the box. Inside was a crystal clear bead. There seemed to be water flowing inside. Ding-dong sounds could be heard vaguely. It was actually a round bead, but it was a little big, about the size of a baby's fist. Shu reached out and held the bead in his hand. Immediately, he felt an incomparably intimate feeling. Moreover, there was an endless amount of water inside. Although the bead was not big, there was a lot of water inside, and water droplets were seeping out of its surface. To be able to make her feel a sense of familiarity, it should be the water element. Shu played with the water original bead in his hand. The water droplets oozing out of the bead were extremely cool. He asked carelessly, "How much is this?" Shu was already prepared to be cheated, but if Tian wanted to raise the price from the ground, she could bargain as much as she wanted. "Let's trade according to the market price." Tian seemed to have no intention of raising the price. Shu's expression was indifferent as he asked, "How much?" 150,000 faith power, Tian said. Shu almost threw the world origin bead directly at Tian's face. According to the market price, how could it be 150,000? Wasn't it between 50,000 and 100,000? Why did it suddenly cost 150,000? Shu, hee, I'm suddenly so angry, but I have to maintain a smile. The market price of your house seems to be more expensive than the market price of other houses. Shu raised his eyebrows and asked. Did she really look like a fool with a lot of money? Why did Tian catch her to take advantage of her alone? City lord, the market price of various goods fluctuates. You can look at the screen. These are the market prices. Tian pointed at the screen on the wall. The screen showed the trading prices of various goods. Shu saw that the price of the world origin bead was indeed different from before. It had almost tripled. Why did the price suddenly become so much more expensive? Shu asked with some surprise. Shu felt that his luck was not too good. He had just found these things, but the price had skyrocketed. Something must have happened in the higher-ups. The prices of various goods have fluctuated. There are fewer goods circulating in the market. The price can't meet the demand. Naturally, the price has increased. Shu did not hear any news. Now that he heard Xian say this, he suddenly felt that something could have happened to a stable organization. Did something happen? Ningshu asked Xian. Xian shook his head. I'm not too sure. However, there are fewer goods circulating in the market. Those goods must have been transferred away. Something must have happened. Ningshu did not care about the 150,000 faith power. He definitely had to get the world origin. After bargaining with Xian for a while, Xian was not cheap at all. Moreover, Xian looked very confident. He did not seem to be worried that the things could not be sold. It was estimated that the goods on the market were really in short supply. There were only a few and not a lot. Ningshu gave Xian 150,000 faith power and put away the water attribute world origin. Very good, all the world origin had been collected. All that was left was the light and darkness attribute world origin that Xiaohua had hatched. After obtaining the world origin, Ningshu was very happy. He asked Xian, "You are well informed. Do you know what happened in the higher-ups?" To be honest, Ningshu still did not want anything to happen to the organization. If it really fell apart, he did not know what would happen. The entire system would collapse and his taxes would be gone. This was a huge organization that involved all aspects. Xian shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure." Ningshu walked around the auction house and did not see anything that caught his eye. Now, he wanted to stuff the world origin into a peerless martial art. After coming out of the auction house, Ningshu went to the shops in Water City to take a look. He found that there were fewer goods in these shops. Ningshu asked the shop owner why there were no goods in stock. The shop owner said that there were fewer goods in stock recently. It should be said that there were no goods in stock. Ningshu could not help but raise his eyebrows. What was the reason? Unable to find the answer, Ningshu prepared to go to the consultation room to ask the silver-haired man. He took the initiative to ask the silver-haired man. Ningshu walked to the door of the consultation room and walked in. Then, he waited for the silver-haired man to come out of the room. However, after waiting for a long time, the silver-haired man did not appear. He did not do business anymore. He did not want such a fat sheep that was sent to his door. In the end, Ningshu saw a sign on the table. There were 4 words written on it, "Business suspended." The silver-haired man did not work anymore. Ningshu also noticed that there was no agarwood in the room. It seemed that something had happened. Originally, he wanted to ask the silver-haired man to resolve his doubts. In the end, he did not appear. This feeling made Ningshu a little uneasy. When the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. Even if something had happened, he still hoped that it would pass quickly and be resolved quickly. Ningshu returned to the system space and pulled out the peerless martial art from the bookshelf. Now, the peerless martial art had formed a space, but it was a useless space. Ningshu held the water attribute direct source in one hand and the peerless martial art in the other. Then, she placed the bead inside the space. After a while, the peerless martial art began to emit water vapor, causing the entire space to become moist. If there was water, there would be life. He didn't know if his peerless martial art could evolve life. Ningshu made a trace of the soul origin into the peerless martial art. He felt that he had more control over the peerless martial art. He had to slowly make the peerless martial art a part of himself. Otherwise, the things that he worked so hard to make would not be his. Ningshu looked at his peerless martial art with a smile. It was like looking at a golden hen laying golden eggs. This was the world that Ningshu looked forward to the most. A world that could evolve life. When there were living creatures in the world, there would be an endless stream of merit points. After all, creating a place for living creatures to live in was not a small amount of merit points. For example, the mission enforcers who built the world, and a world with living creatures, would receive a lot of merit points without doing anything every day. Of course, in order to build the world, there was no need to mention the hard work. Even if the world was built, there was no guarantee that it could evolve life. A space without life was useless. At most, it could be used to store things. The premise was that the world was built successfully and there were life. Only then would there be a lot of merit. There was no reward without effort. In order to build this world, Ningxu could not eat well and could not sleep well. He was worried every day. Now, he just had to wait for the two-world origins on Xiaohua's side. But how long would he have to wait for it to evolve into life? It might be a long process. He really wanted to feel the feeling of getting a lot of merit just by sitting and lying down. Ningxu placed the origin of the world on the bookshelf. She stretched her body and said to 2333, "Did something big happen to the organization? Why are the prices of goods fluctuating so much? Will it affect me?" 2333 said, "Well, I don't know what exactly happened. But if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. You are at the bottom of the middle level in the mission enforcers. You don't have to worry at all. If something really happens, there are people at the top who will take care of it." Ningxu really wanted to roll his eyes. Why was 2333's comforting tone so annoying? Why did he have to belittle her? What's wrong with talking nicely? Didn't 2333 mean that she was just an ant? Even if something happened to her, she wouldn't be of any use. Sigh, my bad temper. I'm guessing that they've reduced the number of items on the market so that they can be used by the people who need them first, Ningxu said. Ningxu remembered that this organization seemed to have raised an army. He seemed to have seen Fragrant Wind Man once, and he was wearing a military uniform. What was the use of the army? Could it be that there was a riot somewhere? All right, it seemed like she really wasn't in the position to care about these things. If something did happen, the tall man would take care of it. Ningxu opened up the exchange store and saw that the prices of these items had doubled. It was the fasting pill. In the past, it could be bought for 3 pills, but now, it could only be bought for 1. No matter what happened to the organization, Ningxu still hoped to be able to settle down. Although he would be obliterated at the slightest provocation, this organization was indeed something that mission enforcers relied on. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. Those who completed missions didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. They could only run forward, but they were able to transcend reincarnation. They didn't need to suffer the pain of reincarnation and could strengthen themselves. Ningxu still had a sense of belonging to the organization. Although he hadn't figured out the organization's full face, it did give him a chance to start over. Even if he was cheated, he felt much better when he thought about the thousands of mission enforcers who were cheated. He was most afraid of the loneliness of only you didn't hand in your homework. He was the only one who was cheated. Ningxu opened the system's chat system and opened the Law Incarnation group to see if there were any gossip. The group seemed to be discussing the price increase of items. Ningxu knocked on Awan alone, but she didn't seem to be online and didn't respond. Suddenly, he felt that some people had disappeared. They must have been summoned by the organization. He didn't know what had happened. Ningxu was scratching his heart and lungs. He wanted to know what had happened, but he felt that even if he knew, there was no way to solve it. He might as well not know and do what he needed to do. All kinds of items had decreased. He just didn't know if his next tax would be affected. Although there were fewer items, the price had doubled. His tax shouldn't be reduced. But some people wouldn't buy if the price was high. In the end, it still had an impact. Ding dong. The chat system rang. Someone had sent him a message. Ningxu opened it and immediately felt that it was incomparably grand because it was the main system that sent him a message. The content of the message was, "How many soul stones are there?" Ningxu was delighted. This meant that the soul power or soul origin in the soul stones could be purified. Then he would have additional soul power. It was simply awesome. However, Ningxu's head cooled down after a moment of excitement. She hadn't even found a soul stone mine. How should he reply? Should he say that he didn't have a single strand of hair? Ningxu deliberated and replied, "This kind of thing isn't easy to find. I don't have it on hand at the moment." The main system was silent for a long time. It was probably very busy. Ningxu flicked his fingers back and forth a few times before replying, "When you have something, we'll contact you again." Then, the main system's contact information slowly disappeared from Ningxu's chat system. Ningxu was speechless. You should have left a way to chat. If I found something, how could I contact you? All of them seemed to be afraid that others would find out their contact information. What was the point of saying it and then disappearing? therefore, he still had to go to the Nine Palace Mountain to look for a soul stone mine. The main system had come to ask her about the soul stone, which meant that the organization was probably fine and wouldn't fall apart like what Ningxu had thought. Ningxu took out some spirit liquid from the spirit spring. Then, he pointed his finger and a black hole appeared in front of him. Ningxu walked into the black hole and disappeared from the system space. Ningxu stood in front of the Nine Palace Mountain. He reached out his hand and placed it on the stone wall. He felt a strong suction force sucking him in. Ningxu appeared in a square. He looked left and right. It was still the first level. He suddenly realized how difficult it was to climb to the 9th level. Ningxu felt that it might take him a long time to climb to the 9th level. He had been circling around the first level. He didn't know if there were more soul stones on the first level or the second level. Ningxu didn't have any other dreams right now. She wanted the soul stone mine to benefit from the main system. Then, she would have the soul power to do missions and the soul power inside the soul stone. DT top quality soul stones didn't just contain soul power, they also contained soul origin. Just thinking about it made her excited. But to find a soul stone mine was like finding a gold or silver mine, it wasn't easy at all. Most of them were owned by powerful people. Not to mention whether she could find a soul stone mine, she also had to consider whether she could protect it well. It was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't come to steal it. She had to be sure that she could beat others when it came to steal it. After all, Nine Palace Mountain was filled with disciples from ancient sections. None of them were weak. The main system only knew how to ask for things from her, but these things weren't easy to obtain. When the time came for cooperation, she had to take the lion's share of the profits. Ningxu wandered around the plaza. There were living people in the plaza, as well as people with powerful souls. A world where people and souls coexisted was a bit rare. Ningxu planned to buy some information to understand the situation of the soulstone mine. The city was very prosperous. There were all kinds of shops, weapons, and magic tools. There were magic tools that could harm souls, and magic tools that could absorb souls. Because of the existence of souls, magic tools were also developed in this direction. What if an enemy in a soul state appeared, using weapons that could harm souls could defeat the enemy? What a lively world. Ningxu was really envious of Nine Palace Mountain. It seemed like this Nine Palace Mountain was even better than the peerless martial arts she painstakingly created. After all, peerless martial arts didn't have its own rules and heavenly Tao. However, Nine Palace Mountain was already capable of absorbing drifting souls that were unconscious or in a state of chaos, forming a soulstone mine. Soul cultivators could not use spirit stones, but they could use soul stones to strengthen their souls. There was a balance between formation and consumption. Just this point alone made Ningxu very envious. A truly mature plane or world's heavenly Tao would adjust things that happened in the plane. But Ningxu still had a question. Since souls couldn't be reincarnated and could only be consumed in the world, then what about the babies that were born? Ningxu was very sure that Nine Palace Mountain was not connected to the world of reincarnation, so it was impossible for a child to be born, but it was born. Could it be that the Nine Palace Mountain had a world of reincarnation? Ningxu's face was expressionless. If that was really the case, she would have picked up such an amazing item. Ningxu spent some spiritual liquids to buy some jade strips. The purchasing power of spiritual liquids was much higher than spirit stones. Its purity was also much higher, and it was also much easier to absorb. A bottle of spiritual liquid bought a bag of jade slips. Ningxu found an inn and planned to check the contents of the jade slips one by one. Ningxu wanted to know if there were any abnormalities in the existence of the soulstone mine or if there were any special characteristics. For example, the spiritual energy around the spirit stone mine was very dense. Could it be that the spirit stone mine was surrounded by a chilly wind or a pit filled with tens of thousands of people? Ningxu used his consciousness to scan the contents of the jade slip one by one. After reading it, he summarized the contents of the jade slip. It said that soulstone mines were most often formed in deep mountains and wild forests, and most of them were places with miasma. The places where soul stones were formed were indeed sinister, and some of the soulstone mines could not be mined. Things like miasma were not a big deal to cultivators, and could be solved with a pill. Some soulstone mines had a type of wind, and this wind could blow away souls. Even a living person's soul could be blown away, and they would become the living dead. Mining the mines required a lot of people, and some of them were people with low cultivation. This kind of mine was not easy to mine, and some people gave up. Ning-Shu saw some unmined soulstone mines on the map, and immediately smiled. He thought that he would have to look for them himself, but now there were ready-made ones. The prerequisite was that he could survive. Who wouldn't want good things? These unmined soulstone mines must be very powerful, or else they would not have been left unmined until now. Moreover, these places were all listed as dead places. For powerful cultivators, these places were all dead places, and ordinary people would probably be blown to death by the wind. Ning-Shu kept the jade slip and prepared to take a look. The prerequisite was that he had to protect himself. The things were good, but his life was more important. Ning-Shu planned to take a look. If he had the conditions to mine, he would definitely mine. If he couldn't, he would look for another one. After all, the world was very big. What Ning-Shu did not expect was that this world was divided into several continents. Ning-Shu's heart ached again. He thought about how tired he was to build this world, but he did not expect that the Nine-Palace Mountain would naturally form a world. It had probably existed for a long time, and her peerless martial arts had only existed for a few hundred years. No. Ning-Shu went to the place marked on the jade slip. After flying for a while, he arrived at a huge mountain range. This mountain range was not primitive, and towering trees covered the sky. Fallen leaves fell to the ground, and they rotted together with the corpses of insects and beasts, forming a miasma. The entire mountain range seemed to be enveloped in a sea of fog, and it was a black fog. In this situation, if it was a normal person, they would definitely be poisoned to death by the miasma. It did not affect cultivators much, but the astral winds were powerful. Ning-Shu felt that this world was following the wind. There were wind blades, and now there was wind that could destroy souls. Wind was truly a terrifying thing. As Ning-Shu flew, he used his mental energy to scan the situation below. The miasma below was even thicker, but this world was big enough. If the miasma was blown everywhere, normal people would be poisoned to death. The mountain range was deathly silent, and there were also wild beasts. However, these wild beasts had adapted to the miasma, and when they opened their mouths, a foul miasma would spurt out. Sensing that someone had invaded, they all raised their heads to look at the sky. Ning-Shu hurriedly flew higher. If he flew lower, even if he was a soul, he could feel that the miasma had an effect on his soul. After flying for a while, he still had not reached the place marked on the jade slip. It would be difficult for normal cultivators with low cultivation to mine the soulstone mine under such circumstances. As he got closer and closer to the soulstone mine, Ning-Shu heard the howling of the wind. It brought with it a cold feeling that blew on his body, causing his soul to feel as if it was about to freeze. If he smashed it with a hammer, his soul would be split into several pieces. This feeling made Ning-Shu not dare to continue forward. He had a bad premonition. After experiencing so many dangers, he had a certain premonition and sense of danger. /HTML/book/39/39163/L No wonder the soulstone mine wasn't mined yet. She wasn't even close to the soulstone mine yet. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she got closer. It wasn't easy to pick up scraps. Since it wasn't mined yet, it must be extremely dangerous. Ning-Shu was a little hesitant. Should she go over? Wealth came from danger, but it was too dangerous. If she didn't even have her life, she wouldn't be able to enjoy any wealth. Nothing was more important than her life. Ning-Shu pointed her finger and a water barrier appeared in front of her. Ning-Shu was like a round bubble. Ning-Shu slowly walked towards the soulstone mine. The closer she got to the soulstone mine, the stronger the wind. Ning-Shu felt that her water bubble was about to be blown apart by the wind. Ning-Shu felt that her entire body was frozen. She didn't have a body and was only in a soul state, but she was so cold that her brain was confused. Even her thoughts were slowed down. It was so cold that her brain couldn't think. What kind of wind was this? The world was so big that it existed everywhere. Ning-Shu knew that she wasn't very knowledgeable, but she was still shocked by this wind. It directly targeted the soul. Ningxu kept strengthening her water barrier, hoping to resist the attack of the cold wind. As she got closer to the soulstone mine, she felt even colder. Ningxu couldn't help but hug her arms. I can't hold on any longer. Should I retreat? Ningxu felt that it was a little difficult and she was a little scared. Ningxu decisively retreated. She believed in her own feelings. Ningxu pointed her finger and a black hole appeared in front of her. Then, she quickly jumped into the black hole and appeared outside Nine Palace Mountain. Ningxu looked at the gloomy world and sighed. Sure enough, the soulstone mine was not that easy to obtain. There was no way to mine the soulstone mine. It was such a difficult mining process. No matter what, she had to take the biggest share. This mine definitely couldn't be mined. That was why it was left until now. Ningxu returned to the system space. Her whole body was cold. She wanted to find a fire to warm herself up. She laid on the sofa and sighed. If there was no way to mine the mineral deposit, then she would have to search the entire world for a soulstone mine. This method of searching was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Ningxu realized that if he really wanted to obtain a soulstone mine, he could only mine such a vein. Ningxu's teeth were chattering. He had not felt so cold in a long time. After his soul warmed up a bit, Ningxu let out a sigh. He looked at the pool of spirit spring water. Besides opening up a spirit stone mine, was there any other way? For example, exchanging spirit spring water for spirit stones. Why did he have to use such a dangerous method to mine soul stones? It was dangerous and laborious. But before that, Ningxu needed to test one thing. Ningxu looked at the water tank in the corner and then carried it into the black hole. 2333 called out to Ningxu, "What are you doing? Didn't you say that this thing can assimilate a lot of things? I'll put it next to the mine and see if it can assimilate the wind." She bought it for 500,000 merit points. She felt very depressed when she saw it in the corner collecting dust. She couldn't even raise a fish. Ningxu entered the black hole and carried the fish tank into the Nine Palace Mountain. He then walked towards the mine. Although Ningxu was wrapped in a thick water barrier, he still felt very cold. Moreover, the power of his soul was leaking away. If he died here, his soul would be absorbed by the soulstone mine underground, adding to the expansion of the mine. Ningxu hugged the fish tank. The fish tank was covered with frost at first, but it soon disappeared. Could this thing really assimilate anything? Even this kind of power? Ningxu looked at the fish tank with envy. He really wanted to jump in. However, after comparing his power, he could not do anything to this evil wind. This evil wind might be able to kill him, but this thing could even assimilate this evil wind. If he jumped in, he would definitely die. There was no chance of luck. Sigh. Ningxu set up a barrier around the fish tank and placed it around the mine. Perhaps one day, it would be able to assimilate these strange winds. Ningxu placed the fish tank here peacefully. She had set up a barrier. Without her permission, the barrier could not be opened. If someone touched the barrier, she would feel it. Moreover, very few people were able to enter this place, so Ningxu was very relieved. Finally, he flew out of here. When he reached the city, Ningxu took out bottles of spirit liquid and set up a stall. He planned to exchange the spirit liquid for soul stones. Ningxu opened a bottle as a sample to see how pure the spirit liquid was. Gradually, people came to the stall to inquire. Ningxu explained that he was a soul and wanted to exchange the spirit liquid for soul stones to cultivate. Some people checked the purity of the spirit liquid and felt that it was very pure. They asked Ningxu how to exchange it. Ningxu rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "How do you think I should exchange it?" Ningxu did not know much about the level of consumption here and did not know how to exchange it. Moreover, the purity of her spirit liquid and soul stones was very high. It should be considered a top-grade soul stone. If she let the other party bid, the other party would definitely have some concerns. It would not be too much of a scam. Of course, there were also people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Ningxu pretended to be unfathomable. There were many cultivators around the stall. A cultivator hesitated and said, "I will exchange 10 soul stones for your bottle of spirit liquid." Ningxu was satisfied. She did not need the spirit liquid, but she needed the soul stones. Ningxu said, I have to see the purity of your soul stones. Soul stones were the same as soul stones. They had a purity requirement. The cultivator thought for a moment and took out 10 soul stones from his mustard seed pocket. Ningxu checked the soul stones and frowned. Do you have any soul stones with a higher purity? The cultivator shook his head. Well, her first business was off to a good start. At least she could get soul stones in this way. Ningxu was still very happy. Ningxu gave the other party a small bottle of spirit liquid and then put away the 10 soul stones. Seeing that the first one was successful, people continued to exchange. However, Ningxu wanted 20 soul stones of poor quality. If the quality was better, Ningxu could ask for less. This spirit liquid was just a drop in the ocean in her system space. She might be able to exchange it for a lot of soul stones. After exchanging the spirit liquid, Ningxu also obtained a lot of soul stones. Some were of good quality, and some were of average purity. Ningxu packed up her stall. The next time she set up her stall at a different location, there were already quite a number of people looking in her direction. No matter where it was, there would always be a case of a black cat eating another black cat. This was especially true for cultivators, who seized the world to nourish themselves. As long as there were resources, they would snatch them. Ningxu turned and left. Some people were still following her. Ningxu quickly walked out of their sight and disappeared into the black hole. /BK seeing that the person they were following suddenly disappeared, the people chasing after him all had ugly expressions. Firstly, because they lost their target, and secondly, because the other party might be very powerful. Ningxu returned to the system space and got more spirit liquid from the spirit liquid pool to trade. This method was much safer than mining, so he would trade as much as he could. Ningxu once again appeared in the 9 Palace Mountain, but this time, he set up a stall at a different place. This time, Ningxu had the same situation as her first transaction. She raised the price slightly and did not bargain. The pure spirit liquid was very popular, but of course, there were some people who wanted to eat it for free. Ningxu flicked his finger and used the power of law to restrict these troublemakers, making it impossible for them to come out. This kind of method deterred some people with bad intentions. There was no such thing as peace and harmony here, only absolute power could deter some people with bad intentions. In order to avoid trouble, Ningxu would change places after having sex. She didn't trade at a fixed place. After trading for a period of time, Ningxu had actually gathered a lot of soul stones. This was much faster than mining or veins, and it was also much safer. Furthermore, Ningxu was only trading with idle cultivators, he wasn't from a big clan yet. If he traded with a big clan with spirit stone mines, he would definitely get more spirit stones. Looking at the spirit stones that filled half of the system space, Ningxu finally had the confidence to send a message to the main system asking for cooperation. Then, Ningxu found that he didn't have a way to contact the main system. This time, he tried to contact it, but the main system erased it. How was he supposed to contact it now? Ningxu asked 2333, can you contact the main system? This trade must be done. 2333 grunted and didn't say anything for a while. Ningxu frowned and asked, what do you mean by HM? You know that the system is also a soul, right? 2333 said. Ningxu, I know. You said that you used to be a great devil who was imprisoned for billions of years. What a retarded devil. Ningxu didn't know why 2333 would bring this up. His mind raced and he finally said, don't tell me you want a piece of the pie? If she successfully cooperated with the main system this time, she would have extra soul power. 2333 immediately said, you've become smarter. Ningxu, get lost, if you can help me get a high percentage, I might even give you a part of it. Ningxu said. If 2333 didn't put in any effort and still wanted to pick it up for free, how could there be such a good thing in the world? When there's meat, everyone can eat together, but 2333 still has to do something. I'll try my best. But don't be naive about the main system. It will try its best to lower the price. 2333 said. Alright, help me contact the main system, Ningxu said. 2333 made the report. Ningxu was checking his spirit liquid pool. He didn't care about it before, but now that he could exchange it for spirit stones, Ningxu was especially concerned about it. He had discovered this when he was in the Mirage Stone and the World Stone. Now the World Stone and the black hole had fused into a space that he didn't know if it was the reincarnation world or not. Inside the pool, there seemed to be koi fish swimming, lotus flowers were blooming beautifully, fluttering in the wind. It was very charming. Ningxu was worried that the spirit liquid in the pool would be used up. Looking at the system exchange store to see if there were any spirit stones, spirit liquid, and the like, if there were, he could exchange it and then go to the 9 Palace Mountain to exchange for spirit stones. Doing quests, plus the soul power or spirit source in the spirit stones, her soul should be able to strengthen very quickly. Dong dong. The chat system rang. Ningxu opened the chat system and saw that the main system had sent a message to him, asking him how to cooperate. Of course, you are responsible for purifying the soul power, and then everyone will share the purified soul power. Then the main system sent a message, because of the processing of spirit stones, the process of purifying the soul power is more complicated, it consumes time and energy. If you want to divide it, 20, 80. Ningxu, I get 80, you get 20? This distribution was very generous. Main system. You get 20. You get 20, Ningxu really wanted to scold and tell it to get lost, but it seemed that he was unable to process the impurities in the spirit stones, so these spirit stones in the system space were completely useless. She knew that the main system was a scam, but she did not expect it to be such a scam. It did not even give her 30, 70, it actually gave her 20, 80. She had spent so much spirit liquid, although the spirit liquid did not cost any money, but she had been scared half to death inside the Mirage Stone, repeatedly telling herself to believe in science, democracy, prosperity, and harmony. Ningxu, it's too low. The process of finding these things was very difficult, moreover the mineral deposits were very dangerous, it was not easy for me to dig up these things. Since we are cooperating in good faith, everyone should be mutually beneficial, a long-term cooperation is the way of the king. Only 20%, he did not even have the energy to work. Thinking that the other party had taken away so much, Ningxu felt unhappy. Main system, then how much do you want? Ningxu, how much do you think you should give me? Main system, how much do you want? Ningxu, how much do you think you can give me? Main system. 40%. Ningxu almost vomited on the screen of the chat system. Before the main system was really a scam, even if it was for the pure soul power, it would require 20% of the cost, but he suddenly took 60%. Your mother? Giving him 40% should be the final result, excluding the cost of the pure soul power, she would get 40%, the other party would get 40%, it was almost 50-50ths. Ningxu's heart was a little balanced, and asked 2333, what do you think? 2333 gave an end sound, it seemed to be considering, and chatted with the main system for a while, only then did it say to Ningxu, we can make a deal, make a contract with the main system, in any case there is some guarantee, I have already made the contract for you. Sure enough, there were immediate benefits, 2333 was so active. After that, the main system sent over a contract, Ningxu wrote his name on the screen, and the other party stamped a bright red seal, the cooperation was completed. Ningxu let out a long breath, and asked 2333, do you think the main system will swallow more of my soul power? No, it won't, such a big organization doesn't have a constitution, 2333 said. Then how do we send these things away? Ningxu looked at the mountain of soul stones and asked 2333, use the system's energy channel to send them over, this will consume my energy, consume a lot of my energy. 2333 repeated. Ningxu almost rolled his eyes, didn't he just want to get more of his soul power? Ningxu gave an end sound, and watched the soul stones disappear from the system's storage space. After a while, 2333 said, it has been sent over, I have already recorded the number of soul stones. Ningxu felt that 2333 was like a peacock spreading its tail, he was very enthusiastic. It was rare to see 2333 so diligent. /BK Ningxu, of course, knew why 2333, who was usually too lazy to talk, suddenly became so enthusiastic. It was because she wanted a share of the soul energy. When 2333 was done, she asked, "Do you want to expand the system space?" Ning-Shu. "Didn't you say it would waste your energy?" "Forget it. You're quite considerate." 2333 choked a little and said. Ning-Shu chuckled. Right now, she was just trying to get more soul energy. Even if 2333 wanted to expand the system space, Ning-Shu was not willing to do so. Even if there was no place to put her feet, she would just soak in the spirit pool or curl up on the sofa. Any difficult situation could be overcome. She just didn't want 2333 to take more soul energy from her. She only got 40% of the soul energy. She had to consider how much to give to 2333. It was not realistic to take everything for herself. She had to ask 2333 for help. Ning-Shu asked, "How much do you want, 2333, how much do you want to give me?" Ning-Shu, "How much do you want?" 2333 hesitated for a moment and said, 20%. F***ck off. Ning-Shu said expressionlessly. 2333 said, "Then 10% should be fine." Ning-Shu almost vomited blood. Look at 2333's pitiful face. All she needed to do was to deliver the items to the main system. How could he be so pitiful when she only got 30% after working so hard? Who was she supposed to complain to now? Ning-Shu's face darkened. 2333 changed her tone. "I think 10% is already very good." Ning-Shu said, "Don't you think it's too little?" "I think it's too little." "Will you give me more?" 2333 said. Ning-Shu, "Of course, not." 2333, therefore, 2333 received 10% of the purified soul energy, and 2333 accepted the distribution method. With motivation, Ning-Shu got some spirit liquid and went to 9 Palace Mountain to exchange for some soul stones. The location of the exchange was uncertain. The world was very big. It could be in this city, or it could appear in another town. Ning-Shu also went to the soul stone mine to take a look at the law of nothingness. Perhaps one day, the law of nothingness would be filled with things. Everything had a limit. Right now, the law of nothingness could assimilate and devour everything because it had yet to reach its limit. Ning-Shu hugged his arms. It was so cold. He could still feel the cold even after turning into a spirit. Ning-Shu decided to leave the fish tank here to see how much he could assimilate. Perhaps he could get rid of the evil winds. Then, he might even be able to mine the soul stones. For a soul stone mine that couldn't be mined, it should be a large one. Now that he was using the spirit liquid to exchange for soul stones, he wasn't sure if he would be able to mine them. For the sake of a bit of pure soul energy, Ning-Shu had really broken his legs. He didn't know how the main system purified souls. The soul energy contributed by the envoys wasn't pure. It had to be purified first to remove all the impurities and negative things in the soul energy before it was given to the envoys. Ning-Shu felt that he had to go to the higher world. He heard that the higher the world, the higher the level. Even if it was to collect soul stones, he had to go to the higher world. The people in the higher world were definitely stronger than the people in this world. After all, he had to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames to go up. The wind blades could even cut through his soul. Ning-Shu originally wanted to go to the Wind Canyon to look for the spirit replenishing fruit. Eating the spirit replenishing fruit could strengthen his soul. However, there were so many tentacles on the tree. What if he got entangled? This wasn't a simple tentacle play. If he got entangled, he would be done for. She felt that 9 Palace Mountain was very dangerous. Should she go through the mountain of blades and sea of flames to enter the second level? It was better to take it slow. She hadn't figured out the world on this level. She would go after she figured it out. Moreover, there were still a few unmined soulstone mines that she was worried about. Ning-Shu got a bunch of soul stones and returned to the system space. 2333 sent the soul stones away. Ning-Shu collapsed on the sofa and rested for a while. Ning-Shu asked 2333, "How much soul energy do you think there is?" 2333 said, "I don't know. There are many impurities in the soul stones. Even after removing and purifying, I don't know how much is left. Just treat it as a side job. Your main job is to do missions." After all, missions have endless possibilities. Of course, Ningxu had to do missions. What if he was lucky enough to find some treasure in the mission world? What if he found the world's origin? If he didn't need it, he could sell it. If he found light and dark, that would be even better. Ningxu didn't know if Xiaohua's two things could be hatched. He had to prepare for both. Whether it was hatched or found in the mission world, it was always a good thing. He was running towards his goal. The goal he had set was slowly being realized. All the sufferings were for that moment, to be glorious and brilliant. Ningxu scooped out some agarwood from the agarwood box and lit it in the incense burner. Then he lay on the sofa and rested for a while. When he woke up, he would do the mission. Ningxu had just fallen asleep when the chat system rang. It suddenly appeared in the quiet system space, waking Ningxu up. Ningxu opened the chat system. It was a message from Mei Ziqing, who was wailing like a ghost. What's going on? Mei Ziqing asked Ningxu. Why is the price of items skyrocketing? It's already 4 times the price. I just came back from a mission. Ningxu said. Even ghosts don't know what happened. Who cares what happened? Anyway, there's a tall guy supporting it. What's there to be afraid of? Of course I know there's a tall guy supporting it. The problem is that the price of items is skyrocketing. I'm poor. Don't you have any news? Mei Ziqing asked. Ningxu wanted to know too. However, there was no news. Even the auctioneer didn't know. The auctioneer must have more connections than her. The news must have been sealed. If you don't have money, eat less and buy less. Ningxu felt that the merit and power of faith in his hands had depreciated. His purchasing power had greatly decreased. This was a bit of a scam. Inflation was hurting people. It was really making people anxious. Ningxu calmed himself down. Although there were fluctuations, he should be able to calm down later. He would do what he had to do. Even if he knew what had happened, he couldn't change it. He would let the tall guy support it. When he became the tall guy, he might be able to support the falling sky. Ningxu asked about the incubation of the world's origin. Mei Ziqing said directly, those are just 2 ordinary stones. They're useless. Xiaohua dripped blood on them. There's no reaction. Dripped blood on them? Ningxu was surprised. Mei Ziqing said, isn't it because you've been urging him every day? Xiaohua felt that it was his responsibility and dripped blood on them. After all, he's the world's origin. His blood contains the power of the world's origin. Just like humans, it's not good for his body if he loses too much blood. Ningxu said. I was wrong. I won't urge him anymore. Ningxu didn't expect Xiaohua to be so honest as to use his own blood. He had some doubts about the 2 lumps in his heart. He doubted whether they were real or not, but he still asked about them from time to time. Ningxu, if they aren't, I'll let Xiaohua play with them in the future. Mei Ziqing, what's so fun about them? Ningxu, you have a point. Ningxu. Don't let him use his blood. Incubate them slowly. If they hatch, then do it. If they don't hatch, then forget it. After all, they were inanimate objects. How could they compare to life? Furthermore, Xiaohua was the source of the world. It wasn't easy. He needed luck and coincidence. He also needed to be favored by the heavens. Otherwise, he would be the only one who had gained sentience. Mei Ziqing, after the first time, I didn't let him do this kind of thing. What if he loses too much blood and becomes anemic? Ningxu. Anemic is unlikely. Although Xiaohua had a child's IQ, his ability was there. He was the source of the world. Mei Ziqing, how do you know it's impossible? You don't feel bad for someone who isn't you. Ningxu. I was wrong. He might become anemic. I won't mess with you. After chatting with Mei Ziqing for a while, Ningxu closed the chat system and opened the exchange store. Looking at the price, Ningxu felt like he was going to heaven. He didn't know what the other mission enforcers were thinking, but Ningxu wouldn't let himself have too much expenditure now. She would be stupid to buy something that could only be bought at 4 times the previous price. Xianxia saw that the exchange store had all kinds of talisman paper. She also knew how to draw talisman paper. Could she also draw talisman paper and sell them? Especially now that the price was so high, could she make a profit? However, the price of a talisman paper wasn't high and could be bought with points. Xianxia felt that points were useless to him. Moreover, the things that could be bought with points in the exchange store weren't anything good. So what was the use of points? The items in the exchange store were definitely made by people. Were there craftsmen in the organization? Other than the mission enforcers and the system, there were also all kinds of talented people and the army. This organization was bigger and deeper than she had imagined. It was a big tree with many branches and leaves, each operating independently. I wonder how long this organization has existed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the mission enforcer was just one of the branches. This was just the tip of the iceberg. He knelt before the huge organization. What was the purpose of the organization? Xianxia was too lazy to think about it. It was useless to think about it. When he was strong enough, he would definitely be able to come into contact with the organization's internal affairs. Xianxia felt that he was still a non-staff member of the organization. He reckoned that he wasn't even a regular worker. Was she a temporary worker? The feeling of being a temporary worker was really hard to get rid of. If I do something wrong in the future, can I use the excuse that I'm a temporary worker? Alright, he didn't even have the chance to explain before he was killed. There was no such thing as a mistake here. All he had to do was admit his mistake. That would cost his life. He had to be extremely careful, as if he was treading on thin ice. Xianxia yawned. He was woken up by Mei Ziqing, so he went back to sleep for a while. After waking up, he felt refreshed. Although he was in spirit form, Xianxia felt much better. At least he didn't feel so tired anymore. Xianxia opened the systems exchange shop and bought some fasting pills. He spent 4 times the price to buy these pills. He didn't feel that it was a small thing, but if he had bought something expensive, it would have scared him out of his wits. However, the price still didn't show any signs of dropping. He completely ignored the mission enforcers. Xianxia said to 2333, "Go do the mission." 2333 asked as usual, "Do the systems mission?" Xianxia, don't you think it's embarrassing for you to say that? If it was rejected, it would seem inhumane. Just do it. The systems mission wasn't easy anyway. It was especially tiring to fight someone who had activated the everlasting hack. Therefore, it usually took a while. Although it was a mutually beneficial thing, it was still tiring. Sometimes, it could be seen from some details that 2333 didn't care much about her. They were all strangers before. At most, they would become familiar with each other. There were more benefits involved. Everyone had their own standpoints and thoughts. Xianxia wouldn't cry and beg 2333 to care for her. She wouldn't accuse 2333 of being cold and heartless. She was the same with 2333. She didn't have the right to accuse 2333. They were all colleagues. It was just that they didn't work as well as others. 2333 directly threw Xianxia out. Fortunately, Xianxia's spirit was stronger. When he merged with her body, she didn't vomit. Xianxia rolled her eyes and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Xianxia looked at the situation around her. She was sleeping on a bed, and she could even smell the fragrance of spices. Her body was very uncomfortable, her whole body was burning, and her head was hurting. Moreover, there was a man sleeping next to her. Xianxia was speechless. What kind of scene did she transmigrate into? The man next to her was unconscious. His hair was as black as ink and his chest was exposed. The 2 pink fruits on his chest looked very seductive. There was a blush on his face. He looked very handsome. Xianxia's body was screaming, but her heart was suppressed. Even if he was a heavenly handsome man, it was obviously a trap set by a celestial. Xianxia would be stupid to jump into it. Xianxia had to be stupid to jump into it. Xianxia. Xianxia bit her finger. The pain came. Xianxia took a deep breath. Her head was about to explode. It hurt like hell. In this situation, someone should be coming to catch them in the act. Ningshu directly wrapped the man next to her with the blanket. She was ready to carry the man and escape through the window. What made Ningshu feel worse was that she didn't have any strength. She was trembling when she walked. This situation didn't allow her to accept the plot calmly. She reckoned that she had been poisoned by the pugilistic world's special drug, the kind that would kill her if she didn't do it. Ningshu quickly used her peerless martial arts. It was very rough, causing her meridians to hurt as if they were being pricked by needles. She got off the bed and picked up the teapot on the table. She sniffed to see if there were any other ingredients. Then, she gulped down a mouthful of tea. When she opened the door, she realized that it was locked from the outside. Damn, only you know how to lock. Ningshu directly bolted the door. It would take some time for you to come in. Then, Ningshu carried the man who was wrapped in a blanket and looked like he was about to be carried to bed. However, with a crack, she twisted her waist. This body was a little weak. Ningshu opened the window and threw the man out with a plop. If it was Ningshu, he would directly seal the window so that she couldn't escape. He probably thought that she had taken the drug and didn't have the strength to escape. So, he didn't bother to seal the window. Ningshu used his spiritual power to scan the room inch by inch to see if there were any items that could prove his identity, such as jade pendants or jewelry. If these things were left behind, even if she ran away, some of the items would be in vain. Ningshu quickly walked to the bed, lifted the quilt, and saw an earring. It was a white jade earring. Ningshu touched his ear. Sure enough, his left ear was missing an earring. He grabbed the earring on the bed sheet. Ningshu looked at the messy bed sheet and tidied it up. The front yard was bustling with noise. There must be something going on. There was a banquet. She was doing something with a man in the back. A group of people were trying to catch her in the act. Ningshu didn't know how many times he had seen this kind of domestic drama that humiliated people's innocence. Especially in ancient times, if she encountered an era that was extremely harsh on reputation, she probably wouldn't be able to survive. Ningshu hung the earring in his ear hole. He held it in his hand and accidentally dropped it again. Ningshu climbed out of the window. Behind the room was a bamboo forest. The bamboo wind rustled, and there was a quiet and elegant feeling. Before, the furnishings in the room were quite good. Could it be this man's room? Ran into someone's room and wanted to do something bad. Ningshu sweated in his heart. He didn't know who designed this. Could it be that the client lost his mind and rushed into a man's room, especially when there were so many people in the front yard? Ningshu dragged the man away. When he reached the place of the rockery, he was already tired and sweating. There were still remnants of the drug in his body. Ningshu wiped the cold sweat on his head. He didn't expect to be in such a passive situation. As for the unconscious man, Ningshu intended to leave him here. It was very kind of him not to leave him at the scene of the adultery. He guessed that he was also one of the people who had been plotted against. They were in the same boat. Ningshu's meridians hurt like needles. It seemed that the meridians of this body were very blocked. It was a waste of martial arts. Even if his body absorbed the spiritual energy, his meridians were like blocked sewers, unable to circulate the spiritual energy. Sigh, the most important thing now was to get through this. Ningshu tidied up his clothes and hair, quietly waiting for things to develop and accepting the plot. He also had to slowly open up the meridians in his body and open up the blocked meridians. She could only use her spiritual energy to drill into her meridians, but it was a little painful, causing her skin to bleed. Ningshu began to accept the plot. He thought that this was an ancient world where men were superior to women, but he didn't expect it to be a world where women were superior. Furthermore, the client's status was not low. She was actually a member of the royal family, and she was the crown princess. This identity was beyond Ningshu's expectations. Someone was plotting against the crown princess. If nothing unexpected happened, the crown princess would become the empress in the future. The empress, the client's name was Enai Bingyan. She was the crown princess of the Li state. Her mother was the empress, and her father was the empress. Enai Bingyan was not a very competent crown princess in the Li state, where everyone worshipped martial arts. Because she was weak, people often called her a useless crown princess behind her back. The courtiers also said that the crown princess really couldn't become a crown princess. She was so weak that she didn't have the might of a crown princess at all. Fortunately, her mother, the empress, was not so soft that her child was really disabled. However, Enai Bingyan received a lot of strange looks. Sometimes, Enai Bingyan wanted to be an ordinary prince. She was so timid. After all, her physical condition was there, and it couldn't be changed by hard work. The whole nation worshipped martial arts. Even children could do a few somersaults. Enai Bingyan was really embarrassed, especially when her sister was very outstanding. This was even more embarrassing. The cowardly crown prince thought about how to get from the position of crown prince without hurting his own life. He was the empress's daughter, so he wouldn't be demoted to a commoner. As for today's scene, it must have been planned by her sister. It was the prime minister's birthday, and then the crown princess humiliated the prime minister's son. In fact, neither of them had sex. After being splashed awake, they opened their eyes and saw the empress in a luxurious dress and the prime minister with a dark face. Now that things had developed to this point, they could only go on like this. The empress bestowed a marriage between her daughter and the prime minister's son. Enai Bingyan was in fear and trepidation. She thought that she would be removed from the position of crown princess, but she still kept it. Enai Bingyan was in a complicated mood. The position of crown princess really made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Sitting on the top, her sisters were all jealous and wanted to do her. If she came down, she might even lose her life. It was hard to get off the tiger. The cowardly crown prince of Li State and Fengjiaxuan, the son of the peerless prime minister, got married. Countless women in Li State beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could such a man be married to the crown prince who had no achievements and occupied the position of crown princess? Enai Bingyan felt that she had to thank her sisters for being able to marry Fengjiaxuan. A man like Fengjiaxuan was rare in the world. He was good at literature, martial arts, playing the piano, fighting in wars, writing poems, and killing people. He was so perfect. The most important thing was that he was neither servile nor overbearing, and he didn't have the seductive attitude of ordinary men. However, after the marriage, Enai Bingyan was dumbfounded. Fengjiaxuan didn't sleep with her at all, and he didn't let her touch him either. They slept in separate rooms. Well, Fengjiaxuan was arrogant and looked down on her. Enai Bingyan didn't force him. After all, she was worried every day about how long she would be able to hold the position of crown princess. Enai Bingyan didn't know what the empress mother meant. Was she a whetstone for her sisters, or was she a whetstone for her sisters, or did they mean to grind each other? It depended on who would grind it out in the end. She couldn't practice martial arts, but the position of crown princess was her advantage. Enai Bingyan and Fengjiaxuan treated each other with respect after marriage, like strangers. Fengjiaxuan looked down on Enai Bingyan. Moreover, Fengjiaxuan should be the first man to awaken to male chauvinism. He was tired of and hated the country ruled by women. No matter where he went, his appearance would attract the covetous eyes of women, which made him very irritated. He married a woman because of an accident. Oh, he didn't want to get married at all. Fengjiaxuan was the man who would eventually become the empress. This opportunity came from a woman who had transmigrated from the modern era. This woman had transmigrated to the crown princess and saw such a handsome man being dominated by a woman like the crown princess. Under the influence of certain forces, the crown princess's reputation was tarnished. She was an idiot, lecherous, vicious, and it was said that she even drank human blood. The transmigrated woman wanted to save Fengjiaxuan, especially when such a peerless man was in deep trouble. Fengjiaxuan was a male chauvinist. Although the transmigrated woman was a modern woman, she seemed to have lived in a world where men were superior to women. Even if society didn't oppress women so much and paid attention to equality between men and women, she was still a bit servile. She often came to the crown princess residence to see Fengjiaxuan. Whenever this woman saw Fengjiaxuan, she would act cute and infatuated. She was quite adorable. She was always acting like she couldn't sleep with a handsome young man. Her life was no different from a salted fish. Because the ruler was a woman, the women in Li State were more domineering. Moreover, it was women marrying men in marriage. Fengjiaxuan was a bit of a male chauvinist. When he met such a soft and cute woman, she looked up to him. She wasn't as domineering as other women who always looked at him with teary eyes. This feeling was like the regret and his heart was filled. A great love was born between the two of them. After that, Xianxia used his intelligence to make this transmigrated woman stand out in front of the empress. He also made the person who asked for the transmigrated woman lose her position as the crown princess. When the transmigrated woman ascended the throne, she gave her throne to Xianxia and made Xianxia the emperor. Then, she moved into the harem and became the only empress. The atmosphere of a society was related to the ruler. It was either the east wind suppressing the west wind or the west wind suppressing the east wind. When a man was in power, the status of a man changed drastically. Because the empress moved into the harem, the status of a woman also developed from outside to inside. Li state began to develop into a male-dominated country. In the process of fighting for the throne, the members of the royal Ni family were almost all killed. But to the transmigrated woman, these people weren't her relatives. Moreover, there was no family affection in the royal family. A general success was built on thousands of dead bodies. It was a very normal thing. Xianxia was also afraid that the Ni family would retaliate. However, the person who asked for the transmigrated woman had a terrible reputation. She was beheaded and hung on the city wall, exposed to the wind and sun, and pecked by all kinds of birds. To be together for a lifetime was a very tempting promise for a woman. To be together for a lifetime was the greatest goal of a woman's life. The man would become the highest ruler and the wife would be honored. To be loved and protected was the greatest happiness in a woman's life. Because of this, the transmigrated woman had a perfect love. Xianxia was speechless. Was this going to turn every world into a world where men were superior to women? Then, the status of men and women in this world changed too quickly, just like a tornado. Why did he have to transmigrate? The status of men in this world was not that low. After all, men could still practice martial arts and fight wars. In a world where men were superior to women, those women did not step out of the house. They tied their feet and locked themselves at home. In the heart of the transmigrated woman, it was normal for a man to be the emperor. Once she ascended the throne, she would immediately give the throne to her adulterer. Then, she would squat in the harem, waiting for the man's favor and love. The client's wish was to sit on the throne. Even if he couldn't sit on the throne, he couldn't let Xianxia sit on the throne. He couldn't let the foundation of his ancestors be destroyed. Xianxia looked at the unconscious Xianxia and chuckled. He picked up a stone from the ground, intending to destroy Xianxia's peerless face. Would the transmigrated woman still be infatuated with Xianxia's face? Love began with one's appearance. Without Xianxia's face, would that woman, who seemed to be very open and wanted to sleep with a handsome man, lower her gaze? Just as Xianxia was about to destroy his face, Xianxia woke up. He opened his beautiful obsidian-like eyes and looked around in confusion. When he turned to Xianxia's face, his eyes flashed with sharpness. "Crown Princess, what are you doing?" Xianxia sat up. His clothes were torn open, revealing a large portion of his chest. Xianxia glared fiercely at Xianxia. Then, he closed his clothes to prevent himself from being exposed. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He had seen it a long time ago. If not, he was the male lead. He woke up just as she was about to do something naughty. Xianxia was a little regretful. He had been fooling around for a while. It was completely meaningless. Moreover, he had even helped Xianxia. If she had accepted the plot earlier, she would have just laid in the room with Xianxia and quietly waited for someone to catch them in the act. If she married Xianxia, then so be it. It was better than letting him be together with the transmigrated woman. Even if Xianxia and the transmigrated woman were together, the history books would record it. He and his sister-in-law had to tell the story. Then, his sister-in-law would give up the throne for him and let him ascend to the throne. The transmigrated woman was not a person of this world. She did not belong to this world and did not understand the situation of this world. In her heart, there was only a handsome little brother. In her heart, she probably felt that her mission in coming to this world was to help the deeply troubled Xianxia reach the pinnacle of life and ascend to the throne. At the same time, she would also obtain a beautiful love story and become the woman behind a successful man. Young Master Feng is so smart. He should be able to understand the current situation with one look. Ningxu said indifferently. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Fen Jiaxuan's mind. He glanced at Ningxu. Someone probably wanted to make a move on the Prime Minister's residence. They wanted to use the Prime Minister's residence's power and influence to attack this idiot Crown Princess. He was the one who was implicated. Fen Jiaxuan's face immediately darkened. His expression was a little humiliated. Ningxu chuckled in his heart. You're so great, but you were still schemed against. Ningxu saw a lotus pond not far from the fake mountain. He glanced at Fen Jiaxuan. At this time, the transmigrated woman should not have arrived. No matter what, she had to follow the plot. She had to make Fen Jiaxuan marry her. Ningxu originally wanted to make a move on Fen Jiaxuan directly. However, she remembered that Fen Jiaxuan's martial arts were superior. Her body was weak. She had no chance of winning against Fen Jiaxuan. The most important thing for us now is to go back. After all, we've been out for so long. Ningxu said to Fen Jiaxuan. Fen Jiaxuan did not look at Ningxu kindly. He snorted. He probably felt that he had been taken advantage of by the idiot Crown Princess. He was unhappy. He straightened his clothes and left. Ningxu saw that Fen Jiaxuan had left. He also left the fake mountain. When he passed by the lotus pond, he reached out his hand and pushed Fen Jiaxuan into the water. Fen Jiaxuan, who was absent-minded, was pushed into the lotus pond. Before he could react, he fell into the lotus pond. Ningxu immediately used his hand like a loudspeaker and shouted, "Help!" Someone fell into the water. Then, he jumped in to save Fen Jiaxuan. He did not expect that Fen Jiaxuan, who had superior martial arts, was actually a non-swimmer. He struggled in the water. Ningxu swam over and dragged him to the shore. Hearing Ningxu's shout, a group of people had already come over. The leader was the Empress. Behind her was Fen Jiaxuan's mother, Prime Minister Feng. What happened? The Empress asked sternly. Ningxu immediately said, "Mother Empress, I saw young Master Feng fall into the lotus pond." The Empress glanced at Ningxu and said, "Prime Minister Feng, quickly call a doctor over to take a look at your son." Prime Minister Feng was anxious. He quickly asked the servants to call a doctor over. He was anxious. How did his son get involved with the idiot Crown Princess? Ningxu suddenly had a feeling that the heavenly Tao was in the cycle of reincarnation. She wanted to see who the heavens would spare. Men used this method to extort women, and Ningxu was now using the same method to extort men. One day, men would be incomparably sullen because of their reputation. However, if Fen Jiaxuan insisted on not marrying her, it was not impossible. After all, he was the Prime Minister's son. However, such days would not last long. After the transmigrated woman ascended the throne to Fen Jiaxuan, she would spend her time in the harem. When she felt bored, she would do something. For example, she would call for women to return to the family, be a good wife and mother, support men to work hard and so on. If it was not for the fact that she did not remember the 3 obedience and 4 virtues for women, she would probably write a book to regulate women's behavior. Following the example of their superiors, some women would go to the harem and enter the cage of thoughts. If they wanted to break free from the cage of thoughts, it would probably be a matter of 1,000 years later. The castration of thoughts was more terrifying than the torture of the body. The severe confinement of etiquette could be passed down forever. People of the same sex were the best at making things difficult for people of the same sex. In such a world, everyone was equal, but in reality, they were just waving the flag and shouting for men's rights. Ningxu felt that the transmigrated woman might have some misunderstandings about openness. Openness meant being open-minded and accepting different things and viewpoints. It was not as if being brave enough to have a one-night stand with a young man was openness. Women had the right to enjoy, but responsibilities and obligations were equal. Ningxu seriously suspected that this transmigrated woman had transmigrated from the Qing dynasty of a certain world. The Qing dynasty had already fallen. Men had cancer of the straight man, and women also had cancer of the straight man. Perhaps one day, she would have to rewind the car of history. She would have to wrap a 3-inch golden lotus, bend her toes, sway while walking, and clamp her buttocks to cater to men's deformed aesthetic standards. How terrifying! Was the transmigrated woman actually a woman or a man? Otherwise, how could she have so many misunderstandings about being a woman? Xianxia's mother saw her proud son lying on the ground like a drowned rat. She hurriedly called for a doctor. Ningxu clenched her fists and smashed them on Feng Yuxuan's chest. She smashed his chest with a hammer. Everyone around them was speechless. Ningxu smashed a few times and directly smashed Xianxia until he spat out water and woke up. Yuxuan, how are you? Prime Minister Feng immediately helped his son up. Ningxu retreated to the empress' side. Looking at the mighty and domineering empress, he liked strong women. Only strong women could have a strong destiny. It was said that men did not like strong women. That was because men were weak. The purpose of a woman's existence was not to make men like her or feel sorry for her. She did not need anyone's pity. It was my choice to be gentle with little e. It was also my choice to leave. I had the right to choose my own life. When Xianxia woke up, he felt his heart going numb. When he saw Ningxu, his eyes were sharp and filled with disgust. He clearly knew that he was pushed down by someone, and the main culprit was this idiot crown princess. So many people saw him entangling with the crown princess. Xianxia held his anger in his heart, but he also knew that there was no evidence to prove that he was pushed down by someone. He would also be accused of framing the royal family. Moreover, the empress was here. At that time, she saw the crown princess jump down to save him. Did she have fun? She wanted to ruin his reputation. Xianxia suspected that the previous matter was set up by this woman. Xianxia covered his chest. His jade-like face had water droplets on it. His clothes were also wet, faintly revealing his figure. Xianxia practiced martial arts. His figure was quite good. Some manservants and servant girls looked at Xianxia's body. Xianxia's manservant quickly took a cloak and put it on him. He helped Xianxia stand up. Xianxia bowed to the empress and said, "Your Majesty, please do not blame me for my lack of etiquette. Go boil a bowl of ginger soup." "Although the weather is not cold, the pond water is cold," the empress said majestically. Her aura was oppressive. Xianxia quickly bowed and thanked her. From beginning to end, he did not look at Ningxu. However, Ningxu's eyes followed Xianxia's back until he disappeared around the corner. Should she leave this person to the transmigrated woman? Ningxu suppressed the killing intent in her heart. There were many handsome men among the nobility. Without Xianxia, there was still the water jade pavilion. There were plenty of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth jade pavilions. The men of the nobility were all very handsome. They cared about their bodies and faces just like women. After all, they had to choose a good family. Ningxu glanced at the few women beside her. They were all her sisters. Each of them had their own characteristics. They were all beauties. Who was the one who planned today's matter? Ningxu glanced at the youngest empress, Anai Baiwei. She was about 14 years old. She was really in the bud. It was just that the transmigrated woman had transmigrated into her body. Anai Baiwei sensed Ningxu's gaze and immediately smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu withdrew her gaze. Therefore, she temporarily left Xianxia alone. Moreover, Xianxia was the prime minister's son. Moreover, he was someone the empress trusted. Xianxia could be said to be the most handsome man in the Li state. His genes might have come from Prime Minister Feng. Prime Minister Feng was a charming woman. She looked very charming, but she was very imposing when she kept a straight face. For example, right now, Prime Minister Feng was looking at her with displeasure. It was probably because the Empress was by his side that Prime Minister Feng was suppressing it. Even if the Empress treated her well, he was still a subject and could not overstep his boundaries. Prime Minister Feng then said to Ningxu, "Your Highness, please change your wet clothes so that you won't catch a cold." Ningxu was a little uneasy. He nodded and followed the maid to the room to change his wet clothes. Then he returned to the banquet. The Empress sitting opposite him laughed and said to Ningxu, "Big sister, you are so embarrassed." Ningxu glanced at the Empress, who was holding a wine cup and talking to Prime Minister Feng. She did not seem to notice the quarrel here. Then he said, "Fourth sister, you jumped into the water and did not look embarrassed. Didn't your clothes get wet?" The empress sitting opposite him smiled. "I just did not expect you to have the courage to jump in to save people. Or were you attracted by young Master Feng's peerless charm?" Usually, the person who entrusted the task was very careful. They were afraid that they would make a mistake and lose their identity as the crown princess. They did not want this identity, but they had to use this identity to save their lives. Ningxu touched the wine cup and said, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Big sister is so kind." The empress stopped the topic and did not say anything more. Because Fen Jiaxuan had fallen into the water, Prime Minister Feng's banquet had a strong start but a weak finish. Back in the palace, the empress asked Ningxu to stay. Ningxu faced the empress respectfully. She was very timid. The empress looked at Ningxu. Ningxu felt a sharp gaze sweep over him. He immediately lowered his head. "Bingyan likes the young master of the Feng family?" The empress's voice slowly rang out in the palace. Ningxu raised his head in surprise, then lowered it again and didn't say anything. The empress frowned. "You are the crown princess of the Li state, second only to one person. Why are you being so shy?" Ningxu rolled his eyes in his mind. How could the empress make his weak daughter the crown princess? How could his daughter live in the rumors? Maybe this was a test. Who knew? I don't like it," Ningxu said while picking at his nails. The empress looked at Ningxu. "You really don't like it?" "I really don't like it," Ningxu said. The empress nodded and waved her hand to let Ningxu leave. Ningxu originally wanted to see the father of this body, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. As a mother, the empress was very busy and only knew that her daughter was a coward. However, as a father who lived in the harem and had nothing to do, he knew the client better. Maybe later. Ningxu returned to the crown princess residence. The house was very grand. Ningxu sneezed and quickly took a hot bath to avoid catching a cold. Ningxu had just finished bathing when the maid beside him said that a servant came to deliver ginger soup. He heard that the crown princess had fallen into the water in the prime minister's residence, so he made ginger soup for her. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. There were servants in the backyard, but not many, only 2. It was probably because the crown princess was too cowardly that not many nobles were willing to bring their sons to the crown princess residence. Ni Bingyan, who wanted to climb up the social ladder, directly rejected them. Although Ni Bingyan was a coward, she wasn't a fool. She was a bit afraid that there were spies in her backyard. Men and women alike were addicted to beauty and couldn't extricate themselves. In front of the threat of her life, Ni Bingyan trembled with fear. Ningxu felt that his client was in a bit of a predicament. Although she was the crown princess, many people believed that she would not be able to sit on the throne. Even she believed so. She was just waiting for that day to come. Ningxu said to the servant girl who answered him, "Let him in." "Yes." Following which, a man in light blue clothes came in with a lunchbox in his hand. He bowed respectfully to Ningxu and poured some ginger soup for him. Ningxu glanced at the man. He had delicate features, and his knuckles were distinct. He gave off a gentle and beautiful feeling, giving people the feeling that he was a fair-skinned young man. Most of the men here were like this. There were also many who had masculine beauty, but the mainstream aesthetic was like this man. Ningxu picked up the bowl and sniffed it. There was a pungent smell of ginger, but there were other ingredients too. Someone had actually put something in it. She had just fallen into the water. Was he going to drug her and have sex with her? Ningxu put down the bowl and said, "I drank it in the palace before." Seeing Ningxu put down the bowl, Yuqi's eyes flashed with disappointment. She said, "Crown Princess, you should drink some." Yuqi approached Ningxu. Ningxu smelled a fragrance with a hint of musk. Ningxu moved down and scanned with his spiritual power. He actually saw that Yuqi's thing was standing up. Previously, he had noticed that Yuqi's walking posture was a little strange. However, when he scanned it, Ningxu felt that it was a little blinding. Some men's desires were very strong. No wonder Yuqi ended up with a crown princess. If one wanted to live a good life, one had to be cuckolded. The first husband had been with another crown princess, and the second husband had also been with another crown princess. If the client washed her hair, she would definitely make a pool of water green. Because he had an affair with another woman, he would naturally dig a small hole or a big hole for the client from time to time. Ningxu felt that the client, as a crown princess, was really aggrieved. She probably wasn't the empress's biological child. Yuqi didn't like the client either. Now that she wanted to drug him, a man's love and sex were separated. Women had sex because of love, and men loved because of sex. Ningxu didn't want to have sex with Yuqi. What if she got pregnant? It was still such a dangerous time. What if she died during childbirth? What if she had a miscarriage? What if she endured until childbirth? What if both of them died? Moreover, Ningxu didn't like Yuqi. Ningxu only said, "Go to the courtyard and stay there. Don't run around if you have nothing to do." Yuqi was even more disappointed. She couldn't force Ningxu, so she held back her anger and left. Ningxu curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. He was going to have plenty of food and clothing. If it weren't for the rules, Yuqi would have already gone to the brothel with a tent. Men didn't have self-awareness. Just like the animals in the animal world, in order to pass on their genes, they had to mate with as many female animals as possible. This way, the possibility of passing on their genes would be higher. There was no loyalty in men's survival instincts. Their instincts were to reproduce more. This was the result of natural selection. In the animal world, most of the female animals gave birth to the next generation and then taught the next generation survival and hunting skills. It had nothing to do with male animals. They only needed to provide the seeds. A world without restrictions was terrifying. Even in modern times, they could barely rely on the law and moral restraints. However, there were still so many divorces and affairs. Ningxu told his personal maid that he was going to rest and not to disturb him if there was nothing. When the maid left, she closed the door for Ningxu. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. However, the meridians in his body were blocked. To open up his meridians, he felt like he wanted to reshape his body. It was like a steel knife scraping against his bones. Ningxu looked at his skin and blood seeped out of his pores. The client's body, no matter what plane it was placed in, was a proper martial arts trash. It was 100% isolated from martial arts. Ningxu gritted his teeth and endured. As long as he had the ability, he could wait for his subordinates to save him if he encountered any danger. His blood had already dried up and he was dead stiff. Damn, there were so many meridians in his body. He needed to open them up one by one. Ningxu opened his eyes and used a handkerchief to wipe off the blood droplets on his body. Although it was painful, it was still tolerable. Although the client was a good-for-nothing, he had recruited a sincere aide. This aide was a woman who had not passed the imperial examinations for a long time. However, she was a very powerful woman. She had contributed greatly to the client being able to stay in the position of the crown princess for so long. Ningxu threw the bloody handkerchief into the basin and headed towards the aide's courtyard. The client had specially built a courtyard for this aide to live alone. Ningxu arrived at the entrance of the courtyard and saw a woman wearing a white robe. Her hair was pinned up with a wooden hairpin. She looked very leisurely, like she was picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and leisurely looking at the southern mountain. Masterly, Ningxu cupped his hands. The client respectfully addressed this woman as teacher. Masterly placed the water ladle in the bucket, wiped her hands, and saluted Ningxu. She directly asked, "Did something happen to the crown princess in the prime minister's residence?" Ningxu recounted the events in the prime minister's residence to Masterly. In the end, he said that Xianxia fell into the pond and was saved. Of course, he omitted the part where he pushed Xianxia in. He said that Xianxia was drugged and his body was weak. In the end, he did not pay attention and fell into the pond. Masterly looked at Ningxu with a faint smile. Her Highness the Crown Princess likes the sons of the Feng family. Ningxu was speechless. She doesn't. Ningxu shook his head. Then does your Highness want to marry the sons of the Feng family? Masterly asked. That big Buddha can't be brought in. My reputation is not good, and my temple is small. I can't afford it. Ningxu shrugged. Masterly gently poured a cup of tea for Ningxu. The fragrance of the tea was faint. Ningxu smelled it, took a sip, and said, "Sometimes, I really envy Master Li's life." Master Li said leisurely, "In life, we don't pursue food and clothing, and on the basis of food and clothing, we want to build a career. It's not impossible for you to marry young Master Feng, but you have to go through a series of operations. Prime Minister Feng should be very afraid that his son will be related to your highness." Master Li drank the tea. "He will definitely have the imperial censor impeach you." Ningxu was bored to death. "If the imperial censor really impeaches me, Mother Empress will definitely marry Fengjiaxuan to me." According to the analysis of the plot, Ningxu felt that Her Highness the Empress held a bowl of water very evenly. She paid attention to the art of balance. He believed that Her Highness the Empress was aware of the matter regarding the Prime Minister's residence. She definitely had to make it up to her and let her have enough strength to fight with her sisters. She wouldn't let the power of one side be too biased. The person who entrusted her was a weakling. Her qualifications in all aspects were not too outstanding. She didn't seem to be a qualified emperor. Her reputation among the people was not worth mentioning. But with the identity of the crown princess, it could be considered legitimate. This identity allowed her to barely have the strength to fight. Her Highness the Empress was probably raising goo. The winner was king. Everyone had a chance. A chance to climb up the ranks for the emperor. Master Li smelled the tea. Prime Minister Feng also has to figure out the emperor's intentions. No matter whether this marriage succeeds or not, you have to have the imperial censor make things difficult for you. It is very likely that this marriage will succeed. Ningxu grunted. He was already prepared to be scolded by the censors during the morning assembly tomorrow. With the support of the Feng clan, Your Highness will be able to relax a little. Li Shi smiled and said, "I've long heard that the Feng clan's sons are peerless talents and are also unparalleled in intelligence." The corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. It was because marrying Fengjiaxuan would result in a fate many times worse than seizing the throne. The next day, during the morning assembly, Ningxu greeted Prime Minister Feng. However, Prime Minister Feng was neither cold nor warm. When he saw Ningxu, he looked very unhappy. "You're not happy, but I'm also not happy. Your Feng family killed the entire Ni family, not leaving a single one behind." "No, there was a seedling left. That was the fake Ni Baiwei." He didn't know how Ni Baiwei ended up. Maybe Fengjiaxuan promised to only be with one person for life, but in the end, he might have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Who knows? Maybe the Ni Baiwei who transmigrated didn't know how to govern a country, or maybe she was lazy. She probably felt more comfortable in the harem with an emperor husband protecting her. She could eat and drink every day, wear luxurious clothes and have a group of servants. Why did Ningxu feel that this girl wouldn't have a good ending in the future? The Ni family's royal family was killed, and Ni Baiwei was all alone. Fengjiaxuan was already the emperor, why would he have to worry about her? If they were to talk about love at this time, the emperor was more or less like a capitalist. If you talked about feelings with him, he would talk about money with you. If you talked about money with him, he would talk about ideals with you. It was those women who were called to return to their families that forced the society to become a patriarchal society. This speed was very fast. Prime Minister Feng didn't like her, and Ningxu also didn't want to find trouble with her. She stood according to her position and prepared to welcome the empress. During this time, there were some other empresses who talked to Ningxu. In the imperial court, there was a lot of sisterly love. Even if they wanted to pretend, they had to pretend to be happy and harmonious. Ningxu roughly understood the power between the empresses. The power was divided into 3 factions. Ningxu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the faction that the empresses were in. Damn, she could compete with the 9 dragons for the position of prime minister. Her Majesty the Empress was really good at giving birth. Ningxu sighed. It was better for her to be honest. Her previous fear wasn't without reason. Also, she shouldn't do anything that offended her superiors and touched the sensitive thoughts of the emperor. Who would be happy to have someone thinking about the chair under her but all day long, especially when she was still alive? She would wait until she opened up the meridians in her body. Now that she was weak and had the strength to protect herself, she could slowly plan. The person who entrusted her gave her two choices. She could ascend the throne, but it was also fine if the Anai family had other people ascend the throne, as long as Anai Baiwei didn't ascend the throne and abdicate. Ningxu felt that she had to fight for the throne because she was the crown princess. If she couldn't ascend the throne in the future and the other empresses ascended the throne, would there be a legitimate person who could threaten her own throne? Therefore, if she lost, she would definitely die. The other empresses might not, but at least they would be a prince. Ningxu looked at the empress who was slowly walking to the dragon throne and couldn't help but want to complain that the person who entrusted her wasn't the empress' biological daughter. Sure enough, the moment the empress arrived, the imperial censors began the impeachment meeting. All sorts of accusations were brought up, such as lack of etiquette, ignorance of discipline, servants committing murder, stupidity, inability to be enlightened, and all sorts of personal attacks were brought up. Ningxu stood there with his head lowered. He didn't say a word and didn't defend himself. It would be too tiring to defend himself one by one. If he tried to defend himself, the other party would say, as the crown princess, you actually don't have any tolerance. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. If you can't even listen to honest advice, you will be a muddle-headed ruler in the future. They would tie him to the pillar of morality and whip him. He would still have to accept being spit on his face and gain a good reputation. Ningxu was most annoyed by this kind of person who spoke so confidently and competently. They would always talk about moral kidnapping. Ningxu stood there like a little pitiful person and didn't say a word. The empress looked at Prime Minister Feng and thought for a while before saying, "Oh, I remember that it's time to find someone. How about this? Bing Yan said that she has always admired your family's Yuxian. Feng Jing, how about we become in-laws?" Prime Minister Feng was speechless. Although he was mentally prepared, Prime Minister Feng's heart was still filled with grief and indignation. It was a great honor to be in-laws with the empress. Moreover, he was marrying the crown princess. The honor was limitless. However, he still had to see if the crown princess could support him. The Empress Ningxu said, "Look at what you have done. First, get married and find a proper husband to watch over you. Then, face the wall and reflect for a month. You are not allowed to leave the residence." Ningxu clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, I will remember. I will definitely listen to the teacher's teachings." Even so, Fen Jiaxuan still wanted to marry her. Ningxu felt that the empress most likely knew about what happened in the prime minister's residence. He turned to look at his sisters. As expected, they all had ugly expressions. /BK The original plan was a bit rushed. The goal was to make Prime Minister Feng hate the crown princess, and everyone felt that the peerless and elegant young Master Feng would not marry the crown princess. Abruptly Fen Jiaxuan offended the prime minister matter, and the crown princess position was already in danger. It was as dangerous as a pile of eggs, and one straw could break the camel's back. After all, marrying the crown princess was too much of a grievance. But for some reason, the empress mother really betrothed Fen Jiaxuan to the crown princess. When Her Majesty the Empress announced the engagement, the faces of the princesses were not good. Not to mention young Master Feng's background, Fen Jiaxuan's appearance was also coveted by the women in the capital. Next, they decided on the wedding date, which was arranged very close. Before the wedding, she had to face the wall and reflect. After the wedding, she had to face the wall and reflect for a month. It was clearly a marriage bestowal, but she was also grounded. Thunder and rain were the grace of the Empress, and Her Majesty the Empress gave a carrot after a stick. After that, Ningxu began the days of not leaving the house. She was not anxious about the wedding at all. After all, there were internal court officials presiding over the wedding, and they had considered all aspects of the wedding very thoroughly. As for whether Fen Jiaxuan would marry or not, she did not care at all. Ningxu spent a lot of time every day opening up her blocked meridians. Every time she opened them up, it was as if she had jumped into a pool of blood. Her entire body was covered in blood. With so many meridians in her body, Ningxu felt that every day was like an abyss of suffering. Not only did she have to open up her meridians, but she also had to nourish them. She felt that her meridians had been tormented to the point of being extremely fragile. As long as she used her spiritual energy, she would feel the pain of being pricked by needles. Ningxu did not have a good time, and Fen Jiaxuan was also unhappy. She had been schemed against to become the crown princess's official husband. It was too king unpleasant. With Xianxia's status and appearance, she could even be the empress. She was someone who could command the winds and clouds. The marriage had been bestowed. No matter how unwilling the prime minister Manor was, they still had to start preparing for the wedding. Soon, the crown princess Manor was decorated with lanterns and colored banners for the wedding. Ningxu wore wedding clothes and sat on a tall horse to welcome the bride. When they arrived at the Feng clan, the atmosphere was as stagnant as a funeral. Prime Minister Feng looked at Ningxu with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. Ningxu didn't feel any joy from being married. Even though Prime Minister Feng's eyes were terrifying, Ningxu still insisted on marrying Xianxia. The wedding procession stretched from one end of the street to the other. It was exceptionally bustling. The commoners who were watching the excitement lined the streets to welcome the bride. Moreover, they were all pointing at the procession and gossiping. It seemed that everyone was pitying the prime minister's son for marrying the crown princess, who had no achievements and was incomparably mediocre. From her toes to her hair, the crown princess exuded an air of mediocrity. She was truly unworthy of the prime minister's son. Ningxu sat on the back of the horse and straightened his chest, ignoring the common people's comments about his aptitude. However, Xianxia, who was sitting in the palanquin, felt his heart boiling like hot oil. It was difficult to disobey an imperial order, but he was extremely resistant in his heart. He had been set up from the beginning to the end. Whenever his mother talked about his marriage, she would sigh helplessly. She didn't want him to marry, but he had no choice. It was said that the empress and the prime minister had a very good relationship, they were like sisters. However, the empress was the empress, a subject was a subject, they couldn't overstep their boundaries. Xianxia had great ambitions in his heart. He wasn't willing to marry a woman just like that. Moreover, it wasn't the woman he liked, the woman he loved. The most disgusting one was the crown princess. What a disgusting woman. She didn't use her ability for important matters. She only knew how to scheme against people with a little bit of cleverness. She didn't even look at her reputation among the common people. Other than her identity as the crown princess, she had no other good points. Along the way, they arrived at the crown princess residence. After a series of complicated etiquette that made people dizzy, Ningxu and Xianxia became husband and wife. Ningxu could feel that Xianxia's body was incomparably stiff from the beginning to the end. He was very repulsed by Ningxu's touch. As long as there was physical contact, he would immediately dodge. In addition, he had martial arts, so his body was very agile. Her Majesty the Empress gave a few instructions to Ningxu. Her face was actually filled with joy. The people below also became more enthusiastic, and the atmosphere also became more harmonious. Ningxu and Xianxia toasted with people during the banquet. Even in a world where women were superior, the status of men wasn't that low. It wasn't like they couldn't see people. In a world where men were superior and women were inferior, women couldn't even leave the bedroom door. They could only stay in the bridal chamber. During the banquet, several sisters desperately drank wine. Some people's eyes drifted to Xianxia's body. Xianxia was dressed in red, which made his face look like jade. His face was like a jade carving. His facial features were exquisite. His long hair was like ink. His figure was tall and straight. A dragon and phoenix jade pendant hung on his waist. He was really a fairy-like figure. Looking at the crown princess, although her appearance wasn't bad, standing next to her, she was like dregs. Someone come, the seventh princess fainted. The seventh princess's personal maid ran to the banquet and shouted anxiously. The seventh princess was Enai Baiwei. When Ningxu heard this, he immediately put down his wine cup and asked, "What happened to royal sister?" Even the empress looked over here. The personal maid was so anxious that her forehead was sweating. Her Royal Highness the seventh princess was greedy for sweet wine and went to the toilet. When she came back, she passed by the pavilion and fell down the steps of the pavilion. Her Royal Highness the seventh princess' head was injured. I have already moved Her Royal Highness to the guest room. This time traveler's time of arrival was a bit strange. How could he have arrived on the day of her wedding? Moreover, it was a big day, and blood had been seen. It cast a layer of ominous shadow over people's hearts. In any case, he would have arrived sooner or later. Ningxu hurriedly asked the doctor in the mansion to go to the guest room to check on Baiwei's situation. The empress frowned and said, "Why is little Seven, this child, so greedy for wine?" The group went to the guest room, and then saw the seventh princess lying on the bed. There was blood on her forehead, and the doctor was taking her pulse. There were maids cleaning the blood and wounds on her forehead. Her forehead was injured, and it seemed that she was a bit disfigured. They didn't know if it would leave a scar. Until now, she still didn't have any intention of waking up. "Eldest royal sister, the feng shui of your crown princess mansion isn't very good, is it? Even on such a big day, there can be a bloody disaster. It may affect the relationship between you husband and wife," a royal princess said somewhat gloatingly. There was jealousy in her tone, which suddenly made Her Majesty the Empress look at her sharply. Her mouth didn't have a filter. How could she say such things in public? The royal princess suddenly didn't dare to say anything. Although she was outspoken, she also said what most people were thinking. Moreover, it could make people who were married feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Her Majesty the Empress said, "Life is for people to live. Can this little thing affect people's lives?" The royal princess immediately apologized, saying that she had said something wrong. The purpose of a happy occasion was to be auspicious. It was indeed unlucky to see blood. Ningxu glanced at Fengjiaxuan. His expression was cold, and he did not care about the bloody disaster at all. Ningxu did not care about the bloody disaster at all, because there would indeed be a bloody disaster in the future. This was just an appetizer. And he did not plan to grow old with Fengjiaxuan, so he did not care about the bloody disaster at all. "When will little Seven wake up?" the Empress asked the doctor. The doctor's face was tangled, and he did not know what to say. He felt that the seventh princess' pulse was getting weaker and weaker, almost disappearing. She only hurt her forehead, and there was not much blood. How could her pulse be so weak? It was about to disappear. How dare he say that the seventh princess was going to die? "Doctor, what's wrong with the seventh princess?" the other princesses asked. Ningxu looked at little Seven's face. Soon this body would be occupied by other souls. Ningxu glanced at Fengjiaxuan with an inexplicable look. "Your true love is coming. Hurry up and get ready to welcome her." Fengjiaxuan responded to Ningxu's look with cold eyes, and then stood aside as if it was none of his business. He looked cold and distant. The doctor's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the pulse disappeared. The doctor was shocked. He felt that he had never encountered such a strange thing in his many years of medical practice. The doctor pressed his hand on the pulse, as if he could feel the pulse by doing so. Looking at the doctor's troublesome look, the others did not dare to disturb him. The doctor's eyebrows could not help but twitch. The pulse that disappeared before was now beating again. It was getting stronger and stronger, and finally returned to the strength of a normal person's pulse. The disappearance of the pulse before seemed to be an illusion. Damn, he felt like he was being played. Her Highness was hit in the head. "She will wake up after a while," the doctor said with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the seventh princess was not dead. The person on the bed, Baiwei's eyes moved a few times. She opened her eyelids and looked around blankly. As a result, she saw a large group of people surrounding her and staring at her. What the hell? That was scary. Baiwei was scared to death by the black mass of people in front of her. Moreover, she saw that these people were wearing luxurious clothes with glittering jewels on their heads. Could it be that they were filming? The dignified woman at the front had a strong aura that made one's heart tremble. At this moment, she was asking him, "Little Seven, how are you?" Who is Little Seven? Baiwei felt a little uneasy and looked around for the camera. Moreover, this woman who was asking her questions seemed to be her sarcastic, critical, domineering, and suffocating superior. Baiwei hated this kind of domineering woman. She had endocrine disorders and looked like she couldn't get married, so she tortured her subordinates. Working under her superior was simply tough. She nitpicked and deliberately found fault with others. When Ningxu saw Baiwei's confused eyes, he knew that she had changed her mind. Baiwei sized up the people in the room. Finally, her eyes focused on the man in the red wedding robe. She stared straight at him and almost drooled. Her eyes fell directly on Fengjiaxuan. Baiwei had never seen such a good-looking man. This was simply a one-in-a-million male god. This male actor was really, really handsome. Ningxu saw Baiwei's love-struck look. Ignoring the others, she could not move her eyes away from Fengjiaxuan. If there were not so many people here, she would probably have screamed. Love-struck was an illness. It was really an illness. Girls liked boys when they saw them. When they saw handsome guys, they would drool or scream uncontrollably. If it was serious, it would be ***** hyperactivity. It was a disease characterized by men or women having too much desire for sex. Little 7? Her Majesty the Empress raised her voice a little. She fell and became stupid. She didn't even recognize her mother, only then did Baiwei reluctantly move her gaze away from Fengjiaxuan. She looked at the people around her with a strange gaze. Feng Yuxian, who had always been indifferent, suddenly felt that the 7th princess had become a little more interesting after waking up. Looking at her with a burning gaze, there was pure appreciation in her eyes. That burning gaze was something that he could not ignore even if he wanted to. Ningxu asked, 7th sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you replying to Mother Empress? Royal sister, she was a princess, a golden branch and jade leaf? Was this filming or had she transmigrated? But she did not recognize any of these people. Baiwei's eyes darted around. Holding her head, she painfully said, my head really hurts. Fengjiaxuan saw a flash of craftiness in Baiwei's eyes. He felt that this 7th princess had become very interesting. She had a bit of a naughty and charming feeling. To put it bluntly, woman, you're very interesting. You've successfully attracted my attention. Ningxu looked at Fengjiaxuan's expression and smirked. He suddenly had a feeling that the plot was deliberately making things difficult for him. He had transmigrated when he was getting married. The previous plot was not like this, Ningxu said to the doctor, quickly take a look at 7th sister. She has a headache. Then he said to Her Majesty the Empress, Mother Empress, it must be that Xiaoqi's head was knocked on. She temporarily does not remember people. The Empress frowned. She fell so hard that she could not recognize her own mother. She could not even recognize her own siblings? Yes, yes. My head really hurts. Baiwei covered her head and groaned. However, her pair of eyeballs were rolling around and she looked very intelligent. Xiaoqi, do you still recognize 3rd sister? The 4th princess asked Baiwei. You are 3rd sister. Baiwei looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and said. Sure enough, you don't recognize people. Xiaoqi, I am 4th sister. The 4th princess shook her head and said. Baiwei, fuck, if you are 4th sister, then so be it. You just have to say you are 3rd sister. Deep scheme. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. The palace scheme was deep. Feng Yun, who had been indifferent, spoke first to resolve the awkwardness. She asked the doctor, is the 7th princess okay? Will she be fine after the wound on her forehead is healed? Yes. The doctor could only answer like this. As long as she was not dead, he did not know anything else. The Empress looked at Xiaoqi, who was on the bed, and asked someone to send Xiaoqi back to the palace. Baiwei was now afraid. She did not know anyone. If she really went back to the palace, she might as well stay here. So she held her head and said, headache. My headache is so bad. The doctor said, she probably hurt her head. When she moves, she will have a headache. The Empress said to Ningxu, then leave Xiaoqi in your house and take good care of her. Ningxu, staying here would make it easier for him to contact Fengjiaxuan. Life was really full of surprises. Fengjiaxuan said, Mother Empress, the Crown Princess and I will take good care of the 7th princess. Wow, the voice of the Prince Charming is so deep, so magnetic, so nice. From the beginning to the end, Fengjiaxuan did not say a single word to him. After Baiwei woke up, look at how active Fengjiaxuan was. There were also benefits to keeping Baiwei in the residence. It was very reassuring to keep an eye on her. The only drawback was that he could not kill her directly. If a princess died in the residence of the Crown Princess, He would not be able to escape the crime of killing his sister. The wedding ended simply because of little Seven's accident. The empress returned to the palace and the guests also left. Only Ningxu, Fengjiaxuan, Enai Baiwei, and her personal maid were left in the guest room. Ningxu said to Enai Baiwei, "Little Seven, I am your big sister." Enai Baiwei originally wanted to call her big sister, but she was tricked previously. Who knows if this girl was her big sister? "This is my man. We just got married today. You came to attend our wedding banquet, but something happened to you." Ningxu introduced Fengjiaxuan. Enai Baiwei, who was lying on the bed, suddenly felt as if she was struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Fengjiaxuan, who was wearing red clothes. Her Prince Charming actually got married. Fengjiaxuan understood Ningxu's words. He frowned and looked unhappy, but he did not say anything in the end. Ningxu instructed Enai Baiwei to take care of her body and to tell the housekeeper if she needed anything. However, Enai Baiwei looked at Fengjiaxuan absent-mindedly. Without a reunion, it was really hard to be an unmarried man and woman. Before she even started to fall in love, she had already fallen out of love. Moreover, he even became her brother-in-law. She sized up Ningxu. The woman that her Prince Charming married was not very beautiful. They did not look compatible at all. After returning to the bridal room, the next procedure was to enter the bridal room. However, Fengjiaxuan's face was as cold as ice. Celebrities did not want to make love. Ningxu did not want to make love. Ningxu was too lazy to touch other people's men. "Crown Princess, so many things have happened today." "Your Highness, let's go to bed," Fengjiaxuan said. Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement. After freshening up, he stood back to back with Fengjiaxuan. On their wedding night, Fengjiaxuan did not dare to drive Ningxu away. The servants in the backyard were all snobbish. If the Crown Princess did not sleep with her husband on their wedding night, the next day, there would be rumors that the Prime Minister's son, who was peerlessly beautiful, had been left out. Fengjiaxuan had to consider the Feng family's reputation and his mother's face. Sleeping all the way until morning, Ningxu stretched his body. Fengjiaxuan had already woken up. He was wearing his usual bamboo-colored clothes, which made him look even more handsome. Ningxu greeted him coldly and then went to his study to start cultivating. In any case, he had been grounded by the Empress during this period of time, so there was no need for him to go to morning court. After cultivating, he ate some breakfast and then went to look for Master Li. Master Li's life was still very leisurely. When she had nothing to do, she would water the flowers, brew tea, and read books. Master Li was an intellectual woman. Although she had all kinds of schemes, she was very calm on the surface. "Congratulations to your Highness for marrying a good man," Master Li said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What good man? He reckoned that not long later, he would be entangled with Enai Baiwei. Meanwhile, little Seven, Enai Baiwei, was digesting the information she had received from her personal maid. So this was not an ancient society where men were superior to women, but a world where women were superior to men. She was the Empress and had a noble status. In other words, in this world, a woman could find many husbands, and it was also possible to find many men. So awesome. Enai Baiwei was still planning to look at all kinds of handsome men, but Fengjiaxuan's face flashed in her mind. What a handsome face that was. She was already satisfied to be able to meet such a perfect male god in her life. Thinking back, she was just an ordinary white-collar worker with ordinary looks and an ordinary salary. She did not expect to meet such a perfect male god after transmigrating. She even became the Empress and did not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Enai Baiwei focused on finding out about Fengjiaxuan. After understanding her elder sister's reputation, 2 words appeared in Enai Baiwei's mind: forced marriage. To think that her elder sister was the Empress Dowager of a country. She was actually so lousy that she even used her authority to force Fengjiaxuan to marry. Looking at Fengjiaxuan's cold appearance, it was indeed because he was unhappy in his marriage. The Empress was really old and muddle-headed to let such a person become the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was the Crown Prince, second only to one person and above everyone else. If such a person held power, it would be people like Fengjiaxuan who would suffer. Could it be that even a good-looking man was forced to marry her? Enai Baiwei bore the wound on her head and directly went to Fenjiaxuan's courtyard to visit Fenjiaxuan. Fenjiaxuan courteously received Enai Baiwei and prepared tea and pastries for her. Enai Baiwei looked at Fenjiaxuan with sparkling eyes as she ate the pastries prepared by Fenjiaxuan. She ate until her cheeks were puffed up, looking especially cute and charming. After the seventh prince woke up, he became even more soft and cute. He did not have the strong feeling of other women and was full of feminine beauty. He was even more different from the Empress Dowager, who was so cold that she did not dare to speak. In addition to his young age, he was full of youthful aura and was incomparably lively. Fenjiaxuan's heart suddenly became a little soft. He asked his personal servant to prepare more pastries for Enai Baiwei. These pastries were exquisitely made and tasted very good. Enai Baiwei found various topics to chat with Fenjiaxuan, and then she found that her Prince Charming was really very knowledgeable and knew how to write poems and songs. Fenjiaxuan found that the seventh princess's words were particularly interesting. One or two new words would always pop out of her mouth, which sounded lively and witty. Why didn't he find her so interesting before? Ningxu came out from Master Li's courtyard and heard the servants say that Enai Baiwei bore the injury and went to Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. He heard that she did not come out even after chatting for a while. Ningxu laughed in his heart and did not say anything. Like this, she was not afraid of tetanus, which would leave a scar if the wind blew. He heard that there was also food and drink. She was injured, so she should avoid certain foods. He did not know what she ate at Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. Ningxu did not go to Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. Instead, he returned to his study room and began to cultivate. Then, he began to open up his meridians like a foolish old man moving a mountain. Ningxu opened up a meridian that led to his dantian. This way, he could store spiritual energy in his dantian. While opening up his meridians, he could store spiritual energy and increase his strength. Because they were newlyweds, Fenjiaxuan would ask someone to invite Ningxu to his courtyard to eat. At this time, Enai Baiwei would rely on her tender face and young age to eat with them. Originally, it was 2 people eating, but now there were 3 people at the table. Ningxu picked up some food with heavy pigments, such as scallions, ginger, and garlic, and gave it to Enai Baiwei. Eating these things would easily leave a scar. It seemed that Enai Baiwei was a person with a heavy appetite. She liked eating these dishes very much. Enai Baiwei looked at Fenjiaxuan while eating. Looking at the cold and lifeless Fenjiaxuan, she felt that it was all because her elder sister did not treat him well. This was not a happy marriage. Ningxu looked at Enai Baiwei. At the table, Enai Baiwei and Fenjiaxuan had eye contact. Because Ningxu was present, it was not very obvious. Ningxu ate. This was why she wanted to marry Fenjiaxuan. If it was not for this layer of relationship, the relationship between Enai Baiwei and Fenjiaxuan would be even more obvious. Fenjiaxuan had not fallen in love with Enai Baiwei yet, but he felt that Enai Baiwei was a very interesting girl. Moreover, she was younger than Fenjiaxuan. Currently, Enai Baiwei was only 14 years old, 2 years away from adulthood. Fenjiaxuan had not fallen in love with Enai Baiwei yet. However, love always starts with interest. Ningxu asked Enai Baiwei, whose cheeks were stuffed, "Little 7, is your wound better?" Enai Baiwei touched the wound on her forehead and smiled at Ningxu. "I am much better, thank you for your concern. Big brother-in-law is also very good to me." Enai Baiwei smiled at Fenjiaxuan, revealing her white teeth. Fenjiaxuan's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled, but he acted as if nothing had happened and picked up the food. After that, Enai Baiwei and Fenjiaxuan became even closer. Enai Baiwei felt that Fenjiaxuan was a lonely man. Marrying a woman like her big sister should be very unhappy. Moreover, they were very unfamiliar with each other. How could this be the appearance of newlyweds? Fenjiaxuan often stood in the pavilion and played the jade flute. His voice was mellow and distant, causing Enai Baiwei's heart to ache. She felt very distressed. The two often drank tea together. Enai Baiwei looked at Fenjiaxuan like a little fangirl as he played the jade flute. Gradually, there were rumors in the Crown Princess residence. They said that the Crown Princess's principal husband and the 7th princess were very close and that there was something going on between the two. When Ningxu heard these rumors, she pretended not to know anything. She completely ignored them and did not question Fenjiaxuan. she and Fengjiaxuan were not husband and wife. Ningxu acted as if she hadn't noticed anything. She looked like an idiot. Even the servants of the crown princess's residence felt strange when they saw Ningxu's expression. Ningxu, why is the world green? Ningxu and Fengjiaxuan did not consummate their marriage. Both of them had their own thoughts, which strangely maintained the current situation. Ningxu had more important things to do, and that was to take advantage of the recent confinement to solve the problem of his meridians and slowly cultivate. Everything had to wait until he was strong enough, then he could slowly plan for now. However, the rumors in the backyard were getting louder and louder. They were all talking about the things between Enai Baiwei and Fengjiaxuan. The two of them were too frequent. Fengjiaxuan began to slowly refuse to interact with Enai Baiwei. How could he not know the rumors in the backyard? Even the Prime Minister's residence, where he was from, had sent him a letter, asking him to be careful of his influence. Now there were even rumors in the streets. Fengjiaxuan frowned. He and the seventh princess were innocent. Some bored people's brains were filled with rubbish. Enai Baiwei saw Fengjiaxuan less and less. Every time she came to visit Fengjiaxuan, he was either resting or busy. In short, he refused to see her. Enai Baiwei knew why Fengjiaxuan did not want to see her. She suddenly cursed in her heart. She had never seen such a free person who stared at others and said bad things every day. If these words were passed to her sister, she did not know how she would treat Fengjiaxuan. The men in this world were so pitiful. People like Fengjiaxuan, who was well-read and talented, could only be trapped in such a place. He could contribute to the country, but now he was thrown into the backyard by a cruel woman and depressed every day. She could not let her sister misunderstand Fengjiaxuan. This world had requirements for a man's reputation. Her Prince Charming could not be criticized behind his back every day because of her. Therefore, Enai Baiwei came to find Ningxu to explain the rumors. Ningxu heard from his personal maid that the seventh princess was waiting outside the door. Ningxu raised his eyebrows, put down the brush, and put away the paper to practice writing. She was imitating the handwriting of the client. Everyone's handwriting was like their face. No one was exactly the same. If her handwriting was different, it would be suspicious. Moreover, she would have to submit a memorial. The Empress's mother should be the one who was most familiar with her handwriting. Why was Enai Baiwei looking for her? Ningxu led Enai Baiwei in. When Enai Baiwei came in, she sweetly greeted Ningxu. Ningxu asked, "Little Seven, why are you looking for me?" Enai Baiwei hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sister, do you love brother-in-law?" "What's there to love?" "He's my legal husband," Ningxu said, avoiding the topic. "Since sister loves brother-in-law, then you have to believe brother-in-law. Don't listen to the servant's nonsense." Enai Baiwei said, "Moreover, I am not an adult yet. These people's thoughts are too dirty." Ningxu did not comment and said, "I don't care. It's good that sister is not angry. The servants are just gossiping. You have to believe brother-in-law." Enai Baiwei said. Ningxu nodded. "Don't worry about these things. Take good care of your body. If you are injured, don't run around. If something happens to you, Mother Empress will blame me." Ningxu walked around the desk and patted Enai Baiwei's shoulder. "Don't worry about these things. Take good care of your injuries." Enai Baiwei's shoulder was knocked askew by Ningxu's pat. She felt that Ningxu's hand was very heavy. Her heart trembled. She felt that she should not have come today. Enai Baiwei hated office fights the most. Sometimes, she would be pushed out by her colleagues to take the blame. Sometimes, she would be made difficult by her female superiors who had endocrine disorders. Her fighting spirit was not very sharp. Now, she realized that she should not have come to find Sister Empress. What if Sister Empress made things difficult for Fengjiaxuan? If she spoke up for Fengjiaxuan, Sister Empress would feel that she had an affair with Fengjiaxuan. Sigh. Why did Prince Charming marry such a person? Ningxu extended his hand and touched the wound on Enai Baiwei's forehead. Enai Baiwei immediately shivered. She felt that Ningxu's hand had static electricity. The wound was a little numb and painful. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at the wound. He withdrew his hand and sighed. "Little Seven, you can't be greedy anymore. Otherwise, it will leave a scar. I know. Enai Baiwei walked away in a sorry state. Ningxu rolled his eyes. With this kind of fighting strength, it was no wonder that the throne was given to Fengjiaxuan. Ningxu did not care about what happened in the backyard, nor did he blame Fengjiaxuan. Seeing Ningxu's attitude, Enai Baiwei suddenly felt that Sister Empress had a good point. At least, she was not so narrow-minded. However, if Sister Empress could tolerate this kind of thing, didn't it mean that she did not love Fengjiaxuan at all? Since she did not love Fengjiaxuan, why did she marry him? Wasn't this insulting him, pitiful Prince Charming? The men in this world were really pitiful. People like Fengjiaxuan wasted his talent. He could not decide his own marriage and married a woman who did not love him. Enai Baiwei truly loved her Prince Charming. When she was chatting with Fengjiaxuan, they talked about a place where men and women were equal and where men could achieve great things. Men could be emperors, men could be officials, men could be outside, women could be inside. Fengjiaxuan didn't have any expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with yearning and desire. Seeing that Ningxu didn't make a fuss, Enai Baiwei also openly interacted with Fengjiaxuan. However, it wasn't in Fengjiaxuan's courtyard, but in the pavilion or the garden. There were many maids and servants around them, and they were very open. Even so, it was strange for a brother-in-law and sister-in-law to interact like this. Therefore, the rumors were still spreading. Because Ningxu's reputation wasn't good, the rumors were even worse. Fengjiaxuan could only stay in his courtyard and didn't step out. It was also very difficult for him to see Enai Baiwei. This made Enai Baiwei feel very uncomfortable. Of course, this discomfort wasn't directed at Fengjiaxuan, but at this world where women were superior. Everyone was equal, so why was it so strict that men couldn't even step out of their courtyards? Ningxu's confinement time was up, and he went to the court. After the court, he was asked to stay by the Empress. The Empress sat on the dragon throne and looked down at Ningxu, appearing very dignified. The Empress, who had given birth to many children, had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. However, this didn't affect her beauty and majesty at all. "How is little Seven doing in the Crown Princess residence?" the Empress asked. Ningxu immediately said, "She's doing very well. It's just that she doesn't really avoid eating, so her wounds are healing a little slowly. I've already asked the doctor to take a look at her repeatedly." The Empress nodded. "How are you getting along with your husband?" Ningxu said, "She's doing very well." The Empress was speechless. "Do you know about the rumors on the streets?" Ningxu nodded. "Your son has been under house arrest for a period of time. I've been staying in the residence. The rumors outside are just rumors. I'm innocent." The corners of the Empress's mouth twitched. She knew that this daughter of hers was a coward, but she hadn't expected her daughter to be so cowardly. As far as she knew, Xianxia indeed liked to look for the men of the Feng clan, but this daughter of hers, the Empress rubbed her temples and said to Ningxu, "There is no smoke without fire. Pay more attention and get along well with Fengjiaxuan. Don't neglect him." Ningxu nodded. Then, he cupped his hands and left the hall. Ningxu returned home. As soon as Ningxu arrived home, the imperial physician and imperial bodyguards arrived, saying that they were here to treat the seventh princess. Ningxu pursed her lips. Her mother was really paranoid. All she did was say that Xiaoqi's wound wasn't good, and she immediately sent an imperial physician over, thinking that someone was trying to harm Xiaoqi. Ningxu allowed the imperial physician to check the pot and the dregs of the medicine. She would only do it on the medicine if she spilled it. It would be easy to be discovered, and the effect might not be good. The imperial physician applied the palace's ointment on Enai Baiwei. It could remove the scar and heal the wound quickly. The imperial bodyguards informed Enai Baiwei of the Empress's decree, which was to let the seventh princess return to the palace to recuperate. There were imperial physicians in the palace, and the conditions were good in all aspects. Probably because of the rumors, the Empress had a knot in her heart. Now, the best way was to not let the two of them come into contact. One was her own daughter, and the other was the son of an important minister. It would be a joke if they were to cause trouble. When Enai Baiwei heard that she had to return to the palace, she was unwilling. If she went back, she wouldn't be able to see her Prince Charming. It would be difficult for her to come out again in the future. Nai Baiwei immediately pulled Ningxu's hand. Big sister, I don't want to go back. If I go back, Empress Mother will take care of me. I can't go anywhere, big sister. Nai Baiwei acted coquettishly to Ningxu. Ningxu pulled out his sleeve from Nai Baiwei's hand and said, Xiaoqi, it's better to go back. The wound on your forehead is troublesome. Do you want it to leave a scar? Xiaoqi, listen to me. Nai Baiwei could only reluctantly leave the Crown Princess residence. She kept looking back. Why didn't her Prince Charming come to send her off? She didn't even get to see him for the last time. Sigh. Even if she went back to the palace, Nai Baiwei would think of ways to come to the Crown Princess residence. There were all kinds of strange reasons, such as missing the pastries of the Crown Princess residence. She was familiar with the bed after sleeping on it for more than a month. Ningxu immediately packed the bed that Nai Baiwei slept on and sent it to the palace. Since she wasn't used to it, he would give it to her. Nai Baiwei was speechless. Her big sister was really stubborn. The smart Fenjiaxuan also had a headache. This girl was naive and cute, but she didn't know the danger. There were already rumors outside. If this continued, even if his mother was the prime minister, something would happen. However, this girl came to find him despite all the difficulties, which made him feel warm. Big sister, I like this bird. Can you give it to me? Nai Baiwei pointed at the birdcage hanging by the window. Inside the cage was a small and cute bird with yellow and black feathers. It had a red beak and fluffy feathers. It was indeed cute and was jumping in the cage. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and said, This belongs to your big brother-in-law. If you want it, you have to ask him. Today was another lunch for the three of them. Nai Baiwei stayed to eat. Big brother-in-law, can you give it to me? I like it. Nai Baiwei said to Fenjiaxuan. Fenjiaxuan looked at Ningxu. Ningxu just held his bowl and didn't say anything. Fenjiaxuan had to say, Crown Princess. Ningxu put down his chopsticks. This is yours. If you want to give it to me, then give it to me. Thank you, big brother-in-law. Nai Baiwei immediately smiled and walked to the front of the birdcage to play with the bird. Fenjiaxuan glanced at Nai Baiwei and then looked away. At night, Ningxu sat by the window. He was cultivating and releasing his spiritual power while waiting for something. In the middle of the night, a bird broke into the range of Ningxu's spiritual power. This bird was fluffy and had something tied to its feet. It went straight to Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. Fenjiaxuan was smart. He let Nai Baiwei ask for something in front of her. This way, it wouldn't be a private exchange. At least, the thing had passed through her hands, so it wouldn't be a gift from Fenjiaxuan to Nai Baiwei. Maybe one day, the thing would be found by someone. They would say that the bird had spirituality and found it on its own. Moreover, this thing was relatively small, only the size of a half-grown child's fist. It wasn't very eye-catching. Even if someone saw it, they would think it was an ordinary bird. Nai Baiwei asking for something in that situation must have been taught by Fenjiaxuan. Ningxu propped up his chin. This kind of messenger bird was a bit romantic. After a while, the bird flew out of Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. Ningxu directly used his spiritual power to grab the bird and pulled it in front of him. The bird struggled violently and chirped, trying to break free from Ningxu's hand. Ningxu took the small piece of paper from the bird's feet. The paper was very small, and the words written on it were also very small. Fenjiaxuan's handwriting was good, and the content was relatively clear. There wasn't anything exciting. Ningxu was a little disappointed. He thought that he would see some mushy words that would cause his blood to boil. It was just a simple greeting. It also warned Nai Baiwei to be careful in the palace. People's hearts were unpredictable. Ningxu dipped the brush in ink and copied down the content. He then put the paper back and released the bird. Ningxu washed her hands and put away the content she had copied. Every night, other than cultivating, Ningxu had to copy down the content. The content changed from a simple greeting to a caring and ambiguous one. Wasn't saying goodnight to each other something couples did. Nai Baiwei would tell Fenjiaxuan whatever trouble she had, and Fenjiaxuan would give her a solution. He would let her know how to deal with the servants who committed crimes and how to face the empress. Where could she find such a good pen pal? When Ningxu copied the content, he felt that it was very interesting. He told Enai Baiwei how to use her heart. Enai Baiwei's reply was full of praises for Fenjiaxuan. Her admiration for him was overflowing. Her love was overflowing between the lines. Recently, Enai Baiwei was more favored by the empress. She would reward her with something when she was free. When she was free, she would make some strange things for the empress. She would also make some novel foods. These foods even caused a food trend in the capital. Even the empress liked it. Ordinary people also wanted to try it. However, Enai Baiwei didn't do anything out of line. She would ask the empress to let her out of the palace to play. She looked like a child. The empress unintentionally asked Little Seven if she wanted to be the empress. Little Seven immediately shook her head. She said that she was like a free prince who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. It was enough to have food, drink, and play. Being the empress was so tiring. Why should she suffer so much? There were probably many people who were thinking about the throne under her skin. Suddenly, there was a child who didn't care about the throne. This made the empress feel a little emotional. After all, they were her children. If anything happened to them, she wouldn't feel good. If these children were like Little Seven and didn't fight for anything, there wouldn't be a situation of sisters killing each other. The other princesses did not care much about Enai Baiwei. They only cooked some food to please their mother. Moreover, she was not even 16 years old. Enai Baiwei was very interested in ancient things. When she had nothing to do, she would sneak out of the palace to buy things. Her Majesty the Empress was very generous. Every time, she would give Enai Baiwei some money and let her go out to buy things. After a period of time, Ningxu had copied a thick stack of content. Suddenly, he felt that the bird was very pitiful. It flew every day. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Ningxu felt that the bird had become thinner. How could it not have the strength to deliver a letter? Ningxu injected a trace of spiritual energy into the bird's body. The frightened bird, which was caught by Ningxu, suddenly became spirited and became closer to Ningxu. Come on, fly, this kind of bird was tamed by someone. It could deliver letters. Its appearance was similar to ordinary birds and would not attract attention. To tame a bird, it took time, effort, and money. Fenjiaxuan was really rich. He probably had some capable people under him. Ningxu and Fenjiaxuan lived in harmony. The two of them were cold. Occasionally, when they ate together, the two of them would not say a word. Ningxu would leave after eating. Fenjiaxuan also did not let Ningxu stay. The two of them brewed together to maintain the current situation. The bird is not here anymore, but you still keep the bird food. Ningxu looked at the small plate on the table by the window. There was bird food in it. Fenjiaxuan was very calm and casually explained, the previous bird was given to the seventh princess. Now that I want to catch a bird, there will always be a greedy bird that will eat this thing. At that time I will be able to catch it. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, so it is used to catch birds. Fenjiaxuan nodded. He was calm and had an extraordinary temperament. Ningxu just smiled indifferently and left Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. After many times, the bird seemed to have learned. Every time it delivered a letter, it would first go to Ningxu's courtyard. When Ningxu was done, it would fly to Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. As a reward, Ningxu would sometimes inject some spiritual energy into the bird. Spiritual energy was something that creatures instinctively wanted to absorb, and it was the same for birds. Ningxu wrote on the paper, there is something rebellious in the crown princess's residence. Then he tied the paper to the bird's leg. Ningxu released the bird. The bird flew directly to the direction of the palace and did not pass by Fenjiaxuan's courtyard. In the palace, when Enai Baiwei saw the note, her hand trembled and she quickly wrote a reply. Why did Prince Charming say this? When Ningxu received the reply, he imitated Fenjiaxuan's handwriting and replied, if something happens to the crown princess, I can leave her. Ningxu injected spiritual energy into the bird's body. Ningxu felt that the bird's heart was about to break down. Enai Baiwei's heart skipped a beat. It was a good thing that Prince Charming could lead the first imperial sister. However, if something happened to the crown princess, would Prince Charming be able to escape? Husband and wife were one. Moreover, when she watched TV, she often heard about the execution of the entire clan. Although it was the imperial family and the entire clan would not be executed, something might happen to Prince Charming. Should she say this to the Empress? Ningxu taught Anai Baiwei in detail how to tell the Empress. She just had to say how she found something strange in the crown princess's residence while she was staying there. Anai Baiwei was conflicted. She was hesitating whether she should do this or not. If there was really something treacherous in the crown princess's residence, what if Fenjiaxuan was implicated? Ningxu also talked about how the crown princess was cruel and blah blah blah. Such an heir would be a disaster for the country. It would be a misfortune for the people of the Li state. When the time came, the Li state would be in continuous war and the people would be in a terrible situation. Ningxu looked at the contents of the note. She was really good at making fun of herself. Anai Baiwei looked at the contents of the note and decided to tell the Empress. Moreover, Anai Baiwei believed in Prince Charming. After all, he was very smart. Anai Baiwei prepared some food and sent it to the Empress. Then, she saw a jade seal on the Empress's table and asked, "Mother Empress, what is this?" "The Imperial Jade Seal." Anai Baiwei looked at it and said casually, "The Imperial Jade Seal looks like this. I saw something like this at the first Imperial sister's place. It looks quite similar." The Empress put down the lotus seed porridge and asked indifferently, "Oh, it looks very similar?" "It looks very similar. I even saw the first Imperial sister stamping it." Anai Baiwei was not afraid at all. Although her heart was trembling, she still looked casual. "But it doesn't look like it when I look carefully." Anai Baiwei shook her head and said. The Empress's expression was indifferent. She said to Anai Baiwei, "You are done eating. Go out. I have to deal with government affairs." Anai Baiwei was anxious. She did not know if the Empress had listened to her. "Mother Empress, is your appetite not good? You haven't eaten much. Government affairs have to be dealt with every day. Your health is more important," Anai Baiwei asked the Empress. "I'm not that hungry. Go down." The Empress's gaze made Anai Baiwei feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Anai Baiwei quickly took the food box and left. The Empress reached out and stroked the Imperial Jade Seal. Ningxu received a letter from Anai Baiwei, saying that she had already told the Empress about this matter. In the end, she also said that she was frightened by the Empress and that the Empress's gaze was a little scary. Since Anai Baiwei had already told the Empress, Ningxu felt that he should also make some preparations. As a suspicious Empress, Ningxu felt that the Empress would definitely send people to investigate the matter. Ningxu originally thought that the Empress would send people to investigate. He didn't expect that she would come to the Crown Princess residence with great fanfare, saying that she was here to see him. Ningxu was speechless. It was a little scary to bring so many guards to see him. Anai Baiwei was beside the Empress. Anai Baiwei had also come to join in the fun. Ningxu felt that Anai Baiwei's heart was quite big. At this time, she actually still had the mind to join in the fun. Anai Baiwei probably wanted to take the opportunity to see Fenjiaxuan. She did something bad, but she didn't feel guilty at all. She was standing on the side of justice. She represented the righteous little sister to eliminate the cruel crown princess. The Empress said, "Recently, the palace has not been peaceful. There have been assassins. Later, let the guards check your residence." Every Empress residence has to be checked. While they were at it, they would also check the residences of all the officials in the capital city. It would be best if they were more obedient and trembling with fear. Ningxu immediately said, "Thank you for your concern, Empress. Has the assassin been caught?" The Empress took a sip of tea and shook her head. Ningxu sat below the Empress with his head lowered and didn't say anything. Anai Baiwei was beside him looking for interesting topics to chat about to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward. Ningxu drank his tea and listened to Anai Baiwei. The Empress didn't say anything either. Anai Baiwei's voice gradually became softer as she spoke. The two of them had the same indifferent expression, making others unable to speak. The atmosphere became stagnant just like that. Anai Baiwei felt extremely uncomfortable. This atmosphere made her feel as though she was sitting on pins and needles. She even held her breath, and the sound of a needle dropping could be heard in the room. The Empress sat at the head of the table and tapped her finger lightly on the table. The tapping sound was very rhythmic and made people feel very depressed. It was as if she was tapping on their own hearts. Ningxu sipped his tea and waited for the results of the search. Ni Baiwei was about to suffocate from waiting. Why was there still no result? Was it that difficult to find such a large piece of jade? Even a needle should be able to find it. In the end, the Imperial Guard finally came in. Fen Jiaxuan also came in with him. There were 2 Imperial Guards behind Fen Jiaxuan, forming a triangular formation. From the looks of it, they were escorting Fen Jiaxuan. When Ni Baiwei saw Fen Jiaxuan, her eyes lit up. She was excited, but in front of the Empress, she didn't dare to show too much affection. Ni Baiwei remembered that Fen Jiaxuan told her that it was because of her close relationship with Fen Jiaxuan that the Empress brought her back to the palace. Your Majesty, this is a letter that was received in the room of the Crown Princess' principal husband. It was with. The Imperial Guard glanced at Ni Baiwei. Let me see it. The Empress said indifferently. When Ni Baiwei saw the small slip of paper, her head exploded. The first thing that came to her mind was whether it would bring any trouble to Fen Jiaxuan. She didn't expect that Fen Jiaxuan would actually keep the slip of paper. Ni Baiwei actually felt sweet in her heart. Fen Jiaxuan's face was somewhat pale, but his expression was still calm as he looked at the Empress. The Empress was currently reading one slip of paper after another. The Empress was expressionless, and it was hard to tell if she was angry or not. Ningxu had a face of curiosity and a bit of fear. He didn't understand these slips of paper. While the Empress was reading the slips of paper, she glanced at Ni Baiwei's body. Ni Baiwei's body gradually turned cold. She didn't know how many slips of paper Fen Jiaxuan had left behind. Ni Baiwei comforted herself. Even if the slips of paper talked about the Imperial Jade Seal, it could still be considered as Fen Jiaxuan's contribution. He had achieved his goal of revealing the Crown Princess' true face. Fen Jiaxuan could be considered to have placed righteousness before family. It shouldn't be a problem, right? It shouldn't be a problem, it shouldn't be a problem. Ni Baiwei comforted herself in her heart. If she had known that Fen Jiaxuan would be hurt, she wouldn't have done such a thing. Fen Jiaxuan had told her about the situation in the court. All the princesses wanted to pull the Crown Princess down from her position. Little 7, come and take a look. Did you write these slips of paper? The Empress said to Ni Baiwei. She didn't seem angry. But for some reason, Ni Baiwei's heart was shaking. Even her body was shaking uncontrollably. She wiped the cold sweat from her palms and took the slips of paper to have a look. They were all her handwriting. My queen, this was, found in the Crown Princess room. Another guard came in, holding something wrapped in brocade cloth. He handed it to the Empress. The Empress glanced at Ningxu. She untied the cloth and saw the Imperial Jade Seal. The Empress picked up the Imperial Jade Seal and examined it. Ningxu's face was filled with shock. She hurriedly knelt down and cried out in grief, Imperial Mother, I am innocent. I don't know about this thing at all. The Empress's expression was cold. She didn't get angry. She just asked the guards to search the other princesses' and officials' houses. If they were going to put on a show, they had to go all the way. Ningxu was on the ground, shaking. The Empress stood up and walked past Ningxu with the Imperial Jade Seal. She said, Why are you so careless? I. Ningxu was speechless. The Empress looked at Fen Jiaxuan and said, But it's hard to guard against a thief in your own house. You are a crown princess, and you have no achievements outside. You can't even manage your own land. Ningxu was speechless. Little 7, let's go back to the palace, the Empress said to the pale Ni Baiwei. Oh. Ni Baiwei stood up in a panic and followed the Empress away. Ningxu stood up and patted the dust off his body. He looked at Fen Jiaxuan and asked, I want to know what is going on. Fen Jiaxuan shook his head. I don't know. He really didn't know what was going on. Ni Baiwei gave him notes, and every time she read them, she would burn them. But for some reason, these things appeared in his room. He didn't know what was on the notes. Fen Jiaxuan really wanted to rub his face. Did something happen to Anai Baiwei? Was she being used to deal with the crown princess? Fen Jiaxuan had to admit that he and the crown princess were in the same boat. If something happened to the crown princess, he wouldn't be able to turn things around. What made Fen Jiaxuan feel relieved was that the empress hadn't done anything yet. That meant she didn't want to abolish the crown princess. She still wanted to use the crown princess to control the other princesses. Whose notes are these? Ningxu asked Fen Jiaxuan. His face was green. Ningxu looked as if he had been fed a pile of shit. He asked Fen Jiaxuan, "Can I know what happened?" Fen Jiaxuan was also at a loss. Who knew what had happened, but he was sure of one thing. He had been set up. Every time he burned the note, it would appear in his room again. Feng Yuxuan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His martial arts skills were not bad. Who had come to his room and put things in? So, you have been communicating with the seventh princess? Ningxu sat down and asked expressionlessly. Fen Jiaxuan took a breath and knelt in front of Ningxu. He said, "I have been communicating with the seventh princess, but they are all ordinary words. Your Highness, please understand." "Oh, I understand. Then why are you communicating with a princess?" Ningxu asked again. "You have to kneel here for a long time. You are not allowed to eat or drink. Also, you are not willing to sleep with me. I don't say anything. It turns out that your heart belongs to someone else." Ningxu patted Fen Jiaxuan's shoulder heavily. "Do you think that I, the crown princess, can be bullied by anyone?" Yuxuan does not think so. Fen Jiaxuan kowtowed and said with forbearance. "Oh, then why did you send letters to the seventh princess? And the thing that the mother empress found? Who put it there? So, do you want to sink the ship that is the crown princess's residence, or have you found a new ship?" Ningxu asked with a smile. "Since I have married into the crown princess's mansion, I will live and die with your highness. I have never thought of putting your highness in danger. I know you are not reconciled. In the prime minister's mansion, you should know who is scheming against you and me. You feel wronged by marrying me. I don't ask anything of you, but you colluded with outsiders to frame me." Ningxu grabbed Fen Jiaxuan's hand and twisted Fen Jiaxuan's arm into a strange angle. Fen Jiaxuan let out a muffled groan, and his arm fell limply to his side. Fen Jiaxuan lowered his head and said, "Thank you for your grace, your highness." Fen Jiaxuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, which flowed to his long eyelashes and finally fell to the ground. Ningxu sneered, "You feel wronged and wronged. If you hadn't written to the seventh princess, this wouldn't have happened." Fen Jiaxuan was a proud and arrogant person. Being treated like this, he would definitely feel aggrieved and suffocated. "Kneel." Ningxu snorted as he passed by Fen Jiaxuan. Sooner or later, he would cripple his martial arts. There was also the seventh princess, who preached that everyone was equal. Since everyone was equal, how could she order servants around? Wasn't everyone equal? Everyone was born free, but it was impossible to say that everyone was equal. In the world Ningxu experienced, even in modern society, there was the law of the jungle. You could only work hard to strengthen yourself, make yourself more competitive, and adapt to all kinds of life and work. There was no such thing as absolute fairness. The only fair thing was that if you wanted to get something, you had to work hard to fight for it. Therefore, Anai Baiwei must not be allowed to ascend the throne. Ningxu didn't believe that the empress didn't have a knot in her heart after what happened today. Anai Baiwei, who had always said that she wanted to be an idle prince, colluded with the crown princess's husband to frame the crown princess. The good impression that Anai Baiwei had collapsed, and the possibility of Anai Baiwei becoming the empress was relatively small. If she had used her own power to frame the crown princess, it would have been fine, but she had colluded with the crown princess's husband. Her Majesty probably hated her for failing to live up to her expectations, and was cursing her for being a good-for-nothing in her heart. Fen Jiaxuan knelt in the hall for an entire day, and his arm was dislocated by Ningxu. The pain was unbearable, but Fen Jiaxuan kept standing straight and straightened his back. The servants of the crown princess residence were looking at Fen Jiaxuan, and they were whispering. Fen Jiaxuan was the son of the prime minister, and he had been favored by the heavens since young. He had never been humiliated like this. When it came to Xianxia, who didn't say that he was a good man, a peerless talent, and stood out among the crowd, now that he was being pointed at, Xianxia's body was trembling, and the servant beside him was very anxious. He wanted to help Xianxia up, but Xianxia refused and insisted on kneeling, even if his face was pale. If it weren't for his martial arts, an ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. Xianxia was talking to Master Li in the study, and Master Li comforted Xianxia about being cuckolded. Look at a person's heart. Xianxia is dissatisfied with you based on the rumors outside. Marrying the crown princess is not a disgrace to him. The crown princess was second only to one person, and above tens of thousands. She was the heir to a country. Could it be that he was going to marry Her Majesty the Empress? At that time, he despised the Empress for being old enough to be his mother. Xianxia didn't care at all, but he still said, "I'm useless." Master Li smiled. "How is that useless? You're not outstanding, not making mistakes. This is what His Highness should do. As for the things found in your study, Her Majesty probably won't do anything to you, but you will be scolded by Her Majesty," Master Li said. "I'm used to being scolded." Xianxia didn't seem to mind. His personal maid came in and bowed. "Your Highness," the servant next to the crown princess husband said that his body can't hold on anymore. Xianxia grunted. "Then there's no need to kneel." The maid left. Master Li said, "Why do I feel like something is wrong? Why did the husband leave the things with him?" Xianxia said, "Maybe someone found a breakthrough from the seventh princess and framed me." Master Li thought for a moment, then looked at Xianxia. "Your Highness, why do I feel like this matter? Master Li, why are you looking at me?" "I'd be stupid to be cuckolded," Xianxia said. Master Li found himself with a round fan embroidered with butterflies and flowers. He shook his head and said, "Your Highness, you must remember to protect yourself. Her Majesty is actually a very soft-hearted person. She loves her children very much. As for the situation of several parties fighting, it was deliberately caused by her. However, the final decision is still in her hands. Rather than fighting with the other princesses, it's better to face the Empress directly and start with her. No one wants to see their children kill each other. Your Highness, don't easily provoke and frame the other princesses. Her Majesty will see this. As for the Imperial Jade Seal, Her Majesty will take responsibility for you." Xianxia nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Master Li." When Xianxia's servant heard that his master could be pardoned, he immediately ran back to help Xianxia up. Xianxia had been kneeling for too long. His knees were numb, and his lower body was numb. When Xianxia stood up, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The servant helped Xianxia sit down in a chair and rubbed Xianxia's legs. Xianxia's arm was hanging down. Every time he moved, it hurt. Xianxia endured the pain and straightened his arm. Xianxia was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. He was panting heavily, and his hair was wet with sweat. He looked very miserable. The servant said with some anger, "Young master, when have you ever suffered like this? You married into the crown princess house, and the crown princess gave you the cold shoulder. Now, you have to kneel for so long. I don't know if it will leave a lasting illness." "Don't talk about this in the future," Xianxia said sternly. "Even in front of me, you can't talk about this. If someone else hears, I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause." The servant immediately said, "I know. I won't speak carelessly." Xianxia felt the numbness in his leg gradually disappear. He stood up and left. He didn't know who did this. Xianxia frowned. Everyone had their suspicions. Very few people knew that Ni Baiwei was writing letters. The time of writing was at night, and the tool was a bird. It was not easy to discover. Someone on Ni Baiwei's side must have found out. There were many eyes in the palace. Someone must have noticed Ni Baiwei's strange behavior. He also didn't know what was on those notes. Perhaps there was something extra that was used as a pretext to make a fuss. However, the fact that he and Ni Baiwei were writing letters was irrefutable. Xianxia sighed. Sometimes, he felt that Ni Baiwei was naive and cute. She was different from other strong women. However, when it came to matters, he felt that Ni Baiwei was a bit stupid. As expected, there was no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Xianxia even suspected that this matter had something to do with the crown princess. However, this kind of thing was difficult and unrewarding. Xianxia had a headache. His leg hurt, and his arm hurt. Even though his bones were set, it still hurt. The crown princess was very heavy-handed. Xianxia was grounded in the courtyard. He had to wait for Ningxu to say when he could come out. Only then could he step out of the courtyard. The next day, during the court session, the Empress found a mistake and scolded Prime Minister Feng. The Empress was very generous. In addition to the drought in the north, she directly sent Prime Minister Feng to deal with the disaster relief. Prime Minister Feng was also dumbfounded. He was like a little flower that was being ravaged by the storm in the Empress's storm. Prime Minister Feng didn't know what had happened yesterday. As a result, he was scolded badly in the morning court. He didn't know what had happened, but one thing was for sure. Her Majesty was in a bad mood. Her period was here? Ningxu lowered his head and pursed his lips. Her Majesty the Empress was quite protective, but that was also true. Her own daughter had been bullied, how could she not seek revenge? After the queen lost her temper, she calmed down a little and said to Ningxu, "Go to the Ministry of War more often and see how it operates. Learn from the people there. Do you understand?" The Ministry of War was a relatively important place. It was one of the 6 ministries and was equivalent to the modern Ministry of National Defense. Its head was the Minister of War, which was equivalent to the current Minister of National Defense. He was in charge of the selection of military officials, military personnel, military equipment, and military orders. Ningxu immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands to accept the order. The other princesses frowned. The Empress Mother had taken a liking to the crown princess. Ningxu felt that this was the good thing about the Empress. If she was wronged, she would give some compensation. The Prime Minister definitely couldn't be removed for the time being, but if she wanted her daughter to be wronged, she could only give some compensation. Also, the matter of the Imperial Jade Seal made the Empress feel as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. She didn't know if it was true or if she was framed. Let's leave it at that for now. After the court, Ningxu went to the Ministry of War. It was also beneficial to understand more about the operation of the department. The other princesses didn't interfere in the Ministry of War's affairs, but she did. However, this matter had its pros and cons. If he got too close to the Ministry of War, the Empress might think that he was forming a clique for personal gain. The Empress's thoughts were really hard to guess. Ningxu was impartial to every official and didn't think of getting too close to any official. Although the princesses had their own people in the court, they wanted to have the right to speak in the court and have someone to speak up for them. But now, they wanted to face the Empress directly. Only by grasping the Empress's mentality and attitude was the foundation. Framing others was something that neglected the essentials. In the palace, Ni Baiwei carried a food box to the Empress's palace. Ni Baiwei's face was conflicted. Ever since the Imperial Jade Seal incident, the Empress had been calm. There was no movement at all, and she didn't have any intention of acting up. Her calmness made people tremble. The feeling of waiting was like death by 1,000 cuts. The feeling of waiting to see where her fate would lead was really too painful. Ni Baiwei could only go and test it. When Ni Baiwei arrived at the palace, she knelt down and saluted. The Empress looked at her indifferently and said, "Rise." "Empress Mother, I made some pastries." Ni Baiwei said as she opened the food box and placed the plate on the table. She said fawningly, "Please eat, Empress Mother." The Empress picked up the teacup and took a sip. She said, "How long have you been communicating with Xianxia?" Ni Baiwei was so scared that her whole body trembled. She stuttered, "Not long, really not long." "You like your brother-in-law?" the Empress asked. Her own daughter liked her other daughter's husband. As a mother, this feeling was really *ket up. The Empress's direct question made Ni Baiwei's heart beat like thunder. Her soul felt as light as a feather, as if it had left her body. This kind of question was not easy to answer. Ni Baiwei felt that facing the Empress was more terrifying than facing a strong female boss. At least the Empress wouldn't want her life, but if she answered wrong now, it would be a matter of life and death. This was a question that could lead to death. Is it very difficult to answer? If you like him, then you like him. If you don't like him, then you don't like him. The Empress was very indifferent. Baiwei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, thought for a moment, and said, I don't like him. I just pity him. Oh, what's so pitiful about him? The Empress raised her eyebrows. She really couldn't see what was so pitiful about Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan is married to eldest sister, but eldest sister doesn't like him. He is an all-round person. Now that he is going to waste his talent, this is a loss to the country. This kind of person should serve the country. Baiwei said. The Empress laughed. Isn't there a man who is an official in the imperial court? He has a great reputation, but why doesn't he enter the imperial court? Isn't he already married to eldest sister? Shouldn't a married person stay at home? Baiwei said. What does this matter have to do with you and him writing letters? Since you already know that Fengjiaxuan is married, why are you still writing letters? This was a matter of character. If one said that he was young, he would be an adult soon. He already knew everything that he should know. If one said that he was young, he already knew that he liked men. If this matter was spread out, it would simply be a disgrace to the imperial family. The family's conduct was not upright. Everyone in the world liked to listen to the imperial family's gossip and watch them make a fool of themselves. It was just like how the modern people liked to watch the aristocratic family's quarrels. I just said a few words to him. Nothing special, Baiwei said. Even if she was stupid, she knew that she shouldn't speak the truth. However, Baiwei was facing the Empress, who had absolute control over her life and death. The Empress wasn't stupid to deny something so obvious. If she admitted it directly, there might be a chance for things to turn around. The Empress looked at Baiwei and waved her hand. I'm not hungry. Take the food away. Read more books and learn from the teacher. Learn more about human etiquette. Yes. Baiwei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The Empress frowned. Didn't she realize the seriousness of this sentence? Ignoring human etiquette wasn't serious? After saying this, Baiwei had already crossed out a big mark in the Empress's heart. She used to think that little Seven was a simple girl. However, she colluded with her brother-in-law to frame her own sister. This behavior was even more disgusting than framing her own sister. Moreover, it was obvious that she was being used by Fengjiaxuan. She was addicted to men and did whatever he asked her to do. She framed her own sister and didn't feel anything at all. The more the Empress thought about it, the angrier she got. However, the Empress didn't expect that this was no longer her daughter. To Baiwei, her parents and siblings were just strangers. Empress Mother, I want to leave the palace. Baiwei was very worried about Fengjiaxuan. She didn't know how her sister would punish Fengjiaxuan. She didn't say a word to Fengjiaxuan in the Crown Princess residence. The Empress was speechless. Was she not obvious enough, or was this daughter really stupid? She was so stupid that the Empress didn't even have the strength to be angry. She was so angry that she laughed. Why leave the palace? I want to go out and buy something, Baiwei said carefully. Didn't I tell you to learn more about human etiquette from the teacher? Are you deaf? The Empress roared. Her voice could be heard even outside the palace. Some guards shrugged their shoulders. The news of the Empress scolding Baiwei would spread to the ears of people who were interested. This was a message. To some extent, it represented a certain attitude. Didn't the Empress know that there were people guarding outside the palace? After being yelled at by the Empress, Baiwei was a little dazed. She took the opportunity to scramble out of the palace. The Empress rubbed her forehead. In the past, she had thought that little Seven was a good person. She was open-minded and not calculative. Looking at her now, she was a soft-hearted person. Moreover, there was no sisterly love between the two of them. Her heart was cold. For better or for worse, she had been living in the Crown Princess residence for some time. Now, she had turned around and attacked the Crown Princess. It was all because of Fengjiaxuan's words. When Ningxu heard this news, he didn't care about human relations. This meant that Ni Baiwei wasn't a candidate for the throne in the Empress' eyes and was directly eliminated. Ningxu smiled. His plan of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence was not in vain. This plan was very risky, and he might even lose himself in it. Fortunately, his usually dull and timid appearance gave him a certain chance of success. Fen Jiaxuan had a pig teammate, and he wasn't afraid of a godly opponent. Ningxu stayed in the Ministry of War every day to understand the situation there. Occasionally, the Empress would ask about some things, and Ningxu's answers were all normal. In order to avoid being framed by others, Ningxu was very careful. After all, she was very timid. Your Highness, the manservant by the principal husband's side said that the principal husband invites Your Highness to the green bamboo courtyard for a meal, the personal maid Ningxu said. Ningxu put down the brush, rotated his wrist, and asked, "What's the matter?" Recently, Ningxu had been busy in the Ministry of War. He directly left Fen Jiaxuan in the courtyard and didn't care about him anymore. Now, it was Fen Jiaxuan who couldn't endure it anymore. Your Highness is invited for a meal, the maid said. Ningxu stood up and stretched his body. Okay. He should go and see Fen Jiaxuan. Although Prime Minister Feng had been arranged to provide disaster relief, the Feng family's power was still there. Moreover, Ningxu wanted to see what Fen Jiaxuan wanted to do. Ningxu arrived at Fen Jiaxuan's courtyard. Fen Jiaxuan had already prepared a table full of sumptuous lunch. This was showing weakness, and also meant to curry favor with him. Some people were just despicable. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't have any scruples. Didn't Fen Jiaxuan also have an affair? Saying that he had an affair was a bit serious. After all, they didn't have sex. This was a mental affair. With Fen Jiaxuan's intelligence, how could he not know that this was inappropriate? Even though he knew it was inappropriate, he still did it. Ningxu sat down. Fen Jiaxuan bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu drank a mouthful of tea and ignored him. He looked at the pattern on the teacup and didn't say anything. Fen Jiaxuan's expression was calm as he bowed. The corners of Ningxu's lips curled up. Seeing Feng Yuxuan bow to her, it was as if she was in ancient times. A woman who still had to bow to her husband was a vassal. Although this country was ruled by women, ordinary people didn't have such a strong female superiority. Men could go out to work and support their families. Then, after Ni Baiwei came, this society became male superiority. Women could only stay at home. All the men should give Ni Baiwei a longevity card. She had successfully won the favor of all the men. Then he bowed for a while longer. The atmosphere became stagnant. The room was quiet. No one spoke. Ningxu kept drinking tea. When he finished the pot of tea, his stomach was rumbling. Only then did Ningxu say, "Get up." Fen Jiaxuan's expression was calm as he sat below Ningxu. He reached out his jade-like hand and poured a bowl of soup for Ningxu. He said, "Your Highness, this is goat bone yam and red date soup. It's good for qi and blood." Ningxu replied with an "Oh." He took the bowl and smelled it. It seemed that there were no extra ingredients. He drank a mouthful. It tasted good. Since someone was willing to serve him and prepare a table full of dishes, it would be a waste not to eat. Moreover, he used the crown princess's money. He couldn't waste it. Fen Jiaxuan looked at Ningxu drinking the soup. He paused and said, "Your Highness, this is Yuxuan's fault. I didn't expect it to bring harm to the crown princess. I don't want such a thing to happen again." Ningxu used a spoon to drink the soup. "As long as such a thing doesn't happen again, it's fine." "Thank you, Your Highness." Fen Jiaxuan reached out and held Ningxu's hand. "I'm sorry." Ningxu raised her eyebrows and looked at Fen Jiaxuan. Being held by a peerlessly handsome man, Ningxu's eyes turned. Was Fen Jiaxuan flirting with her again? Ningxu pulled her hand away. One who offered something for no reason must be hiding evil intentions. Could it be that Fen Jiaxuan decided to compromise and make wine with her? Ningxu continued to drink the soup. Fen Jiaxuan didn't care about Ningxu's actions. He said, "We are husband and wife. Husband and wife are one. Yuxuan has never thought of harming you. Harming you won't do Yuxuan any good." Ningxu understood. He wanted her to believe in the matter of the letters from before. He wanted her to admit that they had exchanged letters, but not that she had harmed him. Ningxu nodded. So it's like this. Since we are husband and wife, I naturally believe you. As if. Fenjiaxuan smiled. Like the first snow meeting the sun, all living things grew and bloomed into beautiful and fragrant flowers. Fenjiaxuan smiled at Ningxu, but Ningxu just looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes indifferent. If he had really been bewitched by the beauty, Ningxu would have used his mental energy to look at Fenjiaxuan's bones, organs, and intestines, and all the amazement would have disappeared. Looking through the appearance to see the essence. Fenjiaxuan restrained his smile, suddenly feeling that the crown princess he had married was a bit crazy. He couldn't understand what she was thinking at all. Fenjiaxuan picked up some food and placed it on Ningxu's plate. Ningxu always wanted to smell it before eating, and then carefully taste it, mainly because he wanted to know if there was anything inside. Fenjiaxuan saw that Ningxu had put down his chopsticks without eating much, and asked, "Your Highness didn't eat much. Is it not to your liking?" Ningxu said, "I drank enough water just now." The scene was very awkward. Ningxu said, "Just say what you want to say. I don't like to beat around the bush." "Yuxuan never had any intention of harming you," Fenjiaxuan said. "Oh, who was the one whose head was hung on the city gate?" Ningxu said, "Of course I believe you. In the future, don't do such a thing that others can use against you." "Thank you." Fenjiaxuan looked at Ningxu, his eyes glittering, reflecting a fine luster, like the ripples on the surface of the water under the sunlight. It was very enchanting. Then Ningxu saw Fenjiaxuan's skull and white brain matter. "Well said." Ningxu stood up and was about to leave. Fenjiaxuan called out to Ningxu. "Your Highness, do you like to play chess?" Ningxu, "I don't like it." Fenjiaxuan, "Then what does your Highness like?" Ningxu, "There's nothing that I like." Fenjiaxuan, "Then Yuxuan will play a song for your Highness?" Ningxu, "I don't like it. It's so miserable, as if someone in the family died. It's not as good as drums and gongs." Fenjiaxuan's hand that was loosening the jade flute from his waist stiffened. "Then Yuxuan will play a cheerful song for your Highness." Ningxu sat down. "Go ahead and brag. If you brag well, you'll be rewarded." Fenjiaxuan, "He wasn't a singer." Fenjiaxuan began to play the jade flute. Every action of a beautiful man was beautiful. Ningxu propped up his chin and listened to Fenjiaxuan play the flute. He played it quite well. To be honest, this was not as rhythmic as square dancing. After one song, Fenjiaxuan put down the jade flute. Ningxu asked, "Keep playing. Why did you stop?" Fenjiaxuan now truly understood what it meant to play the lute to a cow. It was hard to find a soulmate. Even Enai Baiwei, who was only 14 years old, would praise him every time he finished playing. Her eyes were full of admiration. He would never play for this woman again. "I'm done. I'm leaving." Ningxu stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Fenjiaxuan caught up to Ningxu and put a woven straw hat on Ningxu's head. "The sun is scorching. Don't burn your skin." Ningxu asked, "You want me to stay?" After doing so many things, they all said that one must be up to no good. "Please stay," Fenjiaxuan said. "I still have things to take care of. You can continue to be grounded in the courtyard. The Empress Mother is still angry about this matter. She even scolded Little Seven for ignoring human relations." Ningxu reached out his hand to pat Fenjiaxuan's shoulder. Fenjiaxuan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he stopped himself. Ningxu patted his shoulder. How could he not know that Fenjiaxuan rejected her in his heart, but he still wanted her to stay. Fenjiaxuan wanted to make herself suffer, but Ningxu did not want to make herself suffer. If both sides were in love, they would naturally fuse together. Who the hell would want to have sex with you, ignoring human relations? Fenjiaxuan's face turned pale. This was a serious accusation. Reputation was very important. For a princess, this accusation was very serious. If there were no accidents, she would never have the chance to become an emperor. Fenjiaxuan felt that it was a pity for Enai Baiwei. He did not expect that Enai Baiwei would be the first to be eliminated. Fenjiaxuan's heart was in a mess. He wanted to rush to Anai Baiwei and see how sad she was. He was scolded by his mother, but he could not go out now. Fenjiaxuan did not have any thoughts of tangling with Ning Shu. He only did this to make his mother feel more relaxed. His mother was implicated because of him. He had no choice but to do this. It was against his will. And the other party's rejection, in addition to Anai Baiwei's matter, made Fenjiaxuan feel dispirited. He casually said, "Your Highness, take care of your body." Then, he watched as Ning Shu left. Fenjiaxuan rubbed his forehead. How vexing. Ning Shu did not care about Fenjiaxuan's feeling of powerlessness and frustration. He sat on his bed and opened up his meridians. He had to quickly increase his strength. Her Majesty looked young, but there would always be accidents and she would die. Soon, it would be the royal hunt. She did not have any strength and could not even draw a bow. How could she hunt? Blood beads came out of his pores and his blood vessels bulged. Ning Shu clenched his teeth and finally opened up his last blocked meridian. Once it was opened, his body formed a cycle. His meridians allowed spiritual energy to flow without obstruction and connected to his dantian. He felt as light as a feather and was about to ascend to immortality. He had finally made it through, and now that he had some strength, he had some confidence. Everyone else could practice martial arts, and those who were good at martial arts could easily take on 10 people at once. He was the only one who was weak. Every time the royal hunt was held, it would be a joke. The Empress could not bear to look at it. This time, with some strength, he could protect himself. Especially now that Her Majesty had arranged for her to be in the Ministry of War, her sisters would definitely be jealous. If an assassin appeared, she would die in the hunting field. She would be dead if she counted on the guards to save her. The Crown Princess's residence had guards with high martial arts. However, those guards could not enter the hunting field. Ning Shu wiped the blood off his body. He did not lose so much blood in vain. He sat down and cultivated. He felt traces of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians and into his dantian. However, when he cultivated, his meridians felt like they were being pricked by needles. After all, meridians were fragile. Moreover, the spiritual energy was very gentle. If he absorbed the power of fire, his meridians would probably be burned until they were distorted. Anai Bingyan's meridians were not only blocked, but they were also fragile. Moreover, her meridians were not the same as those of ordinary people. If there was one less meridian, it would receive less spiritual energy and reduce the absorption of spiritual energy. She was truly a good-for-nothing. If she was not the crown princess, being a prince would be a very good result. However, she was crowned as the crown princess. No, even if she was a prince, she could still be slaughtered by Fenjiaxuan. Unless Anai Baiwei did not transmigrate. After Fenjiaxuan ascended the throne, Her Majesty's daughter was slaughtered. Almost all of the Anai family's imperial family were killed. In order to prevent a counterattack, as long as there was a transmigrated woman, whether the person was the crown princess or not, they would be killed. Ning Shu's daily life was very simple. He didn't go out to seek pleasure. If he wasn't in the Ministry of War, he would be in the crown princess residence. He also didn't go out to the taverns. Even if he went out, he would put on a disguise and there wouldn't be anyone following him. Ning Shu walked on the streets, looking at the people coming and going. There were gorgeously dressed women, and there were also romantic and elegant men. This kind of scene was rare in a feudal society where men were superior to women. It wasn't easy for women to go out. Of course, it was targeted at the ladies of noble families. Ordinary peasant women still had to work. However, it was rare for men and women to go out without any worries, just like in a modern society. It looked very prosperous. Ning Shu drank the refreshing wine and looked at the prosperous capital city through the window of the wine shop. She wandered around and saw beggars lying on the streets with broken bowls in front of them. There were both men and women begging for food. Where there was wealth, there was poverty. If Anai Baiwei had transmigrated to an ordinary family, she might not have had the ability to change the entire society. However, she had transmigrated to a princess and later became an empress. She had a lot of influence. One had to be cautious when in a high position. Any casual action of hers could have a huge impact. Perhaps it was because Ni Baiwei was too pitiful before she transmigrated. She was an ordinary woman with ordinary looks, ordinary job, and ordinary abilities. Therefore, she transmigrated and became a princess. It was probably to make it up to her. Ningxu ate pastries and drank wine. He propped up his chin and looked at the people coming and going. This world was very good. It had restrictions for men. It was very good. It couldn't become a Qing Zhu Confucian world where men were superior to women. Ningxu strolled on the streets when he had nothing to do. Many things happened on the streets every day. It was the place where the government and the people had the most direct contact. Then, Ningxu realized that some laws weren't perfect. Ningxu, who had been in many worlds and was a lawyer, realized that the cases here were decided based on feelings and public opinion. If the evidence was conclusive, then it was fine. If there wasn't enough evidence, then the case was a little mysterious. Moreover, the specific laws were very vague. It was like this in the capital city. If it was a place far away from the capital city, then the county magistrate would have the final say. How could this matter be resolved? Ningxu had originally wanted to take a look at Li State's legal records, but they were in the Ministry of Justice. Ningxu felt that he should stay away from such places. Ningxu felt that the Empress's eyes were everywhere, and the Empress was staring at her at all times. Her Majesty would probably have some secret guards or spies hidden in the homes of the princesses and ministers. Things like the law didn't need to be hidden like this. They could be shown to the common people and let them know what they couldn't do and what the consequences of doing so would be. Even Ningxu, the crown princess, didn't know the specifics of what was hidden in the hall of the Ministry of Justice. There was nothing in his memory, which meant that the client did not care much about the law. Catching criminals was a matter of great torture. If they couldn't take it anymore, they would naturally confess. This could easily lead to an unjust case. Ningxu wanted to revise the law, but she was now the crown princess. Any policies could wait until she became the empress. Anything she did now would be overstepping her boundaries and easily arousing the empress' suspicion. Ningxu returned to the crown princess's residence and saw Fenjiaxuan standing at the door waiting for her. He looked like he had turned into a wife-gazing rock. Fenjiaxuan seemed to want to mend their relationship. Recently, they had interacted more often. From time to time, he would prepare some delicious food. Although they didn't speak much, their relationship seemed to have improved greatly. Ningxu asked, "What business do you have with me?" Fenjiaxuan said gently, "Crown Princess, you just came back from outside. Wash up." The maid helped Ningxu wring a handkerchief. Ningxu wiped her face and hands. She sat down and asked, "What business do you have with me?" In the past, Fenjiaxuan had always been cold to her, mixed with a sense of disgust. Now that he could be like this, it was already a huge improvement. One who offered something for no reason was hiding evil intentions. Fenjiaxuan asked, "Yushuan wants to ask if there is any news of my mother." Fenjiaxuan's mother was the prime minister. As the prime minister, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to send disaster relief. Furthermore, the journey was tiring. Prime Minister Feng was a woman who took great care of herself. After returning from this trip, she would definitely be much more haggard. At the very least, her skin would be much rougher. The Empress couldn't directly vent her anger on this matter, so she vented her anger on Fenjiaxuan's mother. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "There is no specific news. Don't worry, Prime Minister Feng will be fine. If anything happens, the court will definitely have news." Ningxu's words didn't comfort Fenjiaxuan at all. The disaster victims were extremely vicious. For a mouthful of food, they would do anything. Even though his mother was the prime minister, this identity didn't have any deterrence at all. Fenjiaxuan knew it was because he had implicated his mother. Before his mother went to disaster relief, she wrote a letter to him, telling him to get along well with the crown princess. There was no turning back, so he tried to make things better. Prime Minister Feng had always been working under the Empress, so she knew the Empress' way of doing things. Something must have happened to the crown princess and her son. But there has been no news for so long. The Empress is a bit worried about Prime Minister Feng, Ningxu added. Fenjiaxuan, my heart is set in stone. Ningxu saw that Fenjiaxuan wasn't happy, so she was happy. She made you suffer. You couldn't eat, drink, or sleep well. Fengjiaxuan seemed to understand Ningxu's bad taste. He sorted out the anxiety in his heart and said, "Your Highness, let's eat dinner together. I already ate outside. You can eat by yourself." Although he was a feast for the eyes, Ningxu didn't want to pretend to be polite to Fengjiaxuan. Did he really think he was a god who had come down from the heavens? Being favored by him should make him cry tears of joy. Even if he was a peerless beauty, he still had intestines and white brains. He was the same as a normal person. Ningxu felt that it wasn't easy to be so disgusted with himself. But Fengjiaxuan's appearance could really mesmerize people. They couldn't help themselves from his beauty. Fengjiaxuan reached out and grabbed the teacup in Ningxu's hand and put it on the table. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan leaned his body and supported the chair with his hand. He circled Ningxu in the chair and looked down at Ningxu. He said, "Yuxuan thought that your Highness pushed Yuxuan into the pond because you adored Yuxuan. If your Highness is angry about the seventh princess, Yuxuan apologizes." Ningxu reached out and put his finger on Fengjiaxuan's chest and poked hard. "What do you think? You think I adore you? Also, you fell into the pond yourself. I saved you. Don't wrong me." Fengjiaxuan ignored the finger on his chest and leaned closer to Ningxu. Ningxu tilted his head to avoid Fengjiaxuan's hot breath. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Get out of the way. You're offending your superior." Fengjiaxuan grabbed Ningxu's finger and said with a smile, "We're husband and wife. This is the romance of husband and wife. So, what's your purpose in doing this? I remember that you sent a letter to Anai Baiwei not long ago." Ningxu stretched out his hand and was about to kick Fengjiaxuan between his legs. Fengjiaxuan immediately dodged. Ningxu snorted. "Do you think I want to marry you? I married an ancestor who disdains me and is dissatisfied with me. If it weren't for Imperial Mother's decree, I wouldn't have married you. I'll deal with you sooner or later." Right now, he was hindered by the fact that he hadn't ascended the throne. If he killed Fengjiaxuan, there would be a lot of trouble. Besides, even if he wanted to kill him, it would be justified. Ningxu adjusted the hairpin on his head and said to Fengjiaxuan, "It's fine if we live in harmony, but I can feel whether you're doing things sincerely or not. Don't do things that embarrass you and annoy me." Fengjiaxuan frowned. "Crown Princess means that you won't forgive me?" Ningxu shook his head. "I didn't say that I won't forgive you. There was no such thing as forgiveness. There was only cremation." Fengjiaxuan quickly walked in front of Ningxu. "Yuxuan knows that your Highness is dissatisfied, but we're husband and wife. We can only face storms hand in hand. Your Highness, please believe me. In the past, I felt that your Highness the Crown Princess was dissatisfied and arrogant. Your Highness, please forgive me." Ningxu blinked. "You want to be in the same boat with me? Do you know the enemy I'm facing? Yuxuan knows. You're the heir to the throne, and the biggest obstacle is Her Majesty the Empress. You're feared by Her Majesty and also attracted the attention of other princesses," Fengjiaxuan said. Ningxu, "Well, according to you, what should I do?" Fengjiaxuan thought for a moment and was shocked. He looked at Ningxu for a while and finally said bitterly, "His Highness is doing very well now. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the gun will hit the bird that sticks out." He had always thought that the Crown Princess was a good for nothing. None of the other princesses were more outstanding than her. There were bad rumors about her occupying the position of Crown Princess, but she did not do anything about it. Fengjiaxuan refused to marry such a person in his heart. The Crown Princess Anai Bingyan exuded a spineless and cowardly aura from head to toe. She was always submissive. Fengjiaxuan didn't have a good impression of the Crown Princess before. He felt that the Crown Princess was incomparably mediocre. If such a person became the ruler of the Li state, the common people would suffer. With such a character, she must be controlled by the court officials. There was nothing outstanding about her. No benevolence, no achievements, nothing. She had nothing to show, except for the identity of Crown Princess. After the marriage, Fengjiaxuan didn't have a good impression of the Crown Princess. He kept in touch with the seventh princess through letters. On the one hand, the seventh princess was really interesting and different from the other coquettish bitches. On the other hand, he felt indignant and uncomfortable. He didn't care about the crown princess at all. Now it seemed that she was in the best state. Ningxu was too lazy to pay attention to Fengjiaxuan. When she ascended the throne, Fengjiaxuan would be dealt with. I grounded you, not let you run around. Ground you well. Otherwise, the empress will scold me again. Ningxu turned and left. Fengjiaxuan tilted his head. His jade-like fingers stroked his lips. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Ningxu returned to the study and walked to the hanging birdcage. There was a bird jumping up and down inside. When it saw Ningxu, it flapped its wings and chirped. Ningxu took some bird food and fed it to the bird. Then he opened the cage. The bird flew into Ningxu's hand. Ningxu put some spiritual energy into its body. Now the bird was his. He had tamed the bird. Ningxu hoped that these birds would be smart. Ningxu cut a small piece of paper. Then he dipped the brush in ink and wrote on the paper. The handwriting was imitating Fengjiaxuan's. Fengjiaxuan didn't write to Anai Baiwei anymore. Anai Baiwei must be very worried. Ningxu wrote some sentimental words in the letter. When it was dark, Ningxu tied the paper to the bird's leg. He stroked the bird's head and said with his consciousness, "If you don't like me, I'll run away first." He didn't know if the bird could understand him with its intelligence. Even parrots could speak. He hoped that this bird had the intelligence of a parrot. However, its body was so small and its head was so small. Its brain capacity probably wasn't big. Its intelligence, if this bird was unfortunately caught, it had nothing to do with her even if the paper was in the hands of the empress. This was written by Fengjiaxuan to Anai Baiwei. He couldn't help but write a love letter to express his love. Her head was really green. Ningxu, shut up. We're very good. We love each other very much. Of course, she chose to forgive him. Ningxu opened the window. First, he used his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings. Then he released the bird. The bird flapped its wings and flew away. Ningxu washed his hands. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. When the bird flew back, it was already late at night. The bird landed directly on Ningxu's head. Ningxu caught the bird and saw a note on its leg. It should be Anai Baiwei's reply. Sometimes, he felt that Anai Baiwei was really stupid. She dared to reply under such circumstances. After all, she had just been scolded by the empress for ignoring human relations. Maybe Anai Baiwei wasn't from ancient times and didn't understand the seriousness of this matter. Ningxu opened the note and read the content. The content was that Anai Baiwei anxiously asked if Fengjiaxuan was okay. She asked if the crown princess had made things difficult for him. She said that it was all her fault. But it was sincere and sincere. Ningxu put away the note sent by Anai Baiwei. Then he locked the bird in the birdcage. Then he sat cross-legged and cultivated. He didn't plan to reply to the letter. Now, Anai Baiwei must be anxiously waiting for a reply. She probably couldn't even sleep well. However, Ningxu didn't plan to reply. Maybe he would reply in a few days when he was in a good mood. Just wait. He was so haggard because of her. Ningxu's daily job was to act weak in front of the empress. He didn't hope to arouse the empress's maternal instincts. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, it was fine. If someone impeached him, Ningxu only needed to kneel and tell his son that he was wrong. Sometimes, Ningxu felt that these imperial censors had nothing better to do. She had not done anything that would cost her life, nor did she do anything that would harm the country's foundation. All they did was talk about trivial matters endlessly, and they were talking about trivial matters. In order to avoid being caught, Ningxu didn't interact with the ministers. Ningxu wouldn't do things like forming cliques for personal gain. The imperial censors could only use trivial things. Those who didn't know the inside story would say that the crown princess was too bad and was impeached by the imperial censors every day. Her Majesty's desk was filled with memorials to impeach the crown princess. Anyway, there was a lot of support for the crown princess to be deposed, as if the crown princess would be deposed the next day. It was hard to guess the emperor's thoughts. Maybe he had a rebellious mentality and wanted her, the crown princess, to stay there. Ningxu didn't make big mistakes, but she did make some small ones. Ningxu didn't ask for credit. She was probably used to her eldest daughter being like this. Every time, it would be over with a lot of noise and little rain. Just like Aunt Flo, there would be impeachment every once in a while. The crown princess, who had no talent and no virtue, was the end of the Li state. Ningxu heard it all in one ear and only needed to kneel on the ground. Master Li comforted Ningxu. Those censors can't find anything to do if they don't impeach you. Of course, there are people who add fuel to the fire. One can only rise above others after suffering the most. Impeachment was the censors' performance. Especially when they had to directly face their superiors, they had to be proactive. Ningxu said, "I don't care at all." She guessed that the censors used it to improve their performance. If it was too peaceful, the censors would definitely do something. Ningxu felt that the more they did this, the more the empress would protect her. Who asked her to be so cowardly? Although she hated iron for not becoming steel, she was still the empress's child. Master Li saw Ningxu like this and didn't comfort her. "Your Highness can also be outstanding, but not now." "Understood," Ningxu said. Master Li told Ningxu to either admit her mistake or cry out that she was innocent. She shouldn't go against the empress. It would be better if she cried more pitifully and created more trouble. Tears shouldn't be shed easily. The empress didn't want to see her daughter cry at such an old age. She wasn't a child anymore. If she wanted to cry, it should be when they were alone. When Master Li saw that Ningxu knew what to do, he went back to his courtyard to plant and water the flowers. Moreover, ever since Xianxia married into the crown princess's residence, the two of them had not met. Master Li did not want to have any contact with Xianxia. Aside from cultivating, Ningxu would occasionally send Ni Baiwei a letter via messenger pigeon. Then, she would ignore Ni Baiwei and would only reply after 2 days. This made Ni Baiwei extremely anxious. She had to pay attention to whether the bird was flying over at any time. His heart was filled with all sorts of apprehension and anxiety. Ningxu began to compile some laws. As for the more vague legal boundaries, Ningxu tried to be more detailed. He had borrowed a law code from the empress. If he directly contacted the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the empress might think too much. The empress asked Ningxu why he was reading these books, and Ningxu honestly told her that he didn't go out every day. If he had nothing to do, he could only read books. The empress was speechless. This daughter of hers was a bit of a shut-in. She was afraid that she would be framed if she went out. This timid personality, however, was understandable. Although she was the crown princess, she did not have martial arts. If something happened to her, she would not even know how she died. Speaking of which, this daughter still had some merit, and that was that she knew her own limits. The empress had people move stacks of law codes and books to the crown princess's residence. Then, Ningxu did not go out even more. Ningxu flipped through the various codes of law and wrote down some of the vague areas. He prepared to compile a new law code. Of course, he would only make some changes on the basis of the original law code. These things could only be done openly when he became the empress. Ningxu felt that his days were still quite full. When he had nothing to do, he would play with the birds, then write letters to Ni Baiwei, and then read the law codes. If he was not in the Ministry of War, he would be cultivating. In the eyes of others, she was a tortoise hiding in its shell. All of his patience and efforts were for the moment when he would rule the world. On the other hand, Xianxia would often have a servant send some nourishing soup and medicine. When something was good, he would send it here. However, he was never able to enter the study. He was always stopped by Ningxu's personal maidservant. After the servant left, the maidservant would bring the food box to Ningxu. Ningxu was not interested in these nourishing things. He let the maidservant eat all of them so that she could properly nourish her body. In the future, if you want to send something here, you can eat it after checking that there is no problem. There is no need to send it to me, Ningxu said to the maidservant without even raising his head. The maidservant acknowledged. No matter what Xianxia wanted to do, whether he wanted to numb her or bet on her, Ningxu did not want to care. They were on opposing sides, so there was nothing to say. The imperial court began to prepare for the hunt. The annual hunt was very grand. The sons and daughters of the nobles and the princes and princesses competed in various ways. Usually, this period of the hunt was the most difficult for the client. When others shot the prey, she would watch. When others carried the prey back, she would still watch. It was too awkward. However, the hunt would last for more than 10 days and a half, close to half a month. Not only would the client be embarrassed for half a month, but after the hunt, the awkwardness would last for a long time. It would not be so awkward until the hunt's popularity died down. The client would try to cultivate a diamond heart to block out the awkwardness around them. During the morning court, Ningxu heard that the hunt was going to be held. Almost everyone, including the empress, cast their eyes on Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. This was very awkward. Ningxu returned to the crown princess residence and went to Fengjiaxuan's courtyard. He said to Fengjiaxuan, "Pack up. We are going to participate in the hunt." The hunt was something that almost everyone in the imperial court participated in. It felt like an alternative dating show. Both men and women had a chance to shoot a giant eagle with a bow, show off in various ways, and show off in various ways. It attracted a lot of screams. Ningxu wanted to say that he did not want to go, but as the crown princess, it was impossible for him not to go. Fengjiaxuan understood Ningxu's awkwardness better. He said, "Your Highness, Yuxuan will protect you." "Thank you," Ningxu said casually. Fengjiaxuan began to pack up. Ningxu also went back to his room to pack. After all, they were going to live in the deep mountains and forests for a period of time, so they had to consider all aspects. In a country where everyone worshipped martial arts, hunting was very important. Sometimes, they had to have fun with the people, let some animals out, and then kill these fierce animals. Moreover, there were many wild animals in the deep mountains and forests. They might be killed by wolves, bears, and the like. It was a serious game. Every year, there were people who died in the hunt. It did not matter if they were killed by humans or animals. If they died, they died. Only by maintaining this viciousness and fierceness would they be able to protect their country. Just like wolves. However, public security was a problem. If there was martial arts, it was very likely that they would draw their swords and start a gang fight. This time Enai Baiwei should also go. Although she was young, it was time for her to go to the hunting ground. It could be considered as an early adaptation. It was very good. He wondered how the meeting between Enai Baiwei and Fengjiaxuan went. Ningxu put some medicine bottles in his luggage. There were some antidotes, some poisons, and some mosquito repellents in these bottles. It was all for the sake of preventing any accidents. There were too many accidents on the hunting grounds, and blood was spilled everywhere. Every time the client went hunting, they had to be fully armed, and they just had to sit on the back of a horse and wander around the campsite. If they couldn't catch a single prey, they might be able to shoot a bird with a slingshot in half a month if they were lucky. Of course, it was better not to have such prey. They would be laughed at, so it was better to return empty-handed. It was better to get used to being laughed at. Ningxu let the bird out of the cage, so that it would be discovered if it stayed in the room. Up until now, Fengjiaxuan still didn't know it was her doing. If Fengjiaxuan knew, it would mean that Prime Minister Feng knew, and if Prime Minister Feng knew, it would mean that the Empress knew. What was the use of her previous ruse? Ningxu had to deal with it properly. Ningxu went out the door and saw that Fengjiaxuan was already waiting for him by the carriage. He was dressed in green and looked like an immortal. Ningxu stepped on the stool and got into the carriage. Fengjiaxuan also got in. The two sat face to face, and the carriage was bumpy. Ningxu simply closed his eyes and began to cultivate, ignoring Fengjiaxuan sitting across from him. Fengjiaxuan saw that Ningxu was ignoring him and didn't want to talk. The two were silent like this. In the end, it was Fengjiaxuan who spoke. "Your Highness." Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan said to Ningxu, "Your Highness, the hunting grounds are very dangerous. Your Highness must be careful." "I will protect your Highness." Feng Yuxuan's words were sincere and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. No matter what, he and the Crown Princess residence were already in a mess and there was no way for him to extricate himself. Even if the Crown Princess died, his life wouldn't be better than now. If the Crown Princess died, he would never be able to reach the center of power. He really didn't want anything to happen to the Crown Princess. Ningxu accepted Fengjiaxuan's kindness. I understand. Fengjiaxuan smiled faintly and decided to improve his relationship with the Crown Princess first. Even if he really didn't like the Crown Princess, the current conflict between the two of them was very unfavorable for him. Wasn't it also a warning from Her Majesty the Empress that his mother was going to provide disaster relief? The Crown Princess was the daughter of the Empress. He had to remember this. Fengjiaxuan reached out and held Ningxu's hand. Bing Yan, let's move forward hand in hand. Ningxu smiled, I don't care what you think, as long as you don't cause trouble for me. Of course not, Fengjiaxuan said. Ningxu pulled his hand away and closed his eyes, making it clear that he didn't want to chat. Fengjiaxuan tactfully didn't say anything. He pulled aside the curtain and looked at the scenery outside. Just as Ningxu's butt was about to hurt, they finally arrived at the hunting camp. There were many guards stationed at the camp, and some were busy setting up tents. The area where the tents were set up was empty and on a high slope, surrounded by dense forest. If one wanted to do something, it would be too easy. Assassinations would definitely be convenient. Ningxu found his own tent, which was closest to the Empress. The Empress' tent was the largest and most luxurious. Ningxu and Fengjiaxuan shared a tent. Since they were husband and wife, they would definitely sleep together. Fengjiaxuan put down his bag and saw that there was only one bed in the tent. He said, if your highness doesn't want to sleep on the same bed as Yuxuan, Yuxuan can ask someone to put up another bed. There's no need to make a big fuss. If I sleep on the same bed, I'll sleep on the same bed. If they slept on separate beds, wouldn't that be telling everyone that the Crown Princess and her husband were not harmonious? That's good. Yuxuan definitely won't plot against your highness. I won't touch you. Fengjiaxuan had a peerlessly beautiful face as he said some ambiguous words. Just as Fengjiaxuan's voice fell, Enai Baiwei's voice came from outside the tent. Elder sister, are you inside? Ningxu curled the corner of his mouth and tidied up his things. The maids and servants in the hunting ground couldn't follow him. He had to do everything himself, except for Her Highness the Empress. Of course, the palace would also send some palace maids to take care of the basic necessities. Fengjiaxuan's expression was somewhat frozen. In this situation, it wasn't good for him to go out, but it wasn't good for him to stay either. Enai Baiwei didn't hear anything from inside, so she asked again, eldest imperial sister, are you inside? When Enai Baiwei arrived at the camp, the first thing she did was to see Fengjiaxuan. She wanted to see if Fengjiaxuan was okay. I'm inside. Come in, Ningxu said. Enai Baiwei lifted the curtain and looked at Fengjiaxuan first. Fengjiaxuan discreetly shook his head at Enai Baiwei. In this situation, she had to be careful with what she said. Enai Baiwei looked away and sat on the bedside to Ningxu. She said, elder sister, Mother Empress asked me to come and learn from you how to protect myself in the hunting ground. Ningxu, did Her Highness really say that? Was Enai Baiwei making up an excuse, or did Her Highness really say that? Was Her Highness purposely mocking her? If Her Highness didn't say that, Enai Baiwei's excuse was terrible. Everyone knew that she didn't get anything in the hunting ground. Every time she couldn't catch a single prey, she would wander around the camp and basically never leave. Feng Yuxian's expression was a bit strange. As the younger sister of the Crown Princess, had she really not heard of her sister's battle record? It's very simple to protect yourself, and that is to not go hunting, Ningxu said directly. Enai Baiwei had never participated in such a brutal activity. When she was studying, there were picnics, sports, and work gatherings. She had never heard of such a bloody and brutal activity. It was a bit scary, but the problem was that both men and women had to participate. It was simply too chaotic. Real swords, real spears, and arrows were shot randomly. What if she was injured? Enai Baiwei really wanted to make Her Highness happy. After all, she was the highest leader of a country. Last time, the Imperial Jade Seal incident involved her and Fengjiaxuan. This incident offended the crown princess and made her highness angry. If she wasn't worried about Fengjiaxuan's situation and wanted to see Xian, she wouldn't have the courage to appear outside the crown princess's tent. Now that she had found such an excuse, there was no way to continue the conversation. Xian felt that Ni Baiwei shouldn't have appeared here. He had worked hard to improve his relationship with the crown princess. Now that Ni Baiwei had appeared, everything he had done was ruined. Fengjiaxuan naturally understood in his heart that Ni Baiwei had come to see him. However, their relationship hadn't reached the level of adultery, right? Fengjiaxuan felt quite helpless. A girl like Ni Baiwei could only be doted on. He didn't expect her to have much awareness. Sometimes, she would even be more of a hindrance. Taking such a risk to see him, Fengjiaxuan felt a bit numb in his heart. In short, it was very complicated. Ningxu didn't expect Ni Baiwei to appear in front of him as if nothing had happened. The excuse she found was also so heart-wrenching. This was the power of love. Ningxu really had to hand it to Ni Baiwei. What was she trying to do, yet, the excuse he came up with was so annoying. Ningxu said expressionlessly, "Don't you know that I don't know martial arts and haven't been able to hunt every year? The way I protect myself is by not hunting. Listen carefully." Ni Baiwei was speechless. This was awkward. Ni Baiwei hurriedly explained, "Eldest imperial sister, I really didn't do it on purpose. Please believe me." "What do you mean you didn't do it on purpose?" Ningxu asked. "I'm not talking about this." "I don't know," Ni Baiwei said. She had only heard from the palace servants how cowardly the crown princess was, but she didn't expect her to be so useless on the hunting field. She just had to step on the crown princess's sore spot. Ni Baiwei was a little annoyed. She always felt that she had the ability to make others angry. Her previous female boss always said that she was muddle-headed and scolded her. Now, the crown princess hated her. "You're my younger sister. How could you not know my situation? A long time ago, little Seven told me that she would protect me. Now you've changed your words. Why do you keep repeating it? Are you little Seven?" "Little Seven is cute and obedient. She doesn't do anything out of line like you." Ningxu looked at Ni Baiwei suspiciously. Ni Baiwei's heart was beating like thunder. Of course, she wasn't the original Ni Baiwei. However, if someone found out, Ni Baiwei's heart would be filled with fear. "Eldest imperial sister, I'm little Seven. Don't you recognize me?" Ni Baiwei said unnaturally. "Is that so?" Ningxu didn't dwell on this matter. He asked Fengjiaxuan to pour him a cup of tea. He was a little thirsty. Fengjiaxuan reached out his hand to feel the temperature of the teapot on the table. It was warm water. Then, he poured a cup of tea for Ningxu. He first tested the temperature of the water before pouring the tea. It looked very heartwarming. Fengjiaxuan poured a cup of tea for Ningxu first. After a short hesitation, he poured another cup for Ni Baiwei. Ni Baiwei instantly revealed a smile. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Feng Yuxuan nodded and said, "Your Highness the seventh princess, the crown princess is a little tired after coming to the camp and wants to rest." "I understand." Ni Baiwei reluctantly put down the teacup and left the tent. Ningxu didn't express any opinion about this. Fengjiaxuan explained, "Bing Yan, I promise there won't be a next time." Ningxu asked, "You want to break little Seven's legs?" Fengjiaxuan. "There's no such thing." Ningxu, "Her legs are on her body. Do you think you can control where she goes? Your promise is very weak, you know, don't use these lip service promises to brush people off." "I don't need your promise." Fengjiaxuan, the crown princess wasn't just a good-for-nothing. She was also cold-hearted and crazy. He promised that he wouldn't have any entanglements with Ni Baiwei. However, the other party's nonchalant attitude made Fengjiaxuan feel even more powerless. He felt that the other party didn't understand what he was saying. Perhaps she understood and didn't care. This feeling was very torturous. The tent was silent. Ningxu drank tea while Fengjiaxuan sat motionless. They didn't say anything to each other. They were unfamiliar and guarded against each other. Fengjiaxuan sighed in his heart. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. A drumbeat resounded through the dense forest, startling the birds in the forest. Ningxu came out of the tent with the peerlessly beautiful Fengjiaxuan beside him. Many people's eyes focused on Fengjiaxuan. Ever since the son of the prime minister married the crown princess, he had faded out of the capital's social circle. Today, when he suddenly saw Fengjiaxuan, his eyes were still filled with amazement. The empress stood on the high platform and looked down at the dense mass of people kneeling below. After a rough calculation, there were more than 500 people. Her Majesty the Empress shouted, "Rise." Immediately, the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. Roars and shouts rang out, making people's blood boil. They wanted nothing more than to rush out and beat white tigers and blind bears. Ningxu's expression was very calm. He wasn't affected by the hot-blooded atmosphere at all. To be more precise, he was a little bitter. Similarly bitter was Enai Baiwei. Amidst the waves of shouts and looking at these excited people, Enai Baiwei's face was pale. This wasn't an 800-meter run in school. This was an activity that could take one's life. Enai Baiwei didn't know martial arts, but the people who entrusted her with this task had some foundation in martial arts. They all knew that practicing martial arts was a very difficult thing. Sometimes, people had to soak in medicinal soup to avoid internal injuries. After Enai Baiwei transmigrated into this body, she put down her martial arts. Now, she didn't even know how to pull the bow and arrow, let alone shoot the prey accurately. It was very difficult. But the Empress wanted him to participate. What should he do? Enai Baiwei couldn't help but look at Fengjiaxuan with a pleading look. Fengjiaxuan was speechless. So, when hunting, he had to bring two people who didn't know martial arts. Fengjiaxuan frowned. If he remembered correctly, the seventh princess knew martial arts. Maybe she was a little nervous because it was her first time hunting. So, she had to bring two newbies to hunt? *T. Although the crown princess participated in the hunting activities every year, she was almost the same as a newbie. Fengjiaxuan suddenly felt a little tired. Fengjiaxuan nodded at Enai Baiwei. Enai Baiwei suddenly felt relieved. At least, with Fengjiaxuan looking after her, she could feel a little comforted. Enai Baiwei didn't want to die in such a situation. It wasn't easy to transmigrate. She couldn't die like this. It had been a while since she came to this world. Her body in the modern world might have been cremated. If she died, she would become a lonely ghost. She didn't want to. Ningxu naturally saw the interaction between Fengjiaxuan and Enai Baiwei. He directly said, "Yushuan wants to bring little seven to hunt together." Fengjiaxuan was speechless. "No." Ningxu said, "It's little seven's first time at the hunting ground. It's inevitable that she's not used to it. She can only rely on you here. Didn't you promise her?" Fengjiaxuan was speechless. What did he say? He didn't say anything. Fengjiaxuan sometimes felt that the crown princess was quite scary. He didn't say anything to Enai Baiwei, but the crown princess knew some inside information. Ningxu felt that he should give himself a Lei Feng award. After all, in the note he wrote to Enai Baiwei, he said that he would take good care of her. He would protect Enai Baiwei with his life and would not let her come to any harm. He didn't know how touched Enai Baiwei would be when she received the letter. "You're welcome." Fengjiaxuan was confused by Ningxu's gaze. It was really uncomfortable to be stuck in the middle. He was the crown princess's legal husband in name, but with Enai Baiwei, he felt like he was walking on the tip of a knife. He was walking on the edge of a cliff. If he didn't pay attention, his bones would be broken. This was a very dangerous thing. It might even implicate his mother. Fengjiaxuan looked around the hunting ground. He didn't see his mother. His mother had not shown up, and she had not returned from the disaster relief because of him. Fengjiaxuan wanted to explain to Ningxu, but he did not know where to begin. Should he explain that he did not write to Enai Baiwei? Right now, Feng Yushuan was in a difficult situation, especially when he was right under the Empress's nose. Fengjiaxuan could only pray that Enai Baiwei would be smart enough not to cause trouble on such an occasion, and that she would be safe until the end of the hunt. Otherwise, he did not know what would happen. He had already sent people to the dry areas in the north to ask for news of his mother. If something happened in the capital, his mother would be too far away to help. By the time she returned, it would be too late. Xianxia felt that he should not have agreed to give the bird that he had trained for a long time to Anai Baiwei. Then, he wrote to Anai Baiwei, which led to the current situation. His relationship with the crown princess was as cold as ice. Sometimes, he could not bear to face Anai Baiwei. He wanted to give her good things, but he did not want her to suffer. But there seemed to be no reliable people around her, and in the end, the matter of the note was discovered. Ningxu only grinned coldly to express his dissatisfaction. His sullen face attracted the attention of Her Majesty, who was on the high platform. Among the hot-blooded faces, Ningxu's expression was too obvious, as if he had been constipated for a month. "Crown Princess," the queen shouted. Ningxu immediately came back to his senses. He immediately bowed and said, "I am here." The queen said, "This time, no matter what, you have to go hunting. Bring back a prey and show people the power of the royal family." Ningxu suddenly looked at the queen with a shocked expression. The queen rubbed her forehead. She could not bear to look at him. Princess 3 said, "Big sister, you should bring back a big prey to make the queen happy. Even if you bring back a deer, the queen will be very happy." That's right. Imperial mother's expectations for imperial sister have always been very low. "Imperial sister, don't be careless." The other imperial daughters all agreed. Every year, no matter how many prey they hunted, the queen mother didn't feel anything. After all, they hunted prey every year. They could only get better and better each time to be praised. Those who scored 90 points would have to score 100 points the next time. Those who never passed would even be praised. For a long time, the crown princess had not been able to harvest anything. The empress hoped that one day, the crown princess would be able to break this habit. But she also knew that the crown princess could not practice martial arts. Hunting was too difficult. Ningxu looked at the other princesses encouraging him to hunt. His face was conflicted. In the end, he said, Xianxia squeezed Ningxu's palm. "Don't say no in front of so many people. It's like slapping the empress in the face and making people think that the empress chose a useless heir." Ningxu wanted to say, "I'll go." As for whether or not he could catch the prey, who knew? "I'll go." Ningxu straightened his chest and said. The other princesses looked at each other and teased Ningxu, telling him not to go home empty-handed. He could hunt something to make the queen mother happy. Or he could hunt some fox fur to make a scarf for the queen mother. Ningxu was not moved by these provocations. He would not act brave for a moment. When he sat on the throne, he could do whatever he wanted. Next was free hunting time. When he came back at night, he could pick his own prey. Dinner would be the prey he hunted. Ningxu thought he might be hungry. If he had to eat his own prey, he could only eat dry food. The guards brought 2 horses over. Ningxu picked one and mounted it. Xianxia reached out to prevent Ningxu from falling off. Seeing Ningxu get on the back of the horse, Xianxia grabbed the reins and beautifully mounted the horse. Ningxu squeezed the horse's belly and slowly wandered around the camp. He absolutely did not leave the protection of the guards. It was like he was on a field trip. Xianxia followed beside Ningxu. Seeing Ningxu's leisurely appearance, he couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, let me help you hunt." "No need. Even if I did, no one would believe me. Who doesn't know that Xianxia is a child of the Feng family?" "I don't cheat," Ningxu said casually. Xianxia was worried that she didn't have any prey. It was better to say that he was worried about Anai Baiwei. It was very dangerous for Anai Baiwei to hunt alone. Moreover, Anai Baiwei had already returned all of her martial arts. Even if her body had some instincts, when she encountered a critical moment, it was impossible to not have someone to save her. Therefore, Ningxu wasn't worried at all. Xianxia also suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Being anxious in this situation was useless. Xianxia picked up the bow and aimed at a sika deer in the forest. Probably because he had something on his mind, Xianxia's aim wasn't accurate. He directly shot the tree trunk and scared the sika deer away. Ningxu smiled and said, "I heard that your archery skills are very good. How come you can't even hit a prey?" Xianxia smiled bitterly, "Your Highness, don't make fun of me. I haven't hunted for a long time. I haven't touched a bow recently. Ningxu didn't comment. She didn't believe that Fengjiaxuan was an ambitious person. He wouldn't fall behind in martial arts. Ningxu also saw that there were wooden figures practicing martial arts in his courtyard. There were also plum blossoms. However, they were all in the backyard and wouldn't attract attention. The reason he couldn't shoot now was because he was worried about Anai Baiwei. The more anxious Fengjiaxuan was, the more leisurely Ningxu was. She held the bow in her hand but didn't shoot. She was so leisurely that the imperial guards couldn't stand it anymore. She was always in the protective circle of the imperial guards. They were there to protect Her Majesty the Empress. How could the crown princess's face be so thick? She could walk around the campsite in circles like it was natural. When she was hungry, Ningxu took out some dry food and gnawed on it. Humph, she wouldn't eat those smoky things. They could easily cause cancer. Humph, Ningxu wasn't worried, but Fengjiaxuan's heart was about to explode. After hunting for half a day, there were already people who were injured. They were carried back to the campsite. There were imperial physicians who treated the injured people. Fengjiaxuan was afraid of seeing Anai Baiwei, but he was also afraid of not seeing Anai Baiwei. If Anai Baiwei was seriously injured outside, no one would know. At that time, there were too many people. He couldn't tell Anai Baiwei not to go too far. There were too many wild beasts in the forest. Moreover, it was easy to get lost. Fengjiaxuan felt that it was very normal for Anai Baiwei to get lost. It was a very harmonious thing. Ningxu drank water and ate dry food. She looked at Fengjiaxuan without tasting the food. In her heart, she was rejoicing in his misfortune. You're going to be anxious to death. In the end, Fengjiaxuan couldn't wait any longer. Because the sky was about to turn dark, Anai Baiwei still hadn't returned. He also didn't hear about her injuries. This meant, she was lost. Perhaps she was eaten by some wild beast. The more Fengjiaxuan thought about it, the more scared he felt. Your Highness, let Yushuan go hunt some prey for you. Many people were carrying wild boars, roe deer, sika deer, and the like. The crown princess wasn't in a hurry. Ningxu shook his head. No need. If you hunt it, others will say that I cheated. In the past, he couldn't even get a bird's egg. Now, he had to cheat to get it. Fengjiaxuan, he didn't know if he should say this. Fengjiaxuan felt that the crown princess was doing this on purpose. She clearly knew what he was thinking, but why didn't she understand? Moreover, Anai Baiwei was also his sister, a sister from the same mother. How could she be so cruel? Your Highness, how is this cheating? This is the prey that we worked together to hunt. What can others say? Your Majesty, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Fengjiaxuan didn't give Ningxu a chance to retort. He directly mounted his horse and galloped away. Ningxu, interesting. He was going to save someone, right? Ningxu patted his injured rations, drank a mouthful of water, and mounted his horse. Then, he circled around the campsite a few times. He only returned when the sky was dark. Although the Empress had already guessed the result, she couldn't help but facepalm when she saw Ningxu return empty-handed. The Empress, who was roasting meat beside the fire, couldn't help but laugh. Ningxu's expression didn't change as he bowed to the Empress. Mother Empress, your son has returned. The Empress, she didn't say anything and waved her hand to dismiss Ningxu. Ningxu passed by the fire and saw the leg meat sizzling. He smiled and said to the Empress, if you eat such a greasy dinner, you'll grow very, very fat. Your stomach will grow big, your face will grow fat, your legs will become thick, and you'll become stocky. You won't be able to wear beautiful clothes in the past. Others eat rations while you eat meat. Even if you use poison, I'll make you eat until you have a knot in your heart. What woman didn't like to be beautiful? Ningxu finished speaking and returned to his tent. The Empress, who had prey, said that Ningxu couldn't eat grapes and said that the grapes were sour. However, when he ate less. She even mocked Ningxu's principal husband for eloping with someone else. He still hadn't returned. Where 7? When the Empress was eating, she suddenly thought of Anai Baiwei. This time, she had asked Anai Baiwei to hunt because she wanted Anai Baiwei to grow up a little and not think about a man who was already married. Moreover, he was her brother-in-law. Now that the sky was dark, Her Majesty was very worried. Ningxu found Her Majesty the Empress and told her that her principal husband hadn't returned yet, and asked the Empress to send people to look for him. As soon as Ningxu said this, everyone in the tent stared at Ningxu. They looked at Ningxu, who was green all over. The seventh princess did not come back, and neither did Fengjiaxuan. What kind of deal was there? The Empress looked at the frantic Ningxu, and she really didn't know what to say. He couldn't even keep an eye on his own husband. Ningxu said, he said he was going out to hunt and barbecue meat for me at night, but he still hasn't returned yet. The Empress held her forehead and glanced at Ningxu with disappointment. She sent the guards to look for Anai Baiwei and Fengjiaxuan. Who knew what these two people were doing? The Empress patted Ningxu's head and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Her Majesty. The seventh princess has returned." There was a commotion outside the tent, and the Empress hurried out and saw two bloody people. Fengjiaxuan, who was covered in blood, was holding Anai Baiwei. "What's going on?" the Empress asked. These two people were entangled again. It was really, she couldn't cut off the ill-fated relationship. "Your Majesty the Empress, quickly find the imperial physician." The seventh princess was surrounded by a pack of wolves and is now seriously injured. Fengjiaxuan said anxiously. The Empress hurriedly let the guards carry Anai Baiwei into the tent, and the imperial physician diagnosed Anai Baiwei. Anai Baiwei's body had a lot of teeth marks on her arms and thighs. She was probably bitten by the wolves. The Empress quietly furrowed her brows. The jungle was obviously very dangerous, yet she still wanted to run around blindly. Was she tired of living? Did she not know her own capabilities? She had only asked her to come here to hunt as a formality. If she really ran off to fight with the wolves, wasn't she tired of living? It seemed like the crown princess knew that she didn't have the ability, and didn't try to show off. Although she was a coward, she still had her life, and knew how to protect herself. Ningxu asked Fengjiaxuan, "How are you?" "I'm fine," Fengjiaxuan said. However, his sleeve was torn, and the exposed arm was dripping with blood. There was a bloody wound on it. Her Majesty the Empress asked another imperial physician to take a look at Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan was the son of Prime Minister Feng Jing. If something really happened to him on the hunting field, she was afraid that Feng Jing would resent her. Back in the tent, Ningxu looked at the imperial physician treating Fengjiaxuan's wound, and asked, "How did you meet little seven?" Fengjiaxuan hissed and said, "I was tracking a sick deer, and then I encountered the seventh princess who was surrounded by a pack of wolves, and I saved her." He was afraid that he specifically went to find Anai Baiwei. It was really a beautiful scene of a hero saving a beauty. Fengjiaxuan said, "Your Highness, trust me." "Of course I trust you. There was no such thing as trust or not." Fengjiaxuan said, "At that time, Yushuan couldn't pretend that I didn't see it. If I let the seventh princess be killed by the pack of wolves, in case someone used this matter to attack your Highness, because of Yushuan's actions, your Highness would bear the burden of sisterhood." Ningxu hooked up the corner of his mouth. "So, you are still doing it for my good?" "As long as your Highness trusts me," Fengjiaxuan said with a pale face. Ningxu didn't say anything, and looked at Fengjiaxuan's arm with a big cut. It was probably cut by something sharp. Because Fengjiaxuan was injured, Ningxu didn't have to go hunting, and stayed in his tent every day. Ningxu sometimes changed the medicine for Fengjiaxuan, and also added something to Fengjiaxuan's wound to make it difficult for the wound to heal. Fengjiaxuan looked at Ningxu, who was changing the medicine for him, and said gently, "This kind of thing, let the palace servants do it, you don't have to do it yourself." Ningxu didn't say anything, and tied the bandage. The hunt didn't stop because someone was injured, and every night, they would cheer when they caught their prey. Anai Baiwei, who was bitten by the wolves, still hadn't woken up. There were bite marks on her arms and legs, but there weren't any on her face. It was probably because her head was too big to bite. Ningxu went to see Anai Baiwei. Speaking of which, this body was also full of misfortune. First, she kowtowed, and now, she was bitten by a wolf. If Fengjiaxuan went a little later, she might have been bitten to death by the wolves. It was a pity, but she had the main character aura, and Fengjiaxuan was worried about her. Anai Baiwei couldn't jump around for the time being, and Ningxu couldn't be bothered with her. There was no need for him to do anything, and when he ascended the throne, right now, every action was under the eyes of the Empress, and it was unknown if it was because the Empress was too powerful, but this body was full of reverence for the Empress. Ningxu came back from Anai Baiwei's tent. Fen Jiaxuan wanted to ask how Anai Baiwei was, but he couldn't ask. If he asked, it would be terrible. Although he had an ambiguous relationship with Anai Baiwei, he couldn't confirm it. What if Her Highness the Crown Princess got angry? Fen Jiaxuan held it in and did not ask about Anai Baiwei's situation. If she really died, there would naturally be a situation, which meant that Anai Baiwei's life was not in danger. Ningxu felt that the only advantage of hunting with Fen Jiaxuan was that they did not have to wander around every day and not get anything. Hiding in his own tent, he felt very comfortable. There would be all kinds of conflicts during the hunt, such as who stole whose prey, or who shot whose arrow. In short, there were all kinds of sudden situations that made the atmosphere of the hunt very tense, but they still had to hunt every year. Under such circumstances, they could test a person's character and ability to deal with danger. As for those who died, it could only be said that they were unlucky. Could this be the way to choose talents? This method was really unique. Moreover, the Empress's secret guards were densely spread out in this forest. When Ningxu was wandering around previously, he used his spiritual power to scan the secret guards. Anai Baiwei finally woke up, but because she was frightened, her spirit was a little flustered. The Empress wanted to send her back to the palace, but when Anai Baiwei thought of Fen Jiaxuan who came to save her, she shook her head and said that she was not willing to go back. The Empress's eyes darkened and said faintly, "If you want to stay here, then stay here." For a man, she was really hopeless. The Empress was a little disappointed that Little Seven did not live up to her expectations. Why did she not realize that Little Seven was so obsessed with men? Anai Baiwei asked the imperial physician about Fen Jiaxuan's situation, and the physician said that Fen Jiaxuan's situation was very good. He only injured his arm and was scratched by a wolf, but he would be fine after some rest. Anai Baiwei immediately heaved a sigh of relief and asked the imperial physician for an ointment that would not leave any scars. The bite marks all over her body were too terrifying and too ugly. The imperial physician wanted to say something, but hesitated. Some of the bite marks were quite deep, and it was impossible to not leave any scars. Forget it, he did not want to say anything. Halfway through the hunt, Her Majesty the Empress fell ill. She suddenly fell ill and vomited and had diarrhea. Ningxu thought that she must have eaten something wrong, but the imperial physician took her pulse and said that she was poisoned. She was bitten by a poisonous insect. Her whole body was hot and cold, and the majestic Empress was tossed around until she lay down. Now that something had happened to the Empress, the hunt naturally could not continue. All the princesses were kneeling in front of the bed. The queen's face was sunken, but her eyes were still sharp. Her eyes were like steel knives that scraped across the kneeling princesses. He had been bitten by a poisonous bug for no reason. It would be strange if the Empress did not suspect anything. The imperial physician drained the Empress's swollen, pustular wound. The blood that was drained out had a foul stench and was pitch black. Ningxu whispered to Queen Mother, "How did you get bitten by a poisonous bug?" The maid serving the Empress said, "There was a poisonous bug that crawled into the Empress's clothes." The Empress was bitten when she was wearing her clothes. Ningxu asked, "What does a poisonous insect look like?" The palace maids' faces were pale. Some of their servants had been tidying up the Empress' clothes. Now that something had happened to the Empress, their heads might fall to the ground. "It seems to be a scorpion. It ran away in a flash," the palace maid said with a trembling body. There were poisonous bugs in the forest, and it was a tent. It was reasonable for a poisonous bug to crawl in, but how did it get into the Empress' tent? "Queen Mother, I have an antidote here. Take one." Ningxu poured out the antidote, and the Empress grabbed Ningxu's wrist. She looked at Ningxu fiercely. Ningxu's face was calm. Whether this was an accident or not, it had nothing to do with her. Ningxu also suspected that someone had fed the bugs poison. As for who did it, everyone present was a suspect, including the civil and military officials. Of course, the most likely suspects were the princesses. "Big sister, how do you have an antidote? Do you know what kind of poison the Empress was poisoned with?" Why did you feed her an antidote? Ningxu, a princess, asked. Ningxu said, I don't know. You don't know how you happen to have an antidote? Big sister, this is too much of a coincidence. The third princess looked at Ningxu. Big sister, please explain. What do I have to explain? Ningxu said lightly. Every year, I bring some antidote. Dr. Zhao knows this because every time I go to him for medicine, antidote, and some mosquito repellent. The third princess sneered. Big sister, this explanation is not enough to convince the public. Ningxu's face did not change. He said to the Empress, Queen Mother, do you want to take an antidote? The most important thing now is to get better. The third princess grabbed the antidote from Ningxu's hand. Who knows if this thing is useful or not? Will it be poisonous and cause secondary damage to the Empress's body? I am not dead yet, the Empress roared. The Empress roared. However, after saying this, she vomited. What she vomited was still yellow liquid. Give me the antidote. The third princess immediately handed the antidote to the doctor and sadly said, Queen Mother, let the doctor check if there is any poison. Big sister has always been eyeing the throne. Last time, she found the imperial seal in her house. Although it was fake, in her own house, she thought of herself as the empress. Feng Yuxuan listened from the side and felt that this matter should be caused by the third princess. Moreover, the matter of the imperial jade seal had not been spread at all. Now that the third princess had said it, it was to tell everyone that the crown princess had always been disloyal. The empress looked a little dazed. She saw people blurry, and she was swaying left and right. After the doctor checked the antidote, he gave it to the empress to take. But after she ate it, the empress vomited it out. She could no longer eat. The empress grabbed Ningxu's wrist so tightly that it hurt Ningxu. Was it you? She asked. Ningxu shook his head. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. The empress was panting, and sweat was dripping down her temples. She was in a mess. The empress giggled, which made people's hearts tremble. The empress said, I will pass the throne to you. Ningxu's face did not change. Thank you, Queen Mother. I will protect the Li state and the people of the Li state. I will not disappoint you. The empress only made a vague sound, and a smell came out of her mouth. Ningxu's face did not change. At this time, the empress was still plotting against him. Next to her was a group of sisters. Without the support of officials, it would not be easy for her to sit on the throne. The empress wanted the sisters to kill each other before she died. Whoever won would be the empress. Perhaps the empress did not want her daughter to die before. There were only a few fights, and there were no big problems. Everything was under her control. But now that someone had done something to her, the empress's motherly love had disappeared. She thought about how to treat the Li state well. No matter who did this, everyone had to take the blame. The empress announced that she would pass the throne to Ningxu. The other princesses looked pale and angry. They shouted to the empress on the bed, Mother, this is not fair. What right does Enai Bingyan have to be the empress? She has no ability at all. Why? The empress was already on the verge of death. Because I said so. The empress gritted her teeth. Whoever I want to pass the throne to, that's who. Mother, you are not fair, not fair. The princesses cried out one by one, pointing at Ningxu angrily. What right does she have? She has no martial arts, no benevolence, and her reputation among the people is not good. Mother, you must be sick and confused to pass the throne to big sister. Mother, you have to think clearly. Are you sure you want to give the Li state to such a person, Mother? The princesses were all disappointed. They all wanted to shake the empress's body to wake her up. The empress spat out yellow bile directly onto the third princess, who was at the front. The third princess did not come back to her senses for a moment. The empress stretched out her hand and tightly grabbed the third princess' hair bun. Third princess. The third princess was scared by the empress's fierce look and did not dare to move. You want the throne? Mother, I will make the Li state better and expand the territory of the Li state, the third princess promised. The third princess promised, and there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Why could that person who had nothing be able to sit on the throne? Why, the Empress pulled the third princess' hair. Did you do it? No, it's not. The third princess hurriedly denied it. She almost swore, Mother, if it was me who harmed you, I will die a horrible death. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Girl, don't swear. You think you are joking, but maybe the heavens take it seriously. Hee hee. The Empress let out a chilling laugh. There was a kind of ruthlessness on her face as if she was on the verge of death, especially the third princess, who was very close to her. She was almost suffocated by the smell that gushed out of the Empress' mouth. The Empress took out the imperial ruler's seal from under her pillow and handed it to Ningxu. The other princesses' eyes were green. They wanted to snatch the imperial ruler's seal, but they didn't dare. Their faces were all twisted. Ningxu bowed and took the imperial jade seal. His expression was serious. Mother Empress, don't worry. I don't have any other abilities, but if someone wants to plot against the Li state, I will definitely bite off a piece of her flesh and fight with my life. I won't let you down. The imperial daughters all curled their lips. You're such a coward, yet you want to bite off a piece of meat from someone else? You should just avoid it whenever you see it. Queen's eyes were a little blurry, and she was not as sharp as before. Ningxu checked on Queen's condition. Her organs were beginning to bleed, and she was definitely not going to survive. Get out, all of you, get out. Bing Yan, stay. Call those officials in, Queen said, clenching her teeth. When she spoke, she was a little tongue-tied, and her tongue was beginning to stiffen. Mother Empress. The other princesses were not satisfied. They all wanted to stay. I'll say it, Queen said fiercely. The princesses had no choice. Due to Queen's pressure, they could only go out of the tent and call in the officials who were kneeling outside. Ni Baiwei and Fen Jiaxuan also came out of the tent. Ni Baiwei carefully glanced at Fen Jiaxuan, who had a lot on his mind, and said, Big sister is going to become the Empress. You. Ni Baiwei wanted to ask Fen Jiaxuan if he would not like her anymore. He liked the big sister of the Empress. Fen Jiaxuan said, protect yourself well. I hope that the best thing in the world is yours. Ni Baiwei was very confused. What did he mean by the best thing in the world? Fen Jiaxuan returned to his tent. Ni Baiwei was a little sad. Now, Fen Jiaxuan was ignoring her. This feeling was very uncomfortable. In front of everyone, the Empress announced that the crown princess would be the new Empress. This caused the officials to begin whispering. Some of the officials raised objections on the spot. Some of the officials bet on other princesses, but they did not expect that the crown princess would actually inherit the throne. In the past, she only had the identity of the crown princess. Everyone only treated it as a joke. They did not put the identity of the Empress in their eyes at all. Now that she was going to become the Empress, it was like a drop of water in boiling oil. Suddenly, the officials exploded. They advised the Empress not to pass the throne to the crown princess, who had no virtue and no talent. Ningxu stood beside the bed and did not say a word. He only remembered these officials in his heart and used his eyes to stare at them. Facing Ningxu's cold eyes, some of the officials were a little speechless. Looking at the Empress, the more they argued with her, the more stubborn she would be. She would not turn back until she hit the southern wall. Even the crown princess might not be able to secure the throne. In the future, they would slowly plan. Now, it was too obvious. The crown princess would settle accounts after the autumn and kill indiscriminately. If she died, then she died. What else could there be? Thus, these officials temporarily calmed down. Bing Yan. The Empress vaguely called out to Ningxu. Ningxu held the Empress's hand. Naturally, tears flowed out of his eyes. After the Empress died, there would be no one to protect these princesses, including her. Also, the Ni clan's empire would be gone. This was the natural reaction of this body. The Empress's spirit was already very absent-minded. Live on. Ningxu could not help but grin. The Empress was still clear about the situation she was about to face. If she really loved her, she would pass the throne to someone else. Even if she was abolished as the crown princess, she would still be able to save her life. however, putting her in a foreseeable massacre. Her Majesty the Empress was so fair to all her children. It all depended on who lived on. Ningxu did not blame the Empress at all. The Empress had a plan in her heart, but she did not expect a fish to escape the net. That fish was the castrated Ni Bai Wei, who handed the Ni clan's empire to someone else. The Ni clan's ancestral tablets were smashed, and they were not allowed to enjoy the incense. The clansmen were all slaughtered. The glory, splendor, wealth, and splendor changed rapidly. Thank you, Mother Empress. I understand. Ningxu used his lips to kiss the back of the Empress's hand. Leave. The Empress closed her eyes. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Her breathing was weak, and her face was green. It seemed that she was about to die. Ningxu took the imperial jade seal and left the tent. This item was now hers. No one could take it away from her. If one came, she would kill too. Ningxu returned to the tent. Fenjiexuan stood up to welcome Ningxu. Your Highness has returned. How is Her Majesty? Ningxu sat down and said indifferently, the situation is not too good. She has been poisoned. I really want to know who was the culprit. Fenjiexuan poured a cup of tea for Ningxu. It is not important who was the culprit. What is important is how to get out of this forest and return to the palace. Ningxu smiled and looked at Fenjiexuan. Do you have any good ideas? Fenjiexuan hesitated, looked at Ningxu, and said, you might be angry with what I said. If you know I will be angry, then don't say it. Ningxu's expression was cold as he took a sip of tea. Fenjiexuan was speechless. The atmosphere in the tent was a bit stagnant, and Fenjiexuan didn't know how to respond. Her Majesty the Empress has passed away. Her Majesty has passed away. Outside the tent, there was a sharp and sad voice. Everyone knelt on the ground, and some maids and guards even cried. Ningxu opened the curtain and went to the Empress' tent. He saw the Empress lying on the bed, her face ashen. Ningxu knelt in front of the Empress and kowtowed to her body. The other princesses all stared at Ningxu, but Ningxu ignored them. He stood on the platform and shouted that the hunt was over, and now the Empress' noble body was to be sent back to the palace. Eldest royal sister, what right do you have to inherit the throne? You were the one who killed my mother. A bastard like you who killed your mother has no right to be the Li Kingdom's emperor. A royal princess rebuked Ningxu. Ningxu took out the imperial jade seal and shouted to the guards, if anyone dares to make trouble for me, kill them. Take these princesses back to the capital, Ningxu said coldly. What right do you have to take us? Don't forget that you are not the empress yet. You haven't even had the coronation ceremony. The empress' body is not even cold, and you want to kill your sisters, the third princess said angrily. Ningxu said, what are you waiting for? Don't even think about making trouble while the empress is in the coffin. Do you want to go back, or do you want me to kill you now? You. The princesses left and got on the carriage. Everything could wait until they got back to the capital. Right now, Ni Bingyan was just bluffing. The weather was so hot that the corpse had to be carried back to the palace as quickly as possible. Some guards escorted the princess who wanted to cause trouble, and some guards escorted the empress's corpse. Ningxu sat in the carriage. Sitting across from him, Fenjiexuan said to Ningxu, Your Majesty, this time we return to the palace, we will face a perilous situation. We know, Ningxu said calmly. She didn't even lift her eyelids, much less look at Feng Yuxuan. Fenjiexuan said to Ningxu, Yuxuan has a plan. Speak. She had already been confirmed as the next successor by the empress, so it was time for some of the monsters to show their true colors. A cicada shedding its carapace. Let someone bear the brunt of the storm for you, Your Majesty, Fenjiexuan said. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at Fenjiexuan with a half-smile. He asked, Who do you think will bear the brunt of the storm for me? Fenjiexuan looked at Ningxu's eyes. He hesitated for a while before saying, I think the seventh princess will do. Your Majesty, you can think of passing the throne to the seventh princess. When the dust settles, Your Majesty can rest easy. Ningxu almost laughed out loud. It was very difficult to ascend to the throne, but abdicating was something that could be done in minutes. Everything she did was for the throne. Now, she was going to abdicate the throne to Anai Baiwei, and then Anai Baiwei would abdicate the throne to Fengjiaxuan. Was Fengjiaxuan stupid? Or did he think she was stupid? She guessed he thought she was stupid. Ningxu smiled faintly and said, "What if little Seven doesn't return the throne to me by then? When the dust settles, if the seventh princess doesn't return the throne to you, you can just kill her." Fengjiaxuan's tone was murderous. Ningxu was speechless. "Does Anai Baiwei know your thoughts?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan said, "Yushuan regrets what I did before. Yushuan knows that your majesty has a knot in your heart. The seventh princess will definitely die, but it's not bad to be used before she dies. Maybe your majesty will think that Yushuan is cruel, but Yushuan can only think about your majesty now. After returning to the palace, your majesty's situation will be very difficult." Ningxu said, "I thank you. My whole family thanks you." Fengjiaxuan smiled. "Everything Yushuan does is for your majesty." Ningxu also smiled. Fengjiaxuan poured tea for Ningxu. Ningxu took it and smelled it. "It smells good." Ningxu put the cup on the small tea table and didn't drink it. Fengjiaxuan's eyes flickered. "Why doesn't your majesty drink it?" "Because I'm not thirsty." There was something in the tea. No matter how fierce Fengjiaxuan said and how cruel he was to Anai Baiwei, he still had to give the throne to Anai Baiwei, and then Anai Baiwei would give the throne to Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan should know what kind of person Anai Baiwei was. She had no ambition. To be precise, she was a daughter who was even less promising than the crown princess. Such a woman couldn't even be the emperor. The carriage suddenly stopped. The teacup on the tea table fell on the carriage and rolled twice in the carriage, wetting Ningxu's shoes. "What's going on?" Ningxu asked calmly. A guard reported to Ningxu, "Your Majesty, there are people blocking the carriage in front. They are quite bold to block the emperor's carriage." Fengjiaxuan lifted the curtain for Ningxu. Ningxu got off the carriage and saw a group of black-cloaked people. Roughly counting, there were about 200 people. Wearing black clothes in the day, they must be crazy. Ningxu moved his neck, which made cracking sounds. Someone shouted at the black-cloaked people, "Who are you?" "We killed the new emperor." The leader of the black-cloaked people sneered. Ningxu patted his chest. "I'm so scared." Not only was the new emperor here, but there were also some civil and military officials and several imperial princesses. If everyone died, the imperial court would be in chaos. "How dare you?" Fengjiaxuan stood beside Ningxu and scolded. Ningxu kicked away Fengjiaxuan, who was standing beside him. Fengjiaxuan looked at Ningxu in shock. Anai Baiwei wanted to walk over when she saw her Prince Charming being treated like this, but she stopped. "Your Majesty." Fengjiaxuan stood up and looked at Ningxu blankly. "I'm here. You don't have the right to speak." Fengjiaxuan suddenly laughed when he was treated like this. He patted the leaves off his clothes and slowly walked to the black-cloaked people. "Your Majesty, this is the coronation gift I prepared for you." Ningxu's expression didn't change. "And then?" "So? The Li state should have a new emperor. How can a woman be the master? It's time for a man to take over." Anai Baiwei felt that Fengjiaxuan's words made sense. Since the black-clothed people were Fengjiaxuan's people, she wouldn't be in any danger. Ningxu's expression did not change as he asked, "Did you kill my mother, Queen?" She knew that Fengjiaxuan wasn't simple, but she didn't expect him to have so many men of sacrifice. Moreover, these men of sacrifice were all soaked in medicine. They were almost invulnerable and didn't fear death. In the plot, even if Anai Baiwei didn't abdicate, Fengjiaxuan could still ascend the throne. However, Anai Baiwei loved Fengjiaxuan and was willing to be the man behind Fengjiaxuan. The meaning of Anai Baiwei's existence was to make Fengjiaxuan a winner in life. Then, she would obtain love and become the only woman in the harem. She would obtain the love of the emperor and be with him forever. Ningxu asked, "Did you kill my empress mother?" Fengjiaxuan smiled and appeared to be a peerless beauty. Under the contrast of the falling leaves, he looked like a handsome man who had walked out of a painting. Fengjiaxuan said, "Your Majesty, you were the one who told Yushuan to do it." The moment Fengjiaxuan said this, the officials began to whisper. Someone even said, "Crown Princess, it is disgraceful to kill your mother." Ningxu tilted her head and looked at this official. "You are an official from the Ministry of Rights, right? Remember to look at your surroundings when you accuse me. You might be killed, so have some brains. If these assassins can't kill you, then I will kill you first." Ningxu's face carried a dense murderous aura that made it hard for others to breathe. The officials no longer dared to say anything. Enai Baiwei walked to Ningxu's side and whispered, "Big sister, let's talk things out. Fighting and killing is not a solution. Moreover, you two are husband and wife, so there is nothing that can't be talked about." Scram. Ningxu directly slapped Enai Baiwei's face, causing her to become muddled. She fell to the ground and blankly covered her face. "Who do you think you are to be worthy of talking to me? Are you deaf or blind? You heard him say that he killed Empress Mother and now wants to rebel. This kind of disloyal and unjust thing, let me talk to him. You two are birds of a feather and have no sense of shame." Ningxu pulled out the saber on the guard's waist. Enai Baiwei retreated in horror. Ningxu squatted down and held Enai Baiwei's chin and patted her face. "Good child, don't make me unhappy, okay? I don't want to talk about you and Fenjiexuan exchanging letters. I also don't want to talk about your affair being attacked by wolves. Now, Fenjiexuan wants me to give the throne to you. Are you surprised? Is it exciting?" Ningxu and Enai Baiwei were frightened by Ningxu's appearance. She trembled and said, I didn't have an affair with Fenjiexuan. We are innocent." Ningxu patted Enai Baiwei's face. "Oh, you want to tell me that your love is innocent, touching heaven and earth, and that I am the evil person who obstructs your love? You are the evil person to begin with." Ningxu wiped her hands on Enai Baiwei's clothes. "Don't say that I don't have sisterly affection. I will definitely fulfill your touching love. Believe me." Enai Baiwei's pupils quivered. She bit her lips tightly and looked at Ningxu with eyes full of fear. Feng Yuxuan clapped his hands. "Your Highness the Crown Princess is really mighty. You're quite capable of bullying the weak. When did Yuxuan say that he was in love with the 7th princess? The person Yuxuan loves is you." Ningxu smiled. "Little 7 will be sad if you say that." Enai Baiwei shrank into a ball as soon as she met Ningxu's eyes. Her eyes were not fierce and even indifferent, but it made Enai Baiwei feel that she was a wild beast that chose people to devour. She did not roar or show any fierceness. It was so natural that Enai Baiwei trembled all over. Fenjiexuan stretched out her hand. "Regardless of whether your highness believes it or not, Yuxuan loves your highness. Yuxuan wants your highness to become Yuxuan's empress. Yuxuan will protect your highness for the rest of your life. Yuxuan will be together with your highness for the rest of your life. Yuxuan will not be troubled by the court officials and will love your highness for the rest of your life." Ningxu clenched the hilt in her hand. "Go to hell. This old lady wants to be the emperor." Fenjiexuan elegantly waved to the assassins behind her. "Kill everyone." In an instant, all the assassins rushed towards the court officials and the crown princess. The crown princess and the court officials all knew martial arts, but they tacitly ignored Ningxu, who did not know martial arts. Fenjiexuan and Ningxu walked over, still smiling elegantly. "Women's rule has reached the end of the road. It's time for men to take over. You women have your period every month and will give birth. Giving birth is a matter of life and death. Moreover, when you are pregnant for 10 months, you can't do anything. It's very dangerous and you will face miscarriage. Even if you are pregnant for 10 months and are about to give birth, once something happens during the birth, the regime will be unstable. However, men don't have such concerns and won't have any problems during the birth. Isn't it good to enjoy men's love?" Ningxu, So give the throne to Yuxuan. Yuxuan will definitely protect the Li state well and make the Li state better." Fenjiexuan stretched out her hand. Ningxu could not help but laugh out loud. "You killed my mother and took over my Enai family's country. I still have to lead a harem and wait for you to come at any time. You can have sex whenever you want, right? Not to mention love. If you want to have a deep relationship, go to hell. Since you are so awesome, why don't you just go to heaven?" Ningxu said directly. "The imperial jade seal is with me. If you have the ability, come and take it. Bing Yan, don't be like this. I don't want to hurt you, Fen Jiaxuan said helplessly. Why are you so sure that Yuxuan killed the late emperor? He looks like the elegant son of the prime minister, but I didn't expect him to like dealing with these things. A tamed bird, a scorpion that was raised in poison, Ningxu said coldly. Fen Jiaxuan slapped her forehead and suddenly realized, so that bird was intercepted by you. In that case, some things were planned by your highness. Your highness, Yuxuan is really admiring you more and more. Ningxu, aren't you admiring Nai Baiwei? Why are you admiring me now? Stupid people have the cuteness of stupid people, smart people have the charm of smart people. Ningxu said to the dumbstruck Nai Baiwei, do you see that? Your man wants me to be with you. Ningxu smiled, this old lady wants to be the emperor. Don't be stubborn. You don't have the ability to resist now. Fen Jiaxuan pointed at the fighting guards. The assassin coldly and mercilessly reaped the lives of the guards and courtiers. There were already many corpses on the ground. Ningxu's heart didn't waver. The courtiers that died would be replaced by replacements. Moreover, most of them were the subordinates of other princesses. When they returned to the capital, they would still cause trouble for her. Ningxu's heart ached for the guards. Then let the battle end quickly. Ningxu raised her blade and jumped up, rushing towards Fen Jiaxuan. Fen Jiaxuan was shocked. Didn't they say that the crown princess didn't know martial arts? How did she suddenly know martial arts? The fact that the crown princess couldn't practice martial arts was appraised by many experts. They said that the crown princess's veins were blocked and she wasn't born to practice martial arts. Fen Jiaxuan, who had always been confident of victory, felt his heart go numb. How could the crown princess know martial arts now? Could it be that she had been hiding her strength all this time? If that was the case, then it was no wonder that the empress had been unwilling to cripple Nai Bingyan. Even he had been deceived. Fen Jiaxuan's hands were numb from Ningxu's strength. He felt a little anxious and immediately blew the whistle. Many assassins heard the whistle and came to Fen Jiaxuan's rescue. Ningxu was surrounded by assassins. Even if Ningxu used a knife, he could not leave a scar on the assassins' bodies. It was like an iron bastion. Ningxu used spiritual energy to attach to the knife. With a light stroke, he cut off the assassin's head. Ningxu spun his body and released spiritual energy comparable to the sharpest weapon in the world. He directly cut the assassin's body in half. No assassin could approach Ningxu's body. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. She was clearly a piece of trash, but they did not expect her to hide her strength so deeply. Had the previous crown princess always been hiding her strength, this feeling was as absurd as an ant using a pair of pincers to overturn an elephant. Ningxu was like a god of death. His hair was flying, and his eyes were sharp. The assassins, who had been soaked in medicine until their skin was very hard and ordinary weapons could not harm them, were a little afraid to approach Ningxu. Fen Jiaxuan closed his eyes. His plan had been wasted. His mother had been sent out of the capital. He began to move the people of the Feng clan to leave a path of retreat. He could also make a comeback. However, Fen Jiaxuan now doubted whether he could leave. Ningxu held the knife. The tip of the knife slid on the ground. Blood dripped from the blade onto the dirt. Ningxu and Fen Jiaxuan walked over. Fen Jiaxuan looked calm. Instead, he smiled and said, "The woman I love is indeed the most powerful person in the world." Ningxu drew a line across Fen Jiaxuan's knee. Fen Jiaxuan's expression froze, and he immediately knelt down in front of Ningxu. "I'll cripple your legs first. Eldest imperial sister, please don't hurt him again." With half of her swollen face, Nai Baiwei stood in front of Fen Jiaxuan and said, "Do you really want to hurt him like this? Empress Mother gave birth to us, raised us, and gave us glory and wealth. He used a poisonous insect to bite our mother, yet you still want to beg for mercy for the enemy who killed your mother. Nai Baiwei, is there really a problem with your brain?" Ningxu coldly said, "However, you have no affection for us." I. Nai Baiwei was speechless. She directly begged Ningxu, "Eldest imperial sister, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? You are already the empress, can you please let go of Fen Jiaxuan? Can you be a bit more magnanimous?" Nai Baiwei kowtowed to Ningxu. Ningxu rolled her eyes. She hated people who would ask her to be magnanimous the most. If she didn't forgive them, then she would be stingy. Moreover, the Holy Mother also had to choose her partner. She was a fake Holy Mother who was generous at the expense of others. She hoped that in the future, she would live on the keyboard. If it wasn't for her martial arts, she would be the one kneeling on the ground right now. At that time, Nai Baiwei didn't even know if she would plead for mercy for them. Ningxu slapped Nai Baiwei on the other side. I didn't kill you because I want to show you something interesting. When the assassins saw that their master was captured, they tried their best to save Fengjiaxuan. However, Ningxu killed every one of them that came. The ground was filled with broken limbs and steaming internal organs. Ordinary knives couldn't cut the assassin's skin, so they used compressed spiritual energy. Everyone present was so frightened by Ningxu's brutality that their legs trembled. Some people couldn't stand it and directly vomited. Ningxu got the guards to bury the corpses and locked Fengjiaxuan in a cage. Fengjiaxuan, who had his legs crippled, could only sit in the cage. Everyone returned to the capital with pale faces. Their minds were filled with intestines and broken limbs. The visual impact was so great that they couldn't eat for a month. Those with weaker mental strength might even have nightmares at night. Fengjiaxuan was locked up in 3 layers. As for Fengjiaxuan's martial arts, Ningxu didn't plan to cripple Fengjiaxuan. When the time came, Fengjiaxuan would regret that he had martial arts. Ningxu buried the empress in the imperial mausoleum. Then, he held the coronation ceremony. Ningxu sat on the dragon throne and glanced at the ministers kneeling on the ground. He slowly said, "My beloved ministers, please rise." Ningxu went to the prison to see Fengjiaxuan. Although Fengjiaxuan was in prison, his clothes and food were prepared according to the empress. He was well treated. Fengjiaxuan saw Ningxu and said, "You're here. What do you want to do?" Fengjiaxuan had already thought of being tortured. However, he ate a sumptuous and exquisite meal every day. His body was also taken care of. He didn't suffer at all, except that he couldn't walk. Ningxu smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to listen to Nai Baiwei. How can I really do anything to you? Even if you're going to die, I'll treat you better. We didn't waste our time as husband and wife." Fengjiaxuan stared at Ningxu and said, "I didn't expect you to hide the deepest among the princesses." Ningxu smiled and said, "What do you mean by hiding? What did I hide?" Later, Ningxu announced Fengjiaxuan's crime in the imperial court. Just this crime alone was enough to wipe out his entire family. Fengjiaxuan secretly took his family away. However, wasn't there still Fengjiaxuan? Ningxu sentenced Fengjiaxuan to death by 1,000 cuts. Nai Baiwei was grounded in the palace. When she accidentally heard the palace maids talking about Fengjiaxuan being executed by 1,000 cuts, her heart was in a mess. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Nai Bingyan was really cruel to want to execute Fengjiaxuan. Nai Baiwei had never seen a real execution, but when she heard the word death by 1,000 cuts, she was terrified. Her body trembled and kept crying to see Ningxu. However, she was stopped by the guards. She wanted to see Ningxu through various means. For example, she wrote a blood letter and injured herself just to see Ningxu. Ningxu didn't care about Nai Baiwei. Fengjiaxuan could be said to be Nai Baiwei's only hope in this world. Nai Baiwei had no relatives here. Even if she had relatives, they were fake. She didn't have any friends. She only had Fengjiaxuan as her lover. What kind of heart-wrenching pain was that? When Fengjiaxuan heard Ningxu's sentence, he attempted to commit suicide. It wasn't that no one came to save him. Waves after waves of people came to save him. However, this place was surrounded like an iron bucket. People from the outside couldn't enter at all. After knowing that he was going to be executed by 1,000 cuts, he would rather die than suffer such pain. That cold-hearted person didn't have any pity or feelings for him. However, Fengjiaxuan was closely watched. He wasn't given away to commit suicide. The jailer here was watching Fengjiaxuan from morning till night. Her Majesty said that she wanted to see Fengjiaxuan alive, not dead. Ever since Fengjiaxuan was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, Nai Baiwei and Fengjiaxuan had been making a ruckus. Fengjiaxuan wanted to commit suicide. Once, he wanted to pierce his own throat with chopsticks, but he was discovered by the jailer. As a result, the jailer could only tie Fengjiaxuan up and feed him. Enai Baiwei was an underage princess and was still living in the palace. She had been grounded in the palace and could not go out. She thought of various ways to attract Ningxu's attention and plead for Fengjiaxuan in front of Ningxu. Ningxu did not care about her at all. Moreover, Ningxu knew that Enai Baiwei would definitely not commit suicide because if she committed suicide, Fengjiaxuan would not be able to live. She did not dare to commit suicide and still wanted to plead for Fengjiaxuan. After the verdict was issued, Ningxu had not carried it out. He locked Fengjiaxuan in prison and did not say when Fengjiaxuan would be sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. This feeling of waiting for death was really terrible. Fengjiaxuan repeatedly said that he wanted to see Ningxu, but Ningxu ignored him. Ningxu had more important things to do, and that was to revise the law. In addition to the new emperor's enthronement, some areas were exempted from taxes. Ningxu felt that he still had to make some achievements. The national law was one aspect. All the things that were relatively vague in criminal cases had to be filled up. Some cases of kidnapping also had to be legislated. In ancient times, it was normal to buy and sell people. The private transactions were even more shocking. Ningxu did not mention some formal channels. Some families could not survive and sold their children for some money. However, it was not allowed for kidnappers to kidnap other people's children to do business. If a law was made, the kidnappers could also be convicted. Ningxu talked about the legislation in the court. The third princess stood up. "Your Majesty." Ningxu looked at her expressionlessly. "What do you think? If the criminal law is too harsh, it will be worse for the Li state." The third princess looked at Ningxu's face and thought of the broken limbs and warm internal organs in the forest. Such a cruel person as the emperor of the Li state was simply a disaster for the Li state. Even so, the third princess still habitually despised Ningxu. After all, the image of a coward for so many years had been deeply ingrained in her heart. "I agree. I agree." A large group of officials stood up to oppose Ningxu. Ningxu only said indifferently, "What tyrannical government is fiercer than a tiger? If I remember correctly, isn't tyrannical government just exorbitant taxes? Since when did I talk about tyrannical government with a bunch of criminals? The revised law will not affect the normal people's lives. It will only make the vague areas have laws to follow and laws to judge." Ningxu stood up from the dragon throne and walked step by step to the third princess. "Third princess, tell me, what is harsh government? Do I have harsh government?" The third princess bit her lip and did not speak. Ningxu flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "I think it is probably because I have held it in for too long. Now there is suddenly no one to control me. I can do whatever I want. This feeling is a bit good. You also know that when people hold it in for too long, it is easy to become psychopathic and do things that I cannot imagine. Officials, tyrant. Who has an opinion?" Ningxu stood in front of the dragon throne and asked. "We do not have an opinion." The officials all knelt on the ground. They said that they did not have an opinion, but no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. But Ningxu did not care. He was very pleased and said, "My officials are all reasonable people. They are people who are willing to risk their lives for the Li state. This matter will be handled by the Ministry of Justice. This is a little idea of mine. Minister Li, you can edit it. I trust you very much. I believe that you will not let me down, right?" Ningxu said to the minister of the Ministry of Justice with a pleasant expression. Minister Li took the scroll from the maid's hand, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, "Yes, sir." "Good. If there is anything else, quickly report it," Ningxu said. The official of the Ministry of Rights stood up and said, "The Empress has ascended the throne. She should continue to have children." Well, he wanted to find a man for her. Ningxu said, "The drought in the north has not been resolved. Fengjing's son, Fengjiaxuan, has rebelled. Fengjing has not given me a report yet. Who will go to the north to see what the situation is like?" The court was silent. Ningxu sighed and said, "I am a little disappointed. No one is interested in serious matters. Why are they so eager to find a man for me? The minister of the Ministry of Rights thought, I don't care about the drought. It has nothing to do with me. It is no longer within the scope of my duties. Now we don't know what the situation is over there. We don't know if Feng will have thoughts of rebelling, so who will go? Ningxu looked at the third princess with a smile. Third princess, you go. When the empress was here, she always said that you were a capable person. I believe that you can solve this matter perfectly. The third princess's face was ashen, and she did not speak. After the court, Ningxu said directly to the third princess, be good. Otherwise, I will kill you in minutes. The reason why I kept you alive was that the empress did not want us sisters to kill each other. I know you are not convinced, so just hold it in. If you play tricks again, don't blame me for not being polite. My sister is not disloyal. Whether you are disloyal or not is not up to your mouth to decide. Ningxu moved his neck, and it made a cracking sound. I don't know why, but I really want to kill. The third princess thought of Ningxu's battle and the cruel means she had used. She suddenly swallowed her saliva and took 2 steps back. What if this thing was cut in half at the waist? She had been holding it in for too long. The empress was deceived by the appearance of the first princess. Ningxu put his hand on the third princess's shoulder and asked, you know what to do. My sister will deal with the drought in the north well, the third princess said. Ningxu smiled. I am very pleased. The third princess thought, what the hell are you laughing at? Maybe the things in the woods were too creepy. Now the third princess saw that Ningxu's every pore was exuding a tyrannical aura. She felt that this guy could kill her at any time. Even if he was laughing, she felt that he was laughing. He pulled out his sword and cut her in half. He obviously knew martial arts, but he had never shown it for so many years. Now he was like a beast that had been released from the cage, very dangerous. Ningxu looked at the third princess's pale face and did not know what she was thinking that could scare him like this. Ningxu felt that he was not that scary. At most, he was a little scary when he killed people. However, those assassins had strong bones. How could he kill them without using a little strength? Using compressed spiritual qi, killing people was like cutting tofu. It was very tender. It was a bit difficult to cut tofu in a nice way and not so scary. If you meet people from the Feng family, take them back if you can. The empress just wanted Feng Jing to go to the disaster relief, but it gave Fen Jiaxuan a chance to rebel. Even though they were at a disadvantage, Fen Jiaxuan could still find an opportunity to make the Feng family slowly move away. Feng Jing was no longer in the capital, so the Feng family's actions were not so eye-catching. Feng Yuxuan didn't have to worry anymore. With Ni Baiwei's IQ, she would be fooled by Fen Jiaxuan. The third princess took her leave. She was going to the north. If the third princess dared to make the disaster victims in the north rebel, there were many ways to deal with the third princess. She had just ascended the throne. If the third princess did not know what was good for her, she would definitely find ways to make trouble for her. Your Majesty, the 7th princess of the Moon Fairy Palace wants to see your Majesty, or she will kill herself. The maid whispered to Ningxu. As long as she doesn't die. Ningxu said casually, then sat down and began to read the memorials. The maid ground the red cinnabar ink stick and did not make a sound. Not long after, a maid said that the 7th princess had hit the wall, and now her face was covered with blood. Ningxu asked the maid to call the imperial doctor, then went to the Moon Fairy Palace and walked into the bedroom. The 7th princess' face was covered with blood, but she did not faint. She was still struggling to rush out of the palace. Little 7. Ningxu looked at Ni Baiwei. When Ni Baiwei saw Ningxu, she immediately knelt down and cried to Ningxu. Big sister, no, your Majesty, please let Fen Jiaxuan go. I am willing to give up my identity as a princess and live in seclusion with Fen Jiaxuan from now on. I will not do anything to hurt you, please. Ningxu walked in front of Ni Baiwei, squatted down, took a handkerchief to wipe the blood on Ni Baiwei's face, and said faintly, Little 7, why do you hurt yourself so much? A girl's face is so important. Why do you have to hurt your body like this? Ni Baiwei's whole body was trembling, and her voice was trembling. Your Majesty, please, Fen Jiaxuan did not do it on purpose. He was just too angry and wanted, What do you want? Because it's unfair. He just wants to be fair. Didn't he not hurt you in the end? You two are husband and wife. One night together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Can you not kill me with 1,000 cuts? I'm willing to give up everything, change my name, and live a normal life with him. Ni Baiwei had probably made a draft in her heart, so her words were very smooth. Ningxu wiped the blood on Ni Baiwei's face and looked at the miserable Ni Baiwei. He asked, so you have already thought of it for me. Should I thank you? Big sister, you are already the empress. Why are you still so ruthless? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Ni Baiwei's heart was crumbling. Under the other party's aura, her voice was very loud. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a hand. Ni Baiwei grabbed Ningxu's skirt. Eldest imperial sister, I beg you. Can you let Feng Yuxuan go? Ningxu sighed. Do you know how much my heart aches when you look like this? Do you know how much my heart aches? Ni Baiwei smiled through her tears. She wiped her tears, but her face was covered in blood. Thank you, eldest imperial sister. I knew that eldest imperial sister was the most tolerant and loved me the most. Ningxu was speechless. Take good care of your body. How can you do things without a good body? Do you understand? Eat well and sleep well. Leave the other things to me. Ningxu wiped the blood on Ni Baiwei's face. Look at the wound on your head. If it leaves a scar, I wonder if your brother-in-law will still like you. Ni Baiwei cried and laughed. Eldest imperial sister, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. If you know you were wrong, why did you still do it? Why are you still so unrepentant? Ni Baiwei bit her lips and said, because love is not something you can control. I also thought of giving up, but I can't do it. I can give up everything, but I can't live without Feng Jiaxuan. Oh, I understand. Ningxu tilted her head. If I find out that you didn't eat well or take good care of your body, I will punish Feng Jiaxuan. I will definitely take good care of my body. Thank you, eldest imperial sister. Ningxu gently patted Ni Baiwei's face. Call me your majesty the empress. Your majesty. Ningxu said, good girl. Why aren't you helping the 7th princess to the bed and taking good care of her? Ningxu said to the palace maids. Ningxu walked out of the Moon Immortal Palace and looked back at the palace. Ningxu felt that some people were shameless. I only want Feng Jiaxuan. I don't want anything else. I don't want the identity of an imperial princess. It's really touching. Until now, Feng Jiaxuan was still her legal husband. Ni Baiwei pulled her and said that she would help them. Of course, she would help them. Ningxu went to the Ministry of Justice to check on the progress of the revision of the code. Half of the officials in the Ministry of Justice were involved in the revision of the code. Ningxu was still very satisfied. The next part of his life was to cultivate, write memorials, attend court, and talk with a group of ministers. When Ningxu's face was cold and full of killing intent, it made some of the ministers tremble in fear. Ningxu was not easy to serve. Instead, the other party would pay attention to him at all times, afraid that Ningxu would go crazy and start a massacre. There was no one who was not afraid of death. A bad life was better than a good death, especially those who became officials with great difficulty. In terms of moral integrity, there was really no moral integrity. Very few officials would die with a dynasty. Ningxu often had a cold face. Sitting on the dragon throne, his aura was fully released, and he even released pressure. The ministers would carefully consider before speaking. They were afraid that they would make Ningxu unhappy. As the empress appointed by the late emperor, Ningxu also took over the late emperor's secret guards. These secret guards had a huge network of connections. Many ministers had secret guards in their residences. Ningxu said that he always felt that the empress was watching him at all times. Ningxu had already found people to replace the ministers that Feng Jiaxuan had killed. Some of them were also arranged by the late emperor. These people were not outstanding, and some were even released. The secret guards gave him a list. Ningxu felt that the person who commissioned this was not a simple character. It was just that she died too unjustly. She only remembered to guard against her daughter, but she did not expect that she would die in the hands of her daughter's legal husband. Who would have thought that the peerless and untainted Xianxia would associate with these people, and even train such a powerful assassin? Training such an assassin would cost a lot of money. 200 people would need an astronomical amount of medicinal herbs. According to Prime Minister Feng's salary, it was obviously not enough to support such expenses. Therefore, Xianxia should have his own base, and a certain source of income. Ningxu was not clear about these things. He could only send secret guards to investigate. Moreover, the people of the Feng family had been transferred away by Xianxia. To actually use a large amount of medicinal herbs without being noticed, then Xianxia might have a medical center. It was normal for a medical center to need medicinal herbs. Ningxu sent the secret guards to investigate the medical centers in and around the capital city. Other than the medical centers, what other profiteering could support Xianxia's rise? The economic foundation determined the superstructure. Without money, nothing could be done. There were also profiteers, which was pimping. Especially the brothels, which were filled with luxury. The brothels in this place were a bit interesting. There were men and women, and some of them had special hobbies. The brothels were also investigated. The basic things were almost done. Ningxu began to rummage through the treasury to see if there were any treasures. It would be best if it was the world's origin. Although her world's origin was complete, she would be rich if she could find one. After all, the organization's prices were so high now. Even if she sold it, she could still make a profit. In fact, the world's origin was not complete because light and darkness had not been formed yet. Moreover, she did not know if it was the light and darkness world's origin. It was very likely that it was not at all. Therefore, Ningxu still had to continue looking for the world's origin. She could not stop looking for the world's origin. Moreover, she could find the world's origin while doing missions. If she found this world, she would have profited. If she did not find it, there would still be missions in this world and rewards. Ningxu thought that she could see a magnificent treasury, but in the end, there was nothing good in it. Basically, it was all useless things. The late emperor's private treasury was also empty. She reckoned that all the money had been spent. Raising secret guards and a large group of secret guards also cost money. Ningxu suddenly felt that she was short of money. Short of money, it was not easy to be an emperor. She had to consider whether the people of the world could eat their fill. There were many things to worry about every day. However, it was great. She had special privileges. She used ivory chopsticks to eat and used gold and silver bowls to serve dishes. She used the best things in the world. The rich landlord was capricious. Ningxu did not find the world's origin. As an emperor, she could not run around the world to look for things. What if something happened? What if there were many unruly people like Xianxia who always wanted to harm her? Ningxu, who didn't find anything, was very unhappy. In the end, an official from the Ministry of Justice came to tell her that Xianxia wanted to see her and wanted to make a deal with her. Xianxia and Ni Baiwei were really telepathic. When one was done, the other would start again. There was no end to it. Ningxu said he didn't want to see him, but the officials of the Ministry of Justice said that Xianxia had been on a hunger strike for 2 days, and it wasn't peaceful recently. There were always people who wanted to break him out of prison. If it weren't for the thorough measures, Xianxia would have escaped by now. Then let's go take a look. If he starved to death, how would he be able to endure the death of 1,000 cuts? When Ningxu arrived at the prison warden brought a chair. Ningxu sat at the door of the prison cell and looked at Xianxia inside. Xianxia had already washed up and was sitting on the bed. Yuxuan greets your highness. Xianxia cupped his hands. Ningxu said, call me your majesty the empress. Your majesty is not quite the same as before, Xianxia said. You are much more unyielding than before. Of course, I am the empress, Ningxu said casually. If you don't eat or drink, why are you looking for me? Your majesty has been on the throne for so long. You shouldn't have found the commander's seal yet, right? Xianxia said. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. The commander's seal is in your hands. Xianxia still had people in the palace, and they were the empress's people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get the commander's seal. It is in my people's hands. When something happened at the hunting ground, I notified my people to take the commander's seal away. Without the commander's seal, your majesty is a tiger without claws and teeth. Ningxu crossed his legs and said casually, then what do you mean? Yuxuan wants to make a deal with your majesty. Yuxuan doesn't ask for much. I just want to live. If your majesty lets Yuxuan go, Yuxuan will hand over the commander's seal with both hands. Fengjiaxuan said softly. Looking at the finely dressed Ningxu, he said, Yuxuan says that he admires you. Do you believe it? Ningxu said, if I say that I admire you, would you believe it? Did he think that using the word love would make a woman's heart soften? Love my ass. Fengjiaxuan's words were just to achieve his goal. Your majesty already hates me to death. How could you admire Yuxuan? Fengjiaxuan shook his head helplessly. That's right. If you say that you admire me, I will believe it. Ningxu touched his temples. Even if it is true, so what? You admire me. What does that have to do with me? It was just to make a woman's heart soften in the name of love. If Feng Yuxuan was facing an Ai Baiwei now, this method would be 100% effective. Everything would be crowned with the name of love, and it would become high and mighty. It wouldn't be wrong. There was no right or wrong in love. Everything was because of love. It was obviously a beautiful word, but what were the things that were done in the name of love? You said that you admire me. Does Ai Baiwei know? Ningxu smiled. Ai Baiwei hurt herself to see me. She begged me to let you go. She didn't want the identity of an imperial princess. She just wanted to be with you to save your life. Ningxu pretended to wipe his tears. If she knew that you said that, how sad would she be? What Feng Yuxuan loved was her power because she had something that he had always dreamed of. Fengjiaxuan narrowed his eyes. If I use the commander's seal in exchange for the lives of me and the seventh princess, will your majesty agree? Ningxu sneered. Why would I agree? Then your majesty can forget about getting the commander's seal. Fengjiaxuan touched his knees. His legs were crippled. He couldn't even walk now. His people hadn't come to break the prison yet. This meant that the security around here was very tight. Ningxu casually said, since you like the commander's seal, I will give it to you to play with. I will just make another commander's seal. Your commander's seal is a waste. Never heard of it. I am the emperor. That's how willful I am. Fengjiaxuan frowned. Your majesty, the commander's seal can't be so hasty. If his majesty was really so willful, the bargaining chip in his hand would be gone. Other than this, what else do you want to say? I am very busy. I don't have so much time to waste with you. Ningxu said indifferently. Fengjiaxuan took a deep breath. Then when does your majesty plan to punish Yuxuan? The crown princess had been on the throne for some time. Although she said that she wanted to execute him, she didn't do anything. She just locked him up. Did she want his mother to come back? He was just a son of the Feng family. If she sacrificed him to protect the Feng family, according to his mother's personality, she would abandon her son. He just wanted to see if someone would come to kidnap him during the execution. The execution would be his last chance. Fengjiaxuan didn't want to die. His years of planning had been ruined by the crown princess, whom he looked down on the most. Even if his legs couldn't walk, he was still alive. As long as the green hills were there, there would be firewood. Ningxu, do you want to die so much? Just let them wait. Wait anxiously. The feeling of not knowing when a steel knife would fall on your head was the most unbearable. Knowing that you would die, waiting for death was the most torturous feeling. I won't let you die. I'll raise you until you're healthy and plump. Only then can I cut your flesh. Your Majesty, could it be that you can't bear for me to die? Fengjiaxuan asked Ningxu. He had a smile on his face. When he smiled, he looked magnificent. Ningxu nodded. I can't bear for you to die. Raise yourself well. Although I don't know if you have feelings for Ai Baiwei, if you go on a hunger strike or try to commit suicide again, I will use the same method to deal with Ai Baiwei. Ningxu stood up and looked down at Fengjiaxuan. Fengjiaxuan looked at Ningxu. We are husband and wife. You have never trusted me. If you trusted me, this wouldn't have happened. Ningxu said, I know that you looked down on me even with my eyes closed. When you rode to Anai byway, did you think that we were husband and wife? Then why did you use that method to set me up and make me marry into the crown princess residence? Fengjiaxuan looked at Ningxu stubbornly. Ningxu said, if I really set you up, do you think the late empress would let you marry me? The late empress was the kind of person who would stop you from achieving something the more you wanted to achieve it. She was the kind of person who liked to be stubborn. She probably liked to see other people's disappointed faces when their plans failed. It was a bit of a bad taste. Ningxu said to the officials of the Ministry of Justice, watch him carefully. Pay close attention to the people who deliver food to him. Don't let any random people near this cell. The next day, during the morning court, Ningxu said directly, I feel that the previous commander's seal is not so good looking. I have decided to make a new one. The courtiers, there were surprises every day during the morning court. Ningxu ignored the courtiers' expressions and continued, since I have ascended the throne, the new empress must have a new atmosphere. Everyone, think about what style to use to show my might and dominance. The courtiers, haha, since it was a commander's seal, he had to draw out the design of the commander's seal and bring it to the Ministry of Works so that they could make it. Just a word from the emperor, and the servants had broken their legs to run for him. How could he be so mighty and domineering? We don't need the previous commander's seal anymore. The previous commander's seal is also useless. The Ministry of War will announce this to the various armies. Fengjiaxuan wanted to use the commander's seal to threaten her, but she was a willful emperor and could not be threatened. If the document was lost, it would be cancelled. Even if someone found it, it would be useless. Moreover, she was the supreme ruler of the Li state. Ningxu arranged for Master Li to be placed in an inconspicuous position in the Ministry of Rights. Master Li was very grateful. Initially, he wanted to be an official, but now that he had achieved some merit, he could at least have a new start. Moreover, she had made her presence known to the empress. She would be promoted as long as she made some achievements. Ningxu calculated the money in the national treasury and thought about how to use the money in the appropriate places. It was very reasonable to build roads first if one wanted to become rich. However, there were some places that did not need to build roads at all. Instead, it was a waste of money. Ningxu wanted to dig a canal, but this was a huge project. She did not have enough money on her and would definitely be scolded for wasting money. If she did not have enough money, she would find a way to spend it. The secret guards found the brothels, gambling houses, and medical centers that Fengjiaxuan managed. Ningxu directly sent people to confiscate these places. The money and everything else would belong to her. However, Ningxu continued to send people to manage these places. Some people were willing to spend a lot of money in these places. It was very easy to make money. As for taxes, because a new emperor had ascended the throne, there was no income for the time being. However, Ningxu increased the salaries of the officials a little. This time, the officials all knelt down together for the first time. They did not object to Ningxu and kowtowed to thank the emperor for his kindness. But then, Ningxu killed several corrupt officials in a thunderous manner and confiscated their property. Damn, I have already given you such a high salary, but you are still so greedy. Are you worthy of the people? Are you worthy of me? Are you worthy of the high salary that the imperial court gave you? Does your conscience not hurt? Although Ningxu's reputation among the people changed from the cowardly crown princess to the cruel empress, the people were happy that she dealt with bad people. The court officials were speechless. Was the previous increase in salary a trap? Was she looking for an excuse to deal with them? The court officials were more careful to avoid being caught by the empress. She killed as she pleased and her methods were cruel. She was not the cowardly crown princess of the past at all. Ningxu decided to dig a canal. This way, the north and south would be smooth. It was a matter that benefited the country and the people. However, when it was proposed in the imperial court, it was met with opposition. The project was too big. Baskets of silver would be poured into the water. Moreover, where would so many people come from? Did the people dig canals every day instead of plowing the land? What if the Li state collapsed because of this? Ningxu thought about it and decided to raise money first. There was no hurry to dig a canal. It was related to the fate of the country. Perhaps no one would succeed in digging a canal in this generation. This generation saved money, and the next generation dug the canal. There would be a day when it would succeed. As time passed, the courtiers began to accept this empress whose anger could not be quenched. As long as they did not offend her, there would not be any major issues. However, once they did, the empress would act like a lunatic. She was extremely schizophrenic. The third princess came back after solving the problem in the north. She told Ningxu that she did not see Prime Minister Feng. That was, the Feng family had betrayed the country. It was fine if they could not find them. From now on, the Feng family would be wanted. Even if the Feng family could escape the arrest, they would have to hide like mice. After the third princess finished her task, Ningxu gave her some privileges and let her choose a department to work in. The other princesses were the same. The salaries of these princesses were very high. Ningxu felt that it was better to put them in front of others than to let them live a carefree life. It was better to let them be tired of it than to lose money. After stabilizing the situation, Ningxu felt that he had lost weight. Now he had time to deal with Fengjiaxuan. Of course, he decided to cut Fengjiaxuan into pieces. There was no need to mention the crime. At that time, there were so many people watching, including several princesses. Except for Enai Baiwei, no one pleaded for Fengjiaxuan. The jailer opened the cell, grabbed Fengjiaxuan's arm, and carried him out of the cell. Fengjiaxuan's face was a little pale. "Where are you taking me?" The jailer did not know anything. Fengjiaxuan closed his eyes. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for, no one knew whether he would live or die. Ningxu went to Enai Baiwei's palace and said to Enai Baiwei, "Little Seven, Big Sister will take you to see something. I guarantee you will be surprised." Enai Baiwei's face suddenly showed surprise. "Big Sister, did you agree to let Fengjiaxuan go?" "Thank you." Ningxu said, Of course, of course. It will be very unexpected, very exciting, and very surprising." Ningxu asked the guards to take care of Enai Baiwei and took her to the place of execution. Enai Baiwei was immersed in the joy of seeing Fengjiaxuan. She did not care about anything else. She was looking forward to meeting Fengjiaxuan and what to say when they met. The original meaning of death by 1,000 cuts referred to the gradual accumulation of a mountain, and as a form of torture, it meant that the flesh of the criminal would gradually accumulate into a small mountain. During the process of execution, the criminal would have to endure immense pain. This was the most terrifying punishment. When Fengjiaxuan was brought to the execution ground, the surroundings were already filled with people when they heard that someone was going to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Ningxu wanted to personally supervise the execution, so he brought Enai Baiwei out of the palace. Along the way, Enai Baiwei nervously clasped her hands together. Ningxu thanked Ningxu for his help. Ningxu didn't say a word. When Enai Baiwei got off the carriage and saw Fengjiaxuan tied to a wooden plank, her mind went blank and her body went soft. It was as if a terrifying energy had exploded in her heart, causing her to lose all her strength. "Your Majesty." Enai Baiwei grabbed onto Ningxu's skirt and shouted with a hoarse voice, "You lied to me, you lied to me." Ningxu shouted. "How did I lie to you? I want you to see him." Ningxu squatted down and patted Enai Baiwei's face. "He wanted to seize the Enai clan's empire and killed our mother. Now, I want you to see him for the last time." Enai Baiwei had a metallic taste in her throat and actually spat out a mouthful of blood. She cried and begged Ningxu, "Your Majesty, you're already the Empress, so why are you still so ruthless? You're a tyrant, and you'll be mocked by the people. Even water can float a boat, but it can also capsize it." Ningxu leisurely replied, "I only scraped a noble's son, and it has nothing to do with the people. But Fengjiaxuan is also one of your people. Why can't you let him go? I'll leave with him and never let him appear before you again. Why can't you be more lenient? I might love my people, but I can't forgive them. They killed my mother and wanted to kill my people. Do you know? Not long ago, they even threatened me with the commander seal." Ningxu kicked Enai Baiwei away. Enai Baiwei had taken over the original Little Seven's body. She stared at the surname of the Ni family and handed over the Ni family's empire to someone else. It was normal for dynasties to change. Ni Baiwei was so capable that she was able to turn a country upside down. Getting rid of the person Ni Baiwei cared about the most would make Ni Baiwei feel worse than death. Ni Baiwei was her sister, and she wouldn't kill her sister. Ni Baiwei's entire body was trembling. She looked at Ning Shu and felt that his face had already distorted into that of a demon. The sinister smile on his face was so disgusting and evil. Ni Baiwei murmured, "You will die a horrible death, you will die a horrible death. We are not afraid of any curses. Do you think my halo of faith is fake? It's as if you're so wronged and righteous." If the Ni family was defeated and the Ni family's brothers and sisters were killed, Ni Baiwei wouldn't even blink her eyes and wouldn't call Fengjiaxuan a devil. What a terrifying double standard. If you win, you can do whatever you want, but if someone else wins, you're a demon and you'll die a horrible death. Watch her carefully and block her mouth. Don't let it affect the execution. Ningshu patted Ni Baiwei's face. Watch carefully. This should be the last time you see Fengjiaxuan. 3 days later, Fengjiaxuan will become a skeleton with peerless elegance. Ni Baiwei was so frightened that her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ningshu pleaded, "Your Majesty, why can't you let him go? A night as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Why must you be so cruel?" Ningshu was a little impatient. "Do you only know how to say that one night as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life? When you say that, I immediately think of you adulterers. I even have the urge to skin the two of you alive. I let my husband elope with my sister. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Or do you feel wronged?" Ningshu walked to the execution platform. The sun was high up in the sky. Fengjiaxuan, who was tied up, had his eyes closed and was facing the sun. When he opened his eyes, he was almost blinded by the sun. He heard the people kneeling down and shouting "Long live" 3 times, and then he heard a cold voice telling him to rise. Feng Yuxuan's heart trembled. There was no one who was not afraid of death. His lofty aspirations had died prematurely. Some things had taken a wrong step, and the rest had collapsed like a chain reaction. It was simply uncontrollable. In prison, Fengjiaxuan thought a lot. He felt that Ni Bingyan was his calamity. Not only Ni Baiwei, but also Ni Bingyan. Ni Bingyan hid it very well. She pretended to be a yes man, but in fact, she was a ruthless person. If she could be so ruthless to herself, she would be even more ruthless to others. Ningshu sat on the execution platform with a maid fanning him. Ningshu picked grapes and ate them one by one. He used his spiritual power to scan the crowd and the situation in the houses around the execution platform. This time, he had to lose some of Fengjiaxuan's strength and try to catch them all in one fell swoop. Fengjiaxuan was definitely going to die. There were also people who wanted to break out of prison mixed in the crowd. There were also people who wanted to break out of prison in the houses around the execution platform. There were nearly 100 people. Moreover, they were all assassins. They were all assassins who had been soaked in medicine and their skin was stiff. He did not know how many of these assassins Fengjiaxuan had trained, but these assassins were very lethal to ordinary guards. When the time came, he would have to deal with them personally. These hidden dangers had to be dealt with. Otherwise, when the client returned, he would have to face assassinations every day. Fengjiaxuan did not want to achieve great things. He wanted to see his great things fall apart and become hopeless in the end. Ningshu ate the grapes without spitting out the skin. He did not order Fengjiaxuan to be dismembered. Everyone watched under the sun. As time went by, the atmosphere became more and more stagnant. "Your Majesty, it's noon. Do you want to carry out the execution?" Ningshu, an official of the Ministry of Justice, asked. Everyone was burning under the sun. Ningshu did not bat an eyelid. "Wait a little longer. There was a saying about the execution at noon." The sun was hanging in the middle of the sky at 1:45, and the shadow on the ground was the shortest. In the eyes of the people at that time, this was the time of the day when the yang qi was the strongest. Killing people was a yin qi. No matter whether the person who was killed deserved it or not, his ghost would always come to haunt the judge, the official in charge of the execution, the executioner, and the people related to his execution. Therefore, when the Xianxia was the strongest, the execution could prevent the ghost from appearing. Also, the person who was killed could not even be a ghost. The soul of a person who had just died was very weak. Under the roasting of the Xianxia, it might vanish into thin air. Ningshu scanned the crowd with his spiritual power, took out a wooden sign and threw it on the ground. Carry out the execution. As soon as Ningshu's voice fell, someone rushed to the execution platform and tried to take Xianxia away. 3 layers of guards stopped these assassins. The face of the official of the Ministry of Justice changed greatly and shouted for protection. Ningshu kicked her away. Did he want to lead the assassins here? Sometimes, Ningshu even suspected that these officials couldn't wait for her to die. She wanted to live well. Seeing all of you gnashing your teeth in anger, but there is nothing you can do. If you have the ability, then resign. Ningshu pulled out the sword at his waist. This sword could cut through hair and was incomparably sharp. It was prepared for this day. Ningshu ordered some guards to disperse the crowd, then he jumped into the battle. This time, the assassin was not here to kill the monarch, but to save his master. His attack was very simple, directly cutting the neck of the guard. Blood gushed out from the cut neck. Ningshu used compressed sharp spiritual energy to attach to the sword. Everywhere the sword went, there would be broken limbs and broken bones. Ningshu hooked the tip of his foot and directly lifted Xianxia, who was tied to the board, into the air. Then he raised his hand. With one hand supporting the board and the other holding the sword, he killed the copper-skinned and iron-boned assassin, filling the air with blood. Xianxia, who was lifted up, did not know what to feel. And Bingyan's strength was really great. Holding him up, he was still able to fight with the others so happily. Xianxia, who was tied up, could not move his body. He could only hear the sound of swords clashing, as well as the sound of the blade cutting through his flesh and blood splattering. Xianxia closed his eyes. His heart was numb. He did not regret what he did. What was done, and there was no way to redeem it. However, his power should be wiped out. He spent a lot of effort to train these death warriors, but in front of Bingyan, they were like tofu. All of his efforts were like a joke. Baiwei, who was being escorted, had something stuffed in her mouth. When she saw that someone had come to save Xianxia, she was very happy. As long as Xianxia was alive, everything was fine. However, her big sister was like a murderous demon. She would cut a person in half with a sword, or cut off their head, sending it flying far away. Her hair was flying, and she was incomparably cold, causing people to be terrified. How could there be such a person in the world? She was completely a demon, a demon. Baiwei was so frightened that she had the urge to pee in her bladder. If Xianxia wanted to cut her into 1,000 pieces, how would he treat her? She had no idea what kind of methods he would use to deal with her. How could such an evil person sit on the throne? How could such a cruel person become the ruler of a country? How could a good person be tortured? The heavens were unfair. Baiwei could only hope that these assassins could hold on and rescue Xianxia from her first imperial sister. Big sister was too terrifying. She had clearly used Xianxia to lure these people out and then slaughtered them all. Such a bloodthirsty person was too terrifying. The assassins couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, they blew a whistle. The assassins who were hiding in the room decided to retreat. They couldn't be saved now, so they decided to come back later. Moreover, the dismemberment process would take 3 days, which meant that they had 3 days to plan, and the sooner the better. Otherwise, the person they rescued might be a dead person. Piece by piece, the flesh was sliced off from the body. No one could endure such pain. However, when these assassins wanted to retreat, they were surrounded by layers of guards outside. It was difficult for them to charge out. Ningshu put down the wooden plank. Xianxia, who was tied to the plank, trembled. He opened his eyes and saw a face. It was blocking the sun, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, the expression in her eyes was particularly dazzling. Awake? Ningshu patted Xianxia's face. Did you sleep well? Your Majesty, you killed my Feng clan's people. You killed the men I spent so much effort to train into death warriors. Do you think I can sleep? Why can't you sleep? Ningxu asked back. Fengjiaxuan, crazy, Ningxu expressed that he liked to see Fengjiaxuan's twisted face. Ningxu let the guards clean up the battlefield. There were broken limbs and intestines everywhere. The scene was like Azura hell. Ningxu felt more and more that he couldn't let Fengjiaxuan go. Perhaps this was only a small part of Fengjiaxuan's power. Who knew how much power Fengjiaxuan had? Ningxu sat on a chair and used a handkerchief to wipe his hands. The official from the Ministry of Justice was a bit nervous. Ningxu said to her, compile a list of the guards who died today. Give their families compensation. Triple the compensation. I understand. The official from the Ministry of Justice immediately said. She looked at Ningxu as if she was looking at a demon god. The surrounding commoners had long disappeared. Some guards on the execution ground were lifting some corpses onto the boards of a cart and covering them with linen. Some of the guards' corpses were covered with white cloth. Ningxu closed his eyes and recited the Rebirth Sutra in his heart. With the passage of reincarnation, their souls wouldn't be burned away by the yang qi. Other than the guards' souls, the souls of the death warriors also entered a black hole. After reciting the Rebirth Sutra, Ningxu picked up the grapes on the table and ate them. The official from the Ministry of Justice was stunned. My God, Your Majesty, you just killed people. Your hands are covered in blood. Can you eat? You want to eat? Ningxu looked up at the official from the Ministry of Justice. I don't want to eat. Continue the execution. There's no need to rush to cut the flesh. Take it slow. The more cuts, the better. The thinner the flesh, the better. Ningxu said to the executioner. Yes. Anai Baiwei's legs went soft. When she saw the executioner holding the knife and was about to cut Fengjiaxuan's body, she didn't know where the strength came from. She broke free from the guard's hands and stumbled to Ningxu. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging Ningxu to let Fengjiaxuan go. Ningxu said, didn't you like Fengyu's face back then? If he didn't have his peerless appearance now, I would believe that you two are truly in love. You two would also be together. Choose between disfigurement or death by 1,000 cuts. Ningxu said to Anai Baiwei, this should be a very easy choice. Seeing that you are my sister, I gave you a choice. Anai Baiwei looked at Ningxu, dumbfounded. You are really vicious. Fortunately, you two are also doing vicious things and still flaunt justice. Ningxu said casually. If you don't choose, then there is only death by 1,000 cuts. Execution. Ningxu said with a snort. Wait a minute, I. Anai Baiwei stumbled to Fengjiaxuan's side and squatted beside Fengjiaxuan. With a voice that was hoarse from crying, she asked Fengjiaxuan, what do you think I should do? What should I do? Fengjiaxuan turned his head and saw Ningxu sitting there calmly. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say a word. Execution. Death by 1,000 cuts. Ningxu picked a grape and said. Wait a minute. Anai Baiwei cried out. She was at a loss out of fear and her face was distorted. Moreover, she looked at Fengjiaxuan with a forced expression and said, living is more important than anything. Don't die. Fengjiaxuan was speechless. So she chose to disfigurement? Fengjiaxuan asked with a hoarse voice, you made the decision for me? Sometimes, he really felt that this woman was troublesome. She was a real woman. Perhaps after he succeeded, it would be good to have such a woman by his side and dote on her. It was an exquisite porcelain with a bouquet of flowers inserted on it. It was like a brocade embroidered with flowers. The flowers were like brocade, adding to the brocade. However, if he provoked her too early, she would be like a fragile porcelain that couldn't withstand any collision. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted. His actions would probably make him a clown in Anai Bingyan's eyes. They would both look at each other as idiots. Ningxu said, you can choose. The sun is so strong that it has tanned my skin. Anai Bingyan, you are so vicious. You will suffer retribution. Anai Baiwei gritted her teeth and said, the Li state will be destroyed in the hands of a tyrant like you. Ningxu said indifferently, I don't know if I will suffer retribution, but you will suffer retribution now. The guards dragged An Baiwei away. The executioner was going to tear apart Fen Jiaxuan's clothes. The first knife was going to cut his chest, and the second knife was going to cut his biceps. Wait. An Baiwei shouted in panic. Her voice cracked. She said to Ningxu, I choose to be disfigured. Fen Jiaxuan, who was on the chopping board, was numb. Since when did his fate let two women decide whether he would be disfigured or killed by 1,000 cuts? Ningxu smiled. Then I'll disfigure you. An Baiwei hurriedly negotiated with Ningxu. You disfigured Fen Jiaxuan, so you can't harm Fen Jiaxuan's life. Also, let us go. Ningxu tilted his head. I only asked you to choose between being killed by 1,000 cuts or being disfigured. When did I say I would let you go? Also, it wasn't me who disfigured his face. It was your choice. Don't put all the blame on me. What do you think, Manager Song? Ningxu asked the official from the Ministry of Justice. The official from the Ministry of Justice nodded. His Majesty is already very merciful. Originally, he was going to be executed by 1,000 cuts. Now, he's just carving the word sin on both sides of his face. When the official from the Ministry of Justice said that Ningxu was merciful, his teeth ached. You. An Baiwei's expression was sluggish as she felt chills all over her body. She couldn't help but tremble. So cruel. Why must you be so ruthless? I know I was wrong, but this has nothing to do with Fen Jiaxuan. I do have feelings for him, but he doesn't know that I do. If you want to scrape me, then scrape me. An Baiwei kneeled on the ground. You think that I wouldn't dare to do anything to you, right? Although I don't know why you're pleading for your mother's murderer and even think that he's right to plunder our Ni family, Ningxu said curiously. Destroy it for me. I am fulfilling Seventh Sister's wish. Ningxu said indifferently. A normal person's brain was filled with many things, but An Baiwei's brain was probably filled with love, and love. She guessed that they were probably in deep love now. The separation of life and death moved the heavens and the earth. The executioner held a sharp knife and slashed Fen Jiaxuan's face as he widened his eyes in fear. The sharp pain caused Fen Jiaxuan's face to twitch. Fen Jiaxuan couldn't help but cry out, but his mouth was immediately gagged. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. The executioner used a handkerchief to wipe off the blood as he cut the flesh. The feeling of the knife cutting the flesh was excruciating. Fen Jiaxuan's eyes turned red as if they were about to burst. An Baiwei was dragged away by the guards as she looked helplessly at Fen Jiaxuan. Her lips trembled as she said, Don't blame me, I'm doing this to save your life. Feng Yuxuan was in so much pain that his tied-up body twitched. He vaguely heard An Baiwei's words and was so angry that he almost fainted. Did he really think that if he really ruined his face, the person sitting on the dragon throne would let him go? She was so naive. Even if she died of 1,000 cuts, her face wouldn't be destroyed because her head would be displayed in public. Now that her face was destroyed, she might not be able to survive. Fen Jiaxuan's heart was filled with sorrow. His fate was actually being controlled by two women. He was fed up with being ruled by women. He couldn't bear to see weak women ruling over men. Fen Jiaxuan, who had a foundation in martial arts, had a very sturdy body. Even though he was in so much pain, he didn't faint and suffered so many cuts. Moreover, every cut was so deep that the bones could be seen. Sometimes, Fen Jiaxuan felt that the knife had cut into his face. It was so painful. Take him back and watch over him. Get him some medicine, he can't die. Ningxu watched as Fen Jiaxuan was carried back to the prison. An Baiwei watched as the imperial physician treated Fen Jiaxuan's wounds. An Baiwei was carried away by the guards. Her legs were already weak as she looked at Ningxu with eyes full of hatred. Are you happy now? Why wouldn't I be happy? You should be happy too. After all, you were the one who said that I would be disfigured. Ningxu said. You're so vicious and ruthless. No one will like you, no one will love you. Do you think that you'll be happy by torturing Fen Jiaxuan like this? You're just a person who can't get what you love. The more you act like this, the further away the person you love will be from you. And Bai Wei roared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu picked his ears. Don't use that argument. You're vicious, no one loves you, no one loves you. You're such a failure as a person. You're a loser because no one loves you. Are you trying to say that although I'm the emperor, it's lonely at the top? I'm a pitiful worm. However, this pitiful worm can make you all become pitiful worms that are more pitiful than me. Ning Shu patted Bai Wei's pale face. Look, you're so pitiful now. I hope you still love Fengjiaxuan who doesn't have a peerless appearance. Ning Shu smiled. How can a love that's based on appearance be faithful? Don't make yourself sound so noble. You. Bai Wei kept using the word vicious to describe Ning Shu. However, the other party didn't care about it at all. It was as if she couldn't attack his weakness. Was the reason why she could treat Fengjiaxuan like that because she didn't love Fengjiaxuan at all? Big sister, why did you do this? If you don't love Fengjiaxuan, why did you marry him? Don't you have any responsibility for the situation that has developed to this stage? Ning Shu blinked his eyes and asked, what responsibility? Is it because I didn't fulfill your great love and conveniently gave the Ni clan's empire to someone else? Or is it because I didn't know what's good for me to die and fulfill your love so that you can use the empire as a betrothal gift to make Fengjiaxuan the emperor? Do you have to be so sharp? You clearly know that's not what I meant. You haven't treated Fengjiaxuan well from the start. Bai Wei's heart trembled. Furthermore, it's normal for dynasties to change. If the Ni clan can't manage this country anymore and someone else manages it, everything will disappear one day. Bai Wei said. Ning Shu agreed with Bai Wei's words and nodded, but Fengjiaxuan has been defeated, so why are you telling me this? Ning Shu leaned close to Bai Wei's ear, evildoer, don't say such things while using Little Chi's body. This body grew up eating the Ni family's food and occupying Little Chi's body. If you say such heart-wrenching words, won't Little Chi come to take your life? When Bai Wei heard Ning Shu's words, she only felt her ears rumbling. Her ears were filled with Ning Shu's words, evildoer, occupying Little Chi's body. Her biggest secret was exposed. Bai Wei felt like a clam that was peeled open, revealing the soft meat inside. She was shocked and angry. She always felt that no one had discovered her abnormality. Sometimes, she dared to be willful in front of her eldest imperial sister because she felt that the other party wouldn't easily kill her. She always called her Little Chi, which made her feel that this older sister doted on her. But now that the other party called her evildoer, she knew that she wasn't the original Bai Wei. Bai Wei was scared out of her wits. She felt that her ears had gone deaf. She could only stare blankly at the other party's moving lips, but she couldn't hear what the other party was saying. Bai Wei felt that her last straw was gone. She had nothing left. Ning Shu was finally satisfied when he saw that Bai Wei was no longer acting like a descendant of the Ni family. Originally, he didn't want to expose her. She even acted as if she cared about the world and met a tyrant like her. Didn't she just want someone to release Fengjiaxuan? She even wanted to use righteousness to pressure her. Ning Shu said, keep her and Fengjiaxuan together. It's not easy for a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Bai Wei was dragged into Fengjiaxuan's cell by the guards. The cell was filled with the smell of blood. Bai Wei looked at the unrecognizable Fengjiaxuan who had already fainted and cried loudly. She didn't understand why things turned out this way. She didn't want to hurt anyone. She didn't want to transmigrate here. She didn't want to. Transmigration wasn't her choice. If it was possible, she still wanted to be in the modern world. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment. She didn't have anything to miss in the modern world. The money she earned every month wasn't enough to spend. Here, she was a princess with a noble status. She wore luxurious clothes and had a group of servants. She was someone with a high status in society. However, she couldn't understand why she was exposed. 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 She was exposed by the ruler of a country. Would she be burned as an evildoer? This kind of person was crazy. They would hide in a corner and observe everything. They couldn't bear to see others doing well. Ni Baiwei looked at the unconscious Fengjiaxuan. She was exposed. What would happen to her and Fengjiaxuan in the future? Why was she imprisoned here? Ning Shu went to the other side to interrogate the captured assassin. This assassin's legs were crippled by Ning Shu. In the end, before he could interrogate him, he bit his tongue. He bit it so hard that half of his tongue fell to the ground. Fengjiaxuan's ability to nurture people couldn't be underestimated. Everyone was afraid of death. This death soldier decisively ended his life. He had already lost all his humanity. Since he killed himself, there was no other way. She could only continue to torture Fengjiaxuan. Every once in a while, he would do it once in a while. Let's see who would be able to withstand it. She was prepared to get more lethal weapons. For example, a crossbow. A crossbow that could shoot multiple times. Even if she couldn't clean up Fengjiaxuan's forces, she had to make sure that these people who were hiding in the dark wouldn't dare to show their faces. She didn't mind taking care of Fengjiaxuan. However, Fengjiaxuan's martial arts would definitely be crippled. Ning Shu focused on handling the affairs of the imperial court. The Ministry of Justice rushed out a new code of law through the ordinary officials. Ning Shu spent time reading a table full of books. Compared to the previous course code of law, it was much clearer now. This was also to reduce the burden of the Ministry of Justice's officials. These officials could check the code of law when judging cases and know the severity of the sentence. Ning Shu sent the code of law to various yamens for the county magistrate to study. If it was an unjust case, there wouldn't even be a chance to seek redress. Ning Shu stipulated that a case must be tried twice. In particular, some major cases must be reported to the imperial court immediately. The county magistrate couldn't handle it alone. The imperial court would send someone to handle it. Moreover, these major cases wouldn't affect the county magistrate's assessment. However, they would educate the people about the content of the code of law. A parent official had the power to control the life and death of tens of thousands of people. If he wanted you to disappear, you would disappear. It was a small matter if he wanted your family to be destroyed. They also believed that under the 3 trees, what can't you ask for? The 3 trees were instruments of torture on the neck, hands, and feet of the criminal. Under heavy punishment, any kind of words could be said. This way, it would become an unjust case. Some parent officials were afraid that these things would affect their assessment and their official career, so they ended it hastily. Ning Shu later promulgated some reforms. He gave the officials a raise and also gave the officials who were revising the code of law a holiday. The officials were in a sour mood. They didn't know what to say. In the end, they knelt and thanked Ning Shu for his grace. Who knew which corrupt official's family would be raided for the raise? They were tired of this kind of emperor who didn't follow the rules. Especially since there were piles of broken limbs and corpses a while ago, the emperor's reputation as a benevolent and virtuous person had been completely destroyed. However, the common people had mixed feelings about the emperor. They feared and loved him at the same time. His methods were swift and decisive. Obviously, he was a coward of the crown princess. How did he become like this? When the late emperor passed the throne to the crown princess, some officials thought that she was a soft ball. With the crown princess's character, she must be in the hands of the officials. She took the ball and stretched out her body. It was full of thorns. Ning Shu didn't care about what these officials thought. As long as she did the work, it was enough. Sometimes she felt that she still needed to be a gentle boss. She gently asked the officials if their work was hard. As a result, the officials knelt on the ground and said that it was not hard at all. Ning Shu also gave up the idea of being a good boss. She was suitable to put on airs like this. She wanted to be gentle, but the officials were so scared that they trembled. Was she so terrible? The spiritual qi in Ning Shu's dantian began to slowly turn from gas to liquid. Even if the client came back, he still had a strong fighting capacity. Although these officials said that he was cruel, they still succumbed to his fighting capacity. The emperor was a master. This was more deterring. When the spiritual qi condensed into liquid, more spiritual qi could be condensed in the dantian. With enough spiritual qi, it was also possible to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Ning Shu wrote down the cultivation method of the peerless martial arts. This might become a treasure of the Li state. If the descendants of the Ni family also cultivated it, it could increase her power of faith. After all, she was a member of the royal family. She couldn't have too much power of faith. Ningxu would take the time to visit Fenjiaxuan and listen to the jailer report to her about Ni Baiwei and Fenjiaxuan. The two of them were locked in the same cell and Ningxu allowed them to spend time together. The scars on Fenjiaxuan's face were very hideous. Although the conditions of their cell were good, the air wasn't good. Fenjiaxuan's face was infected and Ningxu asked the imperial physician to save Fenjiaxuan's life. As for the face, it was very normal to have scars. Even divine pills and miraculous medicines wouldn't be able to cure so many scars. Ningxu stood at the door of the cell and looked at Fenjiaxuan and Ni Baiwei. Ni Baiwei shouted to Ningxu, "Eldest imperial sister, can you let me out? I beg of you." Ningxu looked at Fenjiaxuan who was lying on the bed and said to Ni Baiwei, "Why do you want to go out? In the past, there was no way for the two of you to meet and it was always through messenger pigeons. Now that we allow the two of you to spend time together, you should be grateful to us." Ni Baiwei was speechless. This person was simply a psychopath. Ni Baiwei really couldn't face Fenjiaxuan. The two of them were speechless and didn't know what to say. Ni Baiwei felt that Fenjiaxuan wouldn't forgive her and Fenjiaxuan definitely felt that it was because of her that his face was disfigured. Only the heavens knew that she did all this to save Fenjiaxuan. Ni Baiwei fell into the mode of "I love the person who doesn't understand me, my heart hurts, and my heart feels wronged." Furthermore, Fenjiaxuan didn't pay attention to her. This kind of oppressive atmosphere only wanted Ni Baiwei to escape. Even if Ni Baiwei repeatedly apologized to Fenjiaxuan, Fenjiaxuan said that he didn't blame her. However, he didn't blame her and didn't pay attention to her. Furthermore, Fenjiaxuan's face was infected and it was a little scary. The imperial physician wrapped his face like a mummy and when the cloth was removed, his face was full of scars. The left and right sides were twisted like earthworms and there was the word sin on each side. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it and would only feel that the scars on his face were particularly terrifying. Ni Baiwei couldn't imagine that this was the peerlessly handsome Feng Yuxuan. The areas without scars were delicate and fair, but the areas with scars were exceptionally ferocious. With such a comparison, Ni Baiwei's heart was beating wildly. She didn't know how to face Feng Yuxuan. She also didn't dare to reveal an expression of fear. At this time, Fenjiaxuan's heart must be very fragile and sensitive. She couldn't say that it was ugly to provoke Fenjiaxuan. Even if Ni Baiwei repeatedly assured him that in her heart, Feng Yuxuan would always be the dazzling man who stood in the pavilion and played the flute with his slender body. However, Ni Baiwei was a little afraid to look at Fenjiaxuan's face. Fenjiaxuan didn't feel anything when there was an extra person in the cell. As for Ni Baiwei's careful words of comfort, Fenjiaxuan didn't take them to heart. He was indifferent to Ni Baiwei's thoughts and only used his obsidian-like eyes to look at Ningxu outside the cell. "Are you here to see the masterpiece on Yuxuan's face?" Ningxu stroked his hair and tilted his head to look at the scars on Fenjiaxuan's face. He shook his head and said, "It's a bit regretful. It's not very perfect." Ni Baiwei looked at Ningxu as if she was looking at a pervert. "You are simply a pervert." Ningxu didn't deny it and simply shrugged his shoulders. He simply ignored her and had the imperial guards escort Ni Baiwei back to the palace. Ni Baiwei's eyes lit up when she heard that she could return to the palace. She appeared to be pleasantly surprised. However, when she thought of Fenjiaxuan, she didn't dare to show it too obviously. Ni Baiwei said to Fenjiaxuan, "Don't worry, I will definitely save you." Fenjiaxuan glanced at Ni Baiwei. She didn't dare to look at Fenjiaxuan's eyes and lowered her eyes to look at the ground. Fenjiaxuan spat out an unknown ha from his throat. He couldn't tell what it meant. Ni Baiwei was escorted back to the palace. Ningxu had people escort Fenjiaxuan to the Meridian Gate to be executed. He wanted to lure out more rats hiding in the dark corners. Fenjiaxuan was escorted out of the prison cell. He looked at Ningxu and said, "Your Majesty, can you come closer? Yuxuan has always wanted to say something to you." "I won't." He didn't come closer. "I don't want to hear anything from you." Fenjiaxuan smiled. The scars on his face were incomparably ferocious. You are still so cold-hearted. Damn, you speak as if you don't have a heart of stone. When a crow says that a pig is black, I don't think so. This time, he wanted to skin Xianxia alive. Moreover, he really cut off a piece of flesh from Xianxia's body. Xianxia was in so much pain that his face contorted. This was done to intimidate those with ulterior motives. Secondly, it was to attract the people from the Feng clan and Xianxia's remaining forces. However, this time, it really attracted a wave of death warriors. These death warriors were very terrifying existences with copper skin and iron bones. They wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. They were like cockroaches and were a disaster to ordinary imperial guards. As soon as the men of sacrifice appeared, Xianxia took the lead and rushed to the front to kill these men of sacrifice. It seemed that only her compressed spiritual chi could cut through these copper skin and iron bones. The other guards were more or less sent to their deaths. As long as a death warrior appeared, Xianxia wouldn't let them go. Otherwise, the imperial palace would be a no-man's land to these people in the future. Moreover, Xianxia found that she couldn't decisively end Xianxia. Xianxia was now a chess piece to tie down these death warriors. If Xianxia died, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't viciously slaughter the common people or the Anai clan. This kind of thing couldn't happen again. He was no different from a terrorist. There was no mercy, no morality, and no pity in his heart. He was born to kill. He didn't mind raising Xianxia. After killing until her body was covered in blood, Xianxia ordered the imperial guards to move the corpses out and bury them. She didn't know how many death warriors there were or how many of them there were in the Feng clan. She couldn't take in these death warriors for her own use. Xianxia sent out secret guards to investigate the Feng clan and Xianxia's headquarters. Xianxia didn't plan to ask Xianxia. During the morning assembly, the court officials told Xianxia to stop killing people. The common people didn't understand. Now, the name of the tyrant was spreading like wildfire. Xianxia asked in return. Why did the common people have to understand? Did she need to explain her matter to every common person? The common people thought about how to survive. As for her matter, it was only a matter to be discussed after the meal or to scare the crybaby. What was there to explain? What was there to understand? There was no need for them to understand. Everything was for the stability of the country. Even if they didn't understand, they would still do it. The court officials were speechless. You're the boss. You have the final say. Feng Yuxuan had been cut a few times, and the imperial physician was almost going to live in a prison cell. His Majesty had said that this person could not die, and that he had to be fed well. Did the imperial physician think that it was good food to fatten her up so that she could cut her flesh? Anai Baiwei, who was in the palace, was stunned when she heard that Xianxia dragged Xianxia out to cut his flesh. How perverted was this? Even if she toyed with him and tortured him time and time again, she was just an old witch who couldn't get what she loved. Anai Baiwei wanted to rush in front of Xianxia, but her moon immortal palace was surrounded by 3 layers of guards. She couldn't get out. Otherwise, Anai Baiwei would go out and ask, "You're so perverted. What do you want from torturing Xianxia? Do you think you can find redemption in your heart?" However, Anai Baiwei swallowed these words and felt very uncomfortable. This woman was the most perverted woman Anai Baiwei had ever met. She was even more perverted than her female superior. At most, her superior would send back the project she worked hard on, but this woman wanted to take someone's life. She did whatever she wanted without any scruples. Did she not have any respect for this woman? Xianxia wrote down the last part of the cultivation method for the peerless martial art. Although the peerless martial art was simple, it became more profound as one cultivated it. Spirit energy turned from gas to liquid and then to solid. Once the solid was shattered, specks of light would appear in the Dantian like a vast universe. If the peerless martial art was mystical, then it would be better to say that the human body was mystical. Perhaps a single cell was a universe. Of course, this was only possible if one had enough spirit energy. After writing down the secret manual, Xianxia placed the secret manual in a box and locked it up. Then, he placed the key in a safe place. In the past, when she found the peerless martial art, it was already moldy at the bottom of the box. At that time, she was poor and had nothing. Just having a peerless martial art was enough to make her happy. The peerless martial art had accompanied her until now. Now, the peerless martial art was about to form a world. Ningxu kissed the key. This kind of feeling was a bit like entrusting one's child. It was the feeling of entrusting one's peerless martial art to the person who entrusted it. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. When it was time for the third night watch, he had to get up and tidy up. It was time for the morning assembly. It wasn't easy to be an emperor, but it was better than being killed. Moreover, the feeling of being cheered 3 times was great. Standing at a high place and looking down, this was his country. Fenjiaxuan, who had his flesh cut off, almost couldn't hold on. It was Fenjiaxuan's will to live. Ningxu went to the prison to see him and injected some spiritual energy into his body. With spiritual energy, Fenjiaxuan wouldn't die so easily. She was provided with good food and drink, and it was according to the standards of the empress. Every day, the food was sent out from the imperial kitchen. He slept on a high bed with soft pillows. He could do whatever he wanted, but he couldn't leave the cell. Fenjiaxuan, why did she use the empress' boudoir to entertain a prisoner like him? Was it because he had once been her legitimate husband? But if that was the case, how could she say that she could ruin his face and kill him by 1,000 cuts? What exactly was she thinking in her heart? Fenjiaxuan felt that this one was a lunatic. She wasn't as simple as Enai Bingyan, who could see through her emotions with a single glance. However, Enai Bingyan was a lunatic. You couldn't understand what she was thinking at all. There was no logic to speculate. Lunatic, falling into the hands of a lunatic, Fenjiaxuan really wanted to sigh. Your Majesty, what exactly do you want Yuxuan to do? Can you just say it directly? Fenjiaxuan sat on the bed and looked at Ningxu, who was outside the cell. You don't need to do anything. Just take care of yourself. Don't think about seeking death all day long. How easy is it to die? It's better to live. Ningxu said with a smile. Your Majesty, you want to know how much power Yuxuan has, right? Fenjiaxuan smiled faintly, but his face was really a little sinister. Ningxu looked at his face indifferently. Fenjiaxuan restrained the smile on his face. He didn't like the way this person looked at him. When he was peerless in his generation, his face could turn the world upside down. The way she looked at him was indifferent. There was no shock, no infatuation, no feelings. Now that his face that could turn the world upside down was no longer there, and he even had an ugly face, she was still so indifferent. She didn't have any feelings. Fenjiaxuan felt that he didn't enter the other party's eyes at all. Regardless of whether he was beautiful or ugly, the other party didn't care. This kind of feeling made Fenjiaxuan feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that the other party cared a little. Perhaps the things he did were a little to vent her anger, or at least she would be angry. However, she didn't. Just like how he didn't love Enai Bingyan in the past, she also didn't love him now. This was a discovery that made him vomit blood. He was insignificant in the other party's heart. He didn't have any weight at all. Ningxu saw that Fenjiaxuan suddenly became dispirited. He didn't know why he was dispirited. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. He would let the prison guard take a good look at Fenjiaxuan. He couldn't let Fenjiaxuan die. Ningxu sat in front of the desk and read through the memorials. He heard 2333's voice in his mind. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? Ningxu put down the cinnabar pen and told the maid that he wanted to take a nap and not let anyone disturb him. The maid helped Ningxu to sleep. When she left, she closed the door. Ningxu closed his eyes. Leave the mission world. Enai Baiwei and Fenjiaxuan no longer had any power to resist. As for how to deal with it, it was up to the person who entrusted it. Ningxu felt dizzy and returned to the system space. He took out the agarwood and placed it in the incense burner. When he lit it, the fragrance lingered in the air, making him feel better. Ningxu crossed his legs and took out a black rose. He placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. A warm feeling flowed into his heart, creating a warm and happy mood. Ningxu really wanted to ask His Excellency for the seeds of this flower. He wanted to plant this flower. Since this flower had such an effect, he might even be able to earn some money from it. However, she didn't have the contact information of His Excellency. Even if she managed to contact him, she didn't have the qualifications to ask for anything. His Excellency would probably roll his eyes at her. No, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to her. Xianxia sniffed the black rose and opened the video to see the situation of the person who entrusted it. Xianxia had his own selfish motives for destroying Feng Jiaxuan's appearance. After all, beautiful things weren't poisonous. Xianxia was a little afraid that Enai Bingyan would be mesmerized by Feng Jiaxuan's beauty. After all, even men could be mesmerized by a man's beauty and hand over the country to him. For example, in history, Emperor Ai of Han. The word homosexual originated from him. There was also Enai Baiwei. Although her body was taken over by a transmigrator, this body was still the sister of the person who entrusted it. As for how to deal with it, it was still up to the person who entrusted it. This mission really made Xianxia mentally exhausted. However, Xianxia learned a principle. It was impossible to reason with people. You have your principles, and she has her own way of thinking. No one could change the other's mind. In the future, if he encountered such unreasonable things, he would be too lazy to argue. He would just do what he needed to do. It was a waste of saliva. Xianxia found that Enai Bingyan's methods were very fierce. She directly said that Moon Immortal Palace's Enai Baiwei had died of illness. She also directly chopped off Feng Jiaxuan's head and hung it on the city wall. This caused a group of men of sacrifice to counterattack violently, almost without any regard for their lives. Enai Bingyan had long been prepared. She had been waiting for this time. Her killing would make people tremble in fear. Xianxia watched the video and felt that Enai Bingyan might have really suppressed her anger. She directly used the fiercest method to deal with these two people. It must feel good to kill your enemies with your own hands. Some injuries could not be forgiven. The courtiers were really trembling with fear. Enai Bingyan sat on the dragon chair. She did not say anything, but she had a strong deterrent force. Enai Bingyan vigorously implemented some measures that were beneficial to the people's livelihood. It was probably because she was really cruel. There were very few objections from the courtiers. The people did not care what kind of person the emperor was. As long as they had enough to eat and warm clothes, they could live their lives. Although the emperor's reputation was not good, some of the measures did make the people's lives much better. The world was also a lot clearer. At least, there were no more unjust cases. The courtiers felt more satisfied. Although there would be a salary increase, they always felt that the emperor wanted to find someone to punish. The salary increase was just an excuse. However, with the salary increase, there was indeed less corruption. Some people who could not resist the temptation were executed. As long as there was conclusive evidence, there were no excuses. They were directly executed. Enai Bingyan had a strong interest in the unique martial arts left by Xianxia. It was probably because she could not practice martial arts, so she cherished it very much. Enai Bingyan could be so swift and decisive. It was the strength that gave her courage. It was the strength that gave her endless confidence. If Enai Bingyan was a soft ball, she would only be pushed around by the courtiers if she wanted to implement any measures. Now, it was no longer the case. Who knew if His Majesty would go crazy? Her life was very important. Although it was difficult to face Her Majesty, the high salary could slightly make up for the shock in her heart. Xianxia turned off the video and clenched his fists. Come on, when you have power and influence, what can stop you from doing what you want to do? She also wanted to become stronger and take control of her own destiny. After watching the video, Xianxia wanted to know how much pure soul power had been purified by the soul stone sent to the main system this time. 23333, is the soul power of the soul stone back? Xianxia asked excitedly. It's back. It was given out together with the mission's soul power. 2333's voice was filled with joy. Although I only have 10%, no matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. Not bad. Xianxia was suddenly filled with anticipation. His soul would definitely grow bigger and bigger. When the time came, it would be invulnerable and tough. Xianxia opened the attribute panel. Name, Xianxia. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points card, 211, 10 million points per card. Soul Value, 14 HP, 13 Wisdom, 15 Luck, 16 Charm, 10 Spirit, 13 Martial Strength, 16 Aptitude, 16 Faith, 2700980 Merit, 845211 Soul Strength, 71 Authorization Ticket, None Pure Heart, None Comprehended Law, Water Law Incarnation, Constructed World, suspected to be the world of reincarnation tools, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet plus 2 honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Level Close Combat Technique, Minor Achievement. In Peerless Martial Arts, Level Poison Technique, Low-Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Divine Master Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Xianxia's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass's Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Healer of the Dying, Zhu Xunyan's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Communication Between Races, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Heart of the Brave, Wang Ying's Blessing. Completed the wish of the entrusted Ni Bingyan, reclaim the Li state. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 12 points, 10 attribute points, 70% of soul power, 6,000 faith, including previous world's accumulation, the title Bloodthirsty Tyrant, an additional 40% of soul power. Ning Shu, what the hell is Bloodthirsty Tyrant? She might as well not have this title. Is she really a tyrant? Is it really good for Ni Bingyan to give her such a blessing? Thank you. The additional 40% of soul power should be the soul power purified by the soul stone. 2333 took a layer, she had 30%. Name, Ning Shu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points card, 211 plus 12, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul, 14 plus 2 health, 13 plus 1 wisdom, 15 plus 1 luck, 16 plus 2 charm, 10 plus 1 spiritual power, 13 plus 1 martial strength, 16 plus 1 aptitude, 16 plus 1 faith, 2700980 plus 6000 merit, 845211 soul strength, 71 authorization ticket, None Pure Heart, None Law Comprehended, Water Law Incarnation, Constructed World, suspected to be the world of reincarnation items, Calm Halo, Tranquil Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet plus 2 honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique. Level Close Combat Technique, Minor Achievement in Peerless Martial Arts, Level Poison Technique, Low-Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Divine Master Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Xianxia's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Xunyan's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Lady, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Braveheart, Wang Ying's Blessing, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, Ni Bingyan's Blessing. Ning Shu began to absorb the soul power. To her surprise, not only was there soul power, there was also a trace of golden soul origin that merged with her soul. Soul origin, there was actually soul origin. No wonder 2333 was surprised. Ning Shu had used a lot of soul origin before, and the soul origin that she lacked before was now replenished. She was so surprised and excited. Moreover, the soul power from the quest and the pure soul power from the soul stone was quite a lot. After Ning Shu finished absorbing the soul power, she opened her eyes and looked at her soul. It seemed to have become stronger. The most important thing was that she had soul origin. If her soul origin was stronger, her soul would become more resilient. That's great. When the time comes, I still have to go to 9 Palace Mountain to collect soul stones. If my soul condition allows, I will enter the 2nd level. BK Ning Shu stretched his back and felt really satisfied. He didn't expect that such a difficult mission would actually give him a 9 Palace Mountain. The other party was a cheater. Who knew what he went through to deal with him? Moreover, he threw it into the reincarnation tunnel. He didn't know how the Senfu was doing now. Although it was a little unkind to throw things into the reincarnation world, there was nothing he could do. He didn't know whether or not she would start a massacre in the reincarnation world. However, there were also evil souls in the reincarnation world. It probably wouldn't be her turn to start a massacre. Ningxu used a jade bottle to fill up the spirit liquid in the pond. There was a koi-like fish swimming in the pond. When it saw Ningxu filling up the spirit liquid, it actually jumped up and used its tail to slap Ningxu's hand. Then, with a splash, it jumped into the spirit liquid. Ningxu frowned. What was the meaning of this? Not giving it to him, that was true. If there was no more spiritual liquid, these fish wouldn't be able to live. But he had to use the spiritual liquid to exchange for soul stones. Not only did soul stones have soul power, but if one was lucky, they might even have soul source. A person's soul source was limited and it couldn't be increased. Also, the person who entrusted it would only contribute soul power and not soul source. With soul source, one would have a chance to start anew. The organization also didn't want the soul source of the person who entrusted it. So, there was no extra soul source. This is a spiritual fish. It feeds on spiritual energy. There is no spiritual energy in the system space, so this spiritual liquid is its food. The spiritual energy that it consumes will eventually turn into spiritual liquid and complement each other. 2333 said. What should he do? That meant that the fish ate spiritual energy and excreted spiritual liquid. This was good stuff. This was easy to solve. Ningxu opened the exchange system store. There were spirit stones in the system store, but the price was a little low. After all, it was 4 times the price. Ningxu wanted to use spirit stones to exchange for soul stones, but the spiritual liquid was purer and more competitive. It was more precious than spirit stones. Ningxu looked at the fish swimming in the spiritual liquid and spent nearly 50,000 faith power to exchange for a lot of spirit stones. Then, he poured all of it into the spiritual liquid. However, it was only enough to fill a corner of the spiritual liquid pool. Ningxu felt his liver ache. He could not afford inflation. If it were in the past, he would have been able to buy 4 times as many spirit stones. But now, he could only buy so little. After feeding these things to the spirit fish, they eventually turned into spirit liquid. When Ningxu was storing the spirit liquid, he felt a little weird. What she was storing now should be the excrement of the spirit fish. Who cares? In any case, it was a pure spirit liquid. The lotus flower that had been fluttering in the wind had also begun to wither. It had begun to grow lotus seeds. Who knows what use the lotus seeds that grew from the spirit liquid would have? Ningxu reckoned that it was a good item. He didn't know how many soul stones it could be exchanged for. Right now, all he could think about was soul stones, soul stones, soul stones. The tea table was filled to the brim with jade bottles, and the floor was covered with them. Ningxu kept the items, and with a point of her finger, a black hole appeared in front of her. Ningxu walked into the black hole and disappeared from the system space. 2333 used his mental power to fill the remaining jade bottles with spirit liquid. The more soul stones Ningxu exchanged, the more soul power he would obtain. The system space was filled with jade bottles. Ningxu stood in front of the 9 Palace Mountain. He stretched out his hand and touched the 9 Palace Mountain. A suction force sucked Ningxu in. Ningxu found a place to set up a stall and even made a signboard. Then, Ningxu waited for business to come. There were also people who had exchanged for spirit liquid from Ningxu. When they saw Ningxu setting up a stall again, they immediately came to exchange for it. Ningxu could be considered a repeat customer. Later on, people continued to exchange for it. However, not even half of it was exchanged. What was going on? Was the spirit liquid not popular? Ningxu was a little surprised. He started to pack up. If he couldn't exchange for it here, he would change to another place. At this moment, a servant walked over and said proudly to Ningxu, "Miss, our young master invites you." Ningxu didn't know any young masters here. He guessed that they were local tyrants. It was very likely that they were here for the spirit liquid in her hands. Ningxu didn't care who she did business with. As long as the price was fair, it was good to exchange in large quantities. It would be troublesome to exchange for it one by one. Since there was business, Ningxu naturally had to make a trip. He said to the servant, "Please lead the way." The servant brought Ningxu to a house. This house was quite big. Most importantly, it was rich in spirit qi. It was probably supported by a formation. There were ancient cultivators here. They had all kinds of methods. The servant brought Ningxu to wander around the secluded courtyard. Ningxu paid attention to the formation in the courtyard. Don't look around. If you trigger any formation, you won't even know how you died. The servant Ningxu warned. After a lot of twists and turns, they finally arrived at the hall. There was a distant sound of music in the hall. There were also dancers swinging their sleeves and doing a graceful and seductive dance. Sitting on top was a young master in luxurious clothes. There were two maids on his left and right. One was feeding him wine, the other was feeding him fruits and vegetables. At a glance, there was a pool of wine and a forest of meat. It was a very extravagant scene. "Wait here." The servant walked in and whispered in the young master's ear. The young master let the dancing maids go down and said lazily, "The people standing outside, come in." Ningxu walked in. The young master pushed away the maid in his arms and asked, "You need soul stones?" Ningxu nodded, "I am a soul body. I need soul stones to cultivate. I can exchange spirit liquid for soul stones. Let this young master see if the spirit liquid is pure or not." The young master said lazily. His voice had a thick nasal sound. He even pinched the maid's plump breasts. The maid didn't care at all. She covered her mouth and laughed. Ningxu took out a rank 1 spirit liquid from her cloth bag and gave it to the servant. The servant then gave the spirit liquid to the young master. Ningxu felt that the strength of this servant wasn't weak. According to the cultivation level, this servant should have the strength of Jing Dan. If a servant had this kind of strength, then what kind of strength would this young master who seemed to be addicted to wine and women be? The young master took the jade bottle and smelled it. He felt it and said, "The spirit liquid is very pure, but the bottle is too inferior." Ningxu was speechless. It was enough to be able to lock the spirit qi of the spirit liquid. How good was the bottle? Although the bottle wasn't very good, it was still made of jade. "How do you want to exchange?" The young master put the bottle of spirit liquid on the table and teased the maid beside him. It was as if he didn't care about this business at all. Ningxu said, 1 bottle of spirit liquid for 5 high-grade soul stones. If it's a slightly inferior soul, 10 for 1 bottle of spirit liquid. Such a small bottle of spirit liquid isn't worth 5 high-grade soul stones. Ningxu only said, "Such a bottle of spirit liquid is worth 10 high-grade soul stones. My price is very fair." "Oh, then where did you get the spirit liquid from?" the young master asked. Ningxu was silent. As expected, he didn't come with good intentions. Ningxu almost rolled her eyes. How did this thing come about? Of course, it was found. Could it be that it grew legs and ran to her? Ningxu casually said, "This thing was given to me by my elders. The elders in my family told me to come out and gain experience." Pretending to be a rookie with a background who came out to gain experience. That young master frowned, stood up and walked in front of Ningxu. He sized up Ningxu. "If that's the case, why didn't the elders in your family give you soul stones and spirit liquid?" "I don't know what the elders in my family are thinking." Ningxu was a little disgusted with the way this man looked at her. In the cultivation world, it was common to keep furnaces in captivity, but she was in her soul state, yet he still looked at her with such eyes. The weak would rely on the strong, and some weak female cultivators would find a backer. This was something that couldn't be helped. The young master sized up Ningxu, then said to the servant beside him, "Bring out the soul stones." The young master sat back down and teased the servant girl. He casually said to Ningxu, "This young master wants all the spirit liquid you have." "That's good." Ningxu took out a lot of spirit liquid bottles, which made the young master's mouth twitch. He was lucky that he had a family background. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face. No matter what this young master's purpose was, as long as the item was traded, if he had bad intentions, it was very likely that he would go for wool and come home shorn. The servant and Ningxu calculated the exchange of spirit liquid and soul stones. This was a big deal, and there was also a ring space. All the soul stones were in the ring space. Ningxu handed the items to the servant, then took the ring space and cupped his hands. The deal is done, then I'll leave first. Wait a minute. The young master called out to Ningxu, doing business is a matter of reciprocity. How about this, tell this young master your name. Next time you have business, you can come to me. Ningxu said, all of my spirit liquids have been exchanged, so I won't be exchanging any more for a while. The young master's expression was indifferent. He asked the servant to send Ningxu out. When Ningxu left the room, the young master let go of the servant girl's plump hand and drank a cup of wine. A country bumpkin who doesn't even have a ring space dares to drag out his family's elders. The young master clicked his tongue. In any case, he had already placed a restriction on her body. No matter where she was, he would be able to sense her. Furthermore, his consciousness was also in the ring space. She could imagine what it would be like if she couldn't open the ring space. It wasn't that easy to take his things. If he really had an elder protecting him, how could he have become a soul body? Although a soul body could also cultivate, it was not as good as a physical body. She didn't even think of a script when she lied. Sent away? The young master asked the manservant who had just returned. The manservant immediately smiled and said respectfully, I've already sent her to the door. She looks very happy. Ningxu walked on the streets, casually tossing the ring space around. He wanted to catch a big fish from her. He was dreaming. It would be a waste if he didn't do a big business. He didn't have to set up a stall outside in the rain and wind. This young master was only willing to exchange for more benefits. Then come and find me. If you find me, I'll call you daddy. Ningxu walked to a secluded corner. With a tap of his finger, a black hole appeared in front of him. Ningxu walked into the black hole. The black hole disappeared. Ningxu disappeared from the Nine Palace Mountain. Standing on the black ground, Ningxu brushed off the imprint on his body. You want to use this thing to track me? Dream on. Ningxu directly used his immense spiritual power and consciousness to invade the ring space. He directly destroyed the consciousness hidden in the ring space. The consciousness let out a scream. This ring space was completely ownerless. Ningxu scanned the many spirit stones in the ring space. He was elated. He had more spirit energy to take. He was too happy. How good would it be if he had his own spirit stone mine? Ningxu was happy to get the spirit stones. The young master in the Nine Palace Mountain frowned when he realized that he couldn't sense his imprint. It disappeared. Could it be that the woman discovered his imprint? But with her strength, it shouldn't be. The young master felt that the woman didn't have any aura. If she wasn't in spirit form, she was more or less an ordinary person. However, there was a droplet of water between her eyebrows. She looked quite beautiful, like a stream flowing on a mountain. It was a pity that she was in spirit form. Otherwise, he could use her as his cauldron. Could it be that there was an elder behind her? Ah! A sharp pain suddenly attacked him. It was as if his spirit was being torn apart. The young master spat out a mouthful of blood. The servant and servant beside him were shocked. The young master endured the pain. His sea of consciousness was turned upside down. The consciousness in his ring was destroyed. It even implicated him and hurt his spirit. Young master. The servant hurriedly shouted with a worried face. What happened? He was fine, but he almost went berserk. The young master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was actually scammed. He looked like a rookie, but he didn't expect him to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't let him meet that woman again. Otherwise, her spirit would be destroyed and she wouldn't even be able to become a spirit stone. Scram! The young master shouted at the servant angrily. He directly flipped the table in front of him. The servant was so frightened that her face turned pale. She scrambled and crawled away. Investigate that woman for me, the young master said to the servant. The servant immediately went to do it. The young master had already noticed the person exchanging spirit liquid for spirit stones. He didn't expect that the woman would run away after taking the item. The imprint disappeared and even the space in the ring became hers. Ningxu expressed that it wasn't good for everyone to do business peacefully. If you felt that it was fair, then do it. If you felt that it was unfair, then don't cooperate. But you just had to play dirty. If I wasn't as strong as you, then I could only blame myself for being unlucky. But if I was bullied by you even though I was strong, then that was unacceptable. The cultivation world was cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. The strong were respected. If I wasn't strong enough today, I would have died in the Nine-Palace Mountain. Xianxia returned to the system space with the ring and released the spirit stones from the ring. 2333 very actively sent these things through a special energy channel to the main system to be purified. Xianxia moved her neck. It was so difficult to do business. The next time she changed to another place, the first level would be bigger. The strong dragon couldn't suppress the local snake. Looking at the young master's appearance, she knew that he had a strong family background. If she beat up the young, then the old would definitely come. It was like poking a hornet's nest. This was not in line with her low-key junior high method of exchanging spirit stones. But if these people really came looking for trouble, she didn't mind showing her power and making an example out of them. Then she would announce that she wanted to exchange for spirit stones. She would be full of sincerity and show enough strength. Maybe she could even exchange with the big families. So, whether that young master came looking for trouble or not, Xianxia wasn't afraid. If that young master came looking for her, she would kill him to establish her dominance. When Xianxia was exchanging, she found that there were many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of her. If she established her dominance, they would be obedient when exchanging in the future. Xianxia also wanted them to cause trouble for her. Seeing the room full of jade bottles filled with spirit liquid, Xianxia was a little surprised and asked, 2333, did you do this? How rare, she had never seen such a proactive 2333. I saw that you were busy, so I helped to store the spirit liquid. 2333 said. Xianxia stored the spirit liquid in her ring space and prepared to exchange for more. The more she exchanged, the more soul energy she would get, and maybe even more soul origin. Probably because he thought that she wouldn't be able to get the soul stones in the ring space, this young master exchanged for mostly high-grade soul stones that were relatively pure. Some of the soul stones even had a golden color in them. The golden color was soul origin, it was good stuff, she got lucky. But the other party didn't lose out, after all, she gave him the spirit liquid, so it was already a deal. That young master probably couldn't take it lying down. Xianxia was just about to go to the Nine-Palace Mountain when she heard a notification from the chat system. Someone had sent her a message. Xianxia turned back and laid on the sofa. She opened the chat system and saw that it was a message from the main system. Main system, look for this type of soul stone, it's more valuable. There was also a picture attached. In the picture, the soul stone had golden threads mixed in it, strand by strand. Xianxia was speechless. She knew that this type of soul stone was better, but it wasn't easy to find. It was purely a coincidence that she found such a high-quality soul stone this time. Xianxia really hoped that she could have her own soul stone mine, there would definitely be such high-quality soul stones in it. Xianxia could only say, I'll try my best. If she could find it, then she would look for it. If she couldn't find it, then she could only pull it. Xianxia was already very satisfied with the extra soul energy. Main system, don't try your best, you must find this type of soul stone first. Xianxia, you can't have a soul stone just because you want it. How could they force him like this? Soul stones of this quality should be very rare. The main system cut off the connection, and then the contact information disappeared from her chat system. Xianxia was speechless. Although she didn't know why he always disappeared after saying that it was troublesome, could it be that he was afraid that she would harass him? She wasn't bored enough to harass a system, look at how pretentious and arrogant she is. It was as if others liked to talk to him. Why don't you just blacklist me? Contact me through the radio. Xianxia cursed inwardly and prepared to go to Nine-Palace Mountain. Since he had not done any quests yet, he wanted to exchange for more soul stones. Every soul stone he collected would give him more soul power, and many soul stones would give him more soul power. The feeling of collecting was amazing. Lalala was still storing the elixir. Why did it feel like a demon that had existed for billions of years would do something like this? It was especially strange. For the sake of a bit of soul energy, he was so busy. He had probably been poor for a long time. Sigh, poor bastard. As soon as Ningxu stepped into the black hole, the chat system beeped again. Ningxu retracted his foot and opened the chat system. Who was it this time? The person who sent him the message this time was the Time City Lord, the Xianxia man, asking him to gather at the Time City. All the law incarnations had to go. Ningxu hurriedly asked, did something happen? All the law incarnations had to go. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. Usually, nothing good would happen if they gathered together like this. The Xianxia man, just come. I don't know the details. Pay more attention to the chat group in the future. You don't seem to appear in it, so I have to inform you alone. Ningxu nodded and opened the Law Incarnations group. After the incident with Hongyu, Ningxu basically did not appear in this chat group. He could not talk to these people, and because of Hongyu, many of them attacked him. Although Hongyu was dead now, it was still very awkward. Moreover, instead of wasting time in the chat group, Ningxu might as well go to Nine Palace Mountain to exchange for soul stones. Since he could not integrate, Ningxu did not force himself to integrate. He quietly did his own things and followed his plan. The chat group was filled with discussions about why the law incarnations had gathered together. Some people felt that it might be another round of punishment to warn the monkeys. Those who were more familiar with the organization's nature first thought of this. If they committed a crime, they would be dealt with directly. As soon as this was said, many people's buttholes tightened, including Ningxu. They were all wondering if they had done something out of line recently. Ningxu's legs trembled. Last time, she had escaped death, but she was still a fugitive. Could it be that they were going to kill her this time? The more Ningxu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. It couldn't be, right? To kill her, they had to gather so many people together and then watch her get killed. Ningxu asked the Xianxia man, what's going on? Do you have any information? Are they coming for me? I don't think so. The Xianxia man said uncertainly. He was present during the last conflict, and at that time, the judge did not kill her. Damn, it was not easy for him to have some hope in life, but in the end, something like this happened. Ningxu wanted to F***CK someone. Ningxu asked 2333, do you think I'll be fine since I built something like a reincarnation world? I don't think so. Instead of thinking blindly here, it's better to go. Once you go, you'll know what's going on. You're just scaring yourself like a lunatic, 2333 said. What if it's not what you think? Don't think too highly of yourself. If everyone gathers to kill you, will you die a good death? Ningxu was speechless. It seemed that she was not that important. Now that the organization's prices were rising, something must have happened to the organization. Her situation was not a problem at all. She was really scaring herself. Ningxu prepared himself mentally. He placed the ring space on the coffee table. He could not exchange it for soul stones, and he still had to worry about it. What a scam. Ningxu said to 2333, then let's go to the Time City. Ningxu's head was slightly dizzy, and he appeared in the Time City. Maybe it was because his soul was stronger. During the teleportation process, he did not have such a strong feeling of discomfort. Walking in the City of Time, Ningxu felt that the city was a little distorted. The things she saw felt like a mirage, but it also felt like a lifetime had passed. She also felt that she couldn't grasp time. She felt an inexplicable fear and melancholy. Time flew, and he felt that he had walked for a long time, but he still did not reach the Xianxia man's restaurant. This was the power of the law of time. The law of time was a very powerful law. Nothing could escape the destruction of time. Ningxu didn't expect that the man in the Xianxia, who couldn't get a girlfriend and only dared to flirt with her, was actually an incarnation of the law of time. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Envy. Moreover, it seemed like he was the leader of the law incarnations. He was the one who informed others about everything. Ningxu walked to the restaurant in a daze. She felt as if a lifetime had passed, leaving her in a trance. There were already many people in the restaurant. When the man in the Xianxia saw Ningxu, he opened his fan and fanned himself. He asked Ningxu elegantly, what would you like to eat? Ning-Shu. Inexplicably disillusioned, Ning-Shu sat on a chair. Anything. Give me a glass of water. The man in the cheongsam snapped his fingers and the waiter served a cup of coffee. There was even a heart in the coffee. Ning-Shu, she was going to start flirting again. Ning-Shu was a little nervous. He took a sip of the coffee and looked around. He didn't see Awan, so he asked the man in the cheongsam, "Where's Awan?" "Oh, Awan said she had something to do and couldn't come." Ning-Shu was envious. She didn't want to come just because she said she didn't want to, unlike them who had to come no matter how much they didn't want to. In the group of law incarnations, Ning-Shu only knew the man in the cheongsam. He didn't know anyone else. There was no need to know them. Ning-Shu wanted to ask the man in the cheongsam if he knew what had happened, but when he saw that he had gone to entertain others, he shut up and didn't ask. Ning-Shu sat on his seat and drank his coffee. He was a little nervous and ordered 2 plates of pastries. It was best to eat something when one was nervous. Many people came one after another. People almost filled the entire restaurant hall. It seemed like there were too many different kinds of laws. Didn't they say there were 3,000 great Tao? There were less than 3,000. After all, not every law had a law incarnation. Some laws couldn't have a law imprint without being comprehended to the extreme. Ning-Shu quickly stuffed pastries into his mouth. In any case, he couldn't eat as a soul. Moreover, he was really nervous. He was afraid that he would be obliterated. He was so scared. His heart was so tired. She didn't know if that world, which she suspected to be the world of reincarnation, could prevent her from being obliterated. Strictly speaking, she was still a fugitive, but she had no choice but to walk right into the trap. If he had known this would happen, he would have said that he would have gone to do his own quest and avoided it as much as possible. Ning-Shu finished the 2 plates of pastries and a cup of coffee. The cheongsam man was speechless. What a terrifying appetite. Even in their soul state, some women wouldn't eat a lot. Sometimes, they didn't eat to fill their stomachs, but to compensate for their desire for good food. Just a taste was enough, there was no need to eat plate by plate. Ning-Shu originally wanted to ask for more food, but with so many people looking at him, and all of them putting on airs of being law incarnations, Ning-Shu felt that he couldn't lower himself too much. Those who knew each other whispered to each other. Ning-Shu didn't know anyone, so he played with his fingers. As time went by, the atmosphere in the restaurant hall became more and more solemn. No one was in the mood to chat. Everyone was pressured. No one knew why they were called here. Ning-Shu knew too well what it was like to wait like this. Sometimes, he would be scared to death. Ning-Shu shook his legs. God knew who he was waiting for. The important people would appear last. Ning-Shu only hoped that it wasn't a judge. He prayed silently in his heart. Just as he finished praying, Ning-Shu saw a wisp of black floating in from the corner of his eye. Ning-Shu's body stiffened, and he immediately shrunk into a ball. What he was afraid of really happened. Senior uncle walked into the hall in a black windbreaker, followed by the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man held a book in his hand and followed behind senior uncle. When Ning-Shu saw these 2 people appear at the same time, his mind couldn't help but wander. God knew what these 2 people were doing. Ning-Shu tried to reduce his presence and even wanted to slip away. He couldn't blame society for his bad luck, but Ning-Shu wanted to curse. Couldn't they give him a way out? Senior uncle found a chair and wiped it with a handkerchief. He sat down and said to everyone, "Do you know why I called you here?" Everyone shook their heads in unison and straightened their backs like primary school students. Senior uncle said, "It's not a big deal. I just need you to donate some money." Ning-Shu was speechless. Donation? How could there be such a suffocating operation? Ning-Shu heaved a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't here to kill her. Everyone looked at each other. Donation? Mandatory? Because something happened to the organization, we need everyone to donate some money. Merit and faith are okay, the silver-haired man said gently. As he spoke, he took out a machine that swiped identity cards. It felt like he was collecting money. He wasn't borrowing money, but asking people to donate money. In the future, they wouldn't be able to get the money back. He guessed that he was collecting a lot of tax money and asked people to donate. Ningxu wanted to ask if it was okay to donate points, but when he saw senior uncle sitting on the side, he didn't dare to show his face. What if he shot him? Ningxu felt that her life was bitter. Since she became the city lord of Water City, the tax arrears had been a hot topic. It wasn't easy for her to collect taxes in peace, but now she had to donate. This was digging her flesh. The man in the cheongsam opened his folding fan and asked flirtatiously, "How do you want to donate? Can you donate more or less? How about this? Everyone has 10% as a donation," the silver-haired man said gently. Ningxu almost smashed the dessert plate on the table on the face of this profiteer. 10%. Not only did Ningxu's face turn green, but the others couldn't help but whisper. If the property was small, 10% wouldn't be a big deal. But if the taxes were high, the wealth would be high. 10% was quite considerable. For example, Ningxu had 845,211 merit points and 270,6980 faith power. According to the 10% donation, Ningxu had to donate 84,521 merit points and 270,698 faith power. Ningxu just did a little calculation, and his face turned black. He had to donate more than 80,000 merit points and 270,000 faith power. 270,000, what kind of concept was that? How many spirit stones could she buy? How many soul stones could she exchange? Ningxu was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. He looked at the others and saw that they were all green. Ningxu wanted to ask if it was okay to not donate, but when he saw senior uncle in black sitting there, he didn't have the courage to speak at all. Senior uncle said, "Everyone donates. It's not without benefits. If you make a mistake in the future, you can be forgiven once. It can't be a big mistake." Ningxu thought, it's like the red-inked iron certificate. The man in the cheongsam's side took out his identity card and swiped it on the machine. Ningxu looked at his twitching face and guessed that he was forced to donate a lot. He just didn't know if it was as much as her. Ningxu was about to suffocate. More than 300,000, my God, the others also began to donate one after another. Even if it wasn't a pardon, it was impossible not to donate. Ningxu took her time and stood at the back of the queue. What happened to the organization and where these donations were going to be used were not transparent at all. Who knew if these two people wanted to accumulate wealth? However, at least there was some gain from donating. Did it mean that she wouldn't be hunted down all day long? However, with more than 300,000 merit points, Ningxu didn't think it was a big deal to live like a mouse. The law avatars who had donated all looked pale. Some of them felt as if they were digging meat out of their bodies. Ningxu felt the same because it was her turn. Suddenly, she couldn't live anymore. A law avatar in front of Ningxu swiped his card. When it was Ningxu's turn, Ningxu took out her ID card. Seeing the silver-haired man and grand uncle staring at her, she trembled even more. She was afraid that they would pull out a gun and shoot her. 2333 had saved her last time. She didn't know if he could save her this time. After all, she was caught off guard. If it happened again, the other party would definitely act quickly. Ningxu felt very sad for herself. This feeling of her soul being frozen and the fear that went deep into her soul. Ningxu took out her ID card and swiped it. More than 300,000 worth of assets left her. Ningxu wanted to ask where these merit points and the power of faith would be used, but when she saw Grand Uncle in black, she decisively shut up and prepared to run away. "Wait for me to build the world, wait for me to build the world of living beings," Ningxu silently encouraged herself in her heart. "Wait a minute." Grand Uncle called out to Ningxu. Ningxu's body stiffened, but she looked at her calmly. Grand Uncle raised his chin in the direction of the card machine. "Swipe again." "Why?" Ningxu was furious. Swiping again would cost her 300,000. Even if they wanted to take advantage of her, they couldn't take advantage of her alone. "Of course it's to offset the punishment," Grand Uncle said coldly. "Swipe. Swipe your ass. It's not like I'm swiping your money." Ningxu tried to control his emotions. "Didn't you say that you can get a waiver if you donate?" "I've already donated." "Yes, there is one exemption, but this is your first exemption." The Grand Uncle looked at Ningxu. He probably wanted to pull out his gun. The silver-haired man gently said to Ningxu, then let's do it. F***ck, these two black-hearted people, only mentioning this matter after the first time. If she didn't agree, they would probably shoot her to death. Was he trying to avoid a disaster by spending money? If he did it again, he wouldn't have to hide from the judges anymore. P. 300,000, another 300,000. Ningxu felt that his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were in pain. Ningxu's hands trembled as he extended his ID card towards the credit card machine. Even his lips were trembling. Ningxu felt a chill in his heart. When would he be able to get rid of this situation where he was at the mercy of others? It hadn't been long since he became a mission enforcer. He wasn't like these old monsters who had existed for who knew how long. The granduncle put on his gloves and took the card from Ningxu's hand. He swiped it neatly and then handed the card back to Ningxu. Congratulations, you're no longer a fugitive. Ningxu trembled. F***ck, son of a bitch. Ningxu took his card. In any case, his bad premonition had been confirmed. Sure enough, it wasn't his life but his money. Ningxu received a wave of sympathetic gazes. It was fine if they swiped it, but the water law incarnation had swiped it twice. After exploiting the law incarnation, he probably had to rush to the next place. Who knew who he'd be exploiting next? The silver-haired man put away the credit card machine with a gentle expression. Through his gentle face, Ningxu saw a black-hearted heart thumping. These two together were invincible in the world. To be * cheese. The granduncle stood up with white gloves on his hands. He looked at him and said indifferently, pay attention to your words and actions. Although you have immunity once, don't be complacent and do anything out of line that will harm your own life. It wasn't easy for everyone to get to this point. Don't make a mistake. Ningxu could only keep comforting himself. He comforted himself that when the next tax came, at least he wouldn't have to hide anymore. There were gains and losses, and there were gains and losses. Ningxu looked at the granduncle in black clothes and white gloves. He didn't know what had happened to the organization and whether such donations would continue. If this happened a few more times, Ningxu would feel that he was penniless. He was so poor that he only had his underwear. In short, the atmosphere wasn't right. Ningxu sighed in his heart. He didn't care too much about the 600,000 that had been donated. Thinking about it made him feel bad. Anyway, the atmosphere wasn't right recently. Even the judges went to the sea to ask people to donate. This kind of behavior was very degrading. However, they were quite tough. They directly asked people to donate 10% of their assets. Wasn't it the same as donating more or less? How could they force people like that? If they didn't give or gave less, would they kill people? At least, Ningxu didn't dare to say a word. Wait until I build the world of living beings, he. After the granduncle and the silver-haired man left, the stagnant air slowly flowed. Then, everyone started to discuss. Ningxu asked the Xianxia man, do you know what happened? The Xianxia man fanned himself with his fan. He looked a little irritated. I don't know. You don't know? Ningxu asked. The Xianxia man shook his head. Ningxu asked again, will there be more donations? The Xianxia man stopped fanning himself. Anyway, let's prepare for this. Ningxu looked at his balance and suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He felt like he had returned to the time before he was liberated. The money was lost, and he didn't know how the money was used. Previously, the organization had been fine. What exactly had happened? Ningxu thought that if he didn't have an organization, he wouldn't be able to survive. Maybe he could have a chance to start over and be reincarnated. If he was reincarnated, Ningxu would be very unwilling. Ningxu said to the Xianxia man, I'm leaving. With so many people in the same boat, it would only be more pitiful if they gathered together. The Xianxia man wasn't in the mood to chat anymore. He nodded and didn't say anything. Ningxu went to his water city. This was his money nest. He had to protect it well. After strengthening the enchantment, Ningxu wandered around Xianxia's auction house to see if there were any light and dark world origins. As for the thing that Xiaohua was incubating, Ningxu suspected that it wouldn't be able to hatch. Maybe it wasn't a world origin at all. Ningshu had to be prepared for both sides. If there were, he could buy it. The purpose of money was to buy what he needed. The 600,000 donated was enough for him to buy 2 world origins. He couldn't think about it. His heart ached. Every time Ningshu came, Tian would personally entertain him. His attitude was very good. Ningshu always felt that this person wanted to sell him something again. Probably in Tian's eyes, he was a fat sheep. He was stupid and had a lot of money. Ningshu asked Tian if there was any light and dark elemental world origin. Tian shook his head. No. City Lord, you can look at the others. BK Ningshu saw that Tian was going to sell her some inexplicable things again, so she left immediately. She had already donated so much money, so she really didn't have any money left. There were so many treasures in the world, and she couldn't take all of them for herself. She didn't have that much money, and she didn't have that ability. Moreover, she didn't know if such donations would happen again. The more assets a person had, the more they would donate. After all, they had to donate 10% of their total assets. She probably wasn't a rich person, and the Xianxia man was probably a rich person. His face turned green when he donated. Thinking of this, Ningshu suddenly had the urge to spend all her assets so that she wouldn't have to donate any money. However, if she only donated this time, she would spend all her money. If she encountered something she desperately needed in the future, her pockets would be cleaner than her face. That would be awkward. Not only would it be awkward, but if she missed it and it was bought by someone else, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. After thinking about it, Ningshu decided not to spend the money she had. God knew if this was a way to stimulate economic consumption. Everyone was afraid of donations, so they wanted to spend as much money as possible. However, the current prices were 4 times higher. There was a pit in front of her, and there was also a pit behind her. She was in a dilemma. She couldn't live anymore. Ningshu looked at Tian, who was dressed in dark clothes and wide sleeves. She felt that this kind of person should also be exploited by the organization. He must be rich, and he was so evil. Ningshu wasn't in a good mood now, and she wasn't in the mood to listen to Tian's introduction of anything. She wouldn't buy anything even if he introduced her. Now she mainly spent on buying spirit stones. After all, spirit stones were related to the soul stones she exchanged for, and the soul stones were related to the strength of her soul. She only hoped that the organization's matter could be solved quickly. Otherwise, everyone would be exhausted. After leaving the auction house, Ningshu went to the silver-haired man's consultation room to see if he was there. She wanted to ask about the soaring prices during this period of time. The people's hearts were unstable, and the people above were wantonly collecting the power of faith and merit. Something must have happened. However, the organization didn't intend to let everyone know. They probably felt that it was useless for them to know, so they didn't bother to tell them. The consultation room was empty. The silver-haired man was not there. The sign that said business was suspended was covered in dust. Obviously, he had gone to ask for money. They stopped doing business. Ningshu sighed. He decided to go to his own city lord manor and carefully sense the water laws outside the city. It was better to cultivate here as he could get closer to the water laws. Although he could control water, he was still far from being able to control water perfectly. Ningshu hoped that one day, he would be able to use the law of water to print out other powerful laws. The law of water could be used for both offense and defense. It could be gentle, but it was also very ferocious. It was ever-changing, so how could it not be able to deal with the other laws? Ningshu actually really wanted to defeat the Edict of Destruction. Once his living world was formed, Ningshu felt that he had only been a task-taker for a short period of time. If he had been a task-taker in ancient times, he would not have felt that he did not have enough time. Alright, time wasn't a problem. Behind her, there should be a lot of pink and tender mission enforcers who stumbled around like her, ignorant. Everyone had gone through the same thing, so they felt that it was very fair. Ningshu meditated for a long time in the city lord manor. When he woke up, his body was covered in water vapor. Even his soul felt like it was about to turn into water. Ningshu touched his soul. Was he going to turn into water? There were benefits to turning into water. Using softness to overcome hardness, cutting water with a knife would make it flow. This meant that the defensive ability of water was better. Perhaps his soul would turn into droplets of water and eventually gather back together. This feeling was not bad. Anyway, he was the embodiment of the law of water. Even if he turned into water, it would not be a problem. Moreover, he could absorb more soul power. Wouldn't that be better, just like the law of nothingness? It looked like a tank of water, but it could swallow and assimilate so many things. Thinking about it, it was not bad. Ningxu closed his eyes. Countless water droplets around him rushed towards Ningxu's soul, filling up Ningxu's soul. Ningxu felt that his soul was in great pain. It was as if it was being torn apart. All the soul tribes were being reorganized. Even his consciousness was blurry. In the end, Ningxu fell asleep. In his dream, there were all kinds of eerie quietness. There were even all kinds of faces. There were both men and women. These people all had one thing in common, which was that there was a water droplet in between their eyebrows. Could this be the previous owner of the law imprint? If she could obtain the law imprint of water, it meant that these people were already dead. Could this be a hazy imprint left behind by the law imprint? What kind of existence was the imprint? Did it choose its owner automatically or was it unconscious? Ningxu was forced to watch one scene after another. All kinds of magnificent scenes, killing enemies, and floods that covered the sky destroyed everything. Ningxu's head was about to explode. However, he had also learned some offensive techniques. When Ningxu woke up, his head was buzzing as if it was about to explode. Ningxu sighed. Wasn't this decision too hasty? Ningxu touched her own soul. It was as if she had reached her hand into a lake. What was going on with the ripples that were spreading out? Ningxu also admired himself. He really did come up with ideas. Now, his soul had completely turned into water. Ningxu cut off his own arm. The cut-off arm turned into a ball of water. Under Ningxu's command, it merged back into his soul. Ningxu grew an arm. In the past, if a part of his soul was cut off, the soul power in that part would dissipate and not return to the body. However, if it turned into water, it could still return to his body. Ningxu stretched his waist. His skirt and sleeves shook as if they had their own weight. There was a fine luster on them. Ningxu stood up and turned around. The skirt also followed suit. It looked very textured. Touching his hair, a mirror appeared in front of him. Ningxu looked at himself in the mirror. It seemed that he had been reborn. The water droplet between his eyebrows was engraved into his flesh and bones. His eyebrows were more expressive. Whether a person was beautiful or not depended on their mental state. Ningxu felt that his current mental state was very good. Even his face had become more lively. It was no longer the incomparably pale face from before. Although his face didn't change much, Ningxu felt that it was quite good. It was a pity that he was still so thin and short. Well, he was already more energetic. Very good. The most important thing was that the soul that was damaged by an attack could return to his own soul. Ningxu returned to the system space and saw that the system space was full of jade bottles. There wasn't even a place to step. 2333, you're too diligent. This made Ningxu feel a lot of pressure. What if he couldn't exchange all of them? The water level in the pool had dropped a little. In the past, he thought the pool was useless and placed it in the system space as a place to admire the flowers and fish. Now that he knew it was useful, he started to exploit it. It was unbearable to watch. Ningxu sat on the sofa and asked 2333, "Do you feel any changes in me?" "No," 2333 said casually. Ningxu did not mind 2333's perfunctory answer and asked, "Do you think there are any side effects after merging my soul into water?" 2333 then noticed the mark between Ningxu's eyebrows. It was shining brightly. "There are no side effects, but it's good for the client. Your soul is now a pool of water, so it won't do any harm to your body. After all, two souls have used a body, so there will be some wear and tear. It would be better if it was water." "Is that so?" Water was something that the human body needed. "Let's go and exchange for the soul stones." "Don't talk about these useless things," 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. 2333 probably only had the soul stones in his heart now. There was nothing else. Ningxu kept the jade bottle and prepared to exchange it at the Nine Palace Mountain. She was not sure if her soul could enter the second level. What if she could not return to the first level after entering the second level? She still had a fish tank on the first level. Ningxu wanted to take a look at the fish tank. She wondered how the fish tank absorbed the attacks around the soulstone mine. When Ningxu appeared in the Nine Palace Mountain, some people immediately ran away when they saw her. Ningxu did not plan to set up a stall in this city. She changed to another place. Ningxu did not want to unify this place. Everything she did was for the soul stones. She did not want to cause any trouble. Amiability breeds wealth. Amiability breeds wealth. Ningxu decided to let it go. However, someone was coming in her direction angrily. It was the young master who was wearing a brocade robe. There was a servant beside him and a large group of people behind him. Ningxu was speechless. The young master looked at Ningxu. He felt that this woman had changed after not seeing her for a while. He had heard from the servants that she had appeared. He had sent people to look for her but to no avail. Now that she had appeared again, did she emerge from the ground? If it wasn't for the droplet-shaped makeup between her eyebrows, it would have been hard to tell. Aren't we even now? Is the deal over? Ningxu said with a cold face. She walked towards young master. Her skirt fell and swayed along with Ningxu's movements. There was an indescribable feeling. Young master looked at Ningxu's skirt and wondered what material it was made of. Can a soul change clothes? It's not up to you to decide whether the money is cleared or not. The young master said, you should know what you're doing. I'm not sure, Ningxu said directly. The young master's anger was stuck in his heart. Looking at Ningxu's nonchalant attitude, he became even more annoyed. Ningxu said, didn't everyone come here according to the exchange conditions? How did you lose out? Hee hee. The young master laughed coldly, are you sure? I'm sure. Did I give you too much spiritual liquid? You actually want to return it to me. You're really a good person, Ningxu said. Crazy. The young master's mouth twitched. He hated people who pretended to be stupid. Ningxu, if you have the ability, say that you want to take it by force. Go. The young master waved his hand and said to the thugs behind him, capture him alive. I want him to become an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit was the soul of an artifact. This kind of artifact spirit had more spiritual energy and was more powerful. Some souls that weren't that strong would be refined into an artifact spirit in the end. These thugs weren't weak. Their aura covered the sky and pressed down on Ningxu. Ningxu flicked his finger. A drop of water that was like a small steel ball directly hit the thug. The thug who was hit by the water droplet felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. The bones in his body instantly cracked. His internal organs were seriously injured. He lay on the ground and vomited blood. More and more people gathered around. They didn't know how this woman offended young Master Chu. Young Master Chu looked at Ningxu and pulled out his sword. The sword flew in the air and transformed into countless swords that pierced towards Ningxu. Ningxu stood still. Many of the swords passed through Ningxu's body like passing through water. Then, they didn't cause any damage to Ningxu's body. Ningxu stood there perfectly fine. The flying sword turned back into a sword and flew back into young Master Chu's hand. Young Master Chu's face turned green as he grabbed the sword hilt. He looked at Ningxu. What kind of monster is this? Ningxu lowered his head and looked at his soul. This was the benefit of water. It couldn't be attacked. Ningxu flicked his finger at young Master Chu and sent him flying. He hit the wall and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Although it was just a small drop of water, it was heavier than a mountain. When it hit a person, it was like a huge mountain had hit them. This feeling was even greater than a large truck that could drive 100 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, he was a cultivator and had a strong body. Otherwise, with this weight, ordinary people would have died long ago. Young Master Chu stood up. He clutched his chest and looked at Ningxu maliciously. This matter won't be settled just like this. Ningxu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He wanted to kill this person. Ningxu felt that no matter where he went, there seemed to be people who wanted to covet his things. Previously, it was the auction house. Now, it was young Master Chu. Everyone just had to follow the rules. During the exchange, you played petty tricks. I have the ability to open the ring space, so it's mine. Everyone can rely on their abilities to make a living. Now, what was the meaning of this? People who kept finding trouble with her were as annoying as flies. Ningxu walked towards young Master Chu with a murderous aura. Since this matter can't be settled, then I will kill you. Let's see how many people will take revenge for you. Moreover, I will even destroy your soul. You won't be able to become a soul even if you want to. This situation was within Ningxu's expectations. After all, he had a very pure spiritual liquid on him. This was something that cultivators desired. Cultivation was nothing more than breathing in spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was the foundation of cultivation. One could imagine how precious spiritual liquid was. Young Master Chu's face flushed red as Ningxu grabbed his collar. He was angry and annoyed. He was a famous person in the city. It was really embarrassing to be grabbed by the collar like this. Am I from the Li family? Young Master Chu had no choice but to bring out his background. Ningxu directly said, I just came here. I don't know anyone from the Li family. Young Master Chu was speechless. He wasn't afraid of arrogance, but he was afraid of ignorance. Because of ignorance, he wouldn't die here today, right? Ningxu said, actually, I came here today to do business with you. Do you want to do it? Young Master Chu's face twitched. He didn't say anything. Was she trying to extort him? Young Master was a little worried. If he knew, he wouldn't have come to find this woman. However, the quality of the spirit liquid in her hands was really good. She was a fat sheep. He didn't expect this fat sheep to be so fierce. No wonder the elders at home let her come out to train. Also, his attacks didn't hurt her at all. Why was her soul different from others? Young Master roared in his heart. Hearing that the other party wanted to trade with him, young Master's face was wooden and he didn't say anything. Ningxu said, I have a batch of very pure spirit liquid. Do you want to trade with me? Young Master still didn't say anything. Ningxu grabbed his collar and shook him, say something if you agree or not. I won't take advantage of you. Let's trade with the original method. If there are good quality spirit stones, I can give you a discount. He still wanted to trade with someone with such a background. He should have good quality spirit stones. Say something, say something. Ningxu looked at young Master. Young Master was shaken by Ningxu until the blood in his body was in turmoil. He almost spat out blood. It seemed that if he didn't trade today, he might lose his life here. This guy looked like a hothead. He didn't know how strong the Li family was. Just ask around in the city and he would know. Young Master was afraid that the other party would shake him again and immediately said, I don't have so many spirit stones on me. Feeling the gazes around him, young Master felt that he had never been so embarrassed. It was all because of this woman. Go back and get the spirit stones. Young Master said to the servant. The servant immediately wanted to run away. Wait. Ningxu stopped the servant and said, I only want to see the spirit stones. I don't want to see anything else. Otherwise, you're young Master. Ningxu shook young Master. Young Master's face turned green from being shaken by Ningxu and he almost spat out blood. However, he was facing this fierce woman. If he spat it on her face, she would probably beat him to death. Young Master gritted his teeth and said to the servant, just take the spirit stones. Don't tell the family. Right now, life was more important. Although a person would still have a soul after death, a soul was no different from an ascetic monk. He didn't need to eat, couldn't taste delicious food, and couldn't have sex with beautiful women. What joy was there in life? Living like a salted fish was simply a disaster. He hoped that the Li family would receive the news soon. He just didn't know if those people at home who didn't like him would deliberately pretend to be deaf and mute. Even in big families, there would be discord. Cultivation was a competition for resources. He had a lot of resources, but if he had more, others would have less. When the servant went to get the spirit stones, Ningxu chatted with young master and asked, "Do you know where there is a spirit stone mine?" The young master said dryly, "I don't know." Oh. The soul stone mines were not easy to find. The soul stone mines marked on the map could not be mined. Even if people were to bury them, it would be useless. Ningxu sighed in his heart. It was not easy to get some soul stones. He guessed that 2333 was trying his best to store them in the system space. Seeing that Ningxu wouldn't do anything to him, young master sat on the ground weakly and started to adjust his breathing. He was bleeding internally. If he didn't fix it in time, his foundation would be affected. Ningxu just glanced at him and didn't stop him from adjusting his breathing. She was here to exchange for spirit stones, not to kill people. Whether young master was a good person or a bad person had nothing to do with her. The servant rushed over with a bag in his hand. It should be a space bag. It was so big, so there should be many spirit stones. Ningxu was really excited. "Young master, I brought all the spirit stones here." The servant whispered into young master's ear. Young master nodded. He only had so many spirit stones. Ningxu asked, "Do we exchange?" "Up to you." Young master squeezed out 2 words. His face was green. Was it his turn to choose now? Ningxu looked at the many people around and said, "Let's find an inn and exchange slowly." "Do you need me to help you?" Ningxu looked at him sitting on the ground. "No need." Young master squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. He was helped up by the servant. When he walked, he felt that his internal organs were in pain. Ningxu found an inn and took out many bottles to exchange with young master. What surprised Ningxu was that there were many spirit stones of better quality. Wow, he was really rich. Ningxu looked at young master like he was looking at a fat sheep. Young master felt a chill run down his spine from Ningxu's gaze. The two exchanged like before. Ningxu took the spirit stones. Another pile of spirit stones. It was great. Ningxu was in a good mood and said to young master, "I will find you to exchange next time." This was better than the spirit stones exchanged from stalls. Most importantly, it had a golden soul source. Young master's face was green and he said, "This is my last spirit stone. I don't have any more." Ningxu looked at young master's serious expression and was a little disappointed. "Actually, it was a pleasure working with you." "Young master, hee." Ningxu asked him, "Do you know which family has more spirit stones?" The resources were all occupied by the strong. One had to find a big family to exchange for spirit stones. "You still want to exchange?" Young master looked at Ningxu. If he didn't remember wrongly, she had already exchanged a lot. She had already exchanged a lot from him. He had so many spirit stones because of his family's resources. Also, he was scammed. After all, he was a human and not a soul. He couldn't absorb spirit stones at all. This kind of cooperation was mutually beneficial. However, he couldn't bear to give up his spirit stones. "Yes, I still want to exchange for more. The more, the better. I wonder if any of the young masters you know have a good quality and quantity of soul stones?" Ningxu Chao asked. Young master looked at Ningxu and was furious. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forced to make a deal and now he was actually asking him. Did he look easy to bully? Young master rolled his eyes and grinned. "Actually, I know someone who has many spirit stones. His family has several spirit stone mines and they all have high-quality spirit stones. Moreover, his family heirloom is a golden spirit stone. The golden spirit stone is as pure as gold." Golden spirit stone. Ningxu held her breath. Oh my god, such a pure golden spirit stone, she liked it so much. "Who is it?" Ningxu knew that this person didn't have good intentions but she was still tempted. She might not be able to exchange for his family heirloom, but it would be good if she could exchange for good quality spirit stones. "Lu family." Young master grinned and said. "Lu family." Ningxu made a mental note of this family. She would look for information on the Lu family later. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and 100 battles would be won. "Can I leave now?" The young master straightened his neck and asked Ningxu. He had no choice, his life was in the hands of others and he had to give in. Ningxu nodded his head. You can leave. The servant supported young master and was about to leave. Ningxu said, we have gotten to know each other after fighting. In the future, I will find you if I have anything. Young master at #yen%, and young master's heart was being scolded. The servant supported young master and ran away. What happened to being a country bumpkin? Ningxu walked out of the inn and started to understand the Liu family. He said that young master was up to no good. This Liu family was because the person who built it was surnamed Liu. Actually, it was a family where souls gathered. Not only were there people surnamed Liu, but there were also other surnames like Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. It was like a sect that focused on soul cultivation. Ningxu felt that this was a little tough. He thought about how he wanted to exchange for spiritual liquid, but the other party was a soul body and couldn't absorb spiritual liquid. What they needed was soul stones. This business definitely wouldn't work because they didn't need it. Ningxu tossed aside the thought of heading to the Liu family. He pointed his finger and headed out of Nine Palace Mountain. Standing on the black sand, Ningxu wanted to see how his world of reincarnation had evolved. He heard that only with the reincarnation pool could it be considered a world of reincarnation. This world didn't have one at all. Ningxu flew in the vast world. This world had no light and it was dark everywhere. The ground was dark and there was no sunlight, no river. It was just darkness with no life at all. No matter what, Ningxu still hoped that this world would evolve into a reincarnation world. Maybe one day she couldn't think it through and wanted to reincarnate. She could just jump into the reincarnation pool in her own world and reincarnate easily. But she didn't build the reincarnation world to reincarnate, so she stopped that thought. Ningxu returned to the system space. As expected, the system space was filled with bottles filled with spiritual liquid. Ningxu, can you rest for a while? 2333, it was as if she had eaten stride and couldn't stop at all. Did she have to be like this? Exchanging for soul stones wasn't something that could be exchanged just because she wanted to. Ningxu took out the soul stones that he had exchanged for. 2333 said, the quality this time seems to be better than last time. Fortunately, I was lucky. Ningxu lay on the sofa, took out a black rose and smelled it. He rested one hand on the back of his head and stared at the snow-white ceiling, thinking about what he could use to exchange for the soul stone. The Liu family had a lot of soul stones, but they needed soul stones themselves, so they didn't need the spirit liquid. Therefore, he could only be rejected if he brought the spirit liquid to the door. Ningxu opened up the exchange store to see if there were any secret manuals for cultivating the soul that he could use to exchange for some soul stones. However, many items in the system shop had been suspended from sale and taken off the shelves. Ningxu hurriedly went to see if the spirit stones were taken off the shelves. If the spirit stones were taken off the shelves, what else could she buy? She would still have to rely on the spirit liquid to exchange for spirit stones. Seeing that the spirit stones were not taken off the shelves, Ningxu hurriedly spent more than 100,000 faith power to buy a lot of spirit stones and put them in the system space to slowly feed the spirit fish. It felt like a storm was coming. He hoped that nothing would happen to the organization. Thinking about this, he felt that the 600,000 he had donated was not a big deal. How could an egg remain intact when the nest was overturned? Ningxu browsed through the exchange store and saw a secret manual for cultivating the soul. To a certain extent, the soul could cultivate the path of ghost and path of immortality. However, the price was really too high. It was much more expensive than before. 4 times the price. Ningxu felt that he had used up all his family's assets for a few soul stones. Ningxu did not want to buy it for the time being. He would use the spirit liquid to exchange for soul stones temporarily. When the business was not so good, he would try the secret manual. In the blink of an eye, Ningxu had spent more than 1,000,000 yuan. He always felt that he could not save money. He had survived being poor in the past. Why did he feel that he did not have enough money? It must be because she spent a lot of money. I have to control it. I can't control how much I send. Ningxu was still thinking about controlling how much he sent. After thinking about it, he opened the exchange store and bought 2 secret manuals for 4 times the price. Looking at the two ancient secret manuals in his hands, Ningxu slapped his claws and decisively went into the Nine Palace Mountain to set up a stall. He used soul cultivation to exchange for soul stones. The higher the quality of the soul stones, the higher the priority. Jiang Taigong was fishing, and those who were willing to take the bait were bait. Although these souls should have secret soul cultivation manuals, this should be even better. After all, Ningxu had spent a lot of merit points. He had bought it with merit points. People came and went to look at the two secret manuals that Ningxu had placed on the ground. Many souls came over to check and asked Ningxu about the exchange conditions. Ningxu asked for an exorbitant price and scared these people away. Some people even said that Ningxu was dreaming. Ningxu didn't care. Anyway, his target wasn't these scattered souls. Moreover, his target was the Lu family. With a soul cultivation secret manual, no matter how amazing it was, he didn't believe that the Lu family wouldn't come over to take a look. When the servant saw that Ningxu was setting up a stall, he couldn't help but walk over carefully. He saw the two manuals and remembered the names before running back to report to the young master. The young master was eating spiritual medicine to slowly heal the injuries in his body. When he heard the servant's words, he couldn't help but grin. Did that woman have a treasure chest? He recommended the Lu family to make her feel bad. The Lu family didn't need the spiritual liquid. No matter how good it was, they didn't need it. In the end, she created a soul cultivation secret manual. Although the Lu family had many soul cultivation secret manuals, they would definitely be attracted to them. The young master rolled his eyes. The servant asked carefully, "Young master, do you want to go and cause trouble?" "'Cause some trouble?" Who knows what background he has to be able to take out secret manuals. Secret manuals weren't easily taken out. Secret manuals were the roots of a family. What the young master didn't expect was that Ningxu had no background. Ningxu sat by the side of the street and supported his chin with his hand. He was really bored. When the sky was about to turn dark, Ningxu closed his stall. Wait. When Ningxu heard that voice, he placed the secret manual on the ground once more. He looked at the soul that floated over. "Can I take a look at this secret manual?" "You can take a look," Ningxu said generously. "Don't think that you can remember it just by looking at it once." This 40-years-old man flipped through the two books. In the end, he placed them down and shook his head. "It isn't that exquisite." Ningxu just smiled and didn't say anything. Usually, when one said such words, one wanted to bargain. "I spent tens of thousands of merit secret manuals and you told me that it wasn't exquisite? I can see that your hands are shaking." Since the fish took the bait, Ningxu wasn't afraid of it running away. Even if it ran away, it didn't mean that only the Lu family had soul bodies. Even if the other party complained that his secret manuals were not good or had any shortcomings, Ningxu was all smiles. If it was really so bad, then just leave. Why waste your breath? Finally, Ningxu asked the soul, "How do you want to trade?" Ningxu looked at his secret manuals and did not say that he wanted to trade. He said, "This is a secret manual for cultivating the ghost Tao, and this one is for cultivating the immortal Tao. When you cultivate it to the extreme, you can have a new body." Was it tempted? The soul's expression was indifferent. Perhaps it was past its excitement. It looked very calm now, and there was a look of disdain on its face. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu put away the secret manuals and planned to leave. He muttered, "Since you don't know the value, I'll trade with someone else." The soul was speechless. How could there be such a thing? How could a business not allow customers to be picky and nitpick? "Aren't we talking now? Where are you going?" the soul said helplessly. Ningxu said, "This is my family's very good secret manual." "How dare you say that about my family's secret manual? I'm not selling it. If the elders in my family know that I sold it cheaply, they will hang me up and beat me. I'm a rookie with a background. Don't lie to me. Even if you lie to me, I still have elders in my family." "Your stuff is very good," the soul said. Seeing Ningxu's expression of disbelief, it repeated, "It's really good." Ningxu set up his stall again. "Since you said that my stuff is good, how do you want to trade? What price can you give me? What price do you want?" The soul asked, rubbing its thumb and index finger. Ningshu said, I want a golden soul stone. The soul's finger paused and said, soul stones of this purity are rare. I can give you a very good quality soul stone. Although it's not pure gold, it's still dark gold with a mix of gold. Ningshu was very excited. He did not want a pure gold soul stone, but a gold soul stone was already very good. Ningshu's face was filled with dissatisfaction. My family's elders said that these 2 books can be used to cultivate one's soul. They are very precious items. I won't trade them for anything other than golden soul stones. That's a pity. I don't have any gold-colored soul stones. The soul shook her head and left. Ningshu packed up his stall and didn't have any intention of stopping him. Wasn't he trying to use this method to stop him? He wasn't going to fall for it. The soul walked slowly, waiting for the young lady to call out to him. When he turned around, he saw that she had already packed up her stall, put the things on her back, and left. Soul, wasn't this too willful? It was like beating an old master to death with random punches. It felt like he didn't understand the ways of the world and didn't follow the rules at all. Why didn't you stop me? Her soul had no choice but to follow behind Ningshu. She watched her enter an inn before returning to her own home. Ningshu felt the person behind him and laughed. If you don't care, then don't follow me. Ningshu paid some spirit stones and stayed in the inn. Then, he waited for the fish to take the bait. Ningshu didn't manage to do business on the street this time. The other party would probably invite him to the Lu family next and use the Lu family's reputation to scare him. In their territory, bargaining would be much smoother this way. Ningshu knew how to do this. Asking the other party to take out a gold-colored soul stone was obviously a huge price to pay. That soul actually didn't dare to make the decision immediately. Ningshu covered her head with the quilt, giggling like a nightingale under the quilt. He couldn't help but let out a barbell-like laugh. The next day, Ningshu went out to set up her stall as usual. There were people who wanted to trade, but the moment the price was announced, their faces darkened. There were even people who wanted to rob him. Ningshu beat them up until they covered their heads and fled. She believed that the Lu family was watching her not far away. They must be weighing her strength. If she was too weak, the Lu family wouldn't mind forcing her to trade. It was just that the price might make people vomit blood. Therefore, when people came to make trouble, Ningshu dealt with them with thunderous means. I bought it at 4 times the price. What are you trying to do with the price of a beggar? It wouldn't be too much to beat you to death. Ningshu took out these secret manuals to attract more wealthy souls. When the time came, there would be more competition. The price of her things would definitely rise. Ningshu just imagined it and saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but let out a lewd laugh. After seeing Ningshu's strength, some people didn't dare to make trouble. There were also some families who were very sincere in wanting to trade. Although they weren't soul families, they wouldn't complain about having too many secret manuals. No one could guarantee that there wasn't a soul cultivator in their family. Cultivation skills went against the heavens. They would encounter all kinds of dangers and might even die. One of the secret manuals could let people regain their physical body. Although it had to be cultivated to the extreme, it was still a goal to strive for. Moreover, the price was very fair. Ningshu said that he only wanted gold-colored soul stones. He wanted high-quality soul stones. As for things like spirit stones, she didn't need them. She didn't believe that the Lu family people would be able to take it. During this time, the young master who was beaten up by Ningshu walked over. When he saw the 2 tattered secret manuals, his face was filled with disdain. Ningshu saw young master and smiled. Your injuries are healed. That's great. I have something to do. Help me take care of the stall. Young master, scram, she asked him to take care of the stall, but he came over to laugh at her. Young master felt that he couldn't beat this person, but there would definitely be strong people who would teach this brat a lesson. Young master looked straight ahead and walked past Ningshu like he didn't see Ningshu at all. Ningshu was too lazy to care about him. As long as he offended her, it was fine. A strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory. Who knew whether or not there were strong cultivators in this city? But even if there were, Ningshu could leave at any time. But he didn't want to cause trouble. After the deal was done, he would go to the soul stone mine to take a look. The fish tank was still there. The soul who was hiding her body floated in front of Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. "Uncle, you're here. The head of the family invites you to the Lu family," the soul said. Ningxu said straightforwardly, "Are you guys going to trick me into going to your family?" And then, the soul's face darkened. "The head of the family is interested in your secret manuals, so he invited you to the Lu family. Also, if you really want to make a deal, you can just use the soul stones. If it was inconvenient, he could just put it in his spatial ring. No matter how many things there were, it could fit." Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, "I thought you guys were going to rob me." Soul, haha, she was a brat after all. The soul explained, "The Lu family isn't like that. Don't worry, you'll definitely leave the Lu family well." Ningxu replied in his heart, but he could not guarantee that the book was still there. The soul took Ningxu to the Lu family. When they arrived at the Lu family's house, Ningxu almost thought that he had come to a haunted house. It was all kinds of gloomy, and there was black gas floating in the air. Souls were of the Yin attribute. With so many souls gathered together, it was really very gloomy. The soul uncle took Ningxu into the Lu family. All kinds of souls floated by, and some of the stronger souls walked like humans. Some of the souls were very light, and the souls that did not cultivate could only float. It was really a haunted house. And it was not bright at all. Especially after entering the house, Ningxu saw a soul with a big beard sitting in the seat of honor. His face gave people a kind of candid and trustworthy look. But cultivators, even if they looked rough, their hearts were as thin as needles, and they were not lacking in any of them. In addition to the big beard, there were a few other souls sitting next to him. Each of them had a solid body, and it seemed that they were not weak. See, the Lu family cared about the secret book. With so many people waiting, of course, they could not rule out the possibility of psychological pressure. The big beard smiled at Ningxu and said, "Little girl, take out your secret book and let me see." This strong and stocky man spoke in such a tone, so wretched, like a strange uncle who wanted to kidnap a little girl. Ningxu twitched the corner of his mouth, took out 2 secret books, and said, "Be careful, if you break them, I will ask you to compensate." The big beard flipped through the secret book and whispered to the other souls, as if they were talking about something. They were probably deliberately blocking Ningxu. Ningxu only saw their mouths moving, but he did not know what they were talking about. Ningxu did not care at all what they were saying. In the end, the group gathered together and discussed for a long time. Then the big beard asked Ningxu, "I heard that you were sent out by the elders of your family to gain experience. But I don't know if you can make the decision on this secret book. If you sell it to the Lu family and the elders of your family come to find you, it will be troublesome." Ningxu said, "The elders in my family gave me some spiritual liquid and some scripts, saying that I have full authority to deal with these things." The bearded man stared at Ningxu. Ningxu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the bearded man. The bearded man looked away and asked, "What price do you want?" "I want soul stones, golden soul stones." He had heard that the Lu family had several soul stone mines, so there must be some golden soul stones. "That's easy," Big Beard said immediately. Ningxu was a little suspicious. Why did he agree so directly? He immediately said, "I want those very pure soul stones that are as pure as gold. Don't try to change the concept with her." A soul stone with a bit of gold inside was also called a golden soul stone. This? The bearded man immediately hesitated. Not only did he hesitate, but the elders next to him also hesitated. Golden soul stones were very rare and precious. "Then how many golden soul stones do you want?" Big Beard asked. Damn, there were even a few. That meant there was more than one golden soul stone. Ningxu tried his best to control his expression and asked, "What do you think of this manual?" "It's SOSO, everyone said in unison. Ningxu was speechless. "I'm not exchanging anymore." Ningxu felt wronged and wanted to take back his manual. "Okay, how many do you want?" Big Beard held the manual tightly. "This thing is very precious. Forget it, I'm not selling it. Although the elders said to let me make the decision, what if they beat me to death if I sell it cheaply?" Ningxu said while shaking his head. How many do you want? 10, plus 100 golden soul stones. How about that? Big Beard seemed to be a little irritable and impatient. It seemed that if he said another word of objection, he would explode and tear him to pieces. Ningxu was not afraid at all. He was an old monster. Did he not have any self-restraint and was just trying to scare him? Ningxu stretched out her index finger and shook it. Are you trying to bully a junior like me? 200 pure golden soul stones, 5,000 golden soul stones, and 20,000 high-grade soul stones. That's my deal. This manual had cost him too much merit points. The two manuals added up to more than 200,000 merit points. Inflation was too scary. Recently, Ningxu had been spending a lot of money. He felt like he had made a huge mistake. When Ningxu said his conditions, the room was dead silent. Finally, Big Beard said, with your conditions, no one in this city dares to exchange with you. If that's the case, then I'll go to another city, Ningxu said indifferently. The price is negotiable, Big Beard said. Ningxu shook his head. Can't be less. This manual is really good stuff. If you are not willing to exchange for it, then forget it. Besides, there is no bottleneck for this secret manual. There is no need to find a higher-level secret manual. The cultivation process for each stage is different, Ningxu said. Then, the people in the room gathered together to discuss. Ningxu did not think of taking advantage of anyone. Everyone came and went, which was great. Moreover, Ningxu felt that his price was not high. After all, it was 200,000 merit points. Thinking back to when she saved a plane and that plane finally developed in the Sea of Law, she only received 20,000 merit points. It was clear how hard it was to earn merit points. Ningxu sat at the side and waited for the result of their discussion. Finally, everyone dispersed and sat in their seats seriously. Big Beard coughed. Then we'll do as you say. But we have to make a contract. Say that you took the initiative to sell it to us. You can't find trouble with us after this. Of course. Ningxu smiled faintly. Her heart was bubbling with excitement. The process of the transaction was very smooth, and the servants carried baskets of soul stones up. Ningxu's eyes fell on the golden soul stones. That shining golden light was gold. Such a pure soul stone. Ningxu counted the golden soul stones. There were 200 of them. Not one more, not one less. These soul stones were irregular in shape. There were slight differences in size, but the difference was not big. They were very hard. Ningxu had the urge to put them in his mouth and bite them. The second-grade soul stones were mixed with golden soul stones. They were not as pure, but they were much better than the ones Ningxu exchanged with the young masters. Only the golden soul stones were not as shiny. But there was a certain proportion of soul origin inside. He liked it very much. Next was 20,000 high-grade soul stones. These soul stones were mostly filled with soul power. The soul stones had less impurities. Ningxu kept all the soul stones. Finally, he smiled and said, "Everyone, let's have a good cooperation. Next time, if this little girl has any good things, I will think of the Lu family first." Big Beard reflexively shook his head. Even if he exchanged 2 manuals, the Lu family had already spent a lot of money. It was still the soul uncle who sent Ningxu to the door. Ningxu smiled and said, "Will your Lu family spread the news that I have a huge sum of money on me?" Soul. You're thinking too much. Soul's mouth twitched as he denied. Ningxu tilted her head and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you spread the news. I'll also say that the Lu family has a secret manual that can allow a soul to regain a body. Come on, let's hurt each other." She had a soul stone, which attracted soul cultivators. The Lu clan had such a secret manual, which attracted soul cultivators as well. Soul, why did the elders in the family let this girl out? Couldn't she just stay at home? Soul said, "Don't worry, the Lu family is a family of integrity. We will definitely not spread the news that you have something good on you. I can guarantee that, but please don't spread any bad news about the Lu family." Very well, it's a deal then. Ningxu didn't want to be followed by a lot of people trying to rob her the moment she appeared in the 9 Palace Mountain. It wasn't that she couldn't beat them, she just found it annoying. Alright, take care. Get lost. Ningxu waved her hand. Then I'll be going. Sol also waved her hand. Get lost. Ningxu went to a secluded place, walked into the black hole and left the Nine Palace Mountain. Ningxu finally couldn't help but laugh with her hands on her hips. Regardless of whether it was worth it or not, 200 pure soul stones were enough to wake Ningxu up from her dreams. It was too pure. Ningxu returned to the system space. Other than the 200 pure soul stones, he had 2,333 send the rest to the main system for purification. 2333 said in surprise. The quality of this batch is better than last time. Some of the soul stones were dark golden color, but Ningxu kept the bright yellow soul stones. These soul stones are of better quality. Why are you keeping them? This soul stone contains the source of the soul, I don't want to take it to the main system to purify it. Ningxu kept the 200 soul stones. To be honest, Ningxu didn't know how much soul energy the main system gave her. The contract said that she would get 40%, but Ningxu didn't know the exact amount. Therefore, Ningxu did not plan to purify the soul stone with such purity. He would keep it for himself in the future. When she became stronger, perhaps she would be able to do it herself. If he kept it, he could use it as a foundation, especially now that the organization was in a mess. If he were to borrow his soul origin, he wouldn't even be able to cry. Even if there was some compensation, was it as precious as the soul origin? 2333 said, since he has signed the contract, he will not go back on his word. You are being too careful. We can't not be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry, Ningxu said. He was happy to see these stones placed in the system space. 2333 was a little unhappy. What's the point of putting them here? You might as well use them to strengthen yourself. Who knows when you'll be able to purify these soul stones? Maybe you'll be dead by then. No matter what 2333 said, Ningxu had no intention of letting the main system purify such a pure soul. 2333 had no choice but to send the rest of the soul stones to the main system for purification. Ningxu was a little tired as he lay on the sofa. 2333 saw that the quality of the soul stones she brought back was getting better and better. It was so tiring. Ding dong. The chatting system rang. Ningxu casually opened the chatting system. It was a message from the main system. It was not about the soul stones, but an announcement. System announcement, sigh. Ningxu sighed. There was no way he could live like this. For example, when she completed a mission, she would receive an extra 10% of the soul energy. Originally, she should have received an extra 70% of the soul energy. However, after taking away 10% of the soul energy, she would only receive 60%. That meant that she would lose 10% of the soul energy. Fortunately, all the quest takers were like this. Therefore, even though 10% of the soul energy was not much, it was still not bad. Ningxu did not know if the main system would take a portion of the soul energy from their cooperation. Ningxu immediately sent a message to the main system. Cooperation is cooperation. You can't lose out on the soul stones. The main system replied with a single word and disappeared from the list. Anyway, the current situation was not good. In fact, it was not suitable for a mission. After all, if he completed the mission, he would lose 10% of his soul energy. However, Ningxu still decided to do the mission. He had already donated 600,000 soul energy. He did not care about the 10% of soul energy. With the soul stones, Ningxu did not care that much about the 10% of soul energy. After all, some of the quest takers did not donate much soul energy. Ningxu added some agarwood to the incense burner. Then, he lay on the sofa and slept. When he woke up, he would do the mission. It was a small contribution. No matter how bad the organization was, Ningxu now needed to rely on it. He also hoped that the organization would be good. The agarwood emitted smoke again and again. It calmed down his restless mood. The restlessness in his heart quickly disappeared. Ningxu did not know how long he slept. When he woke up, he felt a lot better. In fact, it was okay for a soul to not sleep and not rest. he would not feel tired. However, it was just a psychological effect. He felt that he would feel more relaxed after resting. Ningxu stretched and said to 2333, I'm going to do the mission. Don't secretly send my gold to the main system to be purified. Actually, it's good that it's purified. It's useless for you to put it here. If it's purified, it can strengthen your own strength. Also, as a decoration, the color of these things looks very tacky, 2333 said. I like this color. Ningxu said, the organization's funds are so tight now. First, they force me to donate. Then, they take more soul energy, 2333. I already said that such a big organization wouldn't be greedy for such a small thing. Even if they wanted more, they could have just done it quietly. Why did they have to announce it to every quest taker? Are you paranoid? Ningxu, no, I'm paranoid about you, 2333, why? Ningxu, nothing. It's just that sometimes, we don't seem to be transparent about the data. Like this time, the soul energy purified by the soul stone. We agreed on 10%, but I don't know how much you absorbed, 2333. You think too lowly of me. I'm not poor to the point that I have to be a thief. Ningxu immediately said, I know that you are a noble person. You won't be interested in my small profits, 2333. I'm not interested in it. Ningxu clicked on the system exchange store and exchanged for some fasting pills and some medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine and fever medicine. She did not want to die without medicine in the extreme environment of the mission. After spending 4 times the price to buy the fasting pills and medicine, Ningxu felt that it was not worth it to do the mission. Moreover, it would take away 10% of her soul power. However, Ningxu still went to do the mission. If she was forced to donate again, she could avoid it. If it happened again, Ningxu felt that she might have to buy a kidney. Fortunately, all the mission enforcers were like this. She was not the only one. If everyone was unlucky, she would not feel so unlucky. She still had to find the origin of the world. She did not know how long it would take for Xiaohua to hatch it. If it did not hatch, would she have to wait forever and not build the world? If that was the case, she might as well find it herself and buy it through other channels. How long would she have to wait? Ningxu said to 2333, if someone is looking for me, just tell them that I am doing a mission. I am not here, 2333 said, oh. Then go do the mission. Ningxu said. If it was too chaotic, it was better to do the mission. She did not have to feel this oppressive atmosphere. She did what she needed to do. She did not have the ability to worry about other things even if she wanted to. There was a tall tree supporting it. If something happened to the tree, the first to feel it was the fox or the ant that lived on the tree. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Even if it was to exchange for soul stones, it was not that easy. Ningxu wanted to exchange for some better quality soul stones. She forgot to go to the soulstone mine. However, the fish tank was very safe. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. Do the system mission? 2333 asked as usual. Ningxu thought about it. It seemed that she had not done the system mission for a long time. Should she do it? Ningxu did not like this kind of system mission. The other party had max cheats. It was not easy to deal with. When Ningxu was still hesitating, she heard the chat system ring. Ningxu was slightly surprised. Now, the last thing she wanted to hear was the voice of the chat system. She felt that it was either forcing her to donate or deducting her soul power. The organization was not stable. It was difficult for their mood to be stable. Ningxu opened the chat system. It was the Xianxia man who sent her a message, asking how much she donated. Ningxu was more curious about how much the Xianxia man donated. She asked, how much did you donate? The Xianxia man replied, almost 1 million. Ningxu's first reaction was to gloat. His second reaction was, F*ck, this guy is so rich. 1% of his wealth is 1 million. This guy has a lot of assets. Ningxu thought that 2 donations were already a lot, but in the end, 2 donations were not even as much as 1 donation from someone else. However, the Xianxia man was running a restaurant in his own time city, so it was normal for him to be rich. Xianxia man, Do you know that the organization collects 10% of your soul power? Ningxu immediately smelled the scent of gossip and quickly asked, I don't know. Do you know why? Ningxu felt that his identity was more or less the same as an ordinary citizen of a country. It was impossible for an ordinary citizen to know all the policies of the country. People who were not on the same level as him would naturally not know. Of course, those who did not mix into that circle would not know. The silver-haired man said, didn't the organization have an army? They gave it all to the army. As soon as the army was mentioned, Ningxu felt that a war was about to break out. He just didn't know who the enemy of the organization was. He didn't know how often such donations were made. As someone who relied on the organization for a living, of course, he hoped that the organization would be fine. Ningxu had seen the army in that plane. As long as he thought of that scene, Ningxu felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. The fragrant wind man was dressed in a military uniform, which meant that he was a member of the army. He should be someone with some status in the army. Ningxu felt that he was still wandering around the periphery of the organization and couldn't enter. Perhaps when he built the world of living beings, he should be able to enter another level. Only by forging iron and making oneself strong could one be respected and gain the respect of others. Identity was slowly gained through hard work. Ningxu clicked on the chat group. Many people in it were wailing about how much they had donated. However, from the amount of donations, one could calculate how much wealth these people had. The city lord collected taxes quickly, but when it came to donations, the more assets he had, the more he would donate. At this time, should he be glad that he didn't have much money? Ningxu chatted with the Xianxia man for a while. The Xianxia man probably wanted to talk flirtatiously and show off how much money he had. Then, he asked Ningxu if he wanted to be his girlfriend. Ningxu felt that the Xianxia man would probably talk flirtatiously like this when he met a girl who was pleasing to the eye. In fact, he didn't even have a girlfriend. He only dared to say this. A giant of words and a dwarf of action. This kind of person was good at blabbering. Maybe he would blush in front of the chat group. If he felt ashamed, then he shouldn't talk nonsense. Ningxu had seen through the Xianxia man. If she agreed, she would definitely scare him to death. Ningxu closed the chat group, let out a long breath, and said to 2333, let's do the quest. Not only for the quest reward, but also to find the world's origin. Do the system quest? He felt that this conversation was very familiar. Had they already had this conversation before? Then let's do the quest system. Ningxu said. Okay. 2333 said. Ningxu nodded. She felt her body fuse into a body. Maybe it was because her soul had turned into water. Ningxu quickly fused into her body. She didn't feel any discomfort. If she knew that turning her soul into water would have such an effect, she would have done it sooner. Then, she wouldn't be violently thrown up by 2333 every time she fused into her body. Then, Ningxu felt a pair of hands touching her body. Her breasts were pulled very long. Ningxu looked down and found that her breasts were flat. The red fruit was pulled very long. Looking at the long joints of the hand, it should be a man's hand. She was a man. And the person pulling her breasts was a man. Holy shit. The man bit Ningxu's ear from behind. He kept biting it with his teeth, which made Ningxu's hair stand up. Oh my god, Ningxu quickly turned around and saw a man who was also naked. He was muscular and stood upright. His facial features were masculine, and he was bursting with hormones. The man saw Ningxu's horrified face and was a little surprised. He reached out to grab Ningxu's ankle. Ningxu quickly got down from the short and narrow iron bed. She picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. The man frowned and looked a little unhappy. He got down from the iron bed without wearing anything. He walked over with his head held high. Ningxu felt like her eyes were going blind. She quickly put on her clothes. Moreover, her lower body was very swollen. What was going on? Why did she enter the quest at this time? She became a man, and she was being defiled by a man. Damn, no matter if it was a man or a woman, there were always men who wanted to defile her. The man walked over and hugged Ningxu. He pressed his finger on Ningxu's erect place. Ningxu did not expect to see such a scene. Both of them looked the same. Were they going to fight with bayonets next? Ningxu pushed the man in front of her away. The man took a step back and steadied himself. He thought it was just for fun and leaned over again. Ningxu was putting on her clothes when the man leaned over again. There was an indescribable smell in the small room. "Move, I'm not coming," Ningxu said directly. "Don't force me to use force. I'm in a bad mood now. I was almost pinned down. And if I was always pinned down, I might have an anal fistula. My rectum muscles would be weak, and my poop would leak out before I could flush the toilet. Generally speaking, if you really wanted to have sex, it would take some time to expand." Ningxu's divergent thoughts had once again scattered to an unknown place. The man's hand grabbed Ningxu's wrist like an iron arm, preventing Ningxu from putting on her clothes. "It's already like this. You're going back on your words. Didn't you agree? Damn, do you really want to fight with bayonets?" Ningxu glanced at the man's arrogance. She felt that she might not be able to win in a bayonet fight. She wanted to shake off the man's hand, but she was caught and could not move. Damn, this body is weak. The man turned his hand and turned Ningxu's hand behind her back, making her unable to move. Ningxu frowned. The opponent was a man who knew grappling and fighting techniques. "Don't use that to poke my butt." Ningxu smiled and said, "Let go of my hand. It's going to break." "It won't break. I know it." The man's lips moved to Ningxu's ear and said in a hoarse voice. He was going to bite Ningxu's ear again. Ningxu tilted her head and took a step back. She leaned close to the man's body and bent her body, wanting to throw him over her shoulder. However, the man behind her stood firm and let out a low chuckle. "All right, stop fooling around." Then, he pulled Ningxu onto the small metal bed. Holy shit, Ningxu was so scared that he shriveled up. F***ck, she had fallen into the hands of a man today, and her anus might be damaged. How painful would it be when she pooped? Ningxu slashed the man's neck with his backhand. Normally, an ordinary person would have fainted from the heavy blow. However, the man frowned and looked at Ningxu. "What's wrong with you? What the F***ck is wrong with you? Why aren't you dizzy?" "I don't want to F***king do it. Let me put on my clothes," Ningxu said coldly as he kicked the man's crotch. "Let's see if you dodge when I kick your crotch." The man clamped Ningxu's feet with his legs. The muscles on his legs were as hard as iron rods. F***ck, Ningxu planned to have close contact with the other party's head, directly using his head to hit the other party's nose. He didn't believe that the other party's nose was also fully equipped. "You really don't want to do it?" The man looked at Ningxu's face and let go of his wrist. "If you really don't want to do it, then forget it." Ningxu was just about to muster up the courage to hurt himself when the other party said that. It was like a punctured balloon. Who cares, now he just wanted to put on his pants. She didn't know what the client did, but his body was like a cut chicken, and he looked really gay. Ningxu picked up the messy clothes on the floor, not knowing which one was his. The man laid on the bed with his arm resting on his arm. He wasn't wearing anything. He raised his head and looked at Ningxu with narrowed eyes. "I like the way you bend over," the man said to Ningxu. Ningxu resisted the urge to cover his butt. He picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on. "That's my clothes. You can't wear them. Do you want to wear my clothes so much?" The man laid on the bed very calmly, showing off his ability without wearing anything. Ningxu couldn't be bothered with him. He put on his shirt. There was a white coat on the floor. Looking at the white coat, it should be hers. Ningxu put on the white coat. The person in the white coat was either a doctor or a scientist. Ningxu didn't even look at the man lying on the bed to prevent his eyes from hurting. "If you've thought it through, you can come to me anytime. I'll accompany you anytime." The man supported his face with his hand and said in a low voice. "Ningxu, I'll wait." Ningxu left the room and felt that the air was a little turbid. There was dust floating in the air, and there were soldiers patrolling outside. Many people saw Ningxu coming out of the room and had a strange and ambiguous expression on their faces. "Hello, Dr. G." Ningxu nodded coldly. After walking for a long time, she felt a lot of hot eyes staring at her butt. There were always bad people thinking about her butt. F***ck, I didn't do it, Xianxia felt that he should accept the plot now. That man was obviously from the military, and his body was very sensitive. This time, Xianxia arrived at the end of the world. He was now in a base. The person who commissioned him was called Xianxia. He was a researcher involved in solving the virus in the zombie body. He was also researching drugs that could destroy zombies. It had been a while since the outbreak of the apocalypse. The world fell into darkness. Zombies roamed freely, and even some animals and plants began to mutate. They became very aggressive and abnormally strong. At this time, human survival became difficult. There were endless zombies, and there were people who became zombies because of their allies. Maybe the environment was too polluted, or maybe it was the huge meteorite that fell from the sky. In short, humans began to suffer the consequences of their own actions. Even if they died, they would become zombies with no thoughts and only appetite. They had no fear and were so simple that they only wanted to eat meat. As for the person who wanted to fight with Xianxia, he was from the base's army. His name was Xianxia, and he commanded 1/3 of the base's army. He killed zombies and stole food. In short, he was a very strong man. However, his sexual orientation was a little strange. He liked Xianxia, who was in the research lab. They were about to develop into a couple, and when they were about to have sex, Xianxia came. Xianxia was speechless. This was the client's boyfriend or girlfriend. Who cared if he was a friend? This should be the plot of the apocalypse. Dr. Xianxia had a good life as a commander. It sounded pretty good. However, Xianxia had a good life. Xianxia felt that he was the main character. If the client, Xianxia, was the main character, he probably wouldn't counterattack and fight with Xianxia every day. Moreover, this mission was a system mission. 2333, you can send any mission wrong, but you can't send a system mission wrong. Later, a man called Xianxia came to the base. Although this man looked a little ordinary, he had a strange superpower. He could make zombies work for him. In short, he could make zombies listen to him. He could make zombies attack whoever he wanted. He could also put zombies away. He probably had a space where zombies could be stored. In fact, this was a good thing. He could use zombies to kill zombies. He could make as many zombies as he wanted. This way, the survival of humans would be better. After all, humans would always be at a disadvantage when fighting zombies that only had appetite and no fear. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one had activated their superpowers. It was just an ordinary post-apocalyptic world where everyone fought for survival with their weapons. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, many factories had closed down and no one was producing anymore. Resources were scarce and there were more and more zombies. Xianxia's superpower was almost enough to save the world. The client, Xianxia, was very interested in why zombies could listen to Xianxia. After all, zombies only had appetite and controlling zombies was not easy at all. However, Xianxia was able to control them. Xianxia wanted to study the zombies that Xianxia controlled and find out what was the reason for the zombies to be controlled. However, Xianxia did not agree. Xianxia pestered Xianxia, but Xianxia did not agree. This made Xianxia's heart itch. If he could find out the reason, it would be a big breakthrough. Xianxia had a space, and all the zombies that stayed in this space would listen to him. As for the specific reason, Xianxia didn't know. For the purpose of protecting himself, Xianxia didn't take out zombies for people to study. The client was very disappointed and regretful, but he did not force Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was the hero of the base and he was just a researcher. There was a big difference in their status. Also, the research on how to deal with zombies was progressing very slowly. However, Xianxia's boyfriend or girlfriend, Xianxia, got closer and closer to Xianxia and finally got together. Xianxia was speechless. Although he felt uncomfortable, this was the post-apocalyptic world. The law was broken, morality was lost, and there were no restrictions. In addition to facing death at any time, many people just lived one day at a time. There was no need to be hesitant and do whatever they wanted. People's desires were direct and undisguised. It was impossible to ask someone to be loyal to you. Xianxia could not rush up to Huijingqing and shout, "You betrayed me." Although they were lovers, they could be considered as a fixed asterisk 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 asterisk. However, there were always accidents. One day, the data of the research lab disappeared and the first suspect was the client. The client did not touch the data. Moreover, it was useless for him to take the data. The data could not solve the problem of zombies. However, Xianxia was caught by the soldiers and thrown out of the base. Xianxia was a typical weakling. After being thrown out of the base, he would be torn apart by the zombies. He was very lucky to be able to become a zombie. After all, under the siege of so many zombies, it was very difficult to ensure that one's body was intact. Basically, the zombies had torn their intestines and stomachs apart. This was Ping Shun's method. No one wanted to see someone following behind them and studying this and that. Ping Shun did this to protect himself. The apocalypse was a place where there was no kindness. Everything he did was for his own survival. If Huijingqing had to choose between Ping and Xianxia, it would be an easy choice. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although Ping Shun could control zombies, especially the zombies in his space were his army. With such an army, Ping Shun was almost invincible. However, in the end, the zombies did not listen to Ping Shun's commands. Sometimes they would attack other zombies, but most of the time, they would attack humans. Moreover, the zombies released from the space were more powerful than normal zombies. At least their skin had hardened, unlike the rotting bodies of normal zombies. Facing this situation, Ping Shun panicked. If these zombies did not listen to him, then what was he going to do? In order to explain his actions, Ping Shun said that he was a Taoist's disciple before the apocalypse. Of course, he had to use some spells to control zombies. Of course, he had to use them with his cultivation. Ordinary people could not achieve this effect. Now that he could not control the zombies, he would be pulled down from the altar of being a hero. Huijingqing would be disappointed. Facing this situation, Ping Shun did not know if he could negotiate with the space. He directly said that if he could no longer control the zombies, he would kill himself and destroy the space. It seemed that the space had its own consciousness. Later, Ping Shun could control more powerful zombies. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Without leaving the base, he would be entangled with Huijingqing. In the end, the two of them worked together and became like gods in the apocalypse. They built the largest and most prosperous base. Ningshu asked 2333, "Is there a problem with the space?" Yes, when the space host cannot control these powerful zombies, these zombies can kill everyone in the world. What do you think the world will become? I don't know. The species will be unbalanced, the ecology will be broken, and the order will be chaotic. The heavenly Tao will collapse, and then the world will be finished. 2333 explained. Ningshu thought and asked again, "Is it possible that the space is not after luck, but it wants to become the heavenly Tao of this world? It is originally a space, so it wants to form a world?" The space could form a world, just like her peerless martial arts, just like her reincarnation world. When the heavenly Tao of this world was chaotic, could it replace it? What's the use of a broken, dirty world? It probably wants to take over the heavenly Tao of this world and form its own world. 2333's tone was full of disdain for the apocalypse. Humans deserve it for turning the place they rely on for survival into this. Ningshu rolled his eyes. You are talking as if you are not human. Fine, you are the demon king. Even so, why is it a weakling? Ningshu asked. How could she deal with Shun, who had thousands of soldiers and horses, and who had zombies that did not know fatigue? Because in this world, he is the one who paid the price of his soul to counterattack. No one else can counterattack. 2333 said matter-of-factly. Ningshu took a deep breath and touched his buttocks. Fortunately, he was not stabbed. In the end, he was kicked away. Ningshu returned to his small room. In the base, it was not easy to have his own room. He wanted to take a bath, but water was too precious. Drinking water was not enough, so he could not take a bath. Ningxu pointed his finger and tried to use the power of law. Some worlds had great restrictions on power, and did not allow the existence of power beyond the system. Ningxu's finger formed droplets of water. Ningxu opened his mouth and the water droplets dripped into Ningxu's mouth. What a pity. Although it could be used, it could not cause a flood. Ningxu did not plan to use the power of law in front of others. After all, the person who commissioned it was a science geek, a weakling. What if after she left, the client was forced to produce clear water? The client could only be caught in the dark and might even be killed in the end. Angry humans were capable of anything. They would be furious if they couldn't give, especially in the apocalyptic world where there were no laws. The air in this world was comparable to the trash planet Ningxu had been on before. Moreover, the rain was acid rain. Although it wouldn't corrode the buildings, it definitely couldn't be drunk. Of course, when there was a shortage of water, they would collect the rain and mix it with some clean water so that it could be drunk. Some alkaline chemicals would also be used to neutralize the acidity, but it was always harmful to the body because there were too many impurities. Therefore, even if Ningxu wanted to use the law of water, he would do it secretly so that no one would find out. It was not easy to drink clear water. Moreover, he was covered in sweat. He didn't believe that Hu Jingqing would be able to drink it. The client's wish was to live and find a way to eliminate zombies. Ningxu was speechless. The way to eliminate zombies was to blow up their heads. There was obviously a highly infectious virus in the zombies' bodies. This virus caused humans to lose their emotions and become monsters with only appetite. Therefore, this mission really put a lot of pressure on Ningxu. Not only did he have to deal with the space that could carry thousands of troops, but he also had to study how to overcome the zombie virus. There was also Hu Jingqing, who was eyeing her but covetously. Before Ping and Shun came, Hu Jingqing only trusted the client. However, after Ping and Shun came, the situation was hard to say. Damn. What a headache. Ningxu shook the bedsheets and shook off some dust. Then, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to start cultivating the spiritual energy in this world. There was no spiritual energy at all. Then, he could only absorb other energy, the power of the sun. Humans were also very powerful when a plane was so ruined. The ones who caused the most damage to the plane were humans. Not only to the plane, but also to the creatures that lived in the plane. There were too many endangered animals. However, due to the sudden change in the weather and the spread of the virus, some creatures quickly went extinct. Those that barely survived would change and become even more ferocious existences. Ningxu had absorbed the fiery sun's power, but the fiery sun's power was quite weak. If a world did not have enough fiery sun's power, it would affect living creatures. It was just like how a person's body did not have enough yang qi, resulting in all sorts of problems. Was this plane going to be finished? It was bent. Although the fiery sun force was not very sufficient, it was still there. It was not like the spirit qi, which was not at all. The fiery sun force could be slowly absorbed. Ningxu felt that the reason why special abilities were not awakened in this apocalyptic world was because the heavenly axiom did not wish to torment the plane anymore. If humans evolved, zombies would also evolve, and the two sides would be even more powerful. Taking advantage of the fact that Ping and Shun had yet to reach the base, Ningxu had to quickly strengthen himself. Otherwise, if he was forced out of the base, only death awaited him. As for Hu Jingqing, he could not count on him at all. In order to protect Ping and Shun, Hu Jingqing abandoned the person who entrusted him. The person who entrusted him did not feel much. Although he was a little angry, it was normal for people in the apocalypse to be lax and lose their morals. However, what made Ningxu's balls hurt was that this guy had turned the tide and still wanted to save the world. If this virus was so easy to control, there would not be so many zombies. At least humans had weapons. One shot could explode a zombie's head. Only then would humans have the power to fight against zombies. He knelt down to Ji Xiang, who had the world in his heart. He would never call Ji Xiang gay again. Ningxu absorbed the fiery sun's power in the air. It was very weak. After cultivating for a while, Ningxu's energy center only had a little bit of fiery sun's power. It made her body feel a little hot, but there was no sea of fire in her energy center. If it was in another world, absorbing the fiery sun's power would cause a magma-like sea of fire to form in her energy center. However, right now, the situation in her energy center was almost like a match. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Ningxu got up from the bed and opened the door. She saw a soldier delivering food to her. The soldier stared at Ningxu's face with a trace of lust in his eyes. Ningxu took her food and asked, "Why is there no more canned food?" There was only half a bag of compressed biscuits and half a bowl of water. Normally, researchers would have a bowl of rice. The better ones would have canned food. The canned food could be beef or pork. Now, the food was so bad. The soldier said, "Captain Hua said that you don't have any more canned food. If you want to eat canned food, go to him." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu closed the door and locked it. A man was looking at her with a lustful gaze. If it was a woman, it would be fine. However, she was a man. Ningxu put away the biscuits and put the bowl of water on the stool. She didn't drink it. Hu Jingqing was obviously using his position to avenge his personal grudge. They didn't have sex before. Now, he was asking her to go to him. She was like a lamb in a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, she had exchanged some fasting pills before. They could last for a while. She exchanged for fasting pills in case she ran out of food. If they wanted resources and wanted to survive, they had to rely on the strong and obtain the resources to survive. Ningxu took out a small mirror from under the pillow and looked at his own face. He was indeed a pretty boy with red lips, white teeth, and a fair face without any facial hair. He was wearing a white coat. He was a gentle young man, but he still looked gay. As long as he could relieve his lust, it didn't matter if he was a man or a woman. Moreover, after the apocalypse, the ratio of men to women increased. Women couldn't compete with men in terms of physical strength and were more likely to suffer. This was especially true for delicate girls. When faced with such a situation, they were too scared to move. They were directly torn to pieces by the swarm of zombies. A face like the client's was still very eye-catching in the base. Ningxu put down the mirror. From now on, she needed to train. She needed to learn how to fight and learn all kinds of skills to protect herself. Although she had exceptional martial arts, she still needed to train. These training sessions were for others to see. She was originally a weakling who could only pick up test tubes and do all kinds of experiments to analyze data. Wouldn't it be suspicious if she suddenly became so strong? After learning how to use guns in close combat, she would see who would dare to suppress her. When Ji Xiang was thrown out of the base, he was suppressed and thrown out. Ningxu couldn't help but touch her butt. So many people were thinking about it. As for going to find Hu Jingqing, she wouldn't go. With Hu Jingqing's status, he wouldn't take the initiative to come to her. He was waiting for her to show weakness. He let her go before because he wanted her to get lost with him willingly. He was playing hard to get. He was also using this method to pressure her. Ningxu continued to train. Training more was definitely a good thing. If there was thunder, she would go upstairs to welcome the baptism of lightning, but there was no thunder. The next day, Ningxu woke up early to run. The air was too bad, so Ningxu wore a mask and ran in circles around the base. Hu Jingqing saw Ningxu running from the dormitory. He put on his shirt and ran towards Ningxu. Hu Jingqing ran very fast and reached Ningxu in an instant. He ran side by side with Ningxu and said, "There is not much food now. Can you handle it if you train like this?" Ningxu laughed in her heart. He was just reminding her that there was no food now. If she wanted to eat, she could just ask. Ningxu did not say anything and increased her speed. Hu Jingqing followed Ningxu closely. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. It was enough to see how good Hu Jingqing's physique was. Before the apocalypse, Hu Jingqing was already a powerful person. Hu Jingqing seemed to have found some fun. He followed Ningxu and ran back and forth. After running, Ningxu went to learn close combat. There was a place in the base that specialized in this. After all, everyone in the base could contribute to the killing of zombies. Hu Jingqing also followed to train. He even became Ningxu's coach. He controlled Ningxu's body and did not allow her to move. Why do you want to train? Ningxu only said, the world is too dangerous. I have to protect myself. You are so thin and weak. It is better for you to stay in the lab. This kind of sweating and bleeding is not suitable for you. Hu Jingqing said. Ningxu felt that Hu Jingqing's thing was sticking up and pressing against her butt. It was like a toy poodle. Ningxu stepped on Hu Jingqing's foot. Hu Jingqing let go of Ningxu. Ningxu found someone else to train. Hu Jingqing touched his lips with his thumb. His eyes were fixed on Ningxu's buttocks. Ningxu was speechless. Wherever he went, his gaze would follow. It was a teddy bear in human form. In fact, Ningxu knew that he had mastered some close-range combat techniques. However, under Hu Jingqing's stare, Ningxu's performance was very clumsy, and some of his movements were unfocused. Hu Jingqing's eyes were very sharp. She was a little worried that he would be able to tell. After training in close combat, Ningxu went to learn how to shoot. Hu Jingqing followed Ningxu. When he saw Ningxu holding a gun and wearing earplugs, he went over and hugged Ningxu from behind. He held Ningxu's hand that was holding the gun with both hands. Look at the target. Ningxu, what the F***ck? Ningxu felt that something was rubbing against her back. Could it be that the apocalypse had such a huge impact on people that they had become so direct and undisguised? The people behind her couldn't wait to press her to the ground, regardless of whether there was anyone around. How immoral. This kind of top clan should be confiscated for committing crimes. Shoot. Aim at the bull's eye. Hu Jingqing's deep voice sounded. It was hoarse, low, and suppressed. It gave people a very sexy feeling. Ningxu casually fired a shot. It was very far from the bull's eye. Hu Jingqing's hand was placed on Ningxu's waist. His thumb was rubbing against Ningxu's waist through his shirt. Hu Jingqing's hand was very large and rough. There were calluses on it. It was a kind of itchy feeling when it rubbed against her skin through her clothes. Ningxu couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. Even the hair on her arms stood up. Ningxu waved away Hu Jingqing's hand on her waist and changed to a small cubicle training room. Hu Jingqing leaned against the door of the training room. A soldier came over and said something to Hu Jingqing. Hu Jingqing looked serious and knocked on the door of the small cubicle. Ningxu saw Hu Jingqing's serious face through the glass and opened the door. Hu Jingqing said to Ningxu, I'm going to do a mission. Be careful in the base. If there's anything, tell them my name. Be good and wait for me to come back. Ningxu twitched the corner of her mouth. She closed the door, put on her earplugs, and began to practice. Hu Jingqing raised his eyebrows. He always felt that the shy girl had turned into a little wildcat. He had spent a lot of effort to turn this researcher gay. It wasn't easy to succeed, but this guy ran away halfway. After Hu Jingqing left, Ningxu focused even more on her gun practice. Seeing that it was about time, she packed up and went to the research institute. Ningxu put on the white lab coat. The white lab coat always gave people a feeling of abstinence. It was snow white and made people want to dye it black. Ningxu pressed the person wearing the white lab coat under his body. Ningxu ran his fingers through his hair. Being handsome was also troublesome. If it was a peaceful time, being a celebrity would be a big deal. But now, both men and women were thinking about it. It was scary. Ningxu was really afraid that he would become a prostitute. Moreover, it was with a man. It was so painful to relieve himself. There were many researchers in the lab, all kinds of equipment, and zombie corpses. The corpses were lying there unrecognizable. Some of them were soaked in preservative. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, humans had been studying how to control the virus. But sometimes, the changes were too fast. In addition, humans had taken all kinds of antibiotic drugs before, causing their bodies to produce antibodies. They were almost immune to all kinds of poisons. If they were bitten or scratched by zombies, they could only watch as they turned into zombies. Drugs couldn't do anything. Therefore, the research institute was under a lot of pressure. They didn't even know the source of the virus and how it was produced. Ningxu felt even more bitter. It was a bit difficult to come up with a drug that could control the virus within the time limit set by the task. This was almost the most difficult task Xianxia had ever done. Looking at the complicated and shining machines, Xianxia felt a bit numb. Fortunately, the person who asked for this task was familiar with how to use these machines. Xianxia used a microscope to look at the zombie cells. A normal person's cells had a cell membrane, a cell fluid, and a nucleus. The nucleus carried the human body's genes. However, the zombie cells were dividing very quickly. It was very fast. In a short while, they could divide into many cells. He didn't know what kind of virus caused the zombie cells to divide continuously. Moreover, they could still move after death. They relied on their instincts to hunt and absorb energy to complete the cell division. It was too difficult to find a solution because there was too much pollution. Water pollution, all kinds of heavy metal pollution, oil pollution, and nuclear pollution. All of these could cause genetic mutations. Perhaps it was some kind of stimulation that stimulated the genetic defects in the human body. That was why the cells could divide like this. The cells that were divided died very quickly. The zombie's body was like a fast-running machine, and it was endless. Maybe it would self-destruct, but no one knew when. When the zombie self-destructed, humans would no longer exist. Damn, the task was so complicated. There were 2 mountains pressing down on him. No, 3 mountains. There was a safe space to study how to eliminate zombies. There was also the human teddy bear Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. This was too difficult. End of chapter 2165. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.